Shanghai City, Longyang County. Is one of the top 3 super fast-tier cities in the country and a renowned metropolis on the international stage. Shanghai City is situated at the estuary, with vast inland areas behind it and the sea before it. Countless trade vessels converge here, establishing it as a premier global city. Consequently, the counties under the jurisdiction of Shanghai City have seen a surge of individuals vying to settle in Shanghai. Those who remain in Longyang County are, without exception, the less ambitious, resigned to a life of mediocrity. On February 15, at Shizhe High School, Class 14 of the third year, a mock examination was underway. Li Yun, wake up. The invigilating teacher, who also taught physics to Class 14, helplessly rapped on the desk of a boy slumped over in slumber. The second semester of their final year had just begun, yet the school had already organized a mock examination to help students swiftly transition into preparation for the college entrance examinations. Naturally, the purpose of this mock exam did not pertain to Class 14, which was regarded as a remedial class, a cohort deemed hopeless. The school had long since given up on them, merely wishing for them to pass the basic assessments and obtain their high school diplomas, hoping they would not cause any disturbances prior to the college entrance exams. However, the audacity of Li Yun, who had chosen to sleep during the examination, was particularly egregious. The physics teacher could overlook those stretching their necks in an attempt to sneak a glance at others' answers, for this classroom was filled with underperforming students, incapable of coping even if they wished to. Yet, should a supervising authority spot a student asleep, the invigilator would inevitably receive an admonishing glare. Li Yun. With the teacher's nudging, Li Yun finally stirred, rubbing his eyes and yawning. The physics teacher's eyelids twitched. This student was not unattractive, standing at a height of 1.78 meters with well-defined features and a proportionate physique, the sort who would turn heads as he walked down the street, yet his languid demeanor tarnished the sunny charm he otherwise possessed. Teacher. Li Yun nodded at him, indicating that he was awake. The teacher huffed, tossing out a focus on your exam before resuming his patrol with hands clasped behind his back. He held no expectations for Li Yun to achieve a passing score. Such a feat was virtually unattainable for students in a remedial class. They could manage at best a couple of multiple-choice questions, and if anyone managed to reach double digits, it would be considered a remarkable achievement. Li Yun was well aware of his teacher's sentiments, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was taken in at the tender age of 6 by a kind-hearted elder. Alongside him was another individual of great significance to Li Yun, his elder sister, Li Feng. The elder passed away a few years ago, leaving Li Yun, Li Feng, and the elder's 2 granddaughters to grapple with financial hardships. Thus, Li Yun had to shoulder the family's burdens, choosing to work at night to earn a living and cover his tuition fees. Therefore, when confronted with a complex physics multiple-choice question on the exam paper, Li Yun felt utterly at a loss. If 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. If 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. Li Yun murmured the mnemonic, "That's it, he'll select D." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Supreme Selection System. System initialization in progress 100, binding successful. What? A system. He selected D and received a system. Li Yun furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had merely imagined the sound. Nothing transpired thereafter. Then with a wry smile, he mused about the impossibility of encountering a system akin to those found in novels. He resolved to continue with his studies. A is illustrated in diagram A, a lightweight spring. A, when the object separates from the spring. B, the spring constant is 7.5 ncm. Upon encountering this exceedingly challenging multiple-choice physics problem, Li Yun's brow furrowed even deeper. The so-called multiple-choice questions feature several correct answers among the options. Selecting all correct answers yields 6 points, while partially correct selections garner 3 points, and any incorrect choice results in 0. Thus, physics multiple-choice questions are regarded as the most formidable within the comprehensive science examination. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please, host, select. Option 1, write nothing, reward none. Option 2, write the correct answers A and B on the paper, reward 2 novice gift packs. Wait. What? Is there truly a system? Li Yun's mouth fell agape in astonishment, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be that a system truly existed in this world, and that it was bound to him? If so, he would soon rise to greatness, marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, and provide a blissful life for his sister and twin sisters, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of success. Li Yun, focus on your work. The physics teacher furrowed his brows slightly, wondering if this student had lost his mind. Indeed. Li Yun exuberantly replied, drawing the curious gazes of his bored classmates. What was he up to? He must be out of his mind. Certainly. He had fallen asleep in class. After all, this poor student came from a destitute family. Li Yun disregarded the disparaging remarks from classmates who looked down upon him. For with the divine choice system in his possession, he would soon command their respect. He diligently inscribed answers on his exam paper, making the selections dictated by the system. Ding. The host has made a choice. Reward Novice Gift Pack 2 has been issued. Please check. Instantly, 2 packages appeared in Li Yun's mind. The novice gift packs now residing in his inventory. With determination, Li Yun opted to open the novice gift pack, eager to see what rewards awaited him. Ding. Opening successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired knowledge spanning all subjects from elementary to high school. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Li Yun's mind. From middle school functions to high school sets, sequences, and derivatives, as well as the fundamentals of biology including producers and consumers, all the way to advanced topics like cloning, platelets, and hematopoietic stem cells. He instantly mastered the entirety of high school physics. As he surveyed the exam paper in his hands, he swiftly arrived at the answer to a fill-in-the-blank question in the blink of an eye. Wow, the system is indeed remarkable, Li Yun exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he temporarily set aside the second novice gift pack and devoted himself to solving the problems. Physics, biology, chemistry, and integrated science all converged on a single paper. The questions that had previously plagued him now seemed trivial. With just a glance and a few calculations, he could derive the answers. Only the final challenging question required a bit more contemplation. Is this for real? Surrounding classmates observed Li Yun's renewed vigor. He was writing furiously on his exam paper and scratch paper, resembling the prestigious students in the experimental class. I doubt it. Li Yun comes from a family that can barely make ends meet. He even has to work at night. How could he possibly find time to study? Someone scoffed. Sure. I can roll the dice too. Hey buddy, slide the exam paper over so I can take a look. Whispers circulated among the crowd, prompted by Li Yun's impressive performance. The teacher, frowning, cast a glance at Li Yun, attempting to quell the commotion in the classroom. Once silence was restored, the physics teacher approached Li Yun, skeptical that a student who could sleep during an exam would be capable of solving integrated science problems. What? With just a glance, the teacher's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Li Yun had answered everything correctly. While monitoring the exam, he had casually worked through a few problems in his mind and, upon comparing his calculations with Li Yun's answers, found them to align perfectly. How could it be that the physics teacher appeared utterly astonished? Was this student truly a genius? Rising from slumber just in time for the examination, observing the teacher's expression, the classmates were bewildered. Could Li Yun genuinely solve this problem? Some students, eager to cheat, were beginning to stir restlessly. Hey, let me see the exam paper. A foot discreetly kicked Li Yun's chair from behind, but he remained oblivious, answering fluidly and submitting his paper ahead of time before departing. You insolent brat, ignoring my words, do you have a death wish? A menacing classmate seated behind Li Yun followed him in submitting his paper, and they exited the school in tandem. Hey, you stop right there. As soon as they passed through the school gates, Li Yun was intercepted by someone visibly furious and ready to teach him a lesson. Zhongdong, what do you want? Li Yun's expression soured. The individual before him was a classmate known for his tyrannical behavior, frequently extorting fellow students for protection money. Li Yun, being penniless, had previously endured a few blows from him. What is your game? Humph. Zhongdong approached with fist primed, his imposing stature casting an undeniable shadow over Li Yun. Did I ask to see your exam paper? What are you hiding? Do you look down on me? Zhongdong shoved him violently, causing Li Yun to stagger dangerously close to falling. You think you're impressive just because you can complete the exam? Ha! Zhongdong spat disdainfully on the ground. Today, I'll show you who is the real boss. In front of me, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Li Yun realized the predicament he was in. Zhongdong was adept at fighting, and with his robust physique and powerful legs, escape was not an option. He would have to confront him. There was no chance he would beg for mercy from someone like him. Wait, I still have an unopened novice gift pack. The thought struck Li Yun, prompting him to hastily open another package. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired basic boxing skills. Wow. Li Yun was overjoyed. The system was indeed formidable, providing exactly what he needed. Hey. Zhongdong sneered, "You're truly pathetic, looking pleased even when you are about to get a beating. Were you born this way? No. It's your misfortune to have provoked me." A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Yun's eyes. Before Zhongdong could strike, he took the initiative, launching a fierce blow aimed at his opponent's heart. "You are seeking death?" Zhongdong bellowed, enraged that Li Yun dared to attack first. He did not flinch, countering Li Yun's punch with one of his own. Li Yun knew he could not match Zhongdong in strength should he be struck. He feared he would be rendered unable to fight back. Sensing Li Yun's inclination to dodge, a smug grin spread across Zhongdong's face. He had received guidance from skilled mentors, and his body was honed to perfection. He dismissed ordinary opponents with ease. "Die!" he roared with derisive laughter. Just as Zhongdong was reveling in his arrogance, the prompt from the system appeared before Li Yun once more. Ding. Event option triggered. Please choose option 1, engage Zhongdong in a direct confrontation, reward 100 points to physical strength. Option 2, evade, reward a random gift. Choosing option 3, kneeling in surrender. Reward skill is several smiles. Li Yun quickly contemplated in his mind. Undoubtedly, option 3 was a pathetic choice. The system expected him to wear a several grin. Dream on. Option 2 offered an uncertain reward, and Li Yun was in urgent need of strength, thus he dismissed it as well. "I choose to confront Zhongdong head-on." Li Yun resolutely murmured to himself. Ding. The host has made a choice, reward 100 points in physique. Boom. A surge of formidable power rushed into Li Yun's body, rapidly transforming his somewhat frail muscles into robust ones, not the bulging, explosive kind, but rather a sculpted, masculine physique, exuding an aura of strength, akin to the most exquisite muscles chiseled by a master sculptor. "Ha!" Li Yun shouted with all his might, his fist colliding violently with Zhongdong's. At the moment of impact, the sinister grin on Zhongdong's face froze. He felt as though his fist had struck an unyielding iron block. A tremendous force surged forth, obliterating any resistance he could muster. Zhongdong screamed, propelled backward a meter before crashing onto the ground, clutching his nearly shattered arm, his complexion paling dramatically. The effect of the 100 points in physique was astonishingly powerful. Li Yun glanced at his current attribute panel. Host Li Yun. Physique 130 points. Strength 50 points. Spirit 80 points. Wisdom 70 points. Agility 50 points. Charm 10. Items none. Beholding his personal panel, Li Yun felt an exhilarating rush. The attributes of an average person hover around 50 points, and with proper training, one might reach just over 200 points. However, champions and elite soldiers can attain up to 1000 points. Li Yun was confident that, with the system's assistance, his physical qualities could soar into the thousands. Even tens of thousands, reaching a level that would command the admiration of the world. Moreover, and most importantly, he aspired to provide his family with a life of happiness and stability. Zhongdong, though elated internally, maintained a facade of indifference. Li Yun clenched his fist and approached him, swinging it forcefully, causing Zhongdong to instinctively flinch. "Remember this, do not trouble me again," Li Yun stated coolly, "otherwise I shall ensure you regret it." Humph. With that, Li Yun strode away, leaving Zhongdong's face a tumultuous mix of blue and white. When did this kid become so formidable? No way. Am I to let you trample over me? A flicker of malice crossed Zhongdong's eyes. He had dominated at Zhiche High School for years. Aside from a few affluent second-generation students, everyone else steered clear of him. How could he tolerate Li Yun, a mere orphan, behaving so audaciously? Recalling a few gangsters he knew outside of school, Zhongdong ceded, "Just wait, kid, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget." Li Yun paid no heed to Zhongdong, his spirit soaring after gaining the system, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to trigger more choice events. Hastening his steps towards the market. Li Yun resided in close proximity to the school. His sister also attended Zhiche High School, and the middle school of his two younger sisters was not far away either. Thus, the family often returned home for lunch, which allowed them to save a bit of money. Typically, Li Yun would accompany Li Feng to the market to purchase groceries. But today was an exception due to an examination. As he arrived at the entrance of the market, a lady selling cherries, burdened with her basket, accidentally slipped, causing her red cherries to scatter across the ground like a crimson carpet. The bustling crowd moved about, and the distressed woman was on the verge of tears. Before Li Yun could react, the system's notification chimed, a ding. Triggered event options. Please choose option 1, a step forward to assist, reward, a sum of money. Option 2, to complain about a lady blocking the way, reward, skill, sharp tongue. Option 3, ignore and walk past, reward, none. Li Yun furrowed his brow. Finding the system quite intriguing, helping others directly yielded monetary rewards. Could it be true? He and his sister were currently in need of funds for supplementary study materials. And he was curious about the potential reward. As for option 2, given his character and principles, he would certainly not choose that. Ma'am, allow me to help you collect them. Li Yun approached enthusiastically, squatting down to diligently pick up each cherry, carefully dusting them off. Thank you so much, young man. The lady expressed her gratitude, taking more than 10 cherries and forcing them into a bag, insisting they be given to Li Yun. He hesitated. Understanding that for an ordinary fruit seller, those cherries held considerable value, as someone from a humble background, he empathized deeply with this. It had been over 6 months since he had last eaten fruit. Please, just take them. The lady insisted, these cherries are dirty, I would feel bad selling them directly. Just wash them at home and don't feel shy about accepting them. No, how could I? Thank you, ma'am. It was only upon her insistence that Li Yun accepted the gift. Ding. Host has made a choice, reward the 435 yuan. At that moment, a sound emanated from his pocket, prompting Li Yun to quickly retrieve his second-hand phone, which had cost him a mere 300 yuan. The notification read, the account 9600. On September 25th at 2051, deposited 435 yuan. Available balance 801 yuan. Li Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Merely aiding a woman in picking up her belongings had earned him such a substantial reward. Though it appeared to be just over 3,000. This amount represented a month's wages from his hard work, enough to sustain his family of 4 for over a month. Their previous funds totaled just over 5,000. With his sister holding a little over 1,000. The sudden increase of more than 3,000 nearly brought a grin to his face. Calm down. He admonished himself, forcing composure as he verified the deposit notification on his phone, exhaling deeply. With a divine selection system at his disposal, this 3,000 was merely the beginning. Yet the exhilaration was undeniable. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yun hurried to the nearby ATM, confirmed the deposit, and withdrew 1,000 yuan to pocket. With a beaming smile, he hummed a tune as he purchased groceries on his way home. Upon returning home, Li Yun spotted a striking silhouette on the balcony, busily preparing lunch. Sister, Li Yun called out, and the young woman turned her head, her beautiful eyes lighting up with a smile. Brother, back from grocery shopping. Just put them aside. I'll finish cooking before I start on the dishes, she replied. The enchanting and gentle girl before him was named Li Feng. Like Li Yun, she was raised in an orphanage, and the two had grown up together, relying on each other and sharing a deep bond. Li Yun placed the groceries on the balcony. The elderly couple who had adopted him were not affluent, and their home consisted merely of 2 rooms and a living area, lacking a proper kitchen, thus. The balcony served as their cooking space. Oh, you bought so many ingredients. Li Feng exclaimed, initially surprised, then feigning a small complaint, why so much? How much did you spend? Let me see, roast duck, chicken, pork ribs. Wow, brother, you. It was only natural for Li Feng to be taken aback. In a household with limited means, spending needed to be calculated with care. Haha. Don't worry. I earned some money today. Li Yun said with a smile, giving her a warm embrace before producing 500 yuan. Sister, here is some money. This is for the materials fee. Li Feng's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly responded, you don't need to spend so much on materials. Where did you earn this money? Just take it, you can use the rest to buy a couple of new outfits. Li Yun insisted, finally persuading her to accept it. Naturally, he did not disclose the fact that he had acquired a system. After all, it was rather fantastical. After gazing at her brother for a while, Li Feng suddenly chuckled, leaning forward to plant a playful kiss on his cheek, reminiscent of their childhood antics. No matter what, you will always be my brother. Ahem. I know, Li Yun replied, the hint of embarrassment creeping onto his sun-kissed face. Although they were not biological siblings, their profound affection for one another led to occasional awkward thoughts during their tumultuous teenage years. However, they never addressed it, maintaining their relationship as siblings until the sisters grew up. Alright, you go out, I can handle the cooking alone. Li Feng gently pushed him away, preparing to whip up a sumptuous lunch. Just as Li Yun was about to leave, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Event triggered. Please make a choice. Option 1, go to the living room and watch television, reward, a random gift. Option 2, assist Li Feng, reward, intermediate cooking skill and 1 charisma. Li Yun raised an eyebrow. Such fortunate opportunities existed. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to assist Li Feng. Ding. Choice confirmed. Reward, intermediate cooking skill. In an instant, he mastered dozens of home-cooked recipes and various renowned cuisines, akin to a seasoned chef with years of experience in a restaurant. Sister, let me help you, Li Yun declared confidently, stepping onto the balcony. Today, I will take on the role of head chef, showcasing my culinary skills to you, Fang Xue, then Fang Xue. Go on, you've worked at a food stall, you're not a chef. Do you really think you can impress anyone with your cooking? Li Feng teased, their playful banter reflecting their close-knit relationship. Who says? Your brother is exceptionally talented. I've secretly learned all the skills from working at the food stall. Just watch me. Seeing that Li Yun was not joking, Li Feng exclaimed with a peculiar expression, is the head of the family truly going to showcase his culinary skills today? The title of head of the family was no jest, the entire household relied on Li Yun's support. Of course, just watch. Li Yun confidently grasped the kitchen knife, skillfully slicing half a roasted duck, then swiftly chopping the washed green peppers with remarkable precision. In an instant, the small kitchen was filled with the crisp sounds of the knife striking the cutting board. Ginger was sliced, garlic was crushed and minced, and the flames were ignited to heat the oil. Li Feng's beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment. When had her younger brother become so adept? Wow, it smells so good. As Li Yun prepared the meal, a melodious voice rang from the doorway. A charming girl, bursting with vitality, bounded onto the balcony. Upon seeing the roasted duck on the cutting board, her eyes sparkled, and she reached out to grab a piece for a taste. Smack. Li Feng swatted her hand away, hands on her hips, admonishing, Fang Xue, what do you think you're doing? Trying to sneak a bite without washing your hands? The girl pouted in a faint grievance. Fang Xue, enough. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Li Yun chuckled and turned to her. This pure and radiant girl, akin to a spring bird, was Fang Xue, the beloved granddaughter of the elder who had adopted him. Entering through the door was her identical twin sister, Fang Xue. Both were 14 years old. In the second year of junior high, the younger sister was lively and mischievous, while the elder sister was quiet and reserved. Following their grandfather's passing, the bond among the four had grown ever stronger. Alright, it's ready, let us eat. Li Yun presented the final dish. Oh no. Today's meal is so lavish and tastes even better than usual, Li Feng remarked with a hint of envy. Really, sister? Fang Xue looked at Li Yun in surprise, leaning in closer to observe him, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Brother is still so handsome, and his cooking is so delicious, no wonder sister adores him. She giggled shyly. Blushing, she quickly changed the subject, quietly asking, brother, how come you bought so many ingredients today? Oh, it's not too much from now on. We shall feast like this, or even better. Li Yun playfully pinched Fang Xue's little nose and solemnly promised the three of them, from now on, I will ensure that you all lead a good life and will no longer suffer. Though the three were unaware of the reasons behind Li Yun's promise, they were deeply touched, and the sisters adorably embraced him. After the meal, Li Feng and the others took an afternoon nap. Li Yun, brimming with excitement and unable to sleep, decided to venture outside, hoping to trigger another event. Oh! I scented at the school bell, walking ahead with a furrowed brow. Fang Xue, a senior in the experimental class at Shikai High School, was renowned as the school's first beauty due to her tall stature, standing at 168 centimeters. with fair, delicate skin and an exquisite oval face. Coming from a respectable family and having learned piano and ballet from a young age, she exuded an air of elegance that captivated the boys, overshadowing even Li Feng, who had better grades. At this moment, the exceptionally graceful school bell gently cradled her abdomen. A slight frown of concern etched upon her brow as she made her way toward the school. Earlier that day, she had dined at an upscale restaurant near the campus. And on her return, she found herself beset by discomfort due to her menstrual cycle, causing her to walk with an awkward gait that left onlookers astonished. Goodness! What is wrong with our school beauty? Surely she isn't suffering from a stomach upset, they murmured. If only she weren't so aloof. I would have approached her to inquire about her condition. Regrettably, such an opportunity seemed lost. It was rumored that Fang Xue treated young Master Xue with a frosty demeanor. True, she was indeed cold, but her striking beauty afforded her the privilege of such demeanor. Fang Xue's elegantly arched brows tightened further at the speculation of her classmates, who assumed she was merely experiencing a stomach ailment, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. However, given her nature, she would never deign to ask for assistance. She could only grit her teeth and endure, hoping to reach the classroom soon. Classmate, may I assist you? At that moment, a voice as warm and soothing as jade reached Fang Xue's ears, compelling her to turn toward the young man who had approached her. How handsome, she thought, her heart fluttering. The young man stood tall, his sunny smile radiating charm, exuding an aura that made the cold-hearted girl blush. A notification chimed, presenting her with options. Option 1, extend a hand to support Fang Xue and escort her back to class. Rewarded 5 charm points, 30 favorability with Fang Xue. Option 2, offer Fang Xue a warm drink and advise her to rest during her menstrual cycle. Rewarded 5 charm points, 20 favorability with Fang Xue. Option 3, choose both options, support and provide a warm drink. Reward 15 charm points, 60 favorability with Fang Xue and an additional skill, flirting techniques. Upon receiving the system prompt, Lian's smile grew even brighter as he approached, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Li Yun, a student from class 14 of Yiche High School. May I assist you, Fang Xue? I noticed you seem to be in discomfort. He extended his fair right hand, which imparted an irresistible sense of reassurance to Fang Xue. Before she realized it, she found herself reaching out to him, their hands clasping. Grasping his warm and firm hand, Fang Xue felt a wave of warmth wash over her. It was her first encounter with such a handsome and gentle boy at Yiche High School, and she felt a tinge of regret for not having met him sooner. Thank you, she murmured, her gaze lowered. It's nothing, we are all classmates. Let me help you back to class, he offered with a gentlemanly demeanor. All right, she replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Yun gallantly supported her as they walked toward the school gate, drawing the attention of numerous classmates who cast curious glances at the pair. What is happening here? The illustrious Fang Xue is holding hands with a seemingly insignificant boy. But wait, he is not just any boy, that is Li Yun, the brother of Li Feng. Well known in school and quite handsome. How infuriating. Had I known Fang Xue wouldn't refuse, I would have made my move myself. Please, look in the mirror before you speak. If anyone were to make a move, it would certainly be me. The classmates gazed at Li Yun with envious and jealous eyes, wishing to exchange places with him, holding the delicate, fragrant form of the school beauty and grasping her soft little hand, undoubtedly a delightful experience. Fang Xue, wait a moment. Allow me to buy you a drink. Upon reaching the tea shop near the school gate, Li Yun halted. A drink? Fang Xue frowned slightly. She seldom indulged in milk tea, as it was not conducive to maintaining her figure. And she was also aware that consuming cold beverages during her menstrual cycle was detrimental to her health. With this in mind, Fang Xue subtly hinted to Li Yun, harboring a favorable impression of the handsome young man, for she usually would even spare a glance for most. It's nothing. Li Yun called out to the young clerk inside, I would like 2 cups of milk tea, 1 warm and 1 hot. Do you have a red date hot drink here? He then turned to Fang Xue with a gentle smile and said, it seems you are feeling unwell. I believe a warm drink would do you good. A blush crept across Fang Xue's vibrant face. He had already guessed that she was on her period. How considerate. Fang Xue gazed deeply at Li Yun. Indeed. The clerk enthusiastically introduced, "We have a winter fragrant hot drink priced at only 25 yuan. Which contains red dates and milk, perfect for this weather. I'll have one of those. Also, a warm cup of pearl milk tea," Liyun proclaimed generously. Not overly concerned about the slight extravagance. "Certainly, no problem. Please have a seat, your drinks will be ready shortly." Liyun helped Fang Xue to a seat and, noticing her complexion had improved, he finally exhaled in relief. The clerk seemed to notice as well and, while handing the drinks to Liyun, remarked with admiration, "Classmate, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a lovely girl." Flushing at being referred to as Liyun's girlfriend, Fang Xue turned her head shyly. The clerk had never seen her before, as she hailed from a well-off background and had never frequented a tea shop. As for Jiche High School, she considered herself the second most beautiful, with no one daring to claim the title of first, certainly not Li Feng. Cough, cough. Liyun cleared his throat, about to clarify that Fang Xue was not his girlfriend, but the clerk, misunderstanding, quickly interjected, "Of course, your boyfriend is quite handsome as well. And exceedingly gentle. You two are indeed a match made in heaven." Cough, cough, cough. Liyun coughed louder, as the clerk endeavored to ensure his future patronage of the establishment. "You've misunderstood. Fang Xue and are merely classmates. Really not a couple," the clerk murmured, having thought them rather intimate upon their entrance. However, as he observed the increasingly enchanting blush on the high-called beauty's face, he finally understood. Although they were not officially a couple, it was evident they were on the verge of becoming one. "Fang Xue, let us depart. I shall assist you back." Liyun swiftly took the drinks and made his exit, eager to avoid any further unexpected remarks from the clerk. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Liyun explained, "Fang Xue, please do not take what was said to heart." Fang Xue nodded demurely, secretly unperturbed by the earlier comment. In the final semester of high school, there was a gentle and handsome boyfriend, which seemed rather delightful. As they strolled towards the campus, Liyun supporting the school beauty attracted the gazes of countless classmates, many of whom took out their phones to capture the moment and posted the pictures on the school's forum. Soon, the news of Fang Do's beauty and Liyun being together spread throughout the entire campus. "Damn that guy. A boy from the experimental class." Upon being informed of this and seeing the photos of Liyun assisting Fang Xue, displayed a furious expression, muttering a curse under his breath before standing up and heading downstairs. "Hey, Zhou Xianming, where are you going?" "Humph, to teach someone a lesson." "How thrilling. Count me in." The two of them arrived at the bottom of the teaching building. "Fang Xue, we are here. Let me help you up," Liyun said as he gazed at the beautiful girl. To be fair, Fang Xue was indeed slightly more attractive than Li Feng. But Liyun believed that if his sister dressed up nicely, she would not pale in comparison. At that moment, two boys descended the stairs. Fang Xue nodded lightly, a hint of shyness adorning her lovely face, leaving Zhou Xianming and Lu Shun momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had witnessed the aloof school beauty display such demeanor. Moreover, Fang Xue turned her head slightly and whispered, "You can just call me Xiao Xue, that is what my friends call me." Upon uttering this, her heart raced. "All right, Xiao Xue," Liyun replied with a cheerful smile. "Then you can call me Liyun." Hearing such an intimate address, Fang Xue's anxious heart finally settled, and she bestowed a sweet smile upon Liyun. Liyun. Zhou Xianming was utterly dumbfounded. Not only was he taken aback by the school beauty's charming smile, but he was also shocked that she was smiling at a poor boy instead of him. "Fang Xue." Zhou Xianming approached with a grim expression, glaring fiercely at Liyun, and attempted to swat away Liyun's hand that was supporting Fang Xue. Slap. Liyun maintained a calm demeanor, subtly blocking Zhou Xianming with his left hand. The immense force from the 150-pound figure nearly spun Zhou Xianming around, leaving his palm stinging. "You, classmate," Liyun said coolly. "I am not well acquainted with you, so refrain from making unnecessary physical contact, as it could lead to unfortunate consequences for us all." Zhou Xianming was seething with rage. He had known Fang Xue since elementary school, and with his brazen demeanor, he had deliberately made appearances before Fang Xue's father, causing the Fang and Zhou families to grow closer. Thanks to this, the Zhou family had risen rapidly over the years, relying on the Fang family's influence. It was fair to say that Zhou Xianming considered Fang Xue his possession, and he could not tolerate Li Yan's interference. Haha, interesting. Standing nearby, like a towering stone pillar, Lu Shun couldn't help but show an innocent smile upon witnessing the scene. Zhou Xianming, it seems you've met your match. Do you need my assistance? He rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his muscular biceps. What do you want? Fang Xue stepped forward, her expression cold as she admonished the two. A flicker of fear flashed in Zhou Xianming's eyes. Others may be oblivious, yet he is acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the Fang family. Not only do they reign supreme as the foremost family in Longyang County, but they have also established a solid foothold in Shanghai City, gaining acceptance among the elite of society there. It is essential to recognize that the bustling Shanghai City is a realm of hidden talents and formidable players, thus. The Fang family's prominence is not merely a product of their substantial wealth, which exceeds hundreds of millions. Xue, this fellow has been disrespectful to you. Zhou Xianming stammered in the presence of the noble heiress, eliciting a bemused smile from Li Yun. You are mistaken. Zhou Xianming was taken aback. Fang Xue tightly grasped Li Yan's wrist, her demeanor intimate as she declared, Li Yun has not been disrespectful to me, on the contrary. He assisted me in returning when I was unwell. I am grateful to him. After speaking, she cast a lingering gaze at Li Yun before reluctantly releasing him. Li Yun emanated a delightful aroma, reminiscent of warm sunlight, which caused Fang Xue to become somewhat enamored with the sensation of holding him. Li Yun. I shall head upstairs now. As Fang Xue let go of Li Yun and resolved to ascend the stairs, a timely notification from the system echoed. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards, charm value 15 of Fang Xue's affection level 60, skill, Flirting Technique, have been issued. Please check. A smile graced Li Yun's lips. One so captivating that it momentarily left Fang Xue, who had taken a few steps back and turned to look, utterly mesmerized, while Zhou Xianming seethed with jealousy. This fellow is so handsome, no wonder Fang Xue is smitten. Ahem, Fang Xue, do you have something else to say? Li Yun pondered, wondering if a charm value of 20 could be so potent as to transform the aloof campus beauty into someone seemingly infatuated. He mused that if he smiled again, would all the girls collectively swoon? Regarding the flirting technique, Li Yun dismissed it, knowing that with such charm, he need not fear attracting beautiful women. Oui. Fang Xue shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yan's striking gaze, and softly murmured, we haven't exchanged contact information yet. Zhou Xianming and Lu Shun were rendered speechless. The campus beauty of Zhihai High School, elegant and aloof Fang Xue, had actually taken the initiative to exchange contact details with a boy. This revelation would be hard to believe if spoken aloud. After successfully acquiring Li Yan's phone number, Fang Xue departed with satisfaction, not even sparing a glance at Zhou Xianming, who stood to the side. Lu Shun chuckled heartily, patting Zhou Xianming on the shoulder. It seems, my friend, that you are of lesser importance to Fang Xue than this impoverished fellow. This simply won't do. You must step up your game and strive to win over our class's esteemed Fang. Fang Xue was not Lu Shun's type, hence he remained indifferent towards her. Zhou Xianming's expression darkened, while Li Yun cast a casual glance at him before turning to leave. Wait. Zhou Xianming, his face clouded, coldly stated, Li Yun, is it? I will remember you. Ding. Triggered option event, please choose. Option 1, retaliate against Zhou Xianming, reward, a sum of money. Option 2, assault Lu Shun. Reward, a skill, inch punch, beginner. Option 3, do nothing, reward, random gift. Option 4, seek confrontation and then beat both of them, combining rewards 1 and 2. With an additional reward of 100 points in strength. Li Yun was taken aback, this time there were actually 4 options. Furthermore, there was 100 points of strength. The basic inch punch was also commendable, with skill levels categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and divine. The beginner level should be the result of an ordinary person studying for 3 to 5 years. As he gazed at the two individuals before him, a glimmer of determination flashed in Li Yan's eyes. He chuckled, since the system had presented this choice, he would not hold back. You are worthless. Li Yun stated nonchalantly to Zhou Xianming. What? Zhou Xianming's face contorted in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. I said, Li Yun enunciated each word with pride, you, Zhou Xianming, are worthless. And you, Lu Shun, are equally worthless and scum. The two were renowned figures at Zhiche High School. Zhou Xianming's family owned a company, boasting a fortune exceeding hundreds of millions, coupled with his academic standing among the top 10 in the school, which made him quite popular among nervy young girls and some insipid admirers. However, those who truly knew him were aware of his fondness for manipulating young women, often recording videos of their encounters to blackmail them, which had previously led to a scandal that was ultimately resolved with money. As for Lu Shun, he was a bully on the sports field, frequently challenging other classes to competitions in basketball, football, volleyball, and more. He would not relent if they refused to fight. Once a challenge was accepted, he would rely on his physical prowess to mercilessly dominate his opponents, with laughter echoing across the court. Thus, wherever Lu Shun appeared, people would instinctively shy away, fearing his attention. Yet now, Li Yun had audaciously provoked them. Classmates passing by regarded him with incredulous expressions. The expressions on Zhou Xianming and Lu Shun's faces were utterly captivating. They were accustomed to looking down on others, but today, they found themselves scorned by a pauper and subjected to a severe reprimand. "You seek death?" Zhou Xianming ceded, his face contorting with rage as he swung a fist at Li Yun. With Li Yun's current agility, how could he be struck by a spoiled rich second generation who had squandered his health on indulgence? Without hesitation, Li Yun retaliated with a sharp slap, landing forcefully on Zhou Xianming's delicate face, causing him to stagger back, his eyes swirling with stars. Had it not been for Lu Shun's timely intervention, Zhou Xianming would have fallen unceremoniously to the ground. "Unaware of your own mortality," Li Yun coldly remarked. "Zhou Xianming, consider this a minor lesson. Should you dare to lay a finger on me again, beware, I shall render you incapable of self-care." "You." Zhou Xianming trembled with fury, but Lu Shun restrained him. Chuckling as he addressed Li Yun, "You must be Li Yun, right? Remarkable, truly remarkable. You are the first to dare raise a hand against Zhou Xianming in Jichai. I retract my earlier insults towards you, for you possess quite the spirit." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yun strode forward, resolutely delivering a punch to his left cheek. "Lu Shun, you certainly enjoy posturing, don't you? What do you think you are in my presence?" Li Yun unabashedly challenged him with a strike that carried the force of a tempest, causing Zhou Xianming's expression to shift once more. "Humph." Lu Shun, however, was unfazed, sneering as he firmly blocked Li Yun's sudden assault with his sturdy wrist. "A jest, he is the son of the head of the Ming Mountain Martial Arts School, having devoted himself to the rigorous study of ancient martial arts from a young age. If someone as ordinary as Li Yun were to defeat him, he might as well abandon his aspirations." With a resounding thud, the two clashed, and while Lu Shun remained unyielding, Li Yun was forced back several steps by the recoil of his own strength. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Shun truly lived up to his reputation as the formidable warrior of Jikai, possessing an exceptionally robust fighting prowess. "Heart splendid. This battle is worth my utmost effort." Li Yun scoffed habitually, only to realize that the system had already recognized his choice. Ding. Host has made a choice. Rewards, 8,144 yuan, Inch Fist, beginner. Additional reward of 100 strength points have been issued. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, coupled with the delightful notification of funds arriving on his phone, Li Yun was overwhelmed with elation. In just half a day's time, he had amassed 10,000 yuan, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities, instilling within him an immense confidence. An honest battle. Lu Shun's previously unwavering smile faltered. Due to his hot-tempered nature, his father, the head of the martial arts school, had warned him against acting rashly, lest he cause harm in a fit of anger. But now, how could Lu Shun possibly restrain himself? "You seek death?" Lu Shun bellowed, his massive fist swinging with formidable force toward Li Yun. The spectators gasped, their mouths agape. The whooshing sound of air being sliced through by his fist indicated the tremendous power behind it. "Stop!" At the corner of the staircase, the still present Fang Xue exclaimed in alarm, her strikingly beautiful face reflecting deep concern for Li Yun. The inch fist. Li Yun quickly employed this renowned and highly practical technique. The beginner's fist techniques are akin to the foundational moves of swordplay, such as thrusts and strikes, while the inch fist represents an advanced form, boasting significantly greater power. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous impact. Li Yun staggered back 3 steps, his chest heaving with turbulent energy, yet he endured thanks to his formidable physique. "Lu Shun." 2 was affected, retreating 3 steps, his expression transforming into one of profound astonishment, seemingly incredulous that Li Yun possessed such remarkable strength. What the hell? Equal in strength? Impressive. Who is this dashing young man? I believe he is called Li Yun. Though he is a student from a lower class, he is rather handsome. Not just handsome, but extraordinarily so. As they beheld Li Yun standing proudly, unperturbed even in the face of the towering Lu Shun, several girls began to swoon, captivated by his magnetic charm. Gazing at Li Yun's striking profile, Fang Xue felt her heart race anew. She had witnessed his earlier display of prowess. Poverty at home is not frightful, rather. It is the fear of being timid, lacking confidence, and failing to stand tall against the mockery of others that is truly daunting. Fang Xue had once worried that Li Yun might be intimidated by her family's wealth, but now those concerns had vanished. Li Yun would undoubtedly pursue her, indifferent to the affluence of her family or their prestigious connections. What she had not considered, however, was whether Li Yun would indeed seek her out. In Fang Xue's mind, that was a foregone conclusion. Die. In a fit of rage, Lu Shun was about to confront Li Yun. But Fang Xue's swift descent from the staircase compelled him to regain his composure. Even in his family's martial arts school, he could not afford to offend Fang Xue lightly. It was said that the Fang family owned over a dozen hotels and entertainment venues, with a security team numbering 500. Including many skilled fighters capable of easily overpowering Lu Shun's martial arts school. Li Yun smiled faintly and declared, "Let this be the end. Do not provoke me again." With the absence of system rewards, he had little interest in squabbling with these wealthy heirs. After speaking, he nodded at Fang Xue and turned to leave. "Wait." Zhou Xianming called out to Li Yun, his face darkened. "Are you a student of class 14? "Indeed." Zhou Xianming smirked mockingly and turned to Fang Xue, saying, "Xue, you heard what kind of person this is?" Li Yun's expression soured. "Xue, I recall you disdain those who perform poorly academically, claiming that during their student years they should focus on studying rather than romance, correct?" Fang Xue cast a furtive glance at Li Yun, secretly wishing to tell Zhou Xianming, "It's not that I don't want to date, I simply do not wish to date you." She feared that Li Yun might misunderstand and refrain from pursuing her. "Li Yun?" Fang Xue hesitated, then tentatively asked, "If your grades are poor, would you like me to help you with tutoring?" "What?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. And Zhou Xianming's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Fang Xue was offering to tutor Li Yun. What could their relationship possibly be to warrant such intimacy? "Thank you, but no." Li Yun gently shook his head and smiled. "My grades were indeed lacking previously, but this time. Could it be that you will achieve first place this time?" Zhou Xianming interjected with derision, alarm bells ringing in his mind at Fang Xue's overly friendly demeanor. "No." Li Yun replied, shaking his head, and quickly added, "But I will achieve full marks in both comprehensive science and English, ranking first in the school." The crowd gaped at him in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. A student from a lower performing class dared to boast of full marks in comprehensive science and English. Zhou Xianming's eyes flashed with mockery as he sneered, "You have quite the audacity. How about a bet? I won't wager on you achieving full marks. But if your scores in comprehensive science and English surpass mine, I will give you 100,000. Otherwise, you must call me daddy 3 times. What do you say?" Li Yun shook his head. The idea that Zhou Xianming would give him 100,000 was laughable. However, the system's prompt halted his steps. Ding. Event option triggered. Please choose option 1, accept the bet, reward, retain mental strength, 100,000. Note, provided by Zhou Xianming, if declined, the system will impose a penalty and tenfold compensation. Option 2, decline, reward, the skill domat. Was there even a choice? Naturally, he would accept. Li Yun had no desire to acquire the domat skill. It's settled. With that declaration, Li Yun turned to leave. Before long, news of his bet with Zhou Xianming spread throughout Zhizai High School, leveraging the name of the school beauty, Fang Xue. Reaching all grades. Are you kidding me? A mere student from class 14 dares to compete with those in the experimental class in comprehensive science and English. Absolutely true. If you don't believe it, go check the forum yourself. What? Is this for real? Who is this Li Yun claiming to be the top scorer? The top scorer in comprehensive science. Why doesn't he just fly to the moon? Haha, our school's top student, Li Feng, has only achieved a perfect score once. Wait a minute, Li Feng. You guessed it, they are siblings, albeit not by blood, both hailing from an orphanage. What? Li Feng is exceptionally beautiful and academically gifted, while Li Yun is undoubtedly treated like a protagonist from a novel. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Li Feng arrived at school, and upon learning of the situation, she immediately went downstairs to class 14 to confront Li Yun. Ahem, here's the thing, sis. Could you please let go of my ear? It hurts. In front of his older sister, Li Yun could only yield to her, after all. It is only natural for an elder sister to reprimand her younger brother. Which younger brother can truly resist in front of his sister? You are infuriating me. Li Feng stamped her foot, her adorable gesture causing Li Yun to glance at her more than once. How could you agree to such a gamble? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Besides, how could Zhou Xianming possibly give you 100,000? Li Yun smirked, rest assured, sis, that I have complete confidence in my victory. And moreover, I have a way to secure the money. His confidence stemmed from the system he possessed. He secretly hoped that Zhou Xianming would refuse to pay, as the system's penalties would allow him to directly gain 1 million. Li Yun whimsically pondered whether Zhou Xianming's family had sufficient funds for the system to deduct. Seeing his unshakable confidence, Li Feng could only helplessly rub her forehead. You might not know, but Zhou Xianming has already gone to find the head teacher. They are relatives. What does he want with him? Li Yun asked, puzzled. Even if he attempts to swap my exam papers, it would be futile, the handwriting is different. That's not the issue. Li Feng regained her composure. He intends to have the teacher grade the papers on the spot after the afternoon exam. This is merely a mock exam within the school, and it can be arranged. Li Yun shrugged. Grading on the spot is fine by him, the sooner he wins, the sooner he gets the wager of 100,000. You are infuriating. Li Feng was almost exasperated, yet what could she do? After all, Li Yun was her brother. She could only reluctantly say, fine, but don't rush this afternoon, just hold on a little longer. Haha, sis, you can rest assured, I will win. Oomph. I'll believe that when pigs fly. After giving him an adorable eye roll, Li Feng, still unsatisfied, playfully tapped Li Yun on the head, saying, if you want my brother, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Li Yun wore a pained expression. Having an older sister was indeed a burden. Though Li Feng genuinely cared for him, did no one believe he could score full marks. Haha, Zhou Xianming is bound to lose. In the afternoon, Zhou Xianming indeed colluded with the head teacher, Xie Kong. After finishing the English exam, Zhou Xianming immediately set up shop on the first floor of the teaching building, right outside Li Yan's classroom, insisting on grading the papers on the spot. Upon hearing about the commotion, many classmates gathered around, craning their necks to witness the outcome. Do you really think Li Yun could achieve a perfect score? Ha ha ha, are you joking? Even a fool could tell that it was impossible. However, I heard that Li Yun had just completed his English essay, and he did so with remarkable speed. He finished it. But it was merely a copy of the reading comprehension. The students from the lower classes often resort to such tactics. What? Copying reading comprehension for an essay? Such audacity exists? Haha, surprise, right? Students from the lower classes are capable of anything. Quiet now, the campus bell phone is approaching. And there is Li Feng. Is she standing up for her brother? This is going to be quite the spectacle. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet almost no one believed in Li Yan's potential. For a student from the lower class to achieve a perfect score seemed utterly implausible, a fanciful dream. Fang Xue, adorned in elegant attire, stood gracefully before Li Yun. Her expression tinged with concern. Can you truly achieve a perfect score? I never claimed I would score perfectly, Li Yun replied with a smile. Huh? I only mentioned perfect scores in the comprehensive science and English subjects. Having been playfully teased, Fang Xue pouted, but a perfect score in comprehensive science is also unlikely. The school made the first mock exam particularly challenging to motivate us. I estimate my score will only be around 140. What about you, Li Feng? Li Feng, a classmate of hers, typically shared little interaction with her, but due to Li Yun, Fang Xue was willing to befriend her, as they might become sisters-in-law in the future. I suppose I'll score around 145, Li Feng replied, her expression peculiar. She was puzzled by how closely her younger brother had become acquainted with this stunning campus beauty. How surprising. Ahem. The director of education, Xie Kong, cleared his throat and spoke solemnly to the onlookers. The school does not support gambling in any form. However, considering that Li Yun and Zhou Xianming are motivated by their studies, I have decided to bring your exam papers here for immediate grading, allowing one of you to accept the outcome with grace. He cast a smiling glance at Li Yun. From now on, even if you are someone else's son, you must not harbor resentment. Strive for excellence in your studies and aim for outstanding results in the college entrance examination. Do you understand? Li Yun grasped the implication. Xie Kang's words seemed supportive, yet it was evident he had already deemed him the loser before the grading commenced. It was clear that Xie Kong held him in disdain. Chuckling lightly to himself, Li Yun thought, who knows who will win or lose. Zhou Xianming, it might be wiser for you to prepare the money. Naturally. 100,000 was excessive, a few coins would suffice, as I have no desire for your son. Pfft. Both Li Feng and Fang Xue burst into laughter. Leaving their fellow classmates in awe, the two campus beauties stood together, radiating brilliance and beauty. Zhou Xianming's face flashed with anger. Even more infuriating was that both Li Feng and Fang Xue chose to stand beside Li Yun. While it was understandable for Li Feng, being siblings, Fang Xue was the woman Zhou Xianming had his eye on. How could Li Yun do this? Boasting without any real ability, Xie Kong remarked coolly. Whether or not you can achieve a perfect score, our school's teachers will discern it with a mere glance. Teachers, please prepare to grade the papers. The director's word was final. Zhou Xianming, regaining his composure, glanced at Li Yun and Fang Xue with a sense of assuredness. As long as he wins the wager, Fang Xue will naturally comprehend who is shamelessly boasting. With a command from Xie Kong, the teachers from the experimental class and class 14 respectively seized the examination papers of the two students for an on-the-spot grading session. Sigh. The moment the biology teacher of Li Yun picked up the paper, he couldn't help but exhale in resignation. He was well aware of his student's capabilities. During the previous semester's final exams, Li Yun had only scored 50 in comprehensive science, and most of that was merely guessed multiple-choice answers. It would indeed be a miracle if Li Yun scored full marks. However, upon closer inspection of Li Yun's multiple-choice answers, the teacher was taken aback. Adjusting his glasses, he scrutinized the paper again, incredulously comparing it with the standard answers. All the answers for the biology section were correct. The biology teacher's disbelief prompted everyone to turn their gaze towards him. Zhou Xianming's pupils constricted, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. As he reassured himself, perhaps it was all mere luck, considering there were only 6 multiple-choice questions in biology. Indeed, the physics multiple-choice answers were all accurate as well. The physics teacher, who had once proctored Li Yun, cast an approving glance at him, as if witnessing the rise of a prodigy from Jiqie High School in the future. There would undoubtedly be a place for him at the school. A wave of commotion rippled through the crowd as they collectively turned their attention to the chemistry teacher, eagerly awaiting his verdict. Chemistry, all correct. Adjusting his glasses, the chemistry teacher slowly uttered this phrase, clearly astonished. All answers correct. This news detonated like a bomb. Leaving everyone stunned, their mouths agape as they gazed at Li Yun, who appeared unperturbed. Doubts began to creep into their minds regarding their previous judgments. Could it be that they had misjudged him, that Li Yun truly was a genius? Impossible. One of the teachers from the experimental class couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Xianming missed an option in his physics multiple-choice answers and lost 3 points. How could someone from the regular class possibly get everything right? Zhou Xianming turned pale. He had lost 3 points on his multiple-choice section. Humph. The physics teacher held up Li Yan's paper, displeased, stating, if you don't believe me, come take a look. The experimental class at Jiqie High School was the best in the school. Comprised of either geniuses or wealthy second-generation students who paid to enter, enjoying various privileges and having a poor relationship with the regular classes, especially with class 14. The experimental class teachers, skeptical, gathered around, flipping through Li Yan's paper repeatedly. The more they looked, the more their expressions shifted to astonishment. Not only were all the multiple-choice answers correct, but the fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving sections were also executed with exceptional precision. At least they could discern no flaws, surpassing even the clarity and conciseness of the standard answers, thereby eliminating the possibility of plagiarism. What score would he achieve? The director, Xie Kong, wore a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, a wave of agitation washing over him. If Li Yun scored full marks, it would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. Director, the teacher's hand trembled slightly as he held Li Yun's paper. It was nearly impossible to find a single imperfection, preliminarily determining full marks. After saying this, he looked at Li Yun with admiration. Achieving full marks in comprehensive science was a rarity in the experimental class. It was likely that only one or two prodigies could accomplish such a feat. Li Yun, being a student of the remedial class, astonishingly accomplished what even the students of the experimental class could not. His English score was also a perfect one. The explosive words of the English teacher sent shockwaves through the crowd, creating an uproar among the throngs of onlookers. What? Is this for real? Full marks in comprehensive science and English. Is he even human? All I can say is incredible. Truly impressive. As the ancients said during the latter half of senior year, dragons and snakes rise from the ground, and amidst the chaos geniuses emerge. The ancients did not deceive me. Let me translate it. In the latter half of senior year, remarkable individuals indeed come to the fore. My goodness, it seems that if I work hard, I might still have a chance at a top university. As a mere idle fish, I can only cheer in admiration. The crowd gazed at Li Yun with either envy or respect. Hardly anyone suspected that Li Yun had cheated. For English essays cannot be copied, his perfect score was undoubtedly earned through genuine effort. It appears I have triumphed. Casting a glance at the ashen-faced Zhou Xianming, Li Yun smiled faintly, not rushing him to pay the wager, secretly hoping Zhou would default, allowing the system to collect the payment. Li Feng glanced at the director of education, whose expression was quite telling. The earlier smugness and disdain for Li Yun had transformed into anger and humiliation. His teeth clenched in a manner that suggested he wished to exact vengeance. The teachers from the experimental class exchanged glances, never having anticipated that their students would actually lose to Li Yun. Congratulations, Li Yun. Fang Xue stepped forward, her face beaming as she looked at him. I didn't expect your grades to be so outstanding. Were you concealing your abilities, or did you catch up during the winter break? Regardless of which, it signified that Li Yun was exceptionally gifted, worthy of being matched with her, the self-proclaimed belle of the heavens. Xiao Xue. Zhou Xianming's complexion paled further. Not only had he lost the bet, but he had also embarrassed himself before Fang Xue, making this a monumental loss of face. Ahem. The director of education regained his composure, speaking in a calm tone. Let us conclude this competition here. Li Yun, while you may have concealed your capabilities and wagered against Zhou Xianming, winning does not lend you much honor. All right, everyone disperse. With that, he waved his hand dismissively at the surrounding students, entirely disregarding the murmurs of discontent. Xie Kang's theories were nothing but nonsense. All I know is one thing, one must accept the outcome of a wager. Fang Xue did not even glance at Zhou Xianming, stating directly that if she continued to look at him, she might be sick. What are you all doing here? A commanding voice resonated, causing a stir as the crowd parted to make way for a man in his 60s. Good day, Principal. Fang Xue approached affectionately, linking her arm through that of the elder, leaving Li Yun somewhat astonished at the apparent closeness between her and the principal. So that was it. After learning the details from Fang Xue, the principal cast a cold glance at the director of education. Director Xie, when did I ever agree to divide the exam papers? This is utterly ridiculous. Principal, I am. No need for explanations. You shall address the entire school at the meeting on Monday. Xie Kong shrank back, his face adorned with an awkward expression that elicited laughter from the onlookers. At this juncture, the matter had nearly reached its conclusion. Zhou Xianming, with a grim visage, inquired about Li Yan's bank account before departing in silence. After a brief interval, Li Yan's phone chimed. An amount of 100,000 yuan was deposited into account 9,600 on September 25th at 2051, revealing a substantial available balance. This fellow is indeed affluent, Li Yun whistled. Yet he felt surprisingly unperturbed. His confidence had solidified. In the future, he would amass countless sums of hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. Li Yun was resolute in his belief that he could achieve this. Upon confirming that Li Yun had received Zhou Xianming's funds, Fang Xue's eyes crinkled with joy. She knew that Li Yan's family was somewhat impoverished, and receiving 100,000 000 yuan would alleviate any concerns about financial constraints when they eventually pursued a romantic relationship and went on dates. It must be noted that Li Yun had first tenderly assisted Fang Xue, then showcased his charm and prowess within a mere afternoon. He had already garnered profound affection from this aloof campus belle. Did Zhou Xianming truly part with 100,000 yuan? Upon glimpsing the information on Li Yan's phone, Li Feng clutched her mouth in disbelief. This sum was immensely significant for them. With such financial relief, her brother could forgo arduous labor. And she need not distribute flyers on weekends. Their family of 4 could finally lead a semblance of a normal life. Rest assured, Fang Xue consoled. Zhou Xianming's family is wealthy. 100,000 yuan is trivial for him, though he will undoubtedly face reprimand from his father upon returning home. Pausing, Fang Xue confidently asserted. But with me around, you need not worry. With her first-hand witness of the wager, Zhou Xianming would dare not backtrack. Li Yun smiled faintly, expressing gratitude to Fang Xue and promising to treat her to a meal when convenient. Fang Xue's face brightened, and they agreed to meet over the weekend. Li Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed Fang Xue genuinely harbored feelings for her brother. Sister, let us return home. She exclaimed, I shall deal with you later. How could you silently achieve full marks while keeping it from me? With a playful laugh, Li Feng bid farewell to Fang Xue and took Li Yun by the hand. Heading home. In the crowd, Zhong Dong observed Li Yan's retreating figure. A glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes as he pulled out his phone to contact some local toughs. I've never seen so much money, Once I get my hands on Li Yan's funds, the big brothers can feast, and I shall partake in the broth. Li Yun, not in haste to procure groceries, instead led Li Feng to the bank, where he transferred 50,000 yuan into her bank card before her eyes. Sister, take this money, he said, turning to her with a gentle smile. As a homemaker, you can use it for groceries or essentials, but do not be too frugal. Treat yourself to some clothes you fancy. Rest assured, I will earn even more in the future. His resolute tone made Li Feng's heart tremble. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at her brother. Li Yun and Li Feng addressed him directly, her face flushed with shyness as she glanced around. She rose onto her tiptoes and swiftly pressed a kiss on his cheek, whispering softly in his ear, I have no objections regarding you and Fang Xue, he. A wave of emotion surged within Li Yun, who innocently replied, what are you talking about? I know nothing of Fang Xue, I only met her at noon. Humph. Li Feng pinched his waist. Being a woman herself, she could easily discern Fang Xue's intentions. Upon returning home, the two chose not to inform their twin sisters about the wager, yet Li Feng generously gifted each of them 1,000 yuan. Encouraging them to purchase whatever they desired, the spring attire or a new phone, it was entirely up to them. Xie and Fang Xue were elated. Their sisters' financial support indicated that the family's economic situation was gradually improving, promising a brighter future. After dinner, Li Yun rode Fang Xue's bicycle toward the nearby eatery where he worked. This evening, he intended to resign and express his gratitude to the owner. He arrived at a roadside restaurant named Wang's Diner, where he was employed. Although termed a diner, it was merely a humble spot for late-night snacks, frequented by patrons seeking a midnight meal. Li Yan's working hours spanned from 6:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., earning a monthly salary of 2,800 yuan. Working 5 hours for that sum was a courtesy extended by the owner, who understood Li Yan's family circumstances. Boss. Li Yun parked his bicycle and entered the establishment, greeting the busy owner. Oh, little Yun has arrived. The boss's wife looked up and smiled. Are you taking a mock exam today? How did it go? You seem quite cheerful. It must have gone well. It was alright. I scored full marks in both the comprehensive science and English. Li Yun deliberately omitted any mention of his Chinese and math results. Full marks. The owner and his wife were taken aback, their hands halting mid-task, their eyes wide with astonishment. Impressive, little Yun. The owner joyfully patted Li Yun on the shoulder. People often say that children from poorer backgrounds mature quickly. Not only do you work at such a young age, but your academic performance remains stellar. If my child could achieve half of what you have, I would be thoroughly satisfied. The boss's wife added with delight, I was previously concerned that work might distract you from your studies, but now I am reassured. Li Yun, you are surely destined for a prestigious university. One day, I will personally express my gratitude for your support. Li Yun smiled. What's this, little Yun? The owner perceived the shift in tone. Well, boss, I wanted to discuss my resignation. Upon hearing Lian's statement, both owners paused for a moment before nodding in understanding. Little Yun, you have your college entrance examination this semester. It indeed would be unwise to continue working. The owner hesitated, however. I currently cannot find anyone to fill your position. Would you be able to stay on for a few more days? Sure. Just as Li Yun was about to agree, a notification from the system chimed again. Ding. Option event triggered. Please make a choice. Option 1, I agree to the boss's request. Reward a random gift. Option 2, a decline. Reward none. Choosing option 3, to vehemently criticize the unscrupulous boss, with the reward of a heart as cold as a wolf's and a conscience as callous as a dog's. A slight smile danced upon Lian's lips. Life indeed presents choices at every turn. With the system at his disposal, every decision he made came with a reward. Without further contemplation, Li Yun promptly selected the first option. Very well, boss, I shall remain until you find a suitable replacement. He expressed with gratitude. Thank you for your care during this time, that I will steadfastly uphold my responsibilities in this last stretch. You can rest assured. Excellent. The boss's wife beamed with delight. And Li Yun felt a surge of joy as his reward was credited to him. A random gift bag. Let me see what treasures it may hold. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Li Yun hoped to unveil the highest reward, a 5-star card from a mobile game. Random gift, activate. The bag from his inventory materialized before him, transforming into a lottery machine that began to spin slowly. Lian's eyes widened as he gazed at the array of prizes within. Among the skills were the 9 sons divine art, the 3 talents sword technique, a divine singing voice, extraordinary writing talent, and unparalleled culinary skills, to name a few. The items included a spaceship, a kitchen knife, an invisibility potion, a truth potion, along with various elixirs like body enhancement pills, strength potions, resurrection pills, and marrow cleansing pills. A cacophony of fantastical items seemingly drawn from every anime, film, and novel had been crammed into this random gift bag. What have I drawn? A brilliant violet light flashed before Lian's eyes, revealing a small elixir that filled him with exhilaration. It is well known that elixirs are always the most precious, enhancing one's abilities far more effectively than external gear. Inside the gift bag, the items were categorized by rarity: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and the most exceptional, rainbow. This time, Li Yun had obtained a purple tier item, which was quite commendable. A skill elixir. However, upon closer inspection of the elixir before him, Li Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. It was not that the item was unsatisfactory. The skill elixir could infinitely enhance one of his skills, for instance, elevating a basic punch to an intermediate level, yielding remarkable results. Yet, the elixir could not substantially boost Lian's power immediately. The longer it was kept, the more valuable its effect became. For example, upgrading a punch from master level to divine level would be an exhilarating experience. Nevertheless, a pressing question lingered: when would he reach the master level? Thus, utilizing it sooner rather than later seemed prudent. The skill elixir was best employed at the right moment. Never mind, I shall set the skill elixir aside for now. No rush. A sly grin crept across Lian's face. The system's rewards included many random gifts. If he could draw another skill elixir, the dilemma would be resolved. As night fell, the crowd began to swell. Li Yun assisted the boss, sometimes washing and chopping vegetables, other times clearing dishes. When the boss's wife was overwhelmed, he even helped wash the plates and utensils. In summary, Li Yun undertook all manner of menial tasks. After all, a child from a poor family had little choice but to endure. For over 2 years, he had gritted his teeth in perseverance, vowing countless times that he would rise above his circumstances. With the system now in his possession, Li Yun glimpsed a shortcut to success. Boss, bring out the dishes and the beer. After 2 tables of guests departed, as Li Yun busied herself with washing the dishes, a group of 7 or 8 burly young men adorned with tiger and dragon tattoos entered. Li Yun recognized them. The leader, a stout man known as Brother Hu, often frequented the place at night, ordering large platters of barbecued delicacies and several rounds of beer, engaging in raucous games of chance that lasted for hours. The proprietress furrowed her brow, aware that although this group patronized their establishment regularly, their presence often deterred ordinary customers from placing orders, resulting in a significant drop in business. "Brother Hu, you've arrived." The owner greeted them with a forced smile, quickly inviting them to sit and preparing barbecued dishes and stir-fries. Li Yun had previously inquired about Brother Hu, learning that he was a bouncer for a clandestine gambling den in a nearby urban village. Intimidating enough that ordinary folks would think twice before crossing paths with them. However, today they seemed markedly different, strangely subdued. Each one holding their breath in an atmosphere thick with tension. Could it be her? Li Yan's gaze fell upon the girl seated beside Brother Hu. Clearly the guest of honor, surrounded by the protective entourage of thugs. She appeared to be around 13 or 14, exuding an air of innocence and curiosity. Clad in an expensive down jacket, with her hair styled in twin ponytails. She swung her legs playfully while surveying her surroundings, her small face alight with wonder. When her eyes met Li Yan's, she offered a charming smile. Li Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge. This young lady seemed to belong to a wealthy family. Venturing out to experience life, her fascination with the world around her evident. What a peculiar sight, this young heiress had enlisted a cadre of casino enforcers as her protectors. "Boss." Brother Hu's voice boomed again, "Today we've got a distinguished guest. You must showcase your finest culinary skills to Miss Hu. If she is pleased, your establishment will thrive. And there will be substantial rewards. But if she is dissatisfied, well, you understand the consequences." The owner's expression darkened. Having run the barbecue stall for 20 years, he was confident in his culinary prowess, evident from the frequent visits of this rowdy group. However, he could hardly guarantee satisfaction for someone who appeared to be from an affluent background, likely accustomed to dining in five-star establishments where meals were crafted by renowned chefs. Why the silence? Brother Hu barked, slamming his massive hand onto the table, startling Miss Hu. He quickly softened his demeanor, offering a conciliatory smile to her. Assuring her he meant no offense. Li Yun pondered the implications. It seemed this young lady had a considerable pedigree. "Boss!" shouted a young man named Fei next to Brother Hu. "Miss Hu is a guest of our boss, Zhou. We must treat her with the utmost respect. If she leaves unsatisfied tonight, our boss will not be pleased, and if he is displeased, we will be as well. So, you comprehend the stakes, don't you?" With that, the enforcers cast menacing glances toward the owner, compelling him to ensure that he delivered his finest culinary creations that evening. Li Yun clenched his fist tightly and then slowly released it. He had long desired to teach these individuals a lesson, yet the moment was not ripe for action. The owner wiped the sweat from his brow, diligently grilling several skewers of lamb, which he personally presented to Miss Hu. "Let me have a taste," she said. Her voice youthful and melodious, resonating with a charm that stirred the hearts of those who heard it. Indeed, the voice of a girl of her age was delightful. Standing beside her, Li Yun observed as she delicately picked up a skewer with her slender, fair fingers and took a small bite. "How is it?" the owner inquired with a fawning smile, eager to ensure a peaceful evening without any disturbances. Miss Hu chewed thoughtfully, her cherry lips moving slightly. Before she disdainfully spat the piece back onto the plate, pouting, "It seems that roadside stores are not all they are cracked up to be. What a disappointment. I'll surely be scolded by my grandfather when I return." Her name was Hu Xiaomeng, affectionately referred to as Hu Xiaomeng by those familiar with her. Today she had the chance to visit Longyang County to see her ailing grandfather, stealthily slipping out to explore the night market of this small town. As she passed by, she was curious to discover the taste of the roadside delicacies she had seen on television, only to end up disappointed. Not tasty. Hu Ji's face twisted with anger. Ready to erupt, but Hu Xiaomeng had already stood up, disinterestedly stating, "Let us go back, this is rather dull." "Yes, Miss Hu, this way please." Hu bowed servilely to her, yet shot a threatening glance at the owner, as if to convey, "Tomorrow, I shall make you pay." The owner's face turned ashen. What torment had he endured this night? Li Yun snorted coldly, eager to witness just how brazen Hu Gu and his gang truly were. Just as Hu Xiaomeng was about to depart, the notification chimed, "Event triggered. Please make a choice. Option 1, step forward to assist the owner with culinary skills. Reward, intermediate cooking skill upgraded to advanced cooking skill and an increase in Hu Xiaomeng's favorability. Option 2, do nothing. Reward, none. Option 3, directly confront Hu Gu. Reward, 100 points in physique, 100 points in strength. Li Yun initially felt a surge of delight but soon found himself in a quandary. The system had presented a challenging dilemma. To confront Hu Gu directly promised substantial rewards. Yet winning over the young lady Hu Xiaomeng through culinary prowess seemed to offer promising prospects for the future. Which path should Li Yun choose? You seem to have been watching me, Hu Xiaomeng remarked, approaching him with a curious gaze. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within Li Yun. Though Hu Xiaomeng was not much older than his sister, she possessed an innate allure that seemed to enchant the hearts of men, much like a genuine fox spirit. With a playful giggle, Hu Xiaomeng revealed her charming smile, her dimples particularly captivating. Yet this seemingly innocent smile bore an enchanting quality, momentarily stunning Li Yun and Hu Gu alike. Truly, Hu Xiaomeng was a beguiling fox, capable of captivating those around her. With a charming tone, Sister Hu Xiaomeng remarked, "You appear deep in thought. Do you possess some remarkable culinary skills that could satisfy my palate?" Though she had limited exposure to the outside world, her knowledge gleaned from novels and films suggested that those with exceptional talents often concealed themselves among the masses. Brother Hu dismissed her musings, stating, "Miss Hu, what skills does this person possess? He merely performs menial tasks. I've been here many times and have yet to witness him cook." "Oh, I see." Hu Xiaomeng replied with a disappointed nod, realizing that no miracle would occur. Her grandfather was right, the alleyways of the market held little allure. And the so-called exceptional individuals were mere fabrications. "Let us go," she said, turning on her little boots to leave. "Who says I can't produce delectable barbecue?" Li Yun interjected, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "Today, I shall showcase the culinary skills I learned from the boss." Ding. The host made a choice, rewards as advanced culinary skills. Hu Xiaomeng's favorability 20 have been granted. In an instant, Li Yun's culinary prowess soared, nearly rivaling that of chefs in five-star establishments. Glancing at the boss's kitchen, he quickly assessed the available ingredients, a myriad of barbecue techniques blossoming in his mind, promising a feast that would leave patrons raving with delight. "Really?" Hu Xiaomeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without waiting for Brother Hu to speak, she gracefully took her seat, quietly smiling. "Then I shall eagerly await your performance, big brother." "Haha, leave it to me." Li Yun approached the boss, who looked skeptical, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Boss, you can count on me." "All right then." The boss conceded, resigning to fate. Although advanced culinary skills might not suffice, Li Yun retrieved a skill portion from his inventory without hesitation and consumed it. Taking a deep breath, a multitude of recipes flooded his mind. Whether it was the intricate preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall, maple tofu, or kung pao chicken, or the exquisite banquet dishes like golden thread silver line cup and phoenix nirvana, he grasped them all, including the humble street food delights. "Watch closely," Li Yun declared, wielding the chef's knife with confidence, his exuberance making Hu Xiaomeng's eyes widen. She noticed that the seemingly unremarkable boy tasked with menial chores was quite handsome, with striking features and a radiant demeanor that stirred her youthful heart. Could he truly possess remarkable skills? Filled with excitement, Hu Xiaomeng had ventured into the market alley to witness such extraordinary talents. The lamb must be chosen from the tenderloin, only then will it be delicious. "Unfortunately, the meat you selected, boss, I sent the best, but it'll suffice. First, we must cleanse the lamb," he explained, proceeding to cut it into 2 centimeter cubes. As he skillfully handled the meat, he elaborated, "This step showcases one's knife skills. We need to pierce the lamb with the tip of the knife to allow heat to penetrate quickly, ensuring the exterior doesn't tear while the interior remains raw. In the third step, blend the sweet bean sauce, light soy sauce, then cumin powder to create a marinade, allowing the lamb to rapidly absorb the flavors." With Li Yun's nimble movements, more than 10 skewers of lamb were soon placed upon the barbecue grill. Before long, the enticing aroma of the grilled meat mingled with the spices, wafting through the air and capturing the attention of passers-by. "How delightful! What is that? Grilled meat. My heavens, I have never encountered such a fragrant barbecue before. Boss, 1 skewer for me. I want 5 skewers, please pack them for my wife." "Ah? Is it not my turn yet? Yet, I can hardly contain myself, my mouth is watering profusely. Why does the lamb skewer smell so divine?" Hu Xiaomeng sniffed delicately but felt it was too impolite, quickly stifling her actions. However, the alluring scent of the skewers in Li Yun's hands was irresistible. prompting her to lean in closer with her adorable little nose, her small bottom leaving the chair several times before she forced herself to remain seated. Yet, upon witnessing the crowd gathering, she grew anxious about the possibility of her skewer being snatched away. Then at last, she abandoned her seat, scampering over to Lian's side, her big watery eyes eagerly observing him as he grilled the meat. "Woo, big brother, is it ready?" Hu Xiaomeng said pitifully from the side. "I simply cannot resist wanting to taste your grilled meat." Lian's lips twitched. This little girl's cuteness was truly disarming. "It will be ready soon. I promise to give you some," he replied, only to realize how mischievous that sounded. "Ahem, my apologies." Hu Gu swallowed hard, raising his voice to shout, "Brother. Grill me 10 skewers as well." "Damn, had I known your barbecue was this delicious, I would have asked you to grill it for me sooner." Leon smiled faintly, about to respond when a familiar voice echoed from a distance. "Damn. What is that incredible aroma? Fidge, that kid is working here, he is an orphan. All alone in the world." Lian's classmate, Zhong Dong, approached with 2 young men sporting bleached hair, brandishing wooden sticks, arrogantly pushing through the crowd. Hu Gu was taken aback. What is going on? Hu Xiaoming blinked her eyes cutely at Zhong Dong, then curiously glanced at Li Yun, as if she had begun to comprehend something. Could it be that this peculiar individual before her harbored a grudge and was prepared to settle past scores today? In an instant, Hu Xiaomeng's mind raced through numerous tales of legend, such as the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, the Sword from the West, or the Duel of Huashong. Not to mention tales of midnight travels and masterful empty-handed feats. She had heard many stories of the martial world, but this was her first time witnessing such a scene. Thus, Hu Xiaomeng's cheeks flushed with excitement, her little fists clenched tightly, eagerly anticipating Lian's display of prowess. "Kid." Zhong Dong, flanked by the 2 blondes, approached Li Yun boldly, ready to speak, but Li Yun interjected coolly, "For the final step, Xiaomeng, watch closely." Disregarding Zhong Dong and Brother Fei who approached, Li Yun focused intently on the skewers of grilled meat in his hands, slowly turning them as he spoke. "Xiaomeng, when grilling meat, be cautious not to overcook it. Once it starts to sizzle with oil, sprinkle some chili powder, and when the meat turns a beautiful golden hue, that indicates it is perfectly cooked. At this point, we can add some cumin." With a confident smile curving his lips, Li Yun continued to sprinkle cumin evenly over the skewers. Instantly, an aroma even more enticing than before began to waft through the air, captivating the senses. The intensity of the scent was so overwhelming that Zhong Dong and the others momentarily forgot their purpose for being there. The 3 stood mesmerized, captivated by the sizzling sound of the meat and the mouth-watering fragrance that ignited their appetites, causing saliva to flow freely. "Xiaomeng, here you go." Li Yun offered a skewer to Hu Xiaomeng, its lamb meat glistening in a rich, savory glaze. Unable to resist, she eagerly took a bite. The lamb was crispy on the outside yet tender within, a perfect harmony of numbing spice, heat, and fresh flavor that delivered an explosive taste sensation. Her eyes squinted in delight as she involuntarily exclaimed, "This is so delicious, absolutely delightful. It's even better than what Grandpa Zhou makes. And surpasses the top-grade beef I had at the Weiner Hotel in Shanghai City." With her cherry-like lips taking another bite, her face radiated pure bliss as she continued. "In short, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. Amazing, big brother." Her oily little mouth and the sheer joy on her face caused those watching nearby to swallow hard, their gazes fixed hungrily on the skewers in Lian's hands. "You little rascal," Brother Fei remarked, his eyes filled with greedy desire and a hint of menace. "Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please choose option 1, give the skewers to Brother Fei and Zhong Dong first, reward skill, obsequiousness. Option 2, refuse them, reward skill, still like resilience, effect, enhances physical constitution. Beginner level. Option 3, teach them a lesson, reward, several universal experience points." Li Yun felt a surge of excitement, another choice event had arisen. He had come to understand that the term several indicated the system would reward him based on his performance. Universal experience points could be converted into any attribute, such as 100 points of experience for 10 points of strength, or 10,000 points of experience to upgrade a skill. This was undoubtedly a valuable opportunity, and Li Yun decided to prioritize this option. After all, still like resilience would only enhance his already modest constitution of just over 130. While the skill enhancement would not yield significant benefits. Teaching them a lesson. Li Yun's lips curled into a smirk. This was his forte. Do you want to eat? He asked as he handed over 3 skewers. The trio nodded eagerly, snatching the skewers with such fervor that Brother Hu, who attempted to intervene, was caught off guard. Damn it. Brother Hu grumbled in frustration. Li Yun shrugged, a mischievous smile on his face as he inquired, Zhongdong, our fate, is the grilled meat good? Delicious. Absolutely amazing. They chorused in agreement. Then can you tell me why you've come here? Fei Gu hesitated for a brief moment before candidly stating. I've heard from Zhongdong that you possess a sum of 100,000 yuan, and I thought I might borrow some money from you. Head, surely, my friend. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Understanding the situation, Li Yun smiled faintly, the glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. You may have the means to borrow. But I fear you might lack the means to spend it. What? The 3 individuals, engrossed in their barbecue, were momentarily taken aback. Li Yun, with a subtle smile, raised the skewer of meat in his hand and addressed the onlookers. As you can see, these 3 wish to rob me. Having seen me win a bet for 100,000 yuan. They are attempting to coerce me into surrendering my winnings. Tell me, can I simply acquiesce? What? Such people exist. Indeed, I've long found these 3 to be unsavory. Let's teach them a lesson. Fight. With their hair dyed a glaring yellow. It was evident they were no good. Amidst the fervor, Brother Hu, realizing the situation, rolled up his sleeves and approached with a menacing grin. I understand now. Young brother, if you wish for me to discipline these 3. Head, I'm on it. Brothers, let us move. Wait. Seeing Brother Hu's muscular arms adorned with tattoos, along with his fierce-looking entourage, Fei and Zhongdong turned pale with fear. You are Brother Hu. Fei, seasoned in the underworld, immediately recognized him. Indeed. I am Chen Dongsuan's Brother Hu. With a resounding slap on the back, Brother Hu made Fei feel as though his shoulder might dislocate, causing him to grimace in pain. Be Brother Hu, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Brother Hu inquired, casting a questioning glance at Li Yun, who shrugged and replied, apologies. But I prefer not to share my barbecue with those uninvited. Since you've dined, perhaps you should regurgitate it. Regurgitate. Zhongdong's face paled at the realization. And before he could react, Brother Hu delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, causing him to double over in agony. The recently consumed barbecue immediately expelled. Gah. The cleanliness-conscious Hu Xiameng quickly turned away, unwilling to witness the sorry state of the trio, her appetite for the delicious barbecue extinguished. That is right, expel it. I'll assist you. Brother Hu and his group ferociously surrounded the 3, beating them until they fled, bruised and weeping. After dealing with them, Li Yun remained true to his word and shared the barbecue with Brother Hu and his companions. As for the little girl, Hu Xiameng, she was too nauseated to continue eating. The proprietor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally relieved that he had appeased this gang of ruffians for the evening. Ding. The host has made a choice, earning 3,000 universal experience points. Li Yun felt a surge of joy. This was quite satisfactory. A quick calculation revealed that the 3,000 skill points could be exchanged for 150 points in strength and 150 points in constitution. However, as time progressed, the cost of universal skill points would rise, likely requiring 1,000 points for a single point in the future. Big brother. Hu Xiameng stood up, offering Li Yun a demure smile. I had a wonderful time today. If I find the opportunity, I shall come to visit you again. All right. Li Yun glanced at the 2 bodyguards in black who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, surmising they had been safeguarding Hu Xiameng all along. No wonder her family felt at ease with her outing. Hu Xiameng's demeanor is reminiscent of a young lady. Yet her actions are decidedly unconventional. Late at night, she frequents roadside stores, leaving her family at a loss for words to chastise her. Goodbye, big brother. She called out as she boarded a long black sedan, waving at Li Yun. Goodbye, Xiaomeng, he replied. After her departure, Li Yun glanced at the note she had discreetly passed him, which contained a phone number and an online chat ID. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such a young girl, hesitant to share her contact information in person, suggesting a rather strict upbringing. The following day at school, Li Yun and Li Feng entered the gates, instantly drawing the attention of countless peers. Is that Li Yun? Impressive. Full marks in both comprehensive science and English. How did he end up in the lower tier class? The mamas continued, speculating that he must have a weak subject, yet still acknowledging his remarkable abilities. He is quite handsome, far more so than Dai Yuankai from the experimental class. Indeed, he is rather charming, and his smile is so bright, I simply adore him. Li Yun remained composed, but upon hearing Dai Yuankai's name, he turned to Li Feng with a grin. Sister, if I recall correctly, I sent he pursuing you. Please. Don't mention that name. It's utterly bothersome, Li Feng replied with exasperation. I've already told him not to pursue me, and I have someone I like. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she turned her head away. Li Yun refrained from inquiring about her crush, knowing without needing to guess that she was referring to him. Dai Yuankai, ha? Li Yun mused, slightly nodding. If he has ever offended you, do not hesitate to come to me, I shall set him straight. Enough. Just go. Li Feng urged, giving him a gentle push as she hurried upstairs. Li Yun shook his head, deciding to set the matter aside for the moment. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with the curious gazes of his classmates. A somewhat frail boy suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, our prodigy has arrived." Although Li Yun was not particularly well liked in class, he did have 2 or 3 friends, one of whom was this slender boy. Monkey, are you at it again with your shouting? Li Yun approached, setting down his backpack and confidently remarking, I am not a genius yet, just wait until I achieve full marks in every subject, then you may call me a genius. This boy, known as Wang Holiong, was nicknamed Monkey due to his tall and lean stature, serving as the class's source of amusement. Are you serious? Full marks in every subject. Monkey exclaimed, drawing the attention of the entire classroom. Full marks. Ha, that is a laugh. How could one possibly score full marks in Chinese? That never happened in Jitse High School. Detractors scoffed at Li Yun, while some expressed astonishment, yet many remained skeptical, deeming such an achievement utterly unattainable. Li Yun merely smiled, choosing not to engage in further debate. Wang Holiong, understanding the unlikelihood of the claim, shifted the topic with excitement. Li Yun, we have physical education class this afternoon, it will be quite the visual treat. Li Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing that Wang Holiong's idea of a visual treat was merely to gaze at the pretty girls. The physical education class of class 14 coincided perfectly with that of the experimental class, which was populated by numerous brilliant and strikingly beautiful girls. With the presence of Li Feng and Fang Xue, Wang Holiong found himself irresistibly drawn to the enchanting figures of these ladies during every session. Ahem. Li Yun casually remarked. Monkey, you haven't forgotten that Li Feng is my sister, have you? Of course not, my dear brother-in-law. Wang Holiong replied with a grin. Get lost, retorted Li Yun. Damn. Li Yun, you've become utterly smitten. Just yesterday, I saw you exchanging glances with the stunning Fang Xue. You must have something going on with her. Why not introduce me to a beauty as well? Keep dreaming. As the playful banter continued, time swiftly passed. During the afternoon PE class, Wang Holiong and several boys shamelessly lingered around Li Yun, hoping that, despite Fang Xue being his girlfriend, they could persuade her to introduce them to some beautiful friends, thus escaping their single status. Upon arriving at the playground, Li Yun awaited the class, and soon, Fang Xue and Li Feng approached hand in hand. Upon spotting him, Fang Xue's lovely eyes sparkled, and she quickened her pace to reach Li Yun. Sister Fang Xue, Li Yun greeted them, sensing that their relationship had grown warmer. Unlike the previous PE classes where he had never seen the two walk side by side. Li Yun, shall we play badminton together later? Fang Xue asked, her beautiful face adorned with a slightly bashful smile captivating the attention of Wang Holiong and his friends, who had never witnessed this warm, approachable side of the once aloof school beauty. Wow. Wang Holiong muttered, this guy claims to have nothing going on with Fang Xue, but it's plainly absurd. Anyone could see she is interested in him. When a school beauty invites you to play, who could resist? Li Yun smiled, about to accept her invitation, when a domineering voice boomed from a distance, what nonsense, badminton. The atmosphere shifted as everyone's expression changed. Lu Shon. Wang Holiong clenched his teeth as he spoke the name. Lu Shun was the tyrant of the playground, notorious for his penchant for bullying others during games, using his superior skills and physical prowess to reduce opponents to tears. Over the past 3 years, Huang Holiang and his friends had endured countless humiliations at his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Shun swaggered over with a group of tall, muscular boys, all clad in sportswear, brandishing basketballs and footballs, exuding arrogance as they approached Li Yun. Humph. Lu Shun disdainfully glanced at Li Yun. Kid, badminton is a girl's game. Are you brave enough to challenge me to a game of basketball? One-on-one, let us see what you've got. Just as Li Yun was about to respond, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the PE teacher called for assembly. Sorry, I need to warm up, no time for you. Damn. Lu Shun cursed angrily, pointing a finger at Li Yun. Are you scared to race against me? Just 1,000 meters. His usual fiery temper was suppressed, but during PE class, it became his outlet. He felt restless if he didn't bully someone at every session. Ding. An event option has been triggered. Please make a selection. Option 1, accept Lu Shun's challenge, reward 50 points in agility, note an additional 50 points reward upon victory. Option 2, ignore him, reward none. Choose 3, refuse and vehemently criticize Lu Shun, reward a random gift. Li Yun was somewhat astonished. Could the reward come in 2 segments? Accepting the challenge would yield 1 reward, and defeating the opponent would bestow yet another. How could one possibly decline such a fortunate opportunity? Internally elated, Li Yun maintained a calm smile, resolving, if you seek torment, then I shall oblige. Ding. The host has made a choice. A portion of the reward, 50 agility, has been credited. Agility affects physical flexibility and reflexive speed. Previously, Li Yun had acquired 3,000 experience points, allocating 200 points to constitution and strength, leaving 1,000 experience points. Now, he added half of that to agility. Host, Li Yun. Constitution, 330 points. Strength, 350 points. Spirit, 80. Wisdom, 70 points. Agility, 150 points. Charm, 25. Universal experience points, 500. Skills, basic fist technique, basic inch punch. Items, none. Ordinary individuals possess attributes fluctuating around 50. Yet Li Yun could now rival provincial-level athletes, boasting a more comprehensive array of attributes with enhancements in strength, constitution, and agility. Damn it. Lu Shun glared fiercely at Li Yun, a single word escaping his clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Overwhelmed by rage, Lu Shun regained his composure, darkening his expression as he approached the physical education teacher, demanding that both classes gather for warm-up exercises, which entailed running 4 laps around the track. Upon learning of the conflict between the two, the students from class 14 and the experimental class burst with speculation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Who do you think will win? Isn't that obvious? Lu Shun has dominated JK High School for 3 years. Do you think he is a fool? This Li Yun is simply courting death. It's one thing to be academically inclined, but to challenge Lu Shun in sports. Lu Shun can run a kilometer in under 3 minutes, in nearly a full minute short of the perfect score. How can he compete with that? Wait. Are we really going to run with him? We might end up being lapped twice. The full score for the physical education exams kilometer run is 3 minutes and 40 seconds, then upon entering high school. The benchmark had risen to approximately 3 minutes and 50 seconds. In terms of flexibility, elementary and middle school students are typically at their peak, while high school and university students tend to decline sharply. Among the students from both classes, aside from a few who were friendly with Li Yun, the rest held little faith in his chances. An ordinary student challenging the school's tyrant was akin to seeking death. Humph. After completing his warm-up, Lu Shun cast a scornful glance at Li Yun, who stood motionless, and coldly sneered, "What are you pretending for? You'll have your moment to weep soon enough." The crowd shook their heads, comparing Lu Shun's muscular physique to Li Yun's slender frame, and noting that Li Yun hadn't even donned specialized sportswear, merely a standard shirt and trousers complemented by ill-fitting sneakers, made the notion of defeating Lu Shun seem utterly ludicrous. Go for it. Fang Xue raised her small fist high, cheerfully waving at Li Yun from her class, radiating an adorable charm devoid of any aloofness. Li Feng remained silent. Their gazes meeting, each understanding the unspoken sentiments of the other. Ready? The physical education teacher issued the command. Lucian crouched down, adopting a standard starting position. With his strong heels firmly pressed against the ground like nails. He resembled an aerodrone taut poised for a swift launch. In stark contrast, Li Yun remained stationary. Exhibiting no semblance of a professional starting stance, akin to an ordinary person. The crowd gasped, while the start of a 1,000-meter race may seem trivial for the average contender. For professionals, every second is fiercely contested. Was Li Yun truly contemplating surrender? Run? In the blink of an eye, a slender figure surged ahead, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. It was only after several meters that Lucian's robust form began to follow. What? It dawned on the crowd that Li Yun, against all expectations, was the first to take off. What a promising talent. The physical education teacher mused silently, recognizing that Li Yun's rapid reflexes could rival those of national-level athletes. This kid, Lucian, trailing closely behind Li Yun, was taken aback by his unexpected agility. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself to regain lost ground. Gradually, however, Lucian was struck by an astonishing realization that he was falling further behind Li Yun. No matter how hard he tried, the distance between them only widened. Ordinary classmates, left far behind, gazed in astonishment at Li Yun's wind-like speed, their mouths agape. Good heavens! Li Yun was leaving Lucian in the dust. Oh, how impressive! Li Yun is so cool. Sobbed, he ran so fast, he is my boyfriend. No, he is my boyfriend. I've won. After completing 4 laps, Li Yun crossed the finish line fast, while Lucian, his face darkened, crossed nearly half a minute later. As for the ordinary classmates, they trailed behind by almost 2 laps, panting heavily as they looked at Li Yun with admiration. He runs remarkably fast. The time was around 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The physical education teacher scratched his head in uncertainty. What he initially perceived as mere rivalry among ordinary students turned out to be Li Yun's extraordinary speed. Sufficient for provincial team selection and a shot at national competitions, bringing glory to the country. With this thought, the teacher's gaze towards Li Yun grew fervent. Li Yun, you are truly impressive. Fang Xue jogged over to Li Yun, her well-developed figure capturing his attention. As she approached, a light sheen of perspiration glistened on her delicate nose. And her cherry-red lips parted slightly as she caught her breath, exuding an alluring charm. Tired? Li Yun couldn't help but reach out, gently brushing his fingers across her nose. His fingertips slick with her fragrant sweat. Fang Xue flushed, embarrassed by his intimate gesture, and lowered her head, murmuring, "Not tired, I didn't run all out, hee." Upon hearing her playful laughter, Li Yun realized that the seemingly aloof school beauty was, in fact, the woman spirited in the company of friends. Tired? Li Feng approached, mimicking Li Yun's earlier gesture, lightly tapping his nose, the implication unmistakable to she was envious. Ahem. Li Yun turned to look at Lucian. A subtle smile gracing his lips, "It seems I have triumphed." Upon crossing the finish line fast, the system rewarded him with an additional 50 agility points, a delightful boost. Classmate. Are you Li Yun? The physical education teacher exclaimed with enthusiasm as he approached. Would you be interested in participating in professional competitions such as the 1,000 meter race? Or perhaps the 100 or 400 meters? The crowd gasped. Could it be that the teacher envisioned Li Yun as a potential professional athlete? Indeed, the teacher elaborated. If you desire, I could recommend you for a trial at the sports bureau in Shanghai City. Given your performance today, I have no doubt that you could easily qualify as a provincial athlete. Provincial athlete? Extra points for college entrance exams? A classmate exclaimed in surprise. Li Yun smirked. He had already mastered all high school knowledge and was hardly swayed by the lure of a few extra points for being a provincial athlete. Moreover, his aspirations lay far beyond the realm of sports. Thank you for the invitation, but my interests lie elsewhere. I appreciate it, but I must decline. The physical education teacher displayed a look of regret and offered a few more words of encouragement, but upon seeing Li Yun's steadfastness, he relinquished the idea of recommending him. Hey, Lucian, having lost to Li Yun, do you have anything left to say? Wang Holiang remarked with a teasing grin, while the surrounding male classmates expressed their delight. Li Yun had provided them with a long-awaited outlet for the frustration they had endured for 3 years under Lu Shan's dominance on the court, leading many who previously held indifference towards him to alter their opinions. Curse you! Lu Shan clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Li Yun. This fellow not only outran him but had thoroughly embarrassed him, with 2 lovely ladies now surrounding him, even earning the admiration of the physical education teacher. How could Lu Shan endure this? Li Yun. Lu Shan enunciated each word with intensity. Do you dare to challenge me on the basketball court? Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please make your choice. Option 1, refuse Lu Shan's basketball challenge and receive a random gift. Option 2, accept the challenge and utterly defeat Lu Shan on the court, earning a random intermediate martial arts skill, 100 points in strength, agility, and constitution, along with several generic experience points and an increase of 15 in Fang Xue's favorability. Option 3, propose an alternative challenge, earning several generic experience points and a random gift. What the? Seeing the options presented by the system, Li Yun couldn't help but curse inwardly. The rewards were astonishing. Not only was there an intermediate martial arts skill, but also an incredible gain of 100 points each in strength, agility, and constitution, and even experience points. More importantly, it would increase Fang Xue's favorability. Li Yun cast a contemplative glance at the beautiful campus belle, realizing that she admired heroic figures. The more he shone, the more she would be drawn to him. How about it? Do you dare to join me on the basketball court? Lu Shan continued to provoke. What is there to fear? Li Yun responded with a mocking smile. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice, thrice, countless times. You. Lu Shan was so infuriated that his nose seemed askew. Ignoring the fact that the teacher had yet to dismiss them, he seized the basketball resting beside him and scoffed. It is well known that basketball inevitably involves some rough and tumble, even on a professional court. Li Yun, do you dare to accept this challenge? Employing a tactic of provocation, Lu Shan was acutely aware that Li Yun would not back down. Li Yun? Wang Holiang whispered nervously. This Lu Shan is notorious for his aggressive play. He once sent a boy to the hospital for a month after a collision. He escaped scot-free last time by claiming it was all prearranged. Now he aims to pull the same stunt again. I understand, do not worry. I shall return the favor in kind, Li Yun replied confidently. Hearing his words, Lu Shan let out a disdainful laugh, secretly plotting to be more ruthless in the encounter. Li Feng was exceedingly anxious, yet with Lian's resolve to compete, she could only bite her lip in acquiescence. Observing her brother's sturdy and powerful silhouette, she momentarily realized that he had matured into a formidable young man. Go for it, Li Yun. Fang Xue shouted exuberantly from the basketball court, cupping her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice. Wang Holiang watched with envy as Fang, once aloof and glamorous, had transformed into a clingy young girl since falling in love with Li Yun. It was enviable indeed that Li Yun had such a girlfriend. Of course, Fang Xue only displayed her feminine side in front of Li Yun. Before others, she maintained her previously cool demeanor, unchanged. Standing on the court, Li Yun faced Lu Shan directly, while over 100 students encircled the area, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. One-on-one showdown. Indeed, it's one-on-one. The first to score 10 points wins. You serve first. Lu Shan forcefully tossed the ball to Li Yun, the basketball slicing through the air with a thunderous crack, enough to intimidate anyone lacking strength. Yet Li Yun received it with ease, casually dribbling the ball. 10 points to decide the winner. That seems a tad insufficient. The spectators murmured. Humph, it's Lu Shan on the court, that is no surprise. What do you mean? Don't you understand? Lu Shan is a tyrant on the court, ruling with an iron fist. Come on, kid. Lu Shan grinned menacingly, clenching his fists and bumping them together. He crouched slightly, assuming a defensive posture reminiscent of a lion poised to pounce, instilling fear in those whom he had previously bullied. At that moment, Lu Shan exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, appearing utterly invincible. With arms outstretched, he resembled an eagle soaring through the sky, ready to strike its prey. How an impressive presence, Li Yun remarked with a calm smile, lifting the basketball and taking aim at the hoop. Unsure of his accuracy, he contemplated for a moment before allocating his final 500 experience points to agility, raising it to 250. Lian's actions left the crowd in astonishment. What? He intends to shoot from the half-court line. Impossible. It was already challenging to score from the three-point line, let alone from the half-court. This lad must surely be jesting. The onlookers, including Lu Shun, were incredulous that Li Yun would attempt such a feat. A half-court shot seemed utterly implausible. Under the astonished gazes of hundreds of classmates, Li Yun launched the basketball into the air, tracing a graceful arc before silently passing through the hoop, only making a sound upon landing on the ground. The arena fell into complete silence. After a prolonged moment, someone finally screamed, "Nothing but net." My goodness. It's a clean shot. The term nothing but net refers to a shot that, upon entering the basket, makes no contact with anything other than the net itself, including the rim or backboard. It is regarded as the most sublime method of scoring. Li Yun's shot was even more extraordinary, executed from half-court. And not only did it go in, but it was also the epitome of a perfect nothing but net shot. How could he achieve such a feat? I am utterly in awe of this master. Incredible. After a decade of playing, all I can do is applaud this genius. Fang Xue's eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance. She rarely attended basketball games as there was usually no one she wished to see. It was her first encounter with such basketball terminology. It seemed that Li Yun had accomplished the most remarkable scoring technique in basketball. How impressive. Her heart raced. Captivated by Li Yun's charisma, her gaze filled with admiration for his striking eyes. You, a great one. Lu Shun was nearly on the verge of exploding with frustration. He had prepared himself to crash into Li Yun, ready to leave him in the hospital for a week or two. Yet unexpectedly, this rascal had made an incredibly long shot, entirely avoiding close contact. This fellow must be too scared to confront me. No, I must seize the opportunity. Lu Shun glared at Li Yun, retrieved the basketball, and declared, "It's my turn to serve, and according to the one-on-one rules, there is no evading, you must intercept." Absolutely no problem. With his spirits lifted after scoring 3 points, Li Yun deliberately whistled, determined to utterly defeat Lu Shun on the court. All right, you've got guts. Lu Shun replied grimly, switching positions with Li Yun. Almost as soon as he reached the half-court line, he launched his attack with lightning speed. Bang! 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 The sound of the basketball echoed as Lu Shun charged towards Li Yun like a ferocious beast, showing no intention of dribbling. Instead using his powerful shoulder to crash into Li Yun. Here it comes. All who were familiar with Lu Shun's vicious tactics held their breath, eager to see how Li Yun would respond. Facing Lu Shun's aggressive approach, Li Yun sank his feet firmly into a stable stance, tightening every muscle in his body, summoning all his strength to brace for the impact. Previously, when Li Yun had engaged him with 200 points of strength, he had fallen slightly short. Wang Holiang stood in shock, his mouth agape, while Li Yun took a couple of steps back. Lu Shun, seemingly unable to control himself, retreated 4 steps. Gripping the basketball tightly, his body swaying and his face contorted in pain. Clearly, he had sustained considerable hidden injuries in the collision with Li Yun. Die! Lu Shun roared in fury, recklessly hurling the basketball at Li Yun with tremendous force. If an ordinary person was struck on the head by such a blow, they would either be dead or severely injured. Ha! Li Yun stood his ground, not flinching, and with a stance firmly rooted in place. He aimed a punch at the incoming basketball. With a resounding bang, the ball ricocheted back, only to be struck again by Lu Shun. The basketball soared back and forth in the air, captivating the onlookers in utter disbelief. Goodness, don't turn the basketball into a volleyball. I can't breathe. This is hilarious. 666, why are you all so skilled? I could do it too, my volleyball skills are fierce. Don't be foolish. Did you not see the speed of the basketball? If you tried, your hand would be shattered. As the ball flew back once more, Li Yun found it rather tedious. He casually caught it, turned without a glance, and tossed it towards the hoop. With a clang, the basketball swished through the net. Such an act of shooting without even looking at the basket elicited nothing but awe from the crowd, leaving them speechless. Why just one word? Because it was so incredible that it left them all dumbfounded. The basket scored, adding 2 points to his tally. Li Yun smiled faintly. I now have a total of 5 points, Lu Shun. If you don't put in some effort, I shall win in no time. Win. Enraged and humiliated, Lu Shun charged at Li Yun. Yet, having lost his composure, he was no match for him. With a swift strike, Li Yun's punch landed on Lu Shun's right cheek, followed by another to his left. Moments later, Lu Shun lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and groaning. The once feared bully of Jitse High School was completely subdued by Li Yan's prowess. Ding. Host has made a choice. Rewards, intermediate martial arts, snake step, 100 points in strength, 100 points in agility, 100 points in constitution, 5,000 universal experience points, 15 points in Fang Xue's favorability, have been granted. What a delight! Not only had he vanquished the school bully, but he had also received rewards. Such a fortuitous turn of events was exhilarating. Li Yun stretched his limbs. The sound of cracking bones echoed through his body. His three attributes were advancing towards the significant threshold of 500, though his mental and wisdom stats lagged slightly, which he planned to rectify with experience points later. Had he won? Gazing at the groaning Lu Shun on the ground, the crowd found it hard to believe. It took a moment before they erupted in cheers, rushing to celebrate around Li Yun. Long live Li Yun. No, call him Brotherly. Alright, Brotherly is amazing. Brotherly is majestic, unifying the world for eternity. In their excitement, not one person thought to assist Lu Shun in finding the school nurse. A testament to his poor reputation among his peers. Fang Xue gazed at Li Yun, who was being celebrated like a star, momentarily entranced. As for Li Feng, she exhaled in relief, a genuine smile gracing her beautiful face as she said, "Brother, you are incredible." That evening, within a private hospital in Longyang County. Shana. Who did this to you? Instructing him to sever his tendons and ligaments, to render him unable to survive in Longyang County. Lu Shan's father. The esteemed head of the Lu Family Martial Arts School and a practitioner in the initial stage of body refinement, Lu Tianba, harbored a shadow of malice in his eyes. In his youth, he had ventured far and wide, once a formidable ancient martial arts master at the later stage of body refinement. A further breakthrough would have allowed him to cultivate true energy within, ascending to the ranks of postnatal practitioners. Alas, due to a fierce conflict with adversaries, he sustained hidden injuries that diminished his prowess to the initial stage of body refinement, thwarting any hopes of advancing to the postnatal realm, forcing him to return to Longyang County and establish a martial arts school. Lu Shun was born when his father was 35, thus receiving special affection. Upon learning of his son's injury, Lu Tianba hastily rushed to the hospital. The moment he laid eyes on his son, his fury nearly erupted. Lu Shan's face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, his teeth loose, dark circles under his eyes, and bandages wrapped around his legs, truly a pitiful sight. The Lu Family Martial Arts School consistently hosted over 100 disciples, with graduates spread throughout Longyang County, leaving no corner untouched by their influence. With the Lu family's formidable reputation, how dare anyone provoke them? Further, Lu Shun weakly reported it was someone named Li Yun. Li Yun? Lu Tianba furrowed his brows, meticulously recalling the various powerful families in Longyang County, finding none with the family that would dare oppose him. Who is he? He is a student from class 14 at Jitse High School. Lu Shun hesitated, from a humble background, orphaned, and has no ties to the world of ancient martial arts. Lu Tianba's gaze turned icy. His son was attacked by an orphan commoner who had never practiced ancient martial arts. Foolish child. I instructed you to focus on martial training and not to roam aimlessly. Look at the state you are in now. Lu Shun shrank back. His face flushed with shame under his father's reprimand. You truly infuriate me. After venting his frustration, Lu Tianba's paternal instincts resurfaced, his tone cool yet protective. Do not concern yourself with what follows, I shall have someone deal with him. Father, could there be repercussions? What repercussions could there be? A mere commoner, if he were to vanish without a trace, no one would investigate. After bidding farewell to Fang Xue, Li Yun and Li Feng made their way to the market, intending to procure some groceries before returning home. Along the way, Li Yun reflected on his recent gains. The intermediate martial skill, snake step, mimicking the movements of a serpent, would enhance his agility in combat, significantly reducing the likelihood of being targeted in a brawl, a truly superlative skill for group confrontations. Of course, against a singular foe. The slippery finesse of the snake step would also greatly augment his combat effectiveness. As for the 5,000 experience points, Li Yun opted to allocate 2,000 points to wisdom and spirit. Wisdom pertained to the acuity of memory and intuition, while spirit was intrinsically linked to one's vitality and morale. Upon elevating his spirit to 200, Li Yun felt an immediate surge of clarity, invigorating him to the point of readiness for another bout without the need for rest. Host Li Yun. Physique 460 points. Strength 450 points. Spirit 200. Wisdom 200 points. Agility 250 points. Charm 25 general experience points, 32 11 skills, basic fist fighting, basic short punch. Intermediate serpent steps, master level culinary arts. Items owned and none. Gazing at his attributes, Li Yun felt as though he were a true quintessence of a warrior. Possessing well-rounded capabilities with no discernible weaknesses, truly formidable. Who would dare provoke him? Li Yun would make them unrecognizable to their own mothers. From the moment we enter this world, the love of our mothers nurtures our growth. As we gradually mature, the affection of our teachers imparts knowledge to us. Li Yun and Li Feng arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market where they heard a melodious voice singing ahead. The clear and delightful tones resonated through the modest market, invigorating the spirits of the passers-by despite the absence of musical accompaniment. How beautiful! Li Feng exclaimed. I sent you that love in my life by Lu Xianxian. I've heard it many times, and this person sings remarkably like the original. Perhaps it is the original artist. Li Yun jested. How could Lu Xianxian possibly be here? Li Feng was correct, having debuted as a child star. Lu Xianxian was only 18 yet already shone brightly in the realms of film and music, garnering international acclaim and titles of Best Actress and Best Singer. With her fame, it was inconceivable that she would appear in such a humble locale. Li Yun peered ahead into the crowd and spotted a tall, slender girl clad in a denim shirt and jeans. Her figure was undeniably alluring, akin to that of a model. However, those who gazed upon her face were met with disappointment. The girl had caked on thick foundation, obscuring her true appearance, leading onlookers to speculate that her looks were perhaps lacking, prompting her to conceal them. Nevertheless, even without a clear view of her face, her physique and enchanting voice offered an exquisite delight. He hid, brother, let us go take a look. Li Feng grasped Li Yun's hand, and the two squeezed into the crowd to listen closely to the melodious girl. Let us hold hands and fill our lives with love. As the song concluded, many satisfied listeners offered their donations, 1, 2, 5, 10 yuan, and so forth. Li Yun observed in front of the girl, where a metal box and a wooden board were placed. The board bore some writing, which conveyed that she had traveled to Longyang County and encountered a child from a poor family, wishing to assist him, thus. She chose to perform at the market entrance and earnestly requested the audience to contribute some funds. Not bad, Li Yun nodded. In truth, the girl could easily inspire generous donations solely through her singing. The message on the board was likely sincere. Li Feng produced a 10-yuan note and dropped it into the box. In the past, she would have only given 1 or 2 yuan. But now that Li Yun had earned money, she could afford to be more generous. Li Yun also took out a 10-yuan note, poised to contribute. Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please choose option 1, donate 100 yuan, reward charm 3. Option 2, donate 1000 yuan, reward charm 5. Lu Xianxian's favorability 10. Option 3, to assist Lu Xianxian in her performance, reward advanced singing ability, traditional reward song traversing the rivers and lakes, Lu Xianxian's favorability several. Charm 10, justice value 30. What? Li Yun was taken aback, his eyes widening as he gazed upon the girl before him, whose figure resembled that of a model. Yet her face was adorned with makeup. Could she truly be Lu Xianxian? The remarkably statuesque young woman inquired with a melodious voice, do you wish to offer your kindness? Suppressing his astonishment, Li Yun resolutely opted for the third choice, although he was uncertain of the utility of justice points. The allure of receiving advanced singing capabilities alongside an original song was simply irresistible. Ding. The host has made a choice, rewards, advanced singing ability. Song traversing the Jianghu have been granted. Taking a deep breath, Li Yun exchanged a reassuring glance with Li Feng before confidently stepping forward. He approached the girl, Lu Xianxian, and offered her a gentle smile. Ah! The girl looked astonished, her beautifully shaped lips parting slightly. Could it be that he had discerned her true identity? The concealed film crew was on edge. This excursion for Lu Senxian, on one hand, aimed to seek inspiration for her songs, while on the other, she intended to film a documentary focused on aiding children in their educational pursuits. Longyang County was their first destination. If they were to falter here and reveal Lu Senxian's whereabouts, their entire plan would be utterly thwarted. Fortunately, Li Yun had no intentions of exposing Lu Senxian. Greetings. He nodded at her, then turned to address the gathered crowd, proclaiming, "Dear uncles and aunts, grandfathers and grandmothers, my name is Li Yun, and I am a student from Jiche High School." Pausing to allow them to absorb his words, he continued, "I often come here to purchase vegetables. Yet I never anticipated encountering someone performing at this market to raise funds for a less fortunate child's education." Li Yun reiterated Lu Senxian's sentiments, expressing his deep emotion, and concluded, "As a child hailing from a humble background, I understand profoundly how significant money is for those unable to attend school." Lu Senxian cast a curious glance his way. By his attire, he certainly did not appear to belong to a wealthy family. Was he stepping forward to share his own story in hopes of moving others to contribute more? Upon contemplating this, Lu Senxian's face brightened with a joyful smile. Indeed, there are many good-hearted individuals in the world. How fortunate she was to encounter such an intriguing person on the very first stop of her journey. However, Li Yun's next action left the illustrious star, the recipient of the prestigious Grammy Award, utterly astonished. Thus, "I have resolved to extend my modest assistance to this young lady and perform an original song right here." An original song? Lu Senxian froze. While she could compose a song in mere minutes, the prospect of creating one in a bustling street, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, filled her with uncertainty regarding the quality of her creation. Could this boy from a small county truly craft a commendable song? The crowd grew increasingly intrigued upon hearing that someone would compose a song on the spot, resulting in a jam-packed scene at the market entrance, drawing even more shoppers away from their purchases. "Miss, do you agree with my approach?" "Of course, please do." Lu Senxian suddenly found herself brimming with curiosity about this boy. Her peer, who was he truly? Li Yun smiled gently and performed an ancient gesture of respect, addressing the crowd with a clear voice. "I have studied some martial arts. Please allow me to demonstrate my skills while presenting this song, Wandering the Rivers and Lakes." The phrase "Wandering the Rivers and Lakes" left Lu Senxian momentarily stunned, as she found herself completely unable to fathom Li Yun's intentions. It seemed entirely unrelated to the matter of donating to children in need. The onlookers widened their eyes, eager to see how Li Yun would perform. Taking a deep breath, Li Yun slowly assumed a horse stance, his movements gentle, reminiscent of Tai Chi yet. In the next instant, his palms struck swiftly, creating a flurry of motion that left the crowd unable to keep pace with his technique. Li Yun's martial arts were not particularly profound, he simply combined basic boxing techniques with inch punches and snake-like footwork. Simultaneously, he sang in a bold and resonant voice, "Riding through the rivers and lakes, I roam freely in this life. A hero does not bow to beauty. His spirit soars higher than the heavens. With a proud and unyielding heart, forged by the heavens and the earth, my sword sweeps away demons, striking awe into gods and ghosts, for a true man walks the path of chivalry." Li Yun's powerful voice echoed throughout the street, stirring the bustling marketplace. Many vendors, captivated by the stirring melody, abandoned their stalls and rushed out to listen. The song was melodious and uplifting, and combined with Li Yun's agile form and the fierce energy of his strikes, it left an indelible impression on everyone present. When Li Yun's performance concluded, the crowd, numbering in the hundreds, fell into an astonished silence. After a prolonged pause, a burly butcher bellowed, "Well sung. And your martial skills are commendable. A true man should uphold justice, it is worthwhile to traverse this world." Indeed, an elderly man, his weathered face bearing the marks of time, remarked, "In my youth, I roamed East Wall Street wielding a watermelon knife from north to south, and back again. Hearing your song has stirred deep nostalgia within me." Only then did the crowd snap back to reality, erupting into applause and cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere. "Wow, you are incredible, old man," someone exclaimed. "That was beautiful. I feel like I'm not delivering takeout, but rather nuclear missiles. Please, can I hear it again?" Another voice cried. "I'm fired up. Bring me a sword. I could fight for another 500 years. The enthusiastic cheers were directed toward the young man in the spotlight. The song Wandering the Rivers and Lakes ignited a fervor in the hearts of the listeners, inspiring them to emulate the ancient heroes who roamed the world with swords, pursuing justice and vengeance. Lu Xianxian's emotions surged, and she remained in a state of exhilaration for some time before clapping her hands joyfully and calling out to Li Yun, "Understand now." "What do you understand?" Li Yun asked, slightly out of breath from singing while performing martial arts, a task more exhausting than battling an opponent. "I understand the purpose of your song." Lu Xianxian grasped Li Yan's hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You sing this song to encourage everyone to act like the ancient heroes. To be generous and help impoverished children attend school, right?" Li Yun smiled and nodded, having also just realized the system's intent. The concept of aiding those in need, akin to the ancient chivalric ideals, resonated deeply. Li Yun elucidated, in our contemporary times, while we may not encounter as many injustices, it does not preclude us from embodying the spirit of chivalry, aiding the vulnerable, and rescuing those ensnared in suffering. We too can be paragons of virtue. For instance, you. Mississippi Li Yun gazed at Lu Xianxian with admiration, noting how she performed on the streets for the sake of her child's education, which, in his eyes, was no less noble than the deeds of ancient heroes. She too was saving the weak. "Ah." Lu Xianxian was taken aback, stammering, "Am I a heroine of ancient times?" "Indeed." Li Yun affirmed with a nod. Lu Xianxian fixed her gaze upon him, suddenly enveloped in a sense of joy akin to finding a kindred spirit. Her purpose for this journey, aside from seeking inspiration for her songs, was primarily to document her experiences and raise awareness for charitable endeavors. When Li Yun referred to her as an ancient heroine, she mused that, were it indeed ancient times, she would be traversing the world, championing the oppressed. He. How delightful. Imagining herself clad in a traditional gown, sword in hand, with her white attire billowing, Lu Xianxian stifled a giggle behind her small hand. Li Yun smiled faintly and turned to the gathered crowd, exclaiming, "Dear elders, uncles, and aunts, brothers and sisters, if circumstances permit, let us emulate the great heroes of old today. Generously open your hearts and assist these unfortunate children." Inspired by Li Yan's stirring performance of roaming the rivers and lakes, the crowd, ignited with a sense of heroism, legally contributed. "I'll donate 500. After all, what is the harm in helping the children after a few days of hard work?" bellowed the pork vendor. "I'll give 700. I'll contribute 350. As a student, I only have 20 left for this week, but I'll donate that as well. I've decided, for tonight and tomorrow, I'll eat vegetables and donate my meal money." Before long, the iron box before Lu Xianxian overflowed with coins of varying denominations. As the enthusiastic donations from 300 or 400 people amounted to at least 20 or 30,000, they had undoubtedly surpassed their goal. Lu Xianxian beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Everyone is so compassionate. Thus, I shall donate tenfold, to ensuring the children have enough for university. Thank you all." The hidden film crew applauded excitedly among themselves. The outcome of this performance could only be described as explosive. They could already envision the astonished reactions of viewers when this would be transformed into a documentary, revealing Lu Xianxian's true identity. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards: Lu Xianxian's favorability 68, charm 11, justice value 30, have been issued. Li Yun comfortably squinted, wondering if the justice value would make him appear notably righteous. How gratifying. "Oh, I must take my leave," Lu Xianxian expressed with a hint of regret. Then lowered her head shyly like a lovesick maiden, murmuring, "May I have your contact information?" Of course, Li Yun readily agreed, exchanging contact details. When he paused to write her name in his phone, he glanced at the graceful young woman before him. "My surname is Lu." Lu Xianxian playfully winked at him, suddenly curious about what expression Li Yun would wear if he were to discover her true identity as the illustrious Lu Xianxian, the star. After she departed, Li Feng approached quietly, playfully pinching Li Yan's waist. "Humph. Always showing off in front of girls," she exclaimed, her voice laced with jealousy, casting a charming eye roll at him. "But considering your chivalrous deeds, that I shall let it slide this time." "Ahem, what if I told you her name is Lu Xianxian?" "Brother, are you feverish?" "I speak the truth." "Sure, I believe you." Ultimately, Li Yun could not convince Li Feng that the girl was indeed Lu Xianxian. Nevertheless, Lu Xianxian harbored a favorability rating of 68 towards him. It seemed likely that their paths would cross again in the future. At 7 p.m., Liyun rode his bicycle to the food stall, noticing something unusual from a distance. A black, evidently modified sedan was parked at the entrance, while 4 sharp-eyed, competent-looking men stood vigil near the door. Upon seeing Liyun approach, they all turned to face him in unison. What is happening? Who's your man? Liyun doubted that the imposing presence belonged to Hugu or Fegu from the night before. The only plausible explanation was that of a distinguished young lady. After securing his bicycle, Liyun approached with calm composure, and indeed, he spotted Hu Xiaomeng sitting inside the stall. "Ah, big brother!" Hu Xiaomeng exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes lighting up as she stood and trotted over. She joyfully clung to Liyun's arm and beseeched, "Big brother, you finally arrived. I haven't had dinner yet and was hoping to enjoy the dishes you prepared." Her voice was sweet and melodious, perfectly capturing the adorable demeanor of a girl in playful earnestness, making it difficult to refuse her. Clearing his throat, Liyun felt a tad embarrassed as she embraced him tightly. Although still youthful, Hu Xiaomeng was beginning to blossom, her soft form exuding the fresh fragrance of a young girl. "Humph." An elderly man who had been seated across from Hu Xiaomeng huffed disapprovingly, clearly displeased with the closeness between her and the young boy. "Who might this be?" Liyun inquired, glancing at the elder. With white hair and a youthful face, the old man possessed a piercing gaze that commanded respect, leaving the stall owner and his wife hesitant to meet his eyes. This elderly gentleman had frequently appeared on television during significant conferences. To his astonishment, he was now present in person, dining at their humble food stall. "This is my grandfather." Hu Xiaomeng beamed, then pointed to a man in his 50s, adorned with a chef's hat. "And this is my family's chef, Grandpa Xue." "A chef?" Liyun regarded Chef Xue with curiosity. "Hu Xiaomeng, what is this? You brought your family's chef along?" Chef Xue, too, regarded Liyun with an unusual expression. After the young lady returned to the sanatorium last night, she clamored for a midnight snack, claiming that the delicious food she had while out was insufficient. To my dismay, the delectable desserts I prepared were deemed inferior to the barbecued meat she enjoyed at the food store. This was enough to infuriate Chef Xue. He is a distinguished chef who has prepared banquets for heads of state and esteemed guests in the capital just a few years ago. Proficient in the 8 major cuisines of the country. It is utterly perplexing that Hu Xiaomeng would claim his skills pale in comparison to the barbecued meat from a roadside eatery. What exactly is a roadside eatery? Zhou Channing, previously unaware of such establishments, had always worked in 5-star hotels since his teenage years, earning an astonishing salary, and had never dined in such places. It wasn't until tonight, upon witnessing it firsthand, that he finally understood a roadside eatery is essentially a roadside diner. A cook from such a place, or rather, a mere dishwasher, could hardly possess exceptional culinary skills. It must be a phase of youthful rebellion that led his daughter to declare that his dishes are inferior to those of a mere assistant. A wave of paternal affection surged within Zhou Channing, recalling how his own daughter had once exhibited similar rebelliousness. "Good evening," said Liyun, sensing that the two individuals before him were not here for pleasant discourse, likely due to trouble instigated by Hu Xiaomeng. The opposition's demeanor was far from cordial, and Liyun felt no obligation to appease them. Age does not grant one the right to arrogance. "Humph." Indeed, Liyun's indifference provoked discontent in the elder who spoke up. "So you are Liyun?" "Indeed," Liyun replied calmly. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "I am Hu Wei, the grandfather of Hu Xiaomeng." Hu Wei. The name struck Liyun momentarily speechless. He realized that Hu Xiaomeng's grandfather was once a prominent military figure in the Huangshan nation, commanding the fates of millions as a general. Due to the connotation of his name, Hu Wei was affectionately nicknamed Fox Riding Tiger's Might, but that was in the past. After showcasing his decisive methods and approach to governance, the people bestowed upon him a new moniker, General Tiger Might. "Greetings, Elder Hu." Liyun's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Soldiers protect their homeland, and before him stood a venerable general worthy of such reverence. "Oh, young man, greetings to you." Hu Wei replied, his tone softening slightly, harboring quiet astonishment. He had deliberately constructed a formidable presence to observe this individual his granddaughter spoke of, a mere dishwasher on the street, yet possessing extraordinary culinary prowess. Liyun's demeanor defied Hu Wei's expectations. Prior to knowing his identity, he had maintained a balance of humility and assertiveness. remaining unperturbed in the face of authority. Now, upon learning of Hue's stature, he displayed genuine respect for the military identity of the man before him. A subtle smile graced Hue's lips as he began to take an interest in the youth. From his granddaughter's accounts, Li Yun was merely an ordinary boy washing dishes at a roadside eatery, yet he could conjure exquisite dishes. Such a stark contrast was indeed perplexing. Could it be that Hu Xiaomeng lacked the discernment to distinguish between delectable and mediocre cuisine? All right, enough pleasantries. Now that we are acquainted, Hu Xiaomeng urged, nudging Li Yun. Big brother, please go and prepare a meal for Xiaomeng, I am quite famished. As she spoke, she patted her small belly, adopting a comically pitiful expression, the sincerity of which was uncertain. Li Yun felt a headache coming on. He constantly sensed that this little girl, Hu Xiaomeng, was far more cunning than her innocent facade suggested. Simply put, she was quite shrewd, with an outwardly innocent demeanor and a cunning heart. The little girl intentionally adopts a cute and charming facade. Li Yun and Zhou Chuanrong stepped forward. Speaking in a serious tone, Xiaomeng has been eagerly anticipating your barbecue today, claiming that my culinary skills pale in comparison to yours. As a chef myself, I felt a twinge of rivalry and decided to accompany Xiaomeng to witness your grilling prowess firsthand. A culinary challenge. Li Yan's thoughts were interrupted as the system chimed in, reading, triggering event options. Please select option 1, accept Zhou Chuanrong's challenge, reward god-tier culinary skills, Xiaomeng's affection points, and 30 affection points from Hue. Option 2, decline and mock the opponent's skills, reward 30 evil points and 40 affection points from Xiaomeng and Hue. Option 3, ignore the opponent, reward a random gift. Curse it. Li Yun silently exclaimed, not out of a lack of composure, but rather because the notion of god-tier culinary skills was simply astounding. God-tier skills implied that Li Yun had reached the pinnacle of culinary mastery, a level where no one could surpass him. It was evident that Zhou Chuanrong's culinary abilities must be exceptional, otherwise the system would not be so generous. However, it was not surprising, considering Hu Lao's background. It was quite common for a top chef to assist him in maintaining his health post-retirement. As this thought crossed his mind, a smirk appeared on Li Yan's face. Just how would an extraordinary chef compare to a god-tier one? Very well, if Grandpa Zhou does not mind, please impart your wisdom, Li Yun humbly requested. Ding. The host has made a selection. Reward god-tier culinary skills has been granted. Li Yun felt a jolt of energy surge through him. With the knowledge of god-tier culinary skills, his understanding of cooking had transformed dramatically, akin to the difference between the heavens and the earth. He could effortlessly surpass his former self, who had once been a master chef. The distinction between god-tier and master-level skills was worlds apart. Please, Grandpa Zhou, you go ahead, Li Yun confidently declared, now feeling invincible in the culinary arena. Zhou Chuanrong's pupils narrowed. It seems you are confident in your victory. Very well. I shall begin with a humble offering to whet the appetites of Hu Lao and the young lady, lest we keep them waiting too long. Waiting too long? Li Yun smiled faintly. Though Zhou Chuanrong appeared amicable, his pride was palpable as he looked down on Li Yun, dismissing him as a rival. Ha! Allow me to teach you today what it means that there are always greater talents beyond ourselves. A spark of anticipation danced in Li Yan's eyes as a smile graced his lips. Bring my equipment, Zhou Chuanrong bellowed from outside the door. Two bodyguards promptly retrieved a box from the vehicle. Upon a brief glance, Li Yun noted a complete set of cooking tools and an array of spices, all meticulously prepared. The boss was taken aback by this display. Indeed, it was only a top-tier chef who would require such an extensive collection of seasonings. An ordinary chef would have muddled the flavors with such an abundance of ingredients, unable to master the balance. Only an experienced top chef would possess the resources and time to delve into such intricacies. Excellent. Zhou Chuanyong nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, Li Yun, should you wish to utilize my kitchenware or seasonings later, do not hesitate to let me know, lest you complain about being a skilled cook unable to work without ingredients. No need, please, Li Yun replied, shaking his head gently. Humph. Unappreciative. Zhou Chuanyong inwardly cursed, turning his attention to meticulously preparing the ingredients he had brought. In this modest eatery, he would use fire alone, everything else was beneath his standards. Firstly, the hygiene here was questionable. And Hu Lao might face adverse consequences if he dined on subpar food. Secondly, The ingredients from this small restaurant were of inferior quality compared to the imported lamb he had brought, sourced from natural pastures abroad. Selected through rigorous scientific methods, a mere fragment of this exquisite meat could outweigh the total cost of all the ingredients in this establishment. With his refined knife skills, impeccable ingredients, and the expertise of a national banquet chef, the exquisite dish that emerged from his efforts could scarcely be compared to anything a young cook from a roadside stall could produce. As the dish began to emit an enticing aroma, Zhou Chuanong's confidence soared. He felt as though he had transformed into a deity of the kitchen, conjuring an indescribably delightful creation. What is that fragrance? Passers-by were once again drawn to him, their eyes greedily fixed on the delectable masterpiece slowly taking shape in Zhou Chuanong's pot. As time progressed, the aroma intensified, surpassing even last night's grilled lamb skewers, reaching a level that was utterly astonishing and mouth-watering. My heavens! Who is this chef? He surpasses Li Yun from last night. I believe I have seen him in a culinary magazine. What was his name? The king of food? Zhou Chuanyong, the master chef. Astonished, the crowd began to search online, and indeed, they found his biography, complete with a photograph that matched the elderly man before them, who was diligently cooking. The legendary king of food held an esteemed position in the culinary world, having received accolades directly from leaders. His cooking methods had become the benchmark for domestic five-star hotels. Undeniably a master of his craft. My goodness, why is the king of food here? Wait, is he going to compete with Li Yun? This promises to be an exciting spectacle. Li Yun had showcased his culinary skills the previous night. Yet to contend against a seasoned master like the king of food seemed a daunting challenge to the onlookers. Furthermore, grilled lamb skewers were hardly a prestigious dish. The true taste of a chef lay in their mastery of staple foods, not in the offerings of a roadside stall. Antelope horns, complete. Zhou Chuanyong carefully plated his meticulously prepared dish, placing it before Hu Lao and Hu Xiaomeng, then cast a triumphant glance at Li Yun. Li Yun smiled faintly. The dish, antelope horns, radiated an alluring aroma, with the lamb a glorious golden hue, impeccably adorned with delicate spices. Hu Xiaomeng swallowed hard, her chopsticks instinctively reaching out, but then, as if recalling something, her movement froze, the chopsticks suspended in midair. Be big brother, Hu Xiaomeng said pitifully to Li Yun. Xiaomeng, I sense betraying you. She just wants to taste Grandpa Zhou's dish. Yes, that is it. I will surely say I prefer your grilled lamb skewers afterward. Li Yun, so you little girl think I can only grill lamb skewers? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Hu Xiaomeng was simply adorable. Food should not be discussed while eating, and conversation should be avoided during rest. Xiaomeng, how have I taught you? Hu Lao shot her a stern glance, and Xiaomeng promptly turned her head in obedience, sweetly saying, Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Then, seemingly sulking in defiance, Hu Xiaomeng huffed as she picked up a small piece with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth, biting down vigorously with her pearly teeth. Is it still Big Brother's cooking? Her movements froze as if she had savored some celestial delicacy. Her eyes suddenly sparkling with delight, she exclaimed, Wow, this is so delicious. Miss Gourmet, do indulge a bit more, Zhou Chuanyong said with a proud smile. This dish had showcased his culinary prowess to perfection. Any gourmet who tasted it would undoubtedly sing its praises, unable to find a single flaw. The dish, antelope horns, was flawless, leaving no room for improvement. Everyone, Zhou Chuanyong lifted another plate and turned to the crowd with a smile. There's more here for you to try. Me. I want to taste it. Hey, don't crowd. I must savor the dishes crafted by the king of cuisine. Oh my goodness, I've hit the jackpot tonight. To feast on the creations of the king of cuisine. The crowd eagerly rushed forward, and even the owner and his wife hesitated momentarily before tasting the antelope horns with their chopsticks. The lamb melted in their mouths, the exquisite flavors tantalizing their taste buds, delivering the most sublime experience. This is astonishingly delicious. The owner couldn't help but shed tears. After 20 years of cooking and living for 43, he had never tasted such exquisite fare. Each person present took a bite, their eyes widening as they succumbed to the perfection of the flavors. The bustling eatery was soon filled with praises for Zhou Chuanyong, the king of cuisine. Suddenly, a bright flame erupted, lighting up the room, and a frying pan could be seen tossing ingredients in midair, pieces of lamb rising and falling. In the next moment, like a dragon spitting pearls, the lamb landed perfectly onto the plate. Stir-fried lamb was complete. Li Yun smiled faintly, his hands never pausing as he continued preparing the second dish. What? The crowd finally comprehended. It was Li Yun cooking over a fierce flame, having just flipped the pan. Cooking over a fierce flame. How could that be? Zhou Channing was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since he had cooked with such intensity? For a top chef, fierce flames were entirely unnecessary. They could precisely control the heat, allowing warmth to permeate the food perfectly. Only long ago, during his bustling days in a star-rated hotel, had he employed fierce flames to hasten his cooking. Yet, the results had always fallen short in flavor, as fierce heat was notoriously difficult to manage. Oh my heavens! It truly is stir-fried lamb, with nothing but oil and salt, devoid of any seasoning. A gasp jolted Zhou Channing from his reverie. Upon closer inspection, Li Yun's plate contained only the lamb itself. Could it be that he only knew how to stir-fry lamb? Zhou Channing found it quite amusing. Reflecting on his own rashness in challenging Li Yun to a culinary duel, it felt utterly embarrassing. This young lad seemed to possess a commendable skill in grilling meat, which he had fortuitously provided to Hu Xiaomeng when she was famished, thus leading her to believe that his barbecue was the finest. When one is hungry, even a simple bowl of plain rice can taste exquisite. The third dish was completed. In less than 5 minutes, Li Yun had prepared 3 dishes and presented them before Hu Lao and his companion. Zhou Chanyong's expression darkened upon inspection. Stir-fried lamb, pork stir-fried with celery, and a tomato egg soup. What were these trifles? The onlookers were dumbfounded. Did they truly believe these commonplace dishes could rival the culinary prowess of the food king? Moreover, they were hastily prepared under high heat. Everyone exchanged glances. If one were to judge by the aroma wafting from the dishes, they indeed seemed palatable. However, comparing them to the meticulously crafted delicacies like antelope horn soup was sheer folly. How could everyday fare compare to the food king's creations? Was this not an act of self-deprecation? I shall give it a taste, Hu Lao declared, masking his skepticism as he picked up his chopsticks. Wait. We still lack the final staple. The staple. It was rice. With a beaming smile, Li Yun placed 2 bowls of rice before Hu Lao and Xiaomeng, gesturing for them to partake. The two were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a culinary competition? Why was rice being served? Moreover, this rice had undergone no special preparation. Merely scooped directly from the pot. Zhou Chanyong felt a twinge of unease. Li Yun remained unfazed, exhibiting no sign of nervousness or intent to concede. Yet, regardless of how he scrutinized, these 3 dishes appeared utterly unremarkable. Delightful, indeed, Hu Lao exclaimed after sampling a piece of the stir-fried lamb, his expression one of genuine appreciation. The crowd remained indifferent. All who had earlier praised Zhou Chanyong's antelope horn soup, likely out of a desire to spare Li Yun from an embarrassing defeat. Hu Xiaomeng nibbled on a piece of pork, pondering for a moment before articulating, strange, although Big Brother's dishes are not as delectable as last night's. Why do I feel hungrier? With that, she took a bite of rice, followed by a piece of lamb, and then another spoonful of soup. Hu Lao mirrored her actions, and the grandfather and granddaughter duo seemed too engrossed in their meal to critique the 3 dishes, finishing an entire bowl of rice in the process. Zhou Chanyong's pupils contracted as he realized that Old Wu had only taken 3 bites of his antelope horn soup, while he had devoured most of Li Yan's stir-fried lamb. Delicious! Hu Lao exclaimed after a hearty sip of soup, finally voicing his admiration. It has been ages since I've had such an appetite. These 3 simple dishes may not be exquisite, yet they awaken the appetite, especially paired with the fragrant rice, making it utterly irresistible. Young man, refill my bowl. Hu Lao, beaming with delight, extended his bowl, and Li Yun graciously complied, honoring the elderly. Why is it not full? Old Wu retorted, visibly irritated. Li Yun chuckled softly, advising the elder not to overindulge, as moderation aids digestion. For those of advanced years, 7/10 full is most beneficial. Umph. Who says I am old? Wu Lao retorted with a playful scold, yet he did not persist and, alongside Hu Xiaomeng, polished off the 3 plates of dishes. Bap. Hu Xiaomeng let out an adorable belch, suddenly aware of her lack of ladylike decorum, swiftly covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Turning her head, she found Li Yun gazing at her with a smile, prompting Hu Xiaomeng to puff out her cheeks and exclaim, Big brother, don't tease me. It's your cooking that is simply too delectable. Zhou Chuanrong was greatly disheartened, muttering to himself, how is it possible that my braised antelope horn lost to stir-fried lamb? The onlookers widened their eyes, suspecting that Wu Lao and Xiaomeng were showing favoritism towards Li Yun. How could their usual 3 dishes be outdone by the meticulously prepared antelope horn? Here, if you should try a taste, Li Yun offered, placing a freshly cooked dish before Zhou Chuanrong and calling for the restaurant owners to sample it. Zhou Chuanrong's expression darkened. Was this fellow afraid he would not admit defeat? Then I shall savor it thoroughly, he declared, picking up his chopsticks and swiftly taking a piece of lamb, eager to discover the secret that had captivated Wu Lao. As the lamb hit his palate, Zhou Chuanrong was taken aback. What kind of flavor was this? Delicious? Sweet? Spicy? No, none of those. It was a return to simplicity. Indeed, a return to simplicity. Zhou Chuanrong's face paled, trembling as he sampled the stir-fried pork with celery. Finally, he comprehended the essence of Lian's dish. The unpretentious cooking method perfectly showcased the fundamental flavors of the meat and vegetables. It may not be the pinnacle of culinary excellence, yet it undeniably whetted the appetite. Especially when paired with rice. Yes, paired with rice, this dish was a celebration of food returning to its essence, and not merely to satisfy culinary cravings, but to provide a genuine sense of fullness and meet the body's energy needs. After reaching this conclusion, Zhou Chuanrong exhaled deeply, expressing his admiration to Li Yun. Your culinary skills are truly commendable, I concede wholeheartedly. The crowd was astounded. What kind of exquisite flavors did these 3 ordinary dishes possess to prompt the once defiant food king to voluntarily admit defeat? Wu Lao chuckled. Old Zhou, enlighten us on why these 3 dishes are so exceptional. By my estimation, your dishes are far superior, yet, for some reason, these 3 complement each other so well that I could not help but indulge. Indeed, chimed in Xiaomeng, echoing her grandfather's sentiments. Zhou Chuanrong's face flashed with embarrassment. Wu Lao, I owe you an apology. I have always aimed to showcase my skills by creating bold flavors to tantalize the palate, neglecting a vital truth. I bow deeply to Li Yun. You have taught me that the purpose of food is not solely to please the taste buds, but more importantly, to satiate hunger. Isn't that the same thing? Xiaomeng inquired. No, it is not the same. Zhou Chuanrong pointed to the half-finished antelope horn dish he had prepared, stating, though my culinary creations are indeed delectable, they quickly become monotonous, offering no urge to continue indulging. Satiation of the palate is achieved, yet hunger lingers. In contrast, the dishes crafted by Lord Li Yun not only gratified the tongue but also imbued the body with an invigorating sense of energy, eliciting uncontainable joy and vitality. The gathered crowd grasped the distinction. Zhou Chuanrong's offerings were superficial, while Li Yan's mastery encompassed both inner and outer excellence, rendering him a true culinary sage. By this account, you can prepare these 3 dishes as well, can't you, old Zhou? Inquired Wu. Of course. It is quite simple, but no, not in the sense of Lian's simplicity. Zhou Chuanrong flattered Li Yun, stating, I mean to say, I can replicate Lord Lian's endeavors. Yet the realm of your philosophical insights is a pinnacle I could never hope to attain. The onlookers were taken aback. The king of cuisine lamented that his intellectual depth paled in comparison to that of a mere youth. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Let us not speak thus, Li Yun humbly replied. I merely assist at a roadside stall, from which I have gleaned a fundamental truth: food is meant to evoke satisfaction and happiness. The proprietor shuddered. After 2 decades of running his establishment, he had witnessed countless patrons gathering late at night to enjoy late-night snacks and engage in jovial discourse. Yet he had never contemplated this profound notion. Was it truly that simple? Satisfaction, joy, I comprehend now. Zhou Chuanrong bowed once more to Li Yun, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall endeavor to pursue this path in the future. He resolved to return to the essence of food, eschewing the ostentatious embellishments like antelope horns. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed upon Li Yun with admiration. A youth laboring at a roadside stall had discerned the profound truths of a true culinary master within the mundane, unexpectedly triumphing over the esteemed king of cuisine. It was a tale more legendary than legend itself. Ding. The host has made a choice. Hu Xiaomeng's affinity level is 50, Hu Wei's affinity level is 30. Li Yun was greatly pleased. Hu Xiaomeng had been persistently asking him to become her family's chef. After his refusal, Her nightly visits to dine here indicated her fondness for him was nearly rivaling that of Fang Xue. Or it is wrong to exploit the nation's young blossoms. Lolas are meant to be cherished, not pushed aside. Young friend, Hu Lao chuckled, since you need employment, why not come to work for me? I shall offer you a monthly salary of 10,000 requiring only 2 or 3 visits per week. Hiring a master chef at such a price is exceedingly reasonable. Just as Liyun contemplated a refusal, the notification chimed a ding. Event options triggered. Please choose option 1, accept Hue's invitation, reward of 2 random advanced martial arts books. Skill, advanced firearm proficiency. The host is likely to join the military, then the system will present further choices to assist the host in becoming a military magnate. Option 2, decline, reward of comprehensive knowledge from a bachelor's degree, random master level scientific skills, and 5 random gifts. The host is likely to pursue a university education systematically. And the system will offer additional choices to help the host reach the pinnacle of life. Choose 3, refuse and berate the other for their contemptuous gaze. Earning 1,000 evil points, a 50-point increase in mutual affection, and a random master-level martial arts manual. Upon reviewing the options presented by the system, Liyun felt a twinge of surprise. Was this truly a life path decision posed by the system? Should he agree to all Hu? There would be no doubt that Liyun would receive his assistance, ensuring a smooth journey should he choose to enlist in the military. However, while he held deep respect for soldiers, Liyun harbored a reluctance to be confined by rigid structures. Thus, he opted for the second choice. Ding. The host has made a significant life decision, rewards, all knowledge of an undergraduate degree, master-level computer knowledge, and 5 random gifts have been dispensed. Receiving such a multitude of rewards brought a smile to Liyun's lips. Had he not just declined all Hu, he might have burst into laughter. The value of possessing all undergraduate knowledge is immeasurable. And the master-level computer knowledge alone would enable Liyun to secure a programmer position with an annual salary of $1 million. Master level equates to the pinnacle of domestic computer engineering, with abilities rated at least an 8 or 9, comparable to renowned university professors and experts in the field. As for the 5 random gifts, if he could unveil anything of purple grade or above, it would be a tremendous windfall. Regrettably, Wol Wu, unfazed by the refusal, had merely wished to meet the young man his granddaughter had been so enamored with. Now that he recognized Liyun's true capabilities, he had no qualms about Xiaomeng befriending him. Apologies, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Liyun shook his head. However, should you desire my culinary creations one day, I would be delighted to prepare a meal for you. Ha ha ha, splendid. Shall we make it a pact? Liyun nodded with a smile as he accepted a business card personally offered by Old Hu. Young friend, if you ever encounter troubles that you cannot resolve, feel free to call me. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Thank you, Old Hu. Liyun responded with gratitude, aware that assistance comes with the expectation of reciprocity, and accumulating too many favors could lead to complications. This business card, however, retained its formidable influence. Big brother, I will miss you, Xiaomeng said tearfully as she bid farewell to Liyun. Unable to contain herself, she leaped into his embrace for a fleeting moment of affection before reluctantly departing with Old Hu. Since Xiaomeng studied elsewhere, she could only return during holidays to see Liyun. After waving goodbye to her, Liyun stepped in for the honor, becoming the head chef of the bustling eatery. The patrons had grown restless, eagerly anticipating the culinary delights of this master chef. Liyun, eschewing any pretense of grandeur, announced that the prices would remain unchanged for the evening, though he would be working here for 3 more nights, with a slight increase in prices thereafter. Initially, there were murmurs of discontent, but once they savored Liyun's creations, their spirits soared, leaving them anxious about how they would cope without his culinary offerings in the future. Fortunately, the owner assured them that he would strive to master Liyun's techniques, hoping to glean a fraction of his expertise, which put the customers at ease. Xiaoyun, here is your payment. It may be slightly less, so I hope you won't mind. The proprietress awkwardly handed over 5,000 yuan to Liyun, claiming it was for her husband's tuition. This should suffice. You may return to your tasks now, she added. Liyun, not one to disdain a few thousand yuan, accepted the money primarily to put their minds at ease. He concluded his work an hour early that night and leisurely rode his bicycle homeward. Along the way, thoughts of the evening's events occupied his mind. I will certainly earn money in the future, enabling my family to live a good life. He mused. Moreover, I have acquired master-level knowledge in computing tonight. I shall establish a technology company that reigns supreme globally, overshadowing all competitors. With his spirits lifted by these aspirations, Leon set his sights on the gift bag in his inventory. Random gift, open. Without hesitation, he chose to unveil it directly. The gift transformed into a lottery machine, displaying enticing high-tier rewards that made Leon's eyes glimmer with desire. I do not seek a rainbow light, merely grant me a golden glow. If that is unattainable, then a purple glow will suffice. Just please, do not yield a white light. He fervently prayed within. The random gifts could yield items of varying grades, including white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow lights. If a rainbow light were to emerge, he would likely laugh with sheer joy. Alas, his system was not one that granted wishes. A flash of white light revealed an ordinary fountain pen before him. Seriously, the fountain pen. Who even wants a fountain pen? He lamented, holding the tenuous writing instrument with frustration. A simple gel pen would have sufficed. Who uses a fountain pen these days? They are such a hassle. Determined, he thought. Let us try again. The next reveal was another white light, producing an ink cartridge. What the? You've even packaged it as a set? He exclaimed. Once more, another white light appeared, presenting him with a pair of women's panties. Get lost, I'm not a pervert. Though he contemplated discarding the items, he considered the option of storing them in his inventory. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately decided against throwing them away. While his inventory could accommodate an infinite number of items, it was limited to those obtained as system rewards. To store personal belongings freely, he would need to acquire a special ring or similar artifact. Open another one. And if it yields nothing of worth, I swear I will take my frustrations. The two sisters nestled into their brother's embrace, playfully seeking his affection. Leon cradled one in each arm, his heart brimming with joy and motivation. He was determined to provide a life of abundance and happiness for his sisters, fulfilling the wish left by their grandfather. Kaiwei, I have a wonderful gift for you. What is it? Leon placed a small foundational elixir into Tsaiwei's delicate hand. Her touch was soft, her skin exquisitely smooth, creating a delightful sensation. A hint of shyness colored Tsaiwei's cheeks. She and her sister Tsaishia were at the tender age of youth, and with Lian's tall and handsome stature, along with his devoted care for them, Kaiwei found herself harboring an inexplicable affection for her brother. Kaiwei, this is for you. What, brother, what about me? Tsaishia interjected with a tinge of jealousy. With a gentle smile, Leon playfully brushed his finger against her small nose. Kaiwei is a bit frail, and I fear she may not excel in the physical examination for the upcoming high school entrance exam. Thus, I sought the expertise of a skilled practitioner for this herbal remedy to enhance her health. Please take it. Upon hearing this, Tsaishia relented. Thank you, brother, Kaiwei said. Her heart touched, and she couldn't help but rise on her tiptoes to plant a tender kiss on Leon's cheek. Leon felt a flutter in his heart, and gazing at her radiant smile, he thought that everything was worth it. Strength exists to protect those we cherish, otherwise, what is the significance of power? The next day, as Leon entered the classroom, he once again attracted the attention of his classmates. Li Gu, you've become famous again. Wang Haoliang exclaimed loudly. Famous again? Lian's lips twitched as he sat down, jokingly asking, did the scores from the mock exam come out and I achieved full marks in every subject? Come on. Li Gu, stop pretending. Wang Haoliang thrust his phone toward him, filled with envy and admiration. You completely blew up last night. You topped the Weibo trending list for Zonghang Jianghu, and your name ranked 5th on the hot search. Absolutely incredible. Zonghang Jianghu? Leon was momentarily taken aback, then realized that someone had recorded him singing and boxing, posting it online, leading to this unexpected fame. And that's not all. Another classmate chimed in. Lu Xianxian saw your song and shared the video, saying she wants to compose music for it. How amazing is that? Xianxian shared it. Li Gu, you are sensational. What? What happened? I played games all night. What are you all talking about? My Sensien actually shared Li Yan's video, unbelievable. As the crowd expressed their astonishment and admiration, Li Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He pulled out his second-hand phone, worth a mere $300, and logged onto the internet to uncover the truth. Upon visiting Weibo's homepage, he found that discussions surrounding Zonghang Jiang, who had amassed an astonishing 50 million interactions, with millions of users engaging in the conversation, while Li Yan's boxing prowess garnered over 10 million discussions. I've become famous. Li Yan's lips quirked as he grappled with whether to feel joy or resignation at this peculiar manner in which he had achieved notoriety. Wang Haoliang stood nearby, reading out the comments from netizens. As I listened to the song traversing rivers and lakes, I envisioned a valiant swordsman, sword in hand, gallantly aiding those in distress. After an exhilarating battle, he vanquishes his foes with a single stroke and strides away with effortless grace. While crossing the street, I was struck by a vehicle, sent flying 10 meters. As I rose, I nonchalantly remarked, "Mortal, you cannot defeat me this way. My friend used to play this song while driving. Yet now the grass on his grave has grown over a meter high. Such fervor, it ignites with explosive intensity. I humbly beseech a master composer to create a rendition of it. The current arrangement is already so exhilarating. One can hardly fathom the brilliance that would ensue if paired with enchanting melodies. My favorite line resonates, the sword sweeps away demons and gods alike. A true man must possess such spirit." Renowned martial arts film director Zhang Ku expressed his excitement on Weibo, declaring that this song will undoubtedly be the theme for his next martial arts film. Cough, cough. Enough of that, Li Yan interjected, his face tinged with embarrassment. "Oh, Brother Li, I was merely flattering you." Wang Ho replied, unabashed. "When you rise to fame, do remember to lend me a hand. Let us discuss that later." Li Yan replied with resignation, wishing only to avoid unnecessary troubles that fame might bring. In a secluded valley surrounded by verdant mountains, a lake perpetually clear as a mirror lies nestled within dense bamboo groves, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Deep within the bamboo forest, one can faintly discern a delicate bamboo house. In front of it stands a stone pavilion, where a stunning maiden clad in white sits gracefully. With her fair and elegant fingers, she plucks the strings of a zither, producing resonant notes that shatter the tranquil ambience of the bamboo grove. Should anyone stand nearby to listen, they would recognize that the exquisite melody she plays mirrors the tune of traversing rivers and lakes circulating online. Yet, abruptly, the music ceases. The trembling strings silenced by the ethereal maiden's delicate hands, as if reluctant to share such enchanting sounds with the world. She gazes toward a narrow path within the bamboo thicket, and soon, her maidservant approaches, bowing respectfully. "My lady, the valley master requests your presence." "What is the matter?" "It concerns recent activities of the Six Paths Demon sect." The serene and beautiful maiden nods slightly, her expression as tranquil as an ancient well. "Understood." With that, she rises, her statuesque figure radiating an aura of piety, aloofness, and majesty. As she walks, her flowing garments create an enchanting sight, momentarily captivating the maidservant. Even as a fellow woman, she cannot help but be awed by the beauty of the holy maiden. Indeed, she is the most beautiful in the hidden holy valley. Those ordinary heroines of the martial world, tainted by the mundane, are but shadows compared to the transcendent essence of the holy maiden. The notes previously played could not possibly have emanated from her. Such a noble and dignified figure would never indulge in the music of the outside world. The maidservant recalled that the melody bore a striking resemblance to a song she had heard online when bored, but upon witnessing the holy maiden, she hastily dismissed the thought. The holy maiden would undoubtedly never play such a violent tune, nor would she ever venture onto the internet to peruse the plethora of trivial information online. Indeed, it must be so. Gazing at the ethereal and transcendent figure of the holy maiden, the maidservant resolutely solidified her thoughts. "It is a rare Sunday, Li Gu. Shall we go online?" Wang Haoliang excitedly clung to Li Yan's shoulder, earnestly inviting him. As a senior student, the time available is scant, and those residing on campus can only return home on Saturday night, needing to hurry back by Sunday afternoon. "Very well, let us go." After a moment's contemplation, Li Yan acquiesced, as Saturday night was his sole opportunity to spend time with Wang Haoliang and the others, especially since he had refrained from working that evening. To refuse would seem unkind. "Ha ha ha, splendid. That is what a good friend is for." Wang Haoliang, even more exhilarated, turned to his classmates, exclaiming, "Tonight, Li Gu is going for an all-nighter, who is joining? Me too. If Li Gu is going, count me in. Where to? Shadai Internet CF? I'm familiar with the manager there, we can get a discount of 10%. Get lost. I spend 7 nights a week at Shadai Internet CF. The owner personally told me I could have a 20% discount. We must honor Li Gu's presence. As the crowd rallied in agreement, Li Yun vented his frustrations on Lu Shun, avenging them fiercely. Now, most of the classmates in class 14 would extend Li Yun the courtesy of addressing him as Li Gu. With Wang Holiang's call to action, 7 or 8 male classmates, along with 3 or 4 female classmates, they expressed their desire to join in on the outing to the Internet CF. Having bottled up their excitement for a week, the group wasted no further time discussing the plan and headed directly to the Shadai Internet CF. Stopping briefly for a meal along the way. Observing their animated demeanor, it was evident that they intended to spend the night at the CF. However, Li Yun could not afford to linger with them for long, he planned to return home by midnight. Li Gu, there's a spot here, it's reserved for you. The Internet CF on a Saturday night was swarming with patrons, over a dozen individuals surrounded the manager, and it took more than 10 minutes before someone vacated a machine. Wang Holiang graciously offered the first available spot to Li Yun. Undoubtedly, there were no objections, reflecting Li Yun's esteemed reputation among his classmates in class 14. Thank you. Li Yun accepted with a smile, paid, and logged on. After browsing some comments about himself and conquering the Jianghu on Weibo and Baidu, Li Yun contemplated and registered for Weibo, identifying himself as the author of Conquering the Jianghu. Previously, he seldom engaged with Weibo. But recognizing the necessity of a platform for disseminating information, he deemed it essential. After uploading his photograph and identification details, Weibo was swiftly activated. Li Yun posted his inaugural Weibo update, "Hello everyone, my name is Li Yun, an ordinary senior student and the author of Conquering the Jianghu. I am thrilled that you all enjoy this song." As he was trending, shortly after the post, he received his first follower and comment. Fast. Fire clamp looming. It's evident he is a high school student, I knew it, the individual in the video looks so youthful. Is he? I ask. Who is that singer that bears such a striking resemblance to Lu Senxian, both in PHY? Where is the celestial child? Bring me forth, let me vanquish him. The commander of the celestial child army proclaimed, who dares to act with such audacity? Li Yun found himself both amused and perplexed. Lu Senxian, affectionately dubbed the celestial maiden, fairy and goddess sister by her fans, had gained fame as a child star. In her youth, her cherubic cheeks were rosy and plump, earning her the endearing nickname of Celestial Burn. Her fans, referring to themselves as celestial children, believed they were guardians of their goddess sister. Li Yun, with a mischievous thought, pondered whether these individuals would be consumed by envy if they were to learn that the youthful girl of yesteryears was indeed Lu Senxian. Refreshing the page, Li Yun stumbled upon an intriguing comment. "Hello, blogger, I am Zhu Cheng from Fang Xue Music Studio, sincerely interested in purchasing the copyright to your song. Details have been sent via private message." Was it possible that someone had contacted him so swiftly regarding the copyright? Li Yun recalled a director named Zhong Ku who had expressed interest in acquiring the song's usage rights, but no one had reached out since. He opened his private messages, dismissing the irrelevant chatter from various users until he found Zhu Cheng's message. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yun directly inquired, "What amount are you willing to offer for the copyright? What price do you have in mind?" Zhu Cheng replied, "I am not familiar with the market, name your figure. And if it is reasonable, I shall consider the sale. How about this, I will offer you 10,000 yuan for the complete copyright to the song. What do you say?" Li Yun was taken aback, 10,000 yuan for a song. Although he was uncertain about the going rates, he found it hard to believe that a song that had reached the pinnacle of Weibo's trending list could be worth so little. "Thank you. But if that is your offer, I must decline." Li Yun had a figure of around 200,000 yuan in mind, and anything below that was simply unacceptable. After waiting a considerable time without a response, it seemed the negotiation had faltered. He decided to disregard the matter. Meanwhile, within the confines of Fang Xue Music Studio, Zhu Cheng let out a cold laugh. "Offering you 10,000 yuan is already generous, considering your song's current popularity. You are a mere high school student. Think you can demand a king's ransom? Truly a delusion. Refuse my offer, and I shall ensure you receive nothing for your efforts. With that, Xue opened Weibo and began typing furiously, crafting a scathing post to tarnish the song's reputation. Once I ruin your song's name, you'll be lucky to sell it for 1,000. A sinister smile crept across Xue face as he dialed a number, preparing to enlist the help of online trolls to stir up trouble. He would rather squander money on them than part with a single additional yuan for this impoverished high school student. As Li Yun closed Weibo, he noticed his follower count had surpassed 100,000. Several individuals had reached out to purchase the copyright, but due to Xue lowball offer, he had grown distrustful of online transactions and ignored all inquiries, promptly closing messages from strangers. After shutting down Weibo, Li Yun opened a game he had once cherished during his middle school years, Dungeon, affectionately known as Toxic Milk Powder. In his rebellious youth, he had often sneaked out to surf the internet and became engrossed in Dungeon for quite some time. However, following his grandfather's passing, he matured overnight, abandoning the virtual world and shouldering the responsibilities of the family. My account still exists. Li Yun logged into the game, and upon seeing the familiar 4 red dog characters, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the realm of the game Dungeon, players face a fatigue limit, restricting their playtime to less than an hour. Previously, the protagonist found this insufficient and created 3 additional characters of the same class, tirelessly engaging in repetitive dungeons. Reflecting on this now, it strikes him as quite amusing. Suddenly, an exclamation erupts from a nearby player, Wang Holiong, who angrily declares that the opponent, by show, is cheating. As Li Yun reminisces about the earlier days, the outburst captures the attention of everyone in the internet CF. Cheating. Who in the arena would dare to resort to such underhanded tactics? Frustration mounts as the crowd collectively expresses their disdain for such despicable behavior. Cheating, in this context, refers to the use of hacks to manipulate game data, thereby disrupting the balance of play. For instance, altering strength to an impossible level, rendering opponents defenseless, or modifying skill ranges to encompass the entire screen. Amidst the uproar, a young man with striking yellow hair rises from a window seat, defiantly shouting, "Who dares to voice dissent? Step forward." The atmosphere in the CGF grows tense. His demeanor suggests he is no ordinary player, and the ordinary patrons hesitate to provoke him. Pathetic fools. He scorns, surveying the room with a menacing glare. He spits on the floor and continues, "I'm merely enjoying a game, yet you lot feel entitled to criticize. Do you have a death wish?" He then directs his ire at Wang Holiong. "You think being beaten by me is a misfortune? Consider it a privilege. Push me further, and I may just come for you." Wang Holiong, already incensed, feels his temper flare at the yellow-haired provocateur's taunts. "You think you can cheat and still have a leg to stand on? Do you disregard my friends?" Instantly, several of Wang's companions rise to his defense, casting threatening glares at the yellow-haired youth. Li Yun senses the situation is escalating dangerously. Such streetwise youths seldom venture alone into the CF. Indeed, the yellow-haired individual smirks as he signals to 4 or 5 similarly clad companions who rise, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at Wang and his friend's plight. It is as if they are saying, "Do you think you can challenge us? You are woefully outmatched." The yellow-haired leader laughs heartily. "Shall we step outside for a real showdown? I assure you it will be exhilarating." His companions join in the laughter, mocking Wang and his friends. "You won't dare," they taunt. "Flee if you lack the courage. High school students should refrain from meddling here." Their jeers only fan the flames of Wang Holiong's rage as he and his classmates glare at their challengers, fists clenched, ready to unleash their pent-up frustration. "What? You want to fight?" The yellow-haired youth dismissively spreads his arms, challenging them, "Come at me. A bunch of kids wishing to spar. Return to your milk, you insolent wretches." At last, Wang Holiong can no longer contain himself. He clenches his fist, preparing to charge forward. However, just as he takes a step, a powerful hand grips his shoulder, rendering him unable to resist. "Li Gu, are you here to assist me?" Hope ignited within Wang Holiong's heart. Li Yun had defeated Lu Shun, and his prowess was sufficient to triumph over this band of ruffians. "Let us remain calm," Li Yun stated nonchalantly. "If you address me as brotherly, I shall not turn a blind eye." "Thank you, brotherly." Wang Holiong expressed his gratitude, genuinely perceiving Li Yun as his leader in that moment. However, a smirk played upon Li Yan's lips. Yet, engaging in a true brawl is rather excessive. Since this matter arose from a game, let us resolve it within that realm. How shall we do that? Huang Mao inquired with a disdainful glance. Let us have another match, a father-son battle. A father-son battle. Hey, splendid. Huang Mao and his companions were mocking expressions. The so-called father-son battle simply entailed that the loser must refer to the victor as father. Brotherly, they are using cheats. Wang Holiong exclaimed bitterly. They will undoubtedly resort to cheats again. I cannot compete with him. Damn it, my skills are superior. Li Yun shook his head in silence and addressed Huang Mao. Give me 10 minutes, when the time is up, we shall commence the father-son battle. Humph, Huang Mao scoffed, you intend to find cheats as well? Fine. I shall wait for you for 10 minutes. However, let us raise the stakes, the loser must not only call the winner father but also surrender all their money. How does that sound? Agreed. These young delinquents may appear audacious, but they seldom possess much money. They would seize any opportunity to enrich themselves. After establishing the rules, Li Yun resumed his seat, placing his hands upon the keyboard, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Cheats, you say? He could manage that too. His mastery of computer science was about to come into play, allowing him to execute a systematic choice event once more. Ding. Triggering choice event. Please select option 1, viciously thrash the arrogant Huang Mao, reward the random intermediate martial arts manual and 1000 general experience points. Option 2, impart a profound lesson to Huang Mao and dismantle the cheating syndicate behind him, reward a sum of money, 5000 general experience points, 200 wisdom, 150 spirit. And contingent on completion, additional rewards including several blue gift bags and justice points. Option 3, ignore the matter entirely, a reward, a skill, danger perception. Though Li Yun was curious about the efficacy of the danger perception skill, the rewards for option 2 were exceedingly enticing, prompting him to make his selection without hesitation. Li. Brotherly, what are you doing? Wang Holiong stared in astonishment at Li Yun, whose fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, lines of characters emerging on the screen. Streams of data flashing past, leaving Wang Holiong dizzy with confusion. Done. Li Yun pressed the enter key, compressing multiple files into a single executable file, which he aptly named Vanguard Strike version 10. Despite its modest size, Li Yun endowed Vanguard Strike with a multitude of functions through his formidable computer skills. Data interception, script injection, file modification, port scanning, tracking. These capabilities were designed not merely to counter Huang Mao's cheats but to target another objective entirely. All set. Li Yun confidently said to Wang Holiong, just proceed as usual, leave the rest to me. Rest assured, soon you shall have an additional son. An additional son? Wang Holiong was momentarily taken aback, then joyously exclaimed, so does this mean victory is assured? Provided your skills truly surpass those of your opponent, Li Yun chuckled. Come on. Brotherly, you doubt me. I've been playing with toxic milk powder for 5 years, immersing myself daily. I possess 5 accounts on Respect 10. How could I possibly lose to a petty cheat in this arena? Wang Holiong excitedly returned to his position, placing his hands on the keyboard, his demeanor shifting dramatically, resembling a general gripping his weapon, ready to march into battle. Li Yun shook his head in amusement and initiated the Vanguard Strike. In the Internet CF, all computers were interconnected within the same local network, allowing Vanguard Strike to effortlessly locate the IP addresses of Wang Holiong and the yellow-haired duo, quietly monitoring their data transmission in the background and preparing to intercept any suspicious data. Curious onlookers gathered around, whispering amongst themselves, eager to witness this father-son showdown. Who is going to be the son here? Isn't it obvious? That cheat has the upper hand. Who can compete with him? These students can cheat too. You are unaware? Aren't you? Cheating programs come in various tiers. I've noticed that yellow-haired guy frequently cheats. He must have the best. Indeed, my cheat is an internal product. Undoubtedly the strongest. The yellow-haired youth, overhearing the chatter, felt a surge of pride. While waiting, he deliberately logged into a channel guild called Pride of the Best, the source of his cheating tools. Pride of the Best boasted 5 channels, each brimming with 2,000 eager participants, all seeking to employ cheats. highlighting its tremendous influence and destructive potential. However, among this crowd, only about 500 individuals were fortunate enough to access the internal paid version of the cheat. Undoubtedly, the yellow-haired youth was utilizing the premium version. With more powerful functionalities, superior stealth, and unmatched capabilities against other cheats, he had wreaked havoc in the arena for 6 months, dominating others without fail. Even when opponents cheated, they were swiftly eliminated by him. Let's see how you fare against me. The yellow-haired individual disabled the instant kill function, activated health lock, enlarged skills, set cooldown to 0, and accelerated speed tenfold, intending to relish the experience of annihilating Wang Holiang. 3, 2, 1. Begin. He sneered, casually pressing a key to unleash a blade draw. However, his character on the screen remained utterly still, the system indicating that his skill was on cooldown. What? The yellow-haired youth was horrified. My skill doesn't have a cooldown. Moreover, his blade draw was supposed to cover the entire screen. What the heck? Why isn't he moving? A red figure surged forward, executing a rapid series of strikes, dealing a devastating 88,000 damage, instantly reducing the yellow-haired youth's health by half. In a panic, he attempted to evade, but having relied on cheats for so long, he had forgotten the necessary skills. Before long, he was ensnared by Wang Holiang's red-eyed character, meeting his demise in a flawless combo. Staring at the large defeat message on the screen, the yellow-haired youth was utterly stunned. After relying on cheats for half a year without a single loss, today, inexplicably, the cheat had malfunctioned. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Wang Holiang burst into a triumphant laughter, provocatively shouting at the golden-haired youth, you, a mere wretch, dare to call yourself my father. Then I shall now assume the title of grandfather, for today I have acquired a splendid son, ha ha ha. The classmates of Class 14 erupted in laughter, the internet CF resonating with a jubilant atmosphere. Indeed, the father-son dynamic was a wellspring of joy, particularly as the newly appointed son was a notorious figure. The delight was indescribable. Having incurred the wrath of the crowd and suffered defeat in the match, the golden-haired youth's companions, once brimming with bravado, now hung their heads in despair. One by one, they turned to him, questioning, what the hell is going on? Where is your cheat? In a fit of exasperation, the golden-haired youth lamented, I don't know what happened today, the damn cheat isn't functioning. Cursing under his breath, he continued, I spent $1,000 on this thing. Just wait, I'm going to confront the management of the Pinnacle of Pride. Leon smiled faintly, who at the Pinnacle of Pride could possibly address this issue? They are struggling to maintain their own existence. Zhou Xiaotian, a 27-year-old male and a former computer science student from a prestigious university, was now the head of cheat technology at the Pinnacle of Pride, earning an annual income of over $1 million. During high school, he had diligently applied himself and gained admission to a renowned university, seemingly intent on rectifying his past academic shortcomings. However, he became obsessed with online gaming, resulting in failing 6 out of 8 courses in a single semester. After a year of studying abroad, he still failed to awaken to reality and was ultimately expelled from the institution. Subsequently, whether by chance or sheer desperation, Zhou Xiaotian encountered the realm of game cheats. Utilizing his innate talent, he developed a cheat known as Toxic Powder and, together with 3 acquaintances from an online gaming guild, founded the Pinnacle of Pride. Presently, the organization boasts tens of thousands of users, with an average of 2,000 paying customers for the internal version, officially reported as 500, priced at $1,000 per month. Their monthly revenue soared to $2 million, supplemented by profits from the guild's channels, allowing Zhou Xiaotian to live a life of considerable luxury. Xiaoye, let us go farm dungeons. With newfound wealth, Zhou Xiaotian now spent his days either updating cheats or flirting with the female members of the guild. Just as he intended to annihilate and two with his companion, an overwhelming area damage skill unexpectedly obliterated the two, who were standing idly at the dungeon's entrance. What is happening? My cheat has failed. Zhou Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, his face turning ashen. Generally speaking, even if the game patched a few vulnerabilities, most of the functionalities of his cheat would remain operational. All functionalities have ceased to work. Which signifies one undeniable truth: the Penguin Gaming Company has set its sights on him. Xiaotian. The administrator of Fang Xue has sent him a message. What is happening? The cheat cannot be used anymore. Please fix it quickly, everyone is waiting. Everyone can't use it. Zhou Xiaotian was taken aback, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Indeed, everyone. Wait, what? Our channel has been hacked. Hacked? Zhou Xiaotian's eyelids twitched, and then, abruptly, his computer screen dimmed, and both the mouse and keyboard became unresponsive. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen, gazing at the camera with a look of astonishment. Is that me? As he stared at his own reflection on the screen, Zhou Xiaotian's face turned pale. His computer had been commandeered by an unknown hacker. Undoubtedly, the laptop's built-in camera was also under the hacker's control. Trembling in fear, Zhou Xiaotian realized he had been infiltrated by a hacker far more skilled than himself. Despite his 2 years of experience in creating cheats and his proficiency in various hacking techniques, his firewall had failed to issue any warning. The hacker's skills surpassed his by at least tenfold. Hello, Mr. Zhou Xiaotian. A line of text appeared on the screen, causing Zhou Xiaotian to shudder uncontrollably. The hacker had somehow acquired his personal information. They likely knew his address, understood his family circumstances, and could track his every movement. As a hacker himself, Zhou Xiaotian was acutely aware of what a top-tier hacker could achieve. Some could even breach identity management systems, infiltrate satellites, and control missile bases from the digital realm, an unfathomable power. Who are you? Zhou Xiaotian stammered, knowing that with the camera and microphone under the hacker's command, he was utterly at their mercy. The computer screen displayed another line of text: I am merely an ordinary dungeon player. Zhou Xiaotian felt tears welling up. He understood now, the cheat he created had decimated this formidable player, prompting them to seek retribution. I was wrong, big brother, please spare me this time. I promise I will never create cheats again. Let's play a game. What game? Zhou Xiaotian quaked in fear. A battle royale. A battle royale? I have already uploaded your personal information, evidence of your cheating, as well as your appearance and address to Weibo, Baidu Tiebo, and various forums. The screen concluded with a mocking line: next, it will be time for a real-life battle royale. How will you face the wrath of 8 million warriors? Please, no. I can pay you, I'll give you 1 million, no, 2 million. Big brother. The screen went dark as the hacker exited, restoring Zhou Xiaotian's computer to normal. But he remained slumped in his chair. Everything was over. His cheat, Liu Jizui, had already offended countless dungeon players, and with his information now public, it was only a matter of time before players sought him out in reality. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Zhou Xiaotian jolted upright and shouted, Who is it? It's me, delivering food. Oh, just a moment. In a daze, Zhou Xiaotian rose to open the door. The moment he grasped the doorknob, it suddenly dawned on him that he had certainly not ordered any takeout. Bang! A heavy fist struck his face, leaving Zhou Xiaotian dizzy as he hurriedly dodged. What a nuisance. How could he evade? Are you the notorious hacker known as the proudest of all? I'll make you unrecognizable. A flurry of blows ensued, with Zhou Xiaotian's cries echoing as nearby neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon learning he was a cheat, they subjected him to further beatings, even receiving punches from 10-year-old players of the underground realm. Cheaters must perish. Those who create hacks deserve death 1,000 times over. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards: 124141, 5,000 general experience points, 200 wisdom, 150 spirit, additional rewards of 3 blue gift bags, and 100 justice points have been issued. With a single stroke, Li Yun incited the wrath of 8 million players against the most arrogant of cheats, a smug smile gracing his face. After receiving the system's rewards, Li Yun's satisfaction swelled. His experience points were nearing 10,000. It was time for an upgrade. He boosted his strength and constitution to 500, increased agility to 400, and made slight enhancements to the remaining attributes. Ultimately, Li Yun's attributes stood as follows: a host, Li Yun. Constitution, 500 points. Strength, 500 points. Spirit, 400. Wisdom, 400 points. Agility, 300 points. Charisma, 27. Justice points, 130. General experience points, 5,000. Skills: basic fist technique, basic short punch, intermediate serpent step, godly culinary skills, master level computer knowledge. Items: women's undergarments, fountain pen, ink cartridge, 3 blue gift bags. Ahem, apart from the slight embarrassment at the sight of women's undergarments, Leon felt thoroughly pleased with his current attributes. Just as he intended to open a blue gift bag, a nearby blonde suddenly stood up, striding over in a fit of rage. "Son, are you leaving?" Wang Haoliang teased, prompting another round of laughter from the crowd. "You are asking for trouble." The blonde, incensed by Wang Haoliang's words, swung a fist at him. Wang Haoliang dodged, and a scuffle ensued. Yet, Wang Haoliang was no match for the streetwise blonde, soon finding himself overwhelmed and scrambling to evade. "Feeling quite arrogant, are we?" Leon remarked nonchalantly, swiftly maneuvering to seize the blonde's raised right hand. A gentle squeeze left the blonde feeling as though his hand were trapped in a vice, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His companions, startled, rushed to assist, but Leon held the blonde as a shield, forcefully colliding with the others, prompting cries of dismay. "Get lost!" With a powerful shove, Leon pushed the blonde back, toppling several of the small-time thugs, the heap of bodies groaning beneath each other. "Accept your losses." Leon dusted off his hands, gazing down upon them with an air of authority. "Hand over your money to compensate the internet CF owner, and then scram." Wang Haoliang and the others within the CF were left in stunned silence. With remarkable ease, Leon had subdued the ferocious thugs, displaying strength that defied belief. You just wait." The young man with yellow hair trembled as he took out his phone, threatening, "If you dare to kill me, go ahead. Otherwise, I will call my uncle who practices martial arts, and he will surely break your limbs." Leon coldly retorted, delivering a swift kick that struck the young man squarely in the stomach, causing him to regurgitate his dinner, a sight most pitiful. Yet, astonishingly, the yellow-haired youth refused to back down, stubbornly dialing his uncle's number. Ding. An option event was triggered. The host must choose option 1, await the arrival of the yellow-haired youth's uncle, defeat him, and receive a reward of 200 in all attributes, a random advanced martial art, and 100 points of justice. Option 2, flee, learning the skill is sensing danger, make a discreet exit. Option 3, call the police, gaining 30 points of justice and a random gift. Leon furrowed his brow, considering the previous feeling of danger and the unexpectedly substantial rewards. The yellow-haired youth's uncle must possess formidable strength. However, with his attributes nearing 505,000 experience points at his disposal, there was no reason to fear. "All right." Leon's eyes gleamed with determination. "I shall await your martial arts uncle and see what he is truly capable of." After speaking, he commanded his companions to pay the CF owner for the damages, then strode out, dragging the yellow-haired youth behind him. Brotherly," Wang Haoliang expressed concern. "Are you really going alone? I've heard that martial artists are quite powerful, they can reportedly crush a steel pipe with their bare hands. There are even legends of cultivators who can soar through the skies, beings from another realm." Leon remained non-committal, flying through the skies. One would need attribute points exceeding 100,000 for that to be plausible. How could others achieve such feats? Unless there truly were cultivators among them. Cultivation? An idea sparked in Lian's mind as he reassured Wang Haoliang, "You all continue to enjoy yourselves, it's nothing. I can handle it." As he departed, his tall figure elicited admiration from several female classmates in class 14. "Brotherly is so handsome. I wish to be his girlfriend." Indeed, he exudes such a sense of security. We've known him for 3 years and never realized he was so striking and powerful. How unfortunate. If only we had made a move sooner. Hearing the girls' comments, Wang Haoliang and the other boys exchanged bitter smiles, finding it hard to harbor any jealousy towards Brotherly. His strength placed him in an entirely different league. "You are doomed. I'll tell you, my uncle is an inner disciple of the Flying Tiger sect in Shanghai City. How dare you strike me?" Slap. Leon, with a stoic expression, delivered a sharp blow to the yellow-haired youth, who finally fell silent. After dragging him to a secluded street, Leon tossed him onto the ground. "All right, here we are. Let your uncle come." With a defiant huff, the yellow-haired youth plopped down on the ground, unperturbed, and began contacting his uncle. Leon opened his personal panel and allocated all his experience points to agility, causing it to surge to an impressive 750. His only intermediate martial art was the serpent step, and as the saying goes, among all martial arts, none can withstand the swift speed is invincible. The extraordinary agility bestowed upon him resulted in remarkable maneuverability. He could sprint 100 meters in merely 5 seconds. Coupled with his formidable physical prowess, Liu speculated that a collision with an ordinary person could potentially be fatal. As he pondered his future attributes, wondering if he might soar after surpassing 10,000, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the opposite side of the street. Liu remained composed, standing still as he listened to the subtle approach of the footsteps, growing ever closer. This secluded street was shrouded in darkness, with dense trees lining either side. Their mortal shadows deepening the gloom. Timid souls would likely avoid this path at night. Suddenly, a diminutive figure sprang forth from the shadows, with fingers curled like claws. Striking with the swiftness of lightning, aiming a fierce swipe towards Lian's face. "Just what I've been waiting for," Lian bellowed, deftly sidestepping the attack. With a powerful thrust of his fist, he engaged his entire musculature, delivering a vicious blow aimed at the assailant's abdomen. The sound of impact echoed as the attacker, taken aback, hastily altered their approach but still felt the sting of Lian's strike to the shoulder. The small figure was propelled several meters back, only halting their retreat by forcefully planting their feet on the ground. "Uncle!" Huang Mao exclaimed with surprise, revealing the identity of the assailant. "So you are the uncle of this little thug? Not much to look at, I must say." With newfound confidence from successfully defending against the attack, Lian regarded him with a mocking gaze. The newcomer, in his 40s, stood at about 5'3", his muscular build and fiercely piercing eyes, combined with his short stature, lent him an intimidating presence. Upon hearing Lian's words, Huang Mao's heart raced. His uncle, named Wang Kai, loathed any mention of his appearance and detested mockery regarding his height. In the past, such insults had led him to violent confrontations, ultimately forcing him to seek refuge in the chaotic city of Shanghai. Now, Lian audaciously ridiculed Wang Kai to his face, likely provoking his wrath. "You seek death? Indeed." A glint of malice flashed in Wang Kai's eyes as he bellowed, charging towards Lian with the swiftness of the wind. Employing a serpentine movement, Lian's body became akin to a slithering viper, deftly evading Wang Kai's relentless assaults, leaving Huang Mao astounded. He had dared to provoke someone with such agility. Had it not been for his uncle's assistance, he might not even have known the manner of his demise. "Ha! Young man, is that the serpent step you are employing?" Wang Kai sneered, recognizing Lian's technique. The martial arts of the Flying Tiger School are renowned for their power and ferocity. No matter how nimble your movements, you will falter eventually. When that moment arrives, one strike from me will be all it takes. He he he. Yet, beneath his derision, Wang Kai felt a twinge of concern. Having failed his initial ambush and sustaining a blow to his shoulder from Lian, his movements were unavoidably slowed. This imbalance left Wang Kai unable to keep pace with Lian's swift maneuvers. "Is that so?" Lian halted a short distance away, stretching his neck with an air of calm. "I have completed my warm-up and now I shall unleash my full strength." "What?" Both Huang Mao and Wang Kai stared at him in astonishment. The speed Lian had just displayed was already astonishing. The notion that he could accelerate further was unfathomable. In the next moment, Lian's figure had already appeared before Wang Kai. Instantly, Wang Kai's body curled up like a shrimp struck by Lian's knee, and he was sent flying without any resistance. Subsequently, he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Lian's rapid succession of punches and kicks, unable to regain his footing. "It appears I have triumphed," Lian declared, placing a foot upon Wang Kai's body, applying a slight pressure as he coldly inquired, "I ask, you answer. Should you utter even a half-truth or remain silent, beware of spending the latter half of your life confined to a bed. Have the guts to kill me. Come on." Wang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with ferocity. "Is that so?" Lian's lips curled into a mocking smile as he pressed down with force, the sickening crunch of bone breaking resonating in the air as he fractured Wang Kai's arm. The chilling sound of shattered bones caused the yellow-haired bystander to tremble uncontrollably. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Without uttering a word, Lian lifted his foot, aiming for Wang Kai's other arm. Wait, I concede. I concede. Isn't that enough?" Wang Kai's complexion turned ashen. He had initially presumed Lian to be merely a student, not particularly fierce. Yet he was taken aback by the absolute lack of hesitation in Li Yun's strikes. What he intended to break, he broke. It seemed evident that Li Yun was likely a scion of a prominent family or had trained under a renowned master. He was certainly no ordinary high school student. With this realization, Wang Kai's anger dissipated entirely. He dared not provoke such formidable individuals. "How clever," Li Yun remarked as he withdrew his foot, his tone indifferent. "I have merely broken your bones, not shattered them. They can be mended, provided you are sent to the hospital promptly. Do you understand?" "Understood. I comprehend and shall speak without reservation. Now leave. I don't wish to see you again." Li Yun dismissed the crowd, and the system's reward soon followed. Beep. Host has made a choice. Rewards, 200 to all attributes, advanced steel and iron bones, 100 justice points have been issued. Gazing at the system notification, Li Yun fell into contemplation. Had he received such a plethora of attribute rewards previously, he might have felt some joy. However, after inquiring Wang Kai about the Flying Tiger sect, he learned of another kind of person existing in this world, the ancient warriors, those who practice ancient martial arts. Ancient warriors are found throughout the globe. In Huang Xue's domain, they are termed ancient warriors, while in Western nations, they are referred to as knights, and in some countries, as samurai. They seldom present themselves to outsiders, maintaining a tenuous relationship with the mundane world, adhering to their own ways of conduct. In Huang Xuan, the circle of ancient warriors is known as the Jiang who rule the martial world. The cultivation levels of ancient warriors are classified into a warrior, martial master, body refinement, acquired, and innate. Those at the acquired level possess true energy within, blending hardness and softness, capable of withstanding bullets and effortlessly accomplishing feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As for the innate level and beyond, Wang Kai's experience had yet to extend that far, leaving Li Yun equally in the dark. With a swift motion, Li Yun unleashed a palm strike, the force akin to 1,000 pounds, sending a fierce gust of wind from his fist. 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Yet, in comparison to the acquired level warriors, Li Yun still had a considerable distance to cover. He currently equated to an early-stage body refinement ancient warrior. The power of a martial master is 500 pounds. The power of the body refinement realm is 1,500 pounds. The strength of a postnatal expert can soar to 5,000 pounds, capable of effortlessly shattering the human skull with a single punch. When augmented with postnatal true energy, the might becomes astonishing. Such power exists within the postnatal realm. One can only imagine the capabilities of the innate realm. And what lies beyond the innate realm? Could it be that one could soar through the skies and become a cultivator? Li Yun gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a surge of ambition ignited within him. In the future, he would undoubtedly experience the sensation of being an unparalleled master of the innate realm. Slowly, he exhaled, redirecting his focus back to the rewards he had just received. System, open the blue gift bag. Ding. You have obtained a small experience pill, 1,000 points. Ding. You have obtained a small experience pill, 2,000 points. Li Yun felt disheartened. Having finally acquired a blue gift bag, it was disappointing to find only experience pills. Could there not be something of greater value? He decided to draw again. The lottery machine before him began to whirl once more. And Li Yun watched hungrily as treasures spun by, barely able to contain his drool. The pointer gradually came to a stop, and Li Yun's eyes widened. It rested on a golden quality space ring, yet it continued to spin without halting. Come on, just stop. Stop. Don't keep spinning. Ultimately, the pointer halted between the space ring and the next item, leaving Li Yun in suspense as to what he had actually obtained. A flash of colorful light dazzled him for a brief moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a divine skill pill. Li Yun gasped in astonishment. He had not expected his first colorful quality item to be a pill. The divine skill pill enhances any skill to the divine level and grants a chance to comprehend even more powerful advanced skills. With effectiveness determined by the skill's original grade, lower grade skills are easier to elevate to stronger abilities. Li Yun shook his head with a wry smile. This item was akin to a skill pill. Its usefulness was ambiguous. While it seemed lackluster, its potential was extraordinarily formidable, becoming increasingly powerful as one progressed. He decided not to dwell on it. He would use the divine skill pill when the opportunity arose. He placed it back into his inventory. And as for the unclaimed space ring, there would surely be another chance in the future. The next day, Sunday. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Having just finished breakfast, Li Yun heard a familiar knocking at the door. Fang Xue. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see the stunning Fang Xue standing outside. Her face adorned with a shy smile. The weather was splendid, and she wore a pure white dress, her makeup impeccably done, complemented by a lovely white-brimmed hat. Her skin glowed like jade, exuding a fashionable and beautiful aura that momentarily captivated Li Yun. At that moment, Fang Xue was simply breathtaking. Right. Fang Xue stammered, a rosy blush gracing her beautiful face as she lowered her head and spoke softly, Li Yun. You mentioned that we would go out for a meal together this weekend, so I thought, why not go for a stroll this morning? Li Yun's heart fluttered. Had she taken the initiative to seek him out for a date? Great. So you agreed? Fang Xue looked up at Li Yun in surprise. She had been eagerly anticipating this morning since Saturday, feeling anxious all day long. Now, with Li Yun's affirmative response, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Let's talk inside. A gentle smile graced Li Yun's lips as he took her soft, delicate hand and led Fang Xue into his home. My place is a bit small. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. I have faith in your future capabilities, Li Yun. As she spoke, Fang Xue curiously surveyed the two-bedroom apartment. Upon spotting Li Feng seated on the sofa, she gave a modest nod in her direction. Ever since she had developed feelings for Li Yun, Fang Xue had deliberately sought to cultivate a good relationship with Li Feng in preparation for the future. Once she set her sights on someone, as long as that individual did not commit any egregious errors, Fang Xue would remain steadfast in her affection. Brother, who is here? The twin sisters emerged from their room, astonished to see Fang Xue. They had never imagined that their brother's girlfriend would be so beautiful. Hello. Nice to meet you. Kaixia greeted politely, while Kaiwei bashfully lowered her head, whispering a greeting before retreating behind her sister. Fang Xue blinked, quite taken with the adorable twins, but being their first meeting, she refrained from getting too close. However, she knew there would be opportunities for that in the future. After a brief chat, the group settled down, and Fang Xue toured Li Yun's room and the kitchen on the balcony, satisfying her curiosity. She yearned to learn more about Li Yun. Li Yun, she said softly while standing on the balcony, if you have the time, why not come over to my house as well? Having seen Li Yun's home, she naturally wished for him to visit hers too. Might that be a bit too soon? Li Yun was taken aback. Were they really discussing meeting parents already? They had only held hands, then nothing more. Fang Xue tilted her head. You have a point, we haven't even officially dated yet. Upon mentioning the word date, her cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable. Li Yun chuckled softly, discreetly grasping her small hand. So, shall we go on a date now? Yes. Fang Xue shyly acquiesced. It was he who had taken the initiative to invite her out, not the other way around. As Li Feng and the twins cast envious glances, Li Yun, now dressed neatly, stepped out of the house alongside Fang Xue. Once downstairs, he spotted a red Maserati parked nearby. Fang Xue approached it, opening the door and shyly asking, Li Yun, can you drive? Nope, I can't, he replied with a wry smile, taking in the sight of the luxury car and the beauty beside him, the two complementing each other and enhancing Fang Xue's allure. That's alright, I can, she said with a hint of pride. I got my license at 16. When I have time, I can teach you. Aren't you worried that I might not have money for a car in the future, making the lessons pointless? I will not deny it. I have always believed in your exceptional qualities, Li Yun. Earning a living, purchasing a car, and acquiring a home should be a simple endeavor for you, Fang Xue playfully remarked. Did you not just win 100,000 from Zhou Xianming? With your talent, becoming a mathematician in the future seems quite promising. Furthermore, I am more than capable of supporting you, she added internally, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the thought. Xue, Li Yun took the initiative to grasp her delicate hand. Hearing him call her name with such intimacy sent a tremor through her heart, causing her fair neck to flush with a tantalizing pink hue. Rest assured, I will ensure that the person I cherish, as well as those who stand by me, lead a joyous life. I shall exert my utmost effort to achieve that. Yes, I believe in you, Fang Xue replied softly, her affection for Li Yun evident, as was her willingness to be with him. Moreover, she was confident that he held feelings for her as well. However, she shyly stuck out her tongue and stammered. My father might not approve, we can't, you know, that before college. She was too embarrassed to continue. That? Li Yun found himself unable to resist a mischievous thought, leading to an even greater sense of shyness from Fang Xue. With a haughty hum, she withdrew her hand from his and stepped into the car fast. Hurry, get in. We are heading to the shopping district. All right. Once seated in Fang Xue's red Maserati, Li Yun was enveloped by a delightful fragrance. A small teddy bear adorned the front, adding a charming touch to the interior. Li Yun, you are the first boy to sit in my car, Fang Xue said, her cheeks tinged with red. I hope you never let me down. With that, the car set off, her gaze fixed ahead, clearly unwilling to grant Li Yun a chance to speak. Perhaps it was due to her shyness. Of course, Xue. I will ensure your happiness, Li Yun silently vowed. Upon arriving at the County South shopping street, Fang Xue parked the car and they walked hand in hand. Despite the early hour, the Sunday shopping district buzzed with life, couples like Li Yun and Fang Xue strolling together, hand in hand. Li Yun, look over there. They are selling jewelry. Do you want any? Not really. Hee. Fang Xue giggled, covering her mouth. I already have plenty of jewelry at home. A whole cabinet full that my mother bought for me. I want to buy something for Li Feng and your two younger sisters, they don't have any jewelry. Li Yun was taken aback. A whole cabinet of jewelry. Just how wealthy is your family, Fang Xue? Yet he felt touched that she was already considering his family, indicating her sincere desire to build a future together. All right, let us pick out a few pieces, but you won't be paying, I will. Umph. Such a display of male dominance. Fine, I'll let you show off, she giggled. Hand in hand, they entered the jewelry store, where a young sales assistant approached them with a beaming smile. Good day, what type of jewelry are you looking for? Upon seeing the couple's striking appearance, she momentarily froze. This young pair, with the boy's sunny charisma and the girl's enchanting beauty, truly seemed like a match made in heaven. The sales assistant enviously remarked. Your girlfriend is truly exquisite, adorned with jewelry, she would undoubtedly appear even more radiant. A flush crept across Fang Xue's face as she furtively glanced at Li Yun. Although they had already intertwined their hands, they had yet to openly declare their relationship. Li Yun was aware that Fang Xue's family would not approve. So he refrained from confessing, choosing to wait for a more opportune moment. The sales assistant, observing their interaction, quickly comprehended that these two youthful individuals were still in the ambiguous phase of their relationship. With this realization, the sales assistant took the initiative, saying, Sir, please come this way, we have several pieces of jewelry that would suit you perfectly. The heartfelt connection necklace, crafted from natural pearls, is the quintessential gift for couples to express their sentiments. The sales assistant enthusiastically introduced Li Yun to an array of ideal gifts for couples, seemingly eager for him to purchase them all. Xue, do you like it? Li Yun inquired with a smile, lifting the strand of pearl necklace. Yes. Fang Xue replied joyfully. I adore whatever you give me. Very well, then we shall purchase it. Li Yun declared generously, gesturing for the sales assistant to wrap up the necklace. However, to the sales assistant's astonishment, Li Yun proceeded to acquire 3 additional pieces of jewelry, totaling nearly 50,000 yuan, not for his girlfriend, but for others. Umph. Fang Xue huffed in a playful pout, vexed that this fool had chosen to gift couples jewelry to Li Feng, unaware if it was intentional or not. Contemplating the fact that Li Feng and Li Yun were not blood relatives, Fang Xue furrowed her brow slightly. Did it imply that Li Yun harbored feelings for Li Feng as well? Mommy. A little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, tugged at his mother's clothing, pointing at another man. Mommy, look. Someone is stealing a necklace. What? The innocent words of the little boy stunned everyone in the store, causing them to collectively turn and gaze at the middle-aged man he had indicated. Li Yun quickly noticed that the man was discreetly placing a bracelet into his girlfriend's bag. Upon being identified, the man's actions halted abruptly, with the bracelet half exposed, seeking trouble. Surprisingly, the thief, caught in the act, did not attempt to flee. Instead, He brandished a folding knife, swiftly opening it and threatened with a fierce glare, "Let us see who dares to call the police. Remember, your life is your own. And the money belongs to the boss. You don't act impulsively and create trouble." The crowd recoiled in fear. And a store attendant who had intended to press the alarm button hesitated, terrified that he might leap over the counter to confront her. Fang Xue nestled behind Li Yun, gripping his shirt, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. "Mommy," the little boy innocently queried, "why isn't anyone stopping the thief? Didn't you say that thieves are bad people?" His words rang piercingly in the jewelry store, causing several men accompanying their girlfriends to hang their heads in shame. "Ha ha ha." The thief erupted into a raucous laugh, his menacing gaze sweeping across the room, coldly retorting, "Little one, has your mother told you that where there is a height, there is also a deeper abyss? In this society, the strong prevail. Anyone who dares to act will face dire consequences. Is that so? What if I were to act?" Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please make your choice. Option 1, seize the opportunity to rob the jewelry store. Rewarded with a random advanced escape martial art and an evil value of 1000. Option 2, step forward to protect the crowd and apprehend the robber. Rewarded with a sum of money, a justice value of 30, 1000 experience points, a favorability increase of 10 from Fang Xue, and a charm value of 3. Option 3, ignore the situation and quietly enjoy the spectacle, rewarded with a random gift bag. Indicating Fang Xue to retreat, Li Yun stepped forward with an expression of calmness. Addressing the thief in an unhurried tone, he realized that engaging in a single act of wickedness would drastically increase his evil value, while the accumulation of justice value was remarkably slow. Nevertheless, the system maintained a commendable moral compass, rewarding monetary gain solely for virtuous deeds. The thief appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting someone to confront him so fearlessly. "I shall provide you with 2 options, Li Yun said, deriving amusement from the situation. "First, drop the folding knife and kneel. And plead for mercy. Perhaps I shall refrain from striking you too harshly." Infuriated, the thief sneered, "And the second option?" "Secondly." Li Yun tightened his fist and strolled toward him nonchalantly. "You will receive a thorough beating, followed by kneeling in supplication, and then a few bones shall be broken. It will be interesting to see when you decide to beg for mercy." The patrons of the jewelry store were rendered speechless. The young man was undeniably handsome, yet his audacity was astounding. Although his words were indeed captivating, they left the women present transfixed. "You are courting death?" The thief, incensed, brandished his folding knife and charged forward. A cruel smile plastered across his face, revealing that this was not his first encounter with such a scenario. "Oh, Li Yun." Fang Xue's heart raced in her throat. She understood that Li Yun was formidable enough to defeat someone like Lu Shun, the school bully. However, this knife-wielding thief was an entirely different threat. He was genuinely capable of murder. "Do not worry, this is a trivial matter." Li Yun, faced with the approaching thief, adeptly sidestepped, then delivered a powerful palm strike to the thief's back. The blow elicited a pained scream, and blood spewed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. "Is it over?" The crowd was astonished. The once arrogant thief, who had threatened everyone with a knife, was now felled by Li Yun's single strike. "Wow, Big Brother is amazing." A young boy clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Mom, look at how incredible this brother is. I want to be just like him when I grow up." Li Yun smiled at him. "Little friend, it is commendable to act bravely in the face of danger. But remember to protect yourself first and avoid recklessness. Sometimes, villains can be quite formidable. Don't worry, with someone like Big Brother here." The boy's innocent words eased the atmosphere in the store. "And you?" Li Yun turned his indifferent gaze toward the thief's girlfriend, who had turned pale with fear. Lacking any will to resist, she chose to kneel and produce the stolen items. It was then that everyone realized the thief's accomplice had pilfered several pieces of jewelry. "All right, you may call the authorities." Li Yun gestured for the staff to handle the remaining matters. Ding. The host has made a choice, rewarded with 56,000 in currency, 30 justice points, 1000 experience points, 10 favorability from Fang Xue, and 3 charm points. Having received the reward, Li Yun was thoroughly pleased, as the amount perfectly offset his expenditures at the jewelry store. Fang Xue approached Li Yun, her enchanting eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. Her lips slightly parted as she shyly uttered, "You were incredibly handsome just now. I really like you." This is a reward. A reward? Yes, a reward. She replied in a captivating tone. Closing her eyes, she rose onto her toes and placed a gentle kiss upon Lian's cheek. It was but a fleeting moment. And before he could even savor the softness of her lips, Fang Xue bashfully turned away, her voice trembling as she added, "Don't think too much. This is merely a reward from a beauty to a hero. Of course, it's not a reward between lovers, I know that." Liyun merely smiled, refraining from teasing her, lest the bashful Fang Xue resort to employing the tactics that girls often use on their boyfriends. The onlookers in the jewelry store erupted into applause, proclaiming the perfect pairing of beauty and hero, as Liyun and Fang Xue truly seemed destined for one another. However, some girls expressed dissatisfaction with their own boyfriends, exclaiming, "Look at her boyfriend, he is so handsome, possesses a strong sense of justice, and is quite capable. Now look at you. Cough, cough. Her girlfriend is certainly more beautiful than mine." "What did you say? Repeat that." "Forgive me, dear wife, I won't dare to utter such words again." After such a significant event, the store manager quickly arrived. This astute man in his 40s, upon witnessing Lian's assistance, generously offered him a 50% discount, all the while praising Fang Xue's beauty, elegance, and charm. As they departed with several pieces of jewelry, Fang Xue cautiously glanced at Liyun, relieved to find his expression unchanged. "What is wrong?" Nothing at all," Fang Xue replied, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "This store belongs to your family, doesn't it?" Liyun smiled knowingly, causing Fang Xue to jump in surprise, her lovely face reddening with embarrassment. "How did you know?" "Because the manager is clearly a shrewd individual, offering me a 50% discount equates to a gift of over 20,000, which is simply implausible. Moreover, he was overly attentive towards you, and considering his age, the truth becomes evident." You are quite clever," Fang Xue pouted playfully, saying, "I was initially concerned that you might feel inferior because of it, but seeing how you are now, I am completely at ease." The boy she admired was a man of poise and strength, one who would not be swayed by her family's immense wealth. Liyun, indeed, harbored no feelings of inferiority. After all, he possessed a remarkable system, and his future was boundless. "Given what you've said, Xiao Xue, I am curious just how much wealth your family possesses." Fang Xue hesitated for a moment, then subtly gestured towards the surrounding commercial street, her finger tracing a large circle as she chuckled quietly. "This commercial street, along with another on the opposite side of the county, comprises half of the stores that belong to my family." Liyun had no words left to say. Before him stood the quintessential embodiment of a wealthy and beautiful heiress, a girl whose family fortune was in the billions. It was said that she was the sole daughter in her family, destined to inherit all this wealth in the future. "Very well." Liyun smiled softly, taking her delicate hand in his own, and gently remarked, "To win the affection of a wealthy and beautiful young lady, I am truly grateful. I shall strive harder in the future to be worthy of you, my esteemed lady." "How annoying," Fang Xue chuckled, tightly wrapping her arm around Lian's, playfully nudging his shoulder with her head, yet her voice brimmed with tenderness as she replied, "Even if a poor boy lacks immense wealth, a young lady of fortune can still find charm in him." Liyun felt a stirring in his heart. He had intended to flirt with Fang Xue, yet her sincere words stirred his emotions instead. With such a confidant by his side, what more could he desire? The two strolled hand in hand for quite a while, wandering through the commercial street before making their way to a nearby museum. As noon approached, they found themselves with no other places to explore. "Xiao Xue, where shall we go next?" Liyun inquired, noticing a faint blush on Fang Xue's cheeks. Her lips parted slightly, and a hint of perspiration glistened on her delicate nose, suggesting she might be a bit weary. "Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please make a choice. Option 1, pamper your girlfriend by buying her milk tea and allowing her to rest, rewarding Fang Xue with 1 affection point and a random gift. Option 2, ignore and continue shopping, with no rewards." Liyun was taken aback. This was also an option. However, pampering his girlfriend, he favored this option. "Follow me," he said, pulling her toward a less crowded tea shop. "Let us take a break, we'll have lunch soon." Fang Xue replied softly, touched by his thoughtfulness. Just as she felt a twinge of fatigue, Liyun perceptibly suggested a rest, and his gentle demeanor warmed her heart. "Ding. Choice made." Rewards, 1 affection point for Fang Xue and a random gift have been granted. Lian's lips curved into a smile. Fang Xue's affection had risen to 96. Nearing the maximum of 100. If he did not take the final step, it would be quite a challenge to reach that pinnacle. However, once the affection reached 100, as long as he refrained from any egregious actions, such as harming her family, Fang Xue's feelings for him would not diminish. According to the system's introduction, an affection level of 100 meant that Fang Xue had fallen deeply in love with Li Yun, granting him the liberty to act as he wished, with her unwavering obedience stemming from her profound affection. Naturally, Li Yun would never overstep. He was a person of sound morals and would never contravene Fang Xue's wishes, especially not during their high school days. System, activate random gift. Li Yun casually initiated the process. Ding. Received 1 small foundational elixir. A small foundational elixir. Perfect for Fang Xue, as her health was somewhat fragile. The system must have intentionally bestowed this reward upon him. Li Yun discreetly retrieved the item from his inventory, presenting it as a treasured family remedy that would nourish her health, persuading Fang Xue to consume the small foundational elixir. Nourishing the body? Fang Xue questioned. Yet her trust in Li Yun was profound, and she naturally had no doubts about his intentions. Even if it were poison, as long as it was given to her by Li Yun, Fang Xue would willingly consume it. Upon swallowing the elixir, a warm sensation enveloped her, radiating through her limbs and bones, causing her to break out in a light sweat. Yet, she felt an unparalleled comfort, as if she could wander for an entire day. Li Yun, what is this? Fang Xue, hailing from an affluent background, had never experienced such a thing, immediately recognizing its extraordinary and precious nature. Rest assured. It's a fine item, Li Yun replied, playfully pinching her small nose. Fang Xue did not shy away. Instead, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Glancing around, she quickly leaned in and planted another kiss on Lian's cheek. Consider this a reward. Fang Xue offered him a flirtatious glance, her enchanting beauty captivating Lian's heart. Xiao Xue, if you have the time, grant me more rewards, won't you? Li Yun grasped her delicate hand. Fang Xue, feigning indifference, replied, that depends on how well you perform, Ultimately, Li Yun received a few rewards, reciprocating with a gentle kiss on her smooth, delicate face, relishing the soft and fragrant sensation of her cheek. Indeed, the taste of the esteemed school beauty was exquisite. However, after the kiss, he was met with a disdainful glare from her, leaving him feeling rather wronged. Why was it that she could reward him as she pleased, yet he faced obstacles in doing the same? This world seemed profoundly unfair. With a playful laugh, Fang Xue's charming sound made Lian's heart flutter. After enjoying a sweet lunch, the two departed from the commercial street and strolled down the roads of Lian's childhood, once bustling with internet cafes and arcades, now mostly faded, with only a few establishments clinging on. Hey, Li Yun, did you ever skip class? Fang Xue, who had always adhered to her parents' and teachers' teachings, widened her eyes in disbelief at the thought of Li Yun engaging in such behavior. Li Yun chuckled, boys have, to varying degrees, skipped class. Well, at least they have contemplated it. Come on, let us check out the arcade since you are curious about my past. Ugh, who wants to know about your past? I merely came to browse out of boredom, Fang Xue reverted to her haughty demeanor. Hand in hand, they entered a peculiar arcade, newly opened in a time when most were closing down. Fang Xue's presence attracted the attention of several idlers within, who whistled and urged the stunning beauty to join them in play. However, after Li Yun dealt with a few rascals, they quieted down, content to admire the beauty of the esteemed school flower from a distance. So chaotic. Fang Xue, hiding behind Li Yun, stuck out her tongue. Her parents and teachers had warned her against places like this, and it was evident why. The idle souls flocked here, as entertainment options were scarce in their small county town. Li Yun shrugged, unfazed, having witnessed far more chaotic scenes in internet cafes in the past. Fang Xue nodded, her gaze fixed forward. In the center of the hall stood a gaming machine, encased in a transparent cabinet filled with an array of plush bear figurines and other prizes, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Let us take a look, Li Yun suggested as he led her closer, only to discover that it was a lottery machine. Each play cost 1 yuan, and the prizes ranged from a newly released fruit machine valued at 10,000 yuan to mere marbles worth a dime. Damn. Marbles again? This place is a scam. I've never seen anyone win a 10 yuan prize. A nearby group chuckled, reveling in the misfortune of others. Ha ha ha, another bunch of fools getting duped. The fruit machine is not that easy to win. After a couple of lovebirds spent 50 yuan and walked away with nothing but a pile of marbles. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Clearly, the odds of winning from this lottery machine were exceedingly low, making it a dubious endeavor. Fang Xue, undeterred, eagerly purchased 10 yuan worth of game tokens and fed them all into the machine. Ding ding ding. She received 5 thank you for playing messages and 5 marbles. Oh no, why is this happening? Her charming face fell, revealing her disappointment. Indeed, luck was not on her side. Li Yun, I'm so frustrated. She pouted. Although 10 yuan was trivial to her, the sensation of throwing it away was quite displeasing. If only I had won a prize worth 3 yuan. I told you. This place is definitely a scam. The couple who had just lost their money chimed in, their voices rising in protest. Amid the commotion, the burly middle-aged man, adorned with a fearsome countenance and a dragon tattoo on his chest, emerged from a back room. Who dares to make a ruckus in my gaming hall? The tattooed giant bellowed, instantly silencing the room as the crowd averted their gazes from his intimidating glare. The couple, now utterly subdued, dared not make a sound. Li Yun smirked. Those who run gaming halls, dance clubs, or bars typically possess some degree of influence, whether through connections or a blend of both. They maintain cordial relations with local ruffians. Otherwise, their establishments would be constantly besieged by troublemakers, rendering their businesses unsustainable. However, Li Yun could not simply stand by and watch his girlfriend suck. Boss, he addressed the formidable proprietor directly, there seems to be an issue with your gaming machine. My girlfriend and this couple combined have played 60 times, and aside from the thank you for playing messages, all they received were marbles. This clearly contradicts the principles of probability. He pointed towards a notice affixed to the machine that detailed the odds of winning a 10 yuan plush toy, which stood at 5%. Along with the odds for 3 and 5 yuan prizes. The cumulative probability was exceedingly low, so it was improbable to experience 60 consecutive plays yielding nothing but marbles. Probability. The tattooed owner scoffed. I may not grasp such concepts, but I do know that lottery odds can be 1 in 10 million, yet someone still wins, right? That's because millions participate. It's because of the sheer volume of players, Fang Xue interjected, only to be met with the owner's fierce gaze. His eyes glinting with avarice as he appraised her tall, graceful figure. This girl is truly beautiful. The boss gazed at him with a lecherous look, chuckling. How about you spend a night with me, and you can draw from the prize pool at your leisure? You. Fang Xue glared at him indignantly. Her pride undulating like mountains, ran with a huff, she swiftly moved behind Li Yun, refusing to stoop to the level of such a person. Ding. An option event was triggered. Please choose option 1, stand up for your girlfriend, teach the boss a lesson, reward a random advanced martial arts manual, several experience points. Fang Xue's favorability 1, charm 3, several blue gift bags. Option 2, endure the humiliation, reward a random gift. Option 3, call the police, reward 10 justice points. Advanced martial arts. Li Yun felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained impassive as he shielded Fang Xue from the boss's leering gaze. May I inquire how to address you, boss? Bro Dragonhead, the boss replied with an air of superiority, deliberately flaunting the Rolex on his wrist in front of Fang Xue. Attempting to showcase his wealth. Little did he know, Fang Xue's family could easily afford a room full of Rolexes. Dragonhead, Li Yun nodded, producing a red 100 yuan note. Pinching it between his fingers, and smiling at the boss. How about this? I'll join in the fun, with wins and losses being inconsequential. Dragonhead chuckled derisively. Are you trying to give me money? Fine, be my guest, but don't say I didn't warn you if you don't win any prizes. Don't blame me. Not at all, how could I blame you, Dragonhead? After all, winning the lottery is a 1,000,000 to 1 chance. It's perfectly normal if I don't win after 100 tries, Li Yun insisted. Regardless of what I win, I shall have no complaints. Naturally. If I happen to draw something exceptional, I trust you won't mind either. Dragonhead patted his chest in assurance, grinning wickedly as his lecherous gaze returned to Fang Xue. Li Yun whispered to Fang Xue to stay close, then began to feed coins into the arcade machine with abandon. 1 coin, 2 coins, 10 coins, 20 coins. No matter how many coins Li Yun inserted, the outcome remained the same: thank you for your patronage and marbles worth 50 cents. Soon, he had fed in 100 coins. Yet still reaped nothing. Ha ha ha. Brother, it seems luck is not on your side. How about I give it a try? Dragonhead clapped Li Yun on the shoulder. No need. Li Yun shook his head with a bitter smile, but quickly added through gritted teeth, I refuse to believe I can't draw anything good. Bring me another 500 coins, Dragonhead, then fetch a chair. Today, I shall challenge the lottery machine. 500. All right. Dragonhead's eyes lit up. Immediately complying with Li Yun's request. Li Yun, Fang Xue tugged at his sleeve anxiously, whispering, let us stop this and leave. Not a chance. Dragonhead interjected hastily. You must finish these 500 coins before leaving. That is what you agreed to. Li Yun shrugged, squeezing Fang Xue's delicate hand reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. Xue. You draw this time, while I'll search online for ways to turn my luck around. Fine, but once we finish these 500, we are leaving, Fang Xue acquiesced reluctantly. Beginning to insert the coins into the lottery machine. Li Yun was soon surrounded by more than 20 individuals, all of whom displayed expressions of amusement upon witnessing the pile of game tokens beside Fang Xue. Many were already aware that this lottery machine never yielded worthwhile prizes. It was merely a contrivance devised by the owner to ensnare unsuspecting customers. Thus, in their eyes, Li Yun's action of spending 500 yuan was akin to sheer foolishness. This fool appeared to be quite affluent. It was unfortunate that his girlfriend was so stunning yet was with such a dimwit. It was likely he was a nouveau riche, freshly benefiting from a relocation. Oh, how envious I am, even the newly wealthy possess such beautiful girlfriends. Her figure so alluring, her beauty surpassing even that of top celebrities. I would gladly forfeit a decade of life for just one night with her. The idle youths around freely commented on Fang Xue's physique and appearance, while Longtooth reveled in the spectacle, anticipating that once Li Yun squandered his 500, he could further provoke him, perhaps causing his girlfriend to leave him. Oh, what a delightful scenario that would be. Li Yun. Fang Xue had invested 300 game tokens, her hand growing weary. Yet she still failed to see any rewards apart from the marbles, leaving her feeling disheartened. Turning to Li Yun, she found him leisurely engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to their plight. Let us go, she declared, throwing down the game tokens, her hand gripping his in frustration, her eyes pleading. Under such a gaze from a prominent beauty, any man would find it impossible to refuse her request. Consider it done. Li Yun smirked, playfully brushing his fingers against Fang Xue's pat nose, chuckling, Xue, toss in one more token. If we don't hit the grand prize, we shall depart. All right. Fang Xue's face flashed, deciding to place her trust in Li Yun once more. The grand prize? Longtooth crossed his arms, scoffing disdainfully, if you actually win the grand prize, I swear I'll take your surname. Li Yun chuckled lightly. Li is indeed a fine surname, you might want to contemplate it. Are you courting death? Longtooth retorted with a mocking laugh. Li Yun chose to ignore him, gesturing for Fang Xue to insert another token for the draw. Humph. Longtooth's eyes glinted mischievously as he turned to the gathered crowd and shouted, everyone heard that, right? This kid claims he'll win the grand prize. If he doesn't, he'll take my surname and be my son. How? I've never encountered someone like this before. The surrounding idlers erupted into laughter, playfully urging Li Yun to call Longtooth dad if he failed to win the grand prize. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Yun chose not to engage with the crowd, simply instructing Xue, insert the token. Fang Xue felt increasingly anxious. Had it not been for Li Yun's presence, she would have fled this dismal place long ago. Taking a deep breath, she dropped a game token into the machine. With a chime, the lottery machine began to whir, the screen flashing images of various prizes at lightning speed before gradually coming to a halt. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have won the grand prize, the Guoji 9th generation fruit machine, valued at 12,800 yuan. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the pointer rested on the grand prize, followed by a jubilant tune celebrating the victory. How could this be possible? As Long Tugu's pupils constricted, he exclaimed in disbelief. I specifically instructed to set the odds to 0. He quickly silenced himself, yet the others were acutely aware of his intended words, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Li Yun, have we truly won? Fang Xue's beautiful eyes widened in incredulity. Luck, it seemed, was an uncontrollable force. Li Yun shrugged and turned to Long Tugu, saying, Isn't that right, Brother Long? Brother Long. The crowd echoed, unable to contain their laughter, even Fang, the campus beauty, giggling behind her hand. You are courting death. Long Tugu was on the verge of fury when Li Yun gestured for him to halt, calmly stating, no rush. We still have half of the 500 yuan worth of game tokens left. Let us finish drawing before we jump to conclusions. Fang Xue, continue. All right. Fang Xue, now invigorated, felt no fatigue as she eagerly dropped another token into the machine. Ding dong. Congratulations. You've won the grand prize, a fruit machine 8 valued at 800 yuan. The crowd was dumbfounded, Long Tugu's eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What the hell, another win? Fang Xue, keep going. Okay. Ding dong. Congratulations. You've won the grand prize again, a fruit machine 8 valued at 800 yuan. What the hell? The crowd erupted in excitement. One special prize and 2 first prizes, such odds were terrifyingly low, yet Fang Xue had managed to win consecutively. Those who had previously mocked Li Yun now stood in stunned silence, realizing they were the foolish ones. 3 phones totaling 30,000 yuan, it was simply exhilarating. What on earth is happening? Long Tugu fumed. In a mere minute, he had lost 30,000 yuan. Who could withstand such a blow? Ha ha ha. As Li Yun retrieved the prizes from the pool, he shrugged nonchalantly, just as you said, Brother Long, there are people who win even with a 1 in 10,000 chance. My girlfriend winning 3 times in a row is hardly surprising, wouldn't you agree? Not surprising. The crowd chimed in unison, their laughter almost causing them to burst. Eagerly anticipating Long Tugu's reaction, Li Yun calmly declared, Fang Xue, continue drawing until we've exhausted the tokens. I'll be damned. Long Tugu's face flashed with rage. His expression one of barely contained fury. Stung by Lian's words, he could no longer restrain himself. Roaring as he clenched his enormous fist and swung it at Lian's face. Calm down. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Li Yun coolly grasped Long Tugu's fist with one hand, applying a gentle yet firm squeeze. Long Tugu let out a pained cry, his face paling instantly. Spare me, brother. I was wrong. Please let me go. Long Tugu begged frantically, unable to muster any resistance against Lian's iron grip. Humph. Ignorant fool. Li Yun effortlessly tossed Long Tugu aside as though he were refuse. The surrounding staff and enforcers dared not utter a word, allowing Li Yun and Fang Xue to continue their draws. Ding dong. Congratulations. You've won the second prize, a 4 series phone, valued at 600 yuan. Another second prize, valued at 200 yuan. A second prize trip to Haicheng for 3 days, for a group of 5, valued at 500 yuan. The crowd was left utterly speechless. Li Yun and Fang Xue took turns tossing game coins, winning each time, starting from the grand prize and descending all the way to the 7th prize. With more than 200 coins, they astonishingly emptied the entire prize pool, which was worth nearly 100,000 yuan. Brother, can I still call you big brother? Long Tugu knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. It's not easy for me to earn some money, please let me off this time. A faint, indifferent smile appeared on Lian's face. Weren't you the one who insisted that I must draw all 500 yuan today? How is it that you now wish for me to stop? Brother, I was wrong, I beg you, spare me this once. Long Tugu slapped himself repeatedly, each hit resonating sharply. Truly, he was someone who could run an arcade, harsh on others, yet merciless to himself. I shouldn't he have tampered with the odds? Slap. He struck himself again. I shouldn't he have offended you, big brother? Slap. I should have realized how formidable you are while you were seated in that chair. It dawned on Long Tugu that Li Yun's calm demeanor had indicated he had enlisted a skilled hacker to infiltrate the control system of his gaming machines, adjusting the winning odds to their maximum. Enough of your theatrics, you've crossed me this time, and you must accept the consequences. Li Yun disregarded his pleas. taking away all prices above the second tier while allowing Fang Xue to select a few additional items. As for the rest, those who desire them may come forward. Li Yun declared, gesturing towards the remaining prizes in the pool. Don't be shy, though I find you all quite unsavory, having been swindled by the owner myself. Come and clear out the prize pool. How dare you? The crowd gasped, then surged forward in a frenzy to claim the prizes. Among them, Long Tugu was the swiftest, transforming his kneeling position into an aggressive leap akin to a dog pouncing on its prey. Damn it, these are mine. Don't snatch them. Get lost. What do you mean, yours? These are gifts from the big brother. Curse you all, come help me reclaim my prizes. Long Tugu shouted at his employees. Thank you for your generosity, big brother. Do come again. Long Tugu hastily amended his words. The scene devolved into chaos, but Li Yun and Fang Xue exchanged knowing smiles, each cradling a bounty of the most valuable items as they exited. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards granted: Advanced Martial Arts, a Diamond Finger, 5, 135 experience points. Fang Xue's favorability level, 1, Charm, 3, Blue Gift Bags, 3, rewards have been distributed. Upon leaving the arcade, Li Yun received a generous reward from the system. Among them, the Diamond Finger technique was the one he found most gratifying. This technique, renowned as one of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, could unleash tremendous power even in the body refinement stage. Even in the acquired stage, it could channel true energy, with a single finger thrust unleashing energy comparable to a bullet, easily shattering gold and stone. The system had also upgraded the Diamond Finger to an advanced level, making this technique even more formidable, the true ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Fang Xue's favorability had reached a remarkable 99 points, just shy of perfection. If the affection level reaches 100, it signifies that Li Yun can do whatever he pleases with Fang Xue and she will not oppose him. Li Yun, she called, pulling him back from his reverie. He straightened his posture and asked seriously, what is it? Fang Xue leaned in closer to scrutinize his face, sensing that he was contemplating something inappropriate. Xiao Xue, she huffed, pinching his waist, prompting an involuntary yelp from him. Satisfied, she asked, I just wanted to know why we've won so many prizes. Did you manipulate the lottery machine? Astute observation. Li Yun teased, pinching her delicate nose. The lottery machine cannot consistently yield low probabilities, as officials from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce will come to inspect it. Thus, I surmise that the machine is connected to a network with a control backend managing the winning odds. So you hacked into the control backend. Fang Xue's eyes widened in surprise. You possess hacking skills? To some extent, Li Yun replied with a smirk. Accessing the control panel is a simple task for me. Hence, we swept away all the prizes from Long Tugu. Impressive. Fang Xue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him. With a tremor in her voice, she remarked, My boyfriend is remarkable, how should I reward you? While in the arcade, he had consistently referred to her as his girlfriend, filling Fang Xue with joy. And in a moment of impulse, she embraced the title. It seemed her voice was anticipating something. As Li Yun admired her lovely face and the rosy hue of her lips, Fang Xue shyly returned his gaze. Their eyes locked, and an air of intimacy enveloped them. As the two enamored youths gradually leaned closer. Xiao Xue, may I request my reward? Li Yun gently lifted her chin, his tone tender. Fang Xue slowly closed her eyes, awaiting her beloved to claim her first kiss. Although they had only known each other for less than a week, Li Yun's handsome appearance, gentle demeanor, meticulous care, and the charm he exuded today had deeply captivated her heart, making her willingly surrender to him. Fang Xue was certain that Li Yun would treat her well in the future. He was someone worthy of her lifelong commitment, not merely a fleeting first love. Miss. Just as their lips were about to meet, two bodyguards in black rushed out from their hiding place, abruptly interrupting the couple's tender moment. Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please choose option 1, continue kissing Fang Xue, reward Fang Xue with an increase of 1 in affection points and 5,000 experience points, likely triggering the wrath of Fang Xue. Option 2, abandon the kiss, reward with the skill, tattling. Would Li Yun even consider the latter? Any man would choose not to retreat. Thus, Li Yun disregarded the bodyguard's warning and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on Fang Xue's rosy lips. Soft, moist, sweet, exquisite. Unfortunately, due to the inopportune setting, Li Yun could only savor Fang Xue's delightful taste for a mere 3 seconds before reluctantly releasing her. Li Yun. Fang Xue emitted a soft sigh, her delicate form leaning languidly against his arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her beautiful eyes tightly closed, embodying an irresistible shyness. Within her heart, the emotions for Li Yun had transformed into a gentle, flowing warmth. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards. Fang Xue's favorability increased by 1. 5,000 experience points have been granted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully attaining the full favor of a young lady. With an additional reward of 5,000 experience points and a red envelope. Inside the red envelope, a sum of 88,888 coins. Unlocking a special skill, a conquest effect, at a certain special time grants the host boundless energy, relentless in battle, invincible in strength. Li Yun embraced Fang Xue's waist. His heart brimming with excitement and joy. To have such a beautiful Campus Belle harbor feelings for him at full favorability indicated her unwavering loyalty. And the bonus experience was exhilarating, bringing his total to nearly 20,000 experience points. As for the effect of the conquest skill, well, every man would cherish such a boon. The only regret was that Li Yun had not yet had the opportunity to test this skill, leaving it for future moments with either Fang Xue or Li Feng. You. How could you steal the young lady's first kiss? The two bodyguards exchanged glances. Assigned by Master Feng to protect Fang Xue with the dual purpose of shielding her from harm and deterring unsuitable suitors. For the young lady of the Feng family was not to be trifled with by just any man. Yet now, Li Yun had audaciously taken her first kiss before their very eyes. What further irked the two was their inability to express anger. As Li Yun might very well become the son-in-law of the Feng family, if they were to hold grudges, their fates would be sealed. Li Yun, am I heading back? Yes, see you tomorrow. Fang Xue's tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. Having bestowed her first kiss, she felt no further reservations. Li Yun was even stronger than she had imagined, capable of earning her strict father's approval. Thus, Fang Xue rose on her toes and gently kissed Li Yun on the lips, shyly retreating into her red Maserati. Li Yun lightly traced his fingers over his lips, seemingly still tasting Fang Xue's sweetness, which stirred his heart with excitement. Ahem. Li Yun turned to the two bodyguards, whose jaws had dropped in astonishment. You two should escort Xue back and inform your master that I will personally pay him a visit. The bodyguards were once again taken aback. A personal visit implied that Li Yun had confidence in gaining the approval of Fang Xue's father. Seated in the car, Fang Xue felt a rush of sweetness, her cheeks blooming with a deeper flush. Did Li Yun's visit to her parents signify an engagement? Though the pace seemed swift, Fang Xue eagerly anticipated that day, ready to wed Li Yun. Watching Fang Xue's South Red Maserati drive away, Li Yun felt a pang of reflection. Although he knew not the price of the luxurious vehicle, he surmised it must be no less than 5 million. This indicated that he needed to double his efforts. The journey he and Fang Xue had ahead was still long. After Fang Xue's departure, Li Yun redirected his focus back to the gains of this encounter. The system activated 3 Asia gift bags. Having opened numerous gifts previously, Li Yun felt little anticipation and opted to unveil them all at once. Ding. He received 1 minor experience pill and 2 minor foundation pills. As expected, the rewards were lackluster. Li Yun remained silent, consuming the experience pill immediately, while reserving the foundation pills for Li Feng and his younger sister, Kaixia. Subsequently, he allocated additional attribute points, bringing his total experience points to an impressive 20,000. Ultimately, Li Yan's attributes surged significantly. Host, Li Yun. Constitution, 1,000 points. Strength, 1,000 points. Spirit, 600 points. Wisdom, 600 points. Agility, 950 points. Charm, 33 points. Justice points, 260. Universal experience points, 10,000. Skills, beginner fist technique, beginner inch punch, intermediate serpent step, divine culinary arts, master level computer knowledge, advanced singing, conquest, advanced steel bones, advanced diamond fingers. Items, women's panties, a fountain pen, ink box, divine skill pill. Although the current 10,000 experience points could only augment his attributes by a little over 600, Li Yun was largely satisfied. In terms of ancient martial arts, his strength could be equated to the initial phase of body refinement, nearing the mid-phase. However, with his advanced steel bones, both his muscles and bones were exceptionally resilient, and his attributes developed comprehensively, allowing him to easily dominate anyone below the innate realm in practical combat. With a cheerful heart, he returned home, glancing at the time. It was just in time for dinner. "I'm back." Leon placed the prizes he had won, along with the jewelry he had purchased for Li Feng and the twin sisters, onto the table, leaving the two sisters, who emerged from their room utterly astonished. "Brother, how did you buy so many things?" Kai Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, a gaming console. What brand is this?" "And there is 1 Generation 9 fruit machine, 2 Generation 8 fruit machines, and a Huawei phone." Kaisia gazed at Li Yun in disbelief. "Brother, you spent so much money today. This is the phone for us." Li Yun chuckled, playfully pinching Kaisia's adorable cheek. "It's for you, but it was purchased." "What?" The three girls were puzzled, and after hearing Li Yan's explanation, they remained speechless for a long while, unable to comprehend the sheer improbability of winning such an abundance of prizes at an arcade. "All right, don't dwell on it, just enjoy these gifts," Li Yun said, distributing the Generation 9 fruit machine to Li Feng and 1 Generation 8 fruit machine to each of the twin sisters, while he settled for a standard Huawei phone. The three sisters were ecstatic, and under Kaisia's bold lead, each planted a sweet kiss on Li Yan's cheek. Naturally, it was not a romantic gesture but rather one of familial affection. Despite the absence of blood ties among Li Feng, the twin sisters, and Li Yun, coupled with the lingering excitement stirred by Fang Xue, Li Yun found himself invigorated. After a brief exchange, he excused himself to take a shower, seeking the coolness of water to quell the internal flames ignited within him. "Why is brother walking hunched over?" the innocent Kaisia inquired, causing Kai Wei to blush deeply as she quickly tugged at her sister's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further questions. As for Li Feng, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly, having instantly discerned Li Yan's current predicament. However, there was little she could do at the moment. She could only wait until the evening when Kai Wei and Sasha had fallen asleep before seeking out Li Yun. Li Feng felt a modicum of confidence in her own agility, having conducted numerous experiments on Li Yun in the past. Fang Xue had left the majority of the prizes for Li Yun, while she returned home with a few plush toys. Fang Xue's residence was situated in the most prestigious villa district of Longyang County, nestled beside mountains and waters, close to the river that traversed the county. The geographical conditions were indeed exceptional, with each villa valued at over 50 million. Fang Xue's home, a magnificent structure of 4 stories, sprawling in width, adorned with a rockery, a garden, a swimming pool, and an underground parking garage, had cost her grandfather a staggering 120 million at the time of purchase, and its value had now soared to nearly 2 billion. The luxurious amenities, exquisite decor, and breathtaking surroundings were enough to instill awe in anyone who beheld them for the first time. "Dad, I'm home." Fang Xue cheerfully entered the villa's grand hall, laden with a multitude of items. Her father, Feng Huyu, and her mother awaited her return for dinner. Thus, Feng Xue's joyful demeanor and the items in her hands captured the attention of both parents. "Xue, what are these?" Before Feng Huyu could inquire further, Feng Xue's mother interjected, knowing that her husband, despite appearing stern, was strict out of love for their daughter. Mom, these are all prizes I won today with my boyfriend." Feng Xue hesitated for a moment but ultimately confessed that Li Yun was indeed her boyfriend and future husband. "Nonsense!" Feng Huyu exclaimed, causing Feng Xue to flinch slightly, prompting her mother to urge him to remain calm. But how could Feng Huyu remain composed? He had only one precious daughter, and now she was being entangled with some unknown boy. How could he not be furious? "Dad." Feng Xue mustered her courage to defend Li Yun. "He scored full marks in science and English. He is skilled in hacking. He is an excellent fighter. He is gentle." After hearing this, a derisive smile crept across Feng Huyu's authoritative face. "Xue, you are naive and only see the surface without grasping the truth." "The truth?" "First, full marks in 2 subjects means he performed poorly in the others. Let him achieve full marks across the board before boasting. Second, what of his hacking skills? He is merely a coder. Such individuals are plentiful in my company. And third, so what if he is a formidable fighter? no matter how skilled. My company employs over 600 security personnel, many of whom possess the ability to withstand bullets and wield true energy. They are my subordinates, after all. Fang Xue remained unconvinced, prompting Fang Xue to sigh and shake his head. As for being gentle, there is a saying online, the gentleness of the poor is the least valuable. Once you encounter hardship, you will realize that no matter how gentle a man may be, he cannot compare to one who provides you with a comfortable material life. Moreover, it is not necessarily the case that affluent individuals lack gentleness. Just look at me. Your father. Fang Xue declared with a sense of pride, only to be discreetly pinched by Fang Mama, causing his face to contort. Fang Xue bit her lip, turned away, and remarked, in the end, Dad, you still disdain Liyun for not being wealthy enough. You are biased towards the affluent. Faced with such a statement from his daughter, Fang Xue was immediately flustered, yet regarding her future, he could only muster the courage to respond, in any case, if you wish for me to accept Liyun, he must achieve something substantial. Otherwise, until then, you must refrain from any intimate contact with him, then certainly do not spend the night outside. Humph. Fang Xue ascended the spiral staircase, holding a collection of items one alongside Liyun, and made a face at Fang Xue, exclaiming, just wait, Dad. My boyfriend will surely astonish you. The couple exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness. From the radiant smile on Fang Xue's face when she spoke of Liyun, it was evident that she had developed profound feelings for the young man. When shall we invite that boy over to our home to truly discern what kind of person he is? Fang Mama inquired. Absolutely not. Fang Xue vehemently opposed, yet softened his stance, feeling compassion for his daughter. At least, until that scoundrel accomplishes something remarkable, I shall not acknowledge him. Fang Mama sighed lightly, comforted by the belief that her upbringing had instilled good values in Fang Xue, ensuring she would not casually spend the night out with someone. However, romance is not entirely negative. At 7 p.m., Liyun returned to the food stall, where the owner informed him that a replacement had been found, and today he was there to settle his wages. Although he no longer regarded a few thousand yuan with much importance. Boss, Liyun greeted as he secured his bicycle, only to hear a familiar voice exclaim, Liyun. Surely. Liyun was taken aback to see Fang Xue assisting the boss's wife. Have you been hired by the boss? She was his classmate, albeit with limited interaction, in Liyun's memory. Fang Xue came from a troubled background and had shown little enthusiasm for her studies, having decided early on against attending university. After finishing high school, she intended to work in Shanghai City. Yes. Fang Xue's face bore a hint of shyness, and Liyun detected a trace of embarrassment in her eyes, as if some unfortunate circumstance had compelled her to seek employment. Upon learning that Fang Xue was Liyun's classmate, the boss's wife expressed her surprise, repeatedly stating it was a matter of fate, which caused Fang Xue to feel even more awkward. Liyun shrugged, harboring no particular sentiments towards Fang Xue. While she was reasonably attractive, with a curvaceous figure and decent looks, she paled in comparison to Li Feng and Fang Xue. Fang Xue couldn't even be considered the class beauty, while Fang Xue and Li Feng, the two girls closest to Liyun, were the school as flowers at Yike High School, with no competition in sight. Liyun, how long have you been working here? Seeking to alleviate the awkwardness, Fang Xue initiated a conversation. Not too long, perhaps a year or two. I owe my gratitude to the boss for taking me in. Liyun replied with a smile. Not at all. The boss hurriedly waved his hand. Xiaoyun, your culinary skills are now so exceptional that in the future, you could easily command a salary of several tens of thousands. No, or I should say, if you were to open your own establishment, your reputation for having defeated the Food King would be enough to sustain a 5-star hotel. Fang Xue's eyes widened in disbelief. What was the boss saying? Liyun had defeated the Food King. Who was the Food King? He could earn a casual salary of tens of thousands. He could even sustain a 5-star hotel. Fang Xue looked at Liyun with sparkling eyes. It seemed as if he had transformed into an entirely different person since defeating Lu Shun. If they hadn't been classmates for 2 years, she would hardly recognize him. Boss, ready like a plate of fried noodles. Wait. What? The food god is also here. The excitement surged. Food god, I want a plate of fried noodles, no matter if the price is 3 times higher. What? The food god is here tonight? Bring me 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, all cooked by the food god. And me, I want 5 skewers of lamb barbecue. Food god, please prepare a spicy stir-fried lamb for me, I beg you. Fang Xue stared in astonishment as people rushed in. And soon the once quiet stall filled to the brim with a lively crowd, with many standing outside craning their necks to watch Li Yun cook. Anxiously waiting for a vacant seat. It was evident how immensely popular Li Yun, the food god, truly was. Upon hearing the title food god, Fang Xue had initially been skeptical, but now, with the aroma wafting from Li Yun's cooking and the fervent enthusiasm of the diners, it was clear that he was indeed worthy of such a title. How remarkable! Li Yun, how did you accomplish this? While assisting him, Fang Xue asked with a hint of admiration in her gaze. It's just average, Li Yun modestly replied, and I learned a bit while working. In truth, most of his skills were due to the system. Li Yun had not learned much, as he was too busy with menial tasks to dedicate time to mastering culinary arts. Fang Xue's eyes sparkled as if she had found her direction for the future. As they chatted, Li Yun continued cooking, preparing several more dishes before he was ready to take his leave. Just then, the cacophony of shouting erupted. Is the food god here? Make way, make way. Our boss Xue is here to dine, those who wish to leave should clear out. Get lost, get lost. Today, our boss has reserved the entire place. A group of fierce-looking thugs clad in black surrounded a somewhat short and slender man whose sharp, cold gaze suggested he was around 40 years old. As the thugs shouted and pushed through the crowd, clearing a path for their boss, several unfortunate souls were knocked to the ground, causing chaos to ensue. Everyone. Let us talk this over. The boss rushed out to attend to them, inwardly lamenting but also realizing a truth: a small pond cannot accommodate a great dragon. And a humble temple cannot house a grand Buddha. While Li Yun's presence had undeniably brought traffic to his stall, it also attracted a wealth of unnecessary troubles. Boss, you should step aside. Previously, the ever-vigilant tiger, accustomed to dining here, they exclaimed, and then respectfully smiled at the lanky leader, saying, Boss, this is Li Yun, who triumphed over the culinary king Zhou Chuanrong and was bestowed the title of God of Food. His dishes are truly exquisite and without exaggeration. He gestured towards Li Yun, while several henchmen nodded in agreement, affirming Tiger's statement. Li Yun remained composed, undeterred by the 20-odd thugs casting predatory glances his way. There was no trace of panic on his face. Fang Xue grew increasingly astonished, feeling an urge to flee. But she managed to restrain herself upon witnessing Li Yun's unflappable demeanor. This group of black-clad enforcers was indeed intimidating. Surely, Li Yun continued to sort his dishes. We are running low on tomatoes, please wash some more. Fang Xue was nearly overwhelmed, exclaiming, Is this really the time for cooking? Can't you see these ruffians are all staring at you? Everyone was taken aback by Li Yun's nonchalance. Surrounded by thugs yet still leisurely preparing food, it was as if he regarded them as mere shadows. All right. The leader of the black-clad thugs, Xueji, bellowed, clapping his hands in applause for Li Yun. A look of astonishment gracing his features. Truly worthy of the title God of Food. What does professionalism entail? It is to remain wholly focused on one's craft without distraction, dedicating oneself entirely to a singular task. You all ought to learn from this. The final remark was directed at his subordinates, who nodded in eager compliance. Li Yun responded with a faint smile, If you wish to dine, please form a queue. I will prepare a few more dishes before I take my leave. Indeed. The God of Food speaks wisely, Xueji remarked with a carefree smile, turning to Tiger. Little Tiger, go check how many are still waiting. Hurry and ensure we are in line, lest we miss out on the divine dishes prepared by the God of Food. Boss. Tiger appeared bewildered. When had they ever needed to queue for a meal? I asked you to check. Xueji chuckled, patting Tiger's shoulder. Who dares to dine before me, Xueji? Do you understand, little Tiger? Understood. The burly tiger trembled slightly at Xueji's slap, nearly losing his footing, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He hurriedly dashed outside, bellowing at the surrounding crowd, Who the hell still wants to eat? Step forward. Naturally, no one dared to respond. Satisfied, the tiger returned, bowing and scraping before Xueji, reporting. Boss, no one else wants to eat, it's just you in line now. The owner and his wife refrained from speaking further, exchanging anxious glances with Li Yun, urging him to expedite the cooking for Xue. Fang Xue scrutinized Tiger for a long while, suddenly stiffening as if recognizing who he was. Li Yun, unfazed, completed the last portion of stir-fried bean sprouts and placed it on a plate, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Surveying his surroundings, he remarked, "Boss, I must take my leave now. If given the chance, I shall return to visit." The black-clad thugs were momentarily stunned, Tiger's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Their leader was standing right before him, yet this lad dared to declare his departure. "You little." Tiger was about to erupt in anger, but Xue waved a hand, signaling him to silence. With a smile, he said, "The god of food truly embodies grace, charisma, and grandeur, far surpassing me. A mere small-time boss." However, Xue shifted the tone of the conversation, his demeanor turning frigid as he stated, "I have extended my courtesy and articulated my reasoning. If someone still refuses to grant me face, I fear it will become quite difficult for me to maintain my position here." The group of black-clad thugs glared menacingly at Li Yun, seemingly poised to pounce at Xueji's command. Ding. A choice event has been triggered. The host must choose option 1, uphold the chef's professional ethics and prepare a meal for Xue, receiving a skill elixir as a reward. Option 2, refuse to cook for the casino boss Xue, vehemently denouncing him as trash, earning 10 justice points, a random advanced martial arts manual, 5,000 experience points, and 3 charisma points. Li Yun was taken aback that the system had indeed presented him with a perplexing dilemma. Regardless of the option chosen, he found merit in the reasons provided by the system, and the rewards were enticing. In essence, he was faced with a choice between professional ethics and justice. "Xiao Yun." The boss was frantically gesturing, while the boss's wife showed a look of terror. "Very well, there will be ample opportunities to teach Xue a lesson." Li Yun made his decision, pointing to the dishes he had just prepared, and said to Xue, "If you send your men away, these dishes will be yours." "You bastard." Brother Hu was once again on the verge of exploding with anger. This brat seemed utterly oblivious to the situation. Their boss had personally come to this humble eatery, yet Li Yun refused to prepare even a few dishes for him. Ding. The host has made a choice. The reward, 1 skill elixir, has been issued. A smirk played on Lian's lips as he grasped the system's intent. The essence of a chef's ethics lies in serving the dishes prepared to the patrons, rather than discarding them and causing waste. Having fulfilled the conditions for the reward, Li Yun felt no need to feign politeness with this group. Clapping his hands, he cheerfully declared, "You may eat or not, my cooking task for today is complete. And I shall not return here to cook again. This is your last chance to savor my culinary creations." The onlookers were at a loss for words regarding the food deity. To utter such a phrase in the face of a menacing group of thugs required immense courage. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone awaited Xueji's response. After a long, cold stare, Xue finally uttered a single word before silently taking a seat, signaling Brother Hu to bring the dishes over. If these dishes were unsatisfactory, he would undoubtedly break this arrogant brat's limbs tonight. "Xiao Yun, this." The boss stuttered, his face a portrait of panic. "Do not worry, I will handle this." Li Yun waved his hand, motioning for the boss and others to step back. He seated himself opposite Xue, observing the casino boss as he dined. Xue discreetly glanced at Li Yun, picked up some bean sprouts with his chopsticks, and after savoring them, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Delicious." This marked the 3rd time he had praised the food since arriving, yet this time it was evidently heartfelt. Completely captivated by Lian's culinary skills, Xue began to devour the food ravenously. Indeed, the artistry of the food deity was extraordinary. The flavors were, without doubt, exquisite. Xue, while savoring his meal, lavished praise that left the black-clad thugs surrounding Li Yun salivating, their eyes glistening with desire at the sight of the delectable home-cooked dishes laid out before them. "Is it truly that delicious? The boss is quite exaggerated." "It must be genuine. The boss has dined at the renowned Winner Hotel in Shanghai City, where he has tasted the creations of esteemed chefs. I can't help but crave it as well." After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Xue gave Li Yun a thumbs up, warmly exclaiming, "Truly deserving of the title God of Food, your culinary skills are unparalleled. To be a chef in such a modest eatery is a sheer waste of talent. I have already resigned." Li Yun replied nonchalantly. Oh. You've resigned? Xue nodded and gently suggested that is for the best. How about this? I'll find you a job. Come work as a chef for me. In the future, when I open a hotel, I would like you to be the head chef. Earning a monthly salary of 20,000 plus stock dividends. What do you think? A monthly salary of 20,000. Fang Xue cast an envious glance at Li Yun. The boss had not exaggerated, as Li Yun could indeed effortlessly command such an income. Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please choose option 1 to accept Xueji's invitation. Reward 10,000 experience points, advanced management studies, advanced escape techniques, and a high probability of serving time in prison in the future. Option 2 decline, reward 10,000 experience points, a random advanced martial arts book, and a steady ascent to the pinnacle of life in the future. Li Yun wore a bewildered expression. What nonsensical options were these? The system implied that Xueji would end up incarcerated, and thus he too would be implicated. However, given Li Yun's character, it was inconceivable that he would choose to follow anyone or let alone serve under someone like Xueji. With a sardonic smile, Li Yun retorted. Who do you think you are? Do you possess the stature to invite me? Ding. The host has made a choice, rewards 10,000 experience points. Advanced martial arts, wind-slashing sword technique have been granted. Aside from the system notification echoing in Li Yun's mind, the entire eatery fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was astonished by Li Yun's audacity to insult Xueji. No, their boss was indeed formidable, yet it was also true that their boss was not invincible. Hu Ji's mind was blank. Having followed Xueji for 2 years, no one in Longyang County had ever dared to disregard Xueji's authority, let alone insult him to his face. Xueji's expression shifted dramatically before he finally backed. Enough. Li Yun interrupted him, impatiently stating, You've said good 3 times already. This is the 4th. Have you never been educated? If you lack culture, strive to learn, don't act like a fool. Onlookers recoiled in fear. Some already reaching for their phones to call the police, as the god of food had seemingly lost his mind, daring to provoke this group of thugs. Fool. Fool. Xueji trembled with rage. Since attaining the body refinement stage at 30, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yes. You are indeed a fool, Li Yun replied with a serene smile. You are courting death. Xueji's eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he bellowed in rage, forcefully overturning the table and hurling it towards Li Yun. With a contraction of his pupils, Li Yun, possessing extraordinary physical attributes, could vividly perceive the wooden table rotating slowly in midair. It appeared that upon surpassing a physical threshold, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His vision sharpened, his neural responses quickened, and all bodily functions received tremendous enhancement. With renewed confidence, Li Yun unleashed a formidable punch directly at the tumbling table. A resounding crash echoed as his fist punctured a large hole through the wood, following which his fist and the shattered table collided violently against Xueji. Yet Xueji was no novice. Having navigated the streets for years, he had honed his combat skills. Unfazed, he shouted loudly, crossing his arms to brace against Li Yun's strike, enduring the impact of the table and shattering it entirely. The unfortunate wooden table, caught between 2 masters of the body refinement realm, endured only a single exchange before meeting its demise, splintering into a flurry of wood shavings that scattered across the ground, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Had that punch connected with a person, I dare say their bones would have been pulverized. I am certain that the culinary god hails from a legendary martial family. Remarkable. Not only does he excel in culinary arts, but his martial prowess is equally impressive. However, having received a blow to his wrist, compounded by the jeers and curses from those surrounding him, Xueji's fury reached a boiling point. Glaring at Li Yun with murderous intent, he shouted, All of you, attack. Kill this brat in the street. Go. Finish him. Strike. Over 20 black-clad henchmen, including Brother Hu, seized nearby stools, bottles, and steel pipes, charging towards Li Yun with fierce expressions, seemingly intent on not relenting until he was annihilated. How amusing. Just moments ago, they praised my culinary skills, and now, within a mere 3 minutes, they have turned against me. Very well. Allow me to instruct you on how to be a proper patron. With a glint in his eyes, Li Yun stepped forward. seizing the wrist of one henchman and snatching the steel pipe from his grasp. The wind-slashing sword technique. This was the most formidable martial art Li Yun had acquired, characterized by its unparalleled swiftness. The first move, pursuing wind and chasing moon, the second, the gale and swift grass, culminating in the ultimate strike, slashing wind and severing moon. Though this technique comprises only 3 moves, which is swifter and more powerful than the last, pushing speed to its utmost limits, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, pure velocity. Li Yun exchanged all 20,000 experience points for attributes, focusing on agility, elevating it to an astonishing 1,500 points, while his physique and strength each reached 1,200 points, resulting in a speed that had more than doubled. Pursuing wind and chasing moon. Gale and swift grass. Grasping the steel pipe akin to a sword, Li Yun plunged into the fray, repeating the first 2 moves of the wind-slashing sword technique with relentless fervor. Like a whirlwind, he swept through the crowd, leaving black-clad henchmen sprawled on the ground in his wake. It was either clutching his abdomen in agony or grasping his seemingly fractured thigh, rolling back and forth in pain. Each strike of the steel pipe in Li Yun's hand struck down a black-clad thug, sending them sprawling to the ground, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. This brother whose jaw nearly dropped in fright. Just the other day, he had contemplated causing trouble for Li Yun, but now, reflecting on it, he felt fortunate for not having acted upon his intentions, otherwise, he might have found himself with a shattered skull, now bedridden and incapacitated. Brother who, Li Yun remarked lightly, tapping the steel pipe in his hand, considering your previous assistance in teaching someone a lesson, if you step aside now, you may be spared a painful thrashing. Brother who swallowed hard. His unintended help to Li Yun had unexpectedly turned into a blessing, saving him from a dire situation. However, with the formidable Xue still present, Brother who was torn. Xue, you must leave, he shouted, rushing forward in a disordered manner while desperately signaling Li Yun with his eyes, pleading for mercy. Bang! Li Yun casually struck Brother Hu's head, causing him to emit a muffled groan before collapsing limply to the ground. Witnessing Brother Hu's comeuppance at Li Yun's hands, Fang Xue felt a surge of vindication, her clenched fist relaxing. Now, it's just you, Xue. Li Yun regarded the last standing figure, Xueji, with a mocking expression. Xueji's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea. Unable to fathom that Li Yun possessed not only culinary skills but also remarkable prowess in ancient martial arts. At barely 20 years of age, Li Yun had reached the realm of body refinement, a feat that left the 30-year-old Xueji, who had toiled to attain such a level, green with envy. What do you intend to do, kid? Xueji ceded, deciding to retreat for now, planning to seek revenge later. After all, he was not merely a man of bravado. He owned several gambling establishments in Longyang County, enough to recruit skilled fighters to eliminate Li Yun. How curious, Li Yun smiled faintly. When you came charging in and drove away my guests, you didn't utter a word about retreating. Now, reduced to a solitary figure, you seek mercy. Don't you think it's a tad too late? You. Xueji's clenched fist crackled angrily, glaring at Li Yun. Don't think you've got me at your mercy today, humph. Li Yun, Fang Xue stammered, emboldened by Brother Hu's defeat. I mean. Please don't let them off the hook. Xueji laughed bitterly, infuriated by the audacity of a mere girl to belittle him. What is going on? Li Yun inquired, furrowing his brow. It seems you have a grievance with Brother Hu. I noticed you were watching him earlier. Yes, indeed. Fang Xue took a deep breath, slowly recounting her plight. It turned out that her entry into the workforce was out of sheer necessity, as her family had fallen into financial ruin. Her father, a long-time drifter, left the family's economic stability in the hands of her mother. Initially, they managed to scrape by, but recently, her father had been lured into gambling, losing 200,000 in a single night, which shattered their already fragile household. On that fateful day, it was Brother Hu. Fang Xue pointed at Hu Gu, who was sprawled on the ground with a blow to his head from Li Yun, and resentfully exclaimed, he brought people to my home and seized all our furniture, claiming it was to settle gambling debts. When my mother tried to intervene, they shoved her, causing her to bleed profusely. Li Yun furrowed his brow slightly, and without hesitation, struck Hu Ji's head with a steel pipe, commanding, stop pretending to be dead, let me see what capabilities you possess that allow you to bully ordinary people. With his eyes closed, Hu Gu was drenched in cold sweat. After another forceful hit to his head from Li Yun, he realized he could no longer feign unconsciousness. He quickly rolled over and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Big brother, I was wrong." Terrified by Li Yun's formidable swordsmanship, Hu Gu blurted out, "It was all because Boss Xue ordered me to collect debts that I went to this girl's house." "Then why did you treat my mother so ruthlessly?" Fang Xue demanded angrily. With a mournful expression, Hu Gu replied, "Big brother, if I can't collect the debts, Boss Xue will punish me." He glanced at Xueji, who smirked coldly, causing Hu Gu to shrink back in fear. "Once I deal with Xueji, I'll come for you," Li Yun stated, kicking Hu Gu aside. With an air of arrogance, he addressed Xueji, "I had no grievances with you, but since your casino disrupted my classmates, I cannot refrain from teaching you a lesson." Xueji laughed mockingly, "You really think you have me cornered? Today, I will show you that my reputation in Longyang County is not unfounded." With a loud roar, he flexed his muscles explosively, tearing his clothing and revealing his well-built torso. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the seemingly lean Boss Xue possessed such formidable strength. Humph. Xueji was pleased with himself, but as he noticed Li Yun's calm demeanor, his expression darkened rapidly. Li Yun beckoned him with a finger, smiling, "Come, let me see your skills. You seek death." Xueji roared, stomping the ground with great force, propelling himself towards Li Yun like a gust of wind. He swung his fists, targeting Li Yun's abdomen. Bang! Bang! What? Xueji was taken aback. Despite pouring all his strength into his punches, Li Yun remained unmoved. Instead, Xueji felt a numbing shock in his fist, nearly fracturing his wrist. The crowd stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how Li Yun had withstood the might of Xueji's punches. Indeed, the advanced steel-like body proved its resilience, easily enduring the force of a comparable opponent. With a smirk playing on his lips, Li Yun quipped, "Boss Xue, is that all the strength you possess? Have you forgotten to eat? It seems my earlier dish was unpalatable, leaving you devoid of energy. If that is the case, perhaps you should regurgitate what you ate." Li Yun's tone turned icy as he delivered a merciless kick, striking Boss Xue in the abdomen, sending him soaring into the air, his body curling like a shrimp. Immediately, Li Yun launched a powerful kick, sending Xue Lauda, who was suspended in midair, hurtling away. Blood spewed from his mouth as he tumbled 5 or 6 meters, crashing onto the table of a roadside eatery, dousing himself in the remnants of the meal left behind by the customers he had previously chased away. He appeared utterly disheveled. "I will kill you," Xue Lauda bellowed in a fit of rage, struggling to rise. Li Yun's lips twitched. It seemed he truly was a master of the body refinement stage, possessing remarkable resilience. Without a hint of mercy, Li Yun stepped forward and planted his foot firmly on Xue Lauda's abdomen, the tremendous force rendering him completely incapable of resistance, causing him to regurgitate the food he had just consumed. "Are you convinced now?" Li Yun stated with an indifferent tone. The atmosphere around them was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The black-clad thugs knelt on the ground with their heads bowed, too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of defiance. Li Yun single-handedly subdued over 20 of them, including Xue Lauda, effortlessly demonstrating a level of prowess that surpassed their wildest imaginations of martial artists. Who would dare to question his authority now? Fang Xue was exceedingly excited. Her fists clenched tightly as she gazed unwaveringly at Li Yun, her eyes brimming with admiration. Regret washed over her. Had she known earlier that Li Yun was so handsome and powerful, she would have pursued him during her sophomore year. Alas! Now that Li Yun was close to Fang Xue, even if she presented herself before him, he would likely have no interest. "I offer you a choice," Li Yun said coolly to the feigning Xueji, "compensate the losses of my boss and my classmate, and then get lost. Do not dare to trouble us again, otherwise I won't hesitate to ensure you spend the rest of your life in bed." "You!" Xueji, infuriated, shouted, "Damn it, the debts must be repaid." "Why should I?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yun's foot struck his abdomen once more, making him cough up blood again, nearly losing his breath. "Why should you?" "Simply because I am Li Yun," Li Yun replied coldly. "If you utter another word of defiance, I will make you regret it. Choose to pay up, or I will break your limbs. You have 3 seconds. 1. The crowd's breaths quickened, the black-clad thugs turned pale with fear. They had witnessed their share of brutality. having fought with steel pipes before, but they had never encountered someone as young as Li Yun who could decisively inflict such severe harm. Xueji glared fiercely at Li Yun. 3. At the mere mention of the number, Li Yun lifted his foot without hesitation. Wait, brother, wait. Hu Gu, trembling, stepped forward. Flashing a nervous smile at Li Yun. We are willing to compensate, please, do not be angry. He hurriedly urged Xueji to produce the money, suggesting they could discuss matters after tonight. Li Yun's lips curled into a smile. It seemed Hu Gu was quite astute, adept at feigning weakness, gauging the situation, and understanding the principle of not striking a smiling face, much more resourceful than Xueji. Ultimately, Xueji, with a grim expression, tossed a bank card worth 500,000 yuan onto the ground and, along with his subordinates, hastily retreated in several cars. However, before departing, he shot Li Yun a venomous glare, still unwilling to concede, as if he planned to seek revenge. Li Yun chuckled at this, with a system at his disposal. His strength was advancing at an astonishing pace. Why would he fear such individuals? Big brother, from now on, I can only follow you. Tiger brother lamented with a sorrowful expression. He and several of his subordinates had been cast aside by Xueji. Unsure if it was due to Xueji's resentment towards him or if his pleading for mercy had caused Xueji to feel embarrassed. Li Yun paid no heed to him and transferred 100,000 to the boss as compensation for today's losses, knowing that the food stall would likely be closed for a while until the situation calmed down. He also sent another 100,000 to Fang Xue to compensate for the furniture that Tiger brother had seized and sold, as well as to assist with household expenses, advising her to keep the money hidden from her father. Tiger brother seemed determined to align himself with Li Yun, sincerely apologizing to Fang Xue and admitting that they had erred last time. Fang Xue's expression softened significantly upon realizing that the true orchestrator was not Tiger brother. She harbored little resentment towards him. Ultimately, the reason her father had been lured into gambling was due to the hidden casino operated by Xueji, which employed individuals to entice others into betting. Once everything was settled, Li Yun took his leave from the boss and hurried home on his bicycle. Big brother. Tiger brother brazenly blocked Li Yun's path, insisting on pledging allegiance to him, with his subordinates trailing closely behind. Don't be foolish, Li Yun shrugged, expressing his lack of interest in taking them under his wing. Indeed, it is only natural for you, big brother, to look down upon us, as we possess little capability. Tiger brother, unfazed, continued to smile ingratiatingly, adding, however, big brother, we may be of some use. For instance, I am quite familiar with all aspects of Longyang County. Just give me a command, and I can find out anything you wish to know. Oh. Li Yun felt intrigued, and Tiger brother immediately sensed it, assuring him of his utility. All right, let us find a place to converse. Li Yun pushed his bicycle to a shaded stone table and took a seat, listening to Tiger brother's self-introduction. Through their dialogue, Li Yun learned that Tiger brother's name was Chen Hu, in his early 30s, and had been entrenched in the gray areas of Longyang County. He had worked as a security guard, managed venues, collected debts, and had even spent months in prison for gang fighting. It could be said that there was no corner of Longyang County unfamiliar to Chen Hu. Li Yun smiled and inquired, do you know who Hu Xiaomeng was last time? When Hu Lao arrived, he had been seated in the food stall, facing away from the crowd, which allowed Li Yun and the others to recognize him. Hu Xiaomeng? Chen Hu paused for a moment, then chuckled knowingly. Though Hu Xiaomeng may appear diminutive, she exudes the aura of a wealthy young lady, and with her charming looks, it is apparent to any discerning eye that she will undoubtedly blossom into an unparalleled beauty in the future. Let us discuss serious matters, Li Yun urged. Oh, yes. Chen Hu quickly reined in his inappropriate thoughts, stating, I do not know Hu Xiaomeng, but I suspect she hails from Shanghai City, as there is no family in Longyang County capable of raising a girl with such elegance. Li Yun chuckled softly, realizing that Chen Hu's earlier remarks were nothing but nonsense. He had never even met Fang Xue, which clearly indicated that Chen Hu's knowledge was limited to the mundane tales of common folk, utterly oblivious to the machinations of elite families. Through his inquiries, Li Yun discerned the reason behind the recent encounter between Hu Gu and Hu Xiaomeng. A lucky. Upon spotting the elegantly poised Hu Xiaomeng wandering alone on the street at night, approached her with curious eyes, intending to lure her to the casino. However, unexpectedly, while they were at the casino, two bodyguards erupted onto the scene, swiftly overturning the establishment. Over 20 thugs alongside Xue were all subdued by Hu Xiameng's protectors. In the end, Hu Gu awkwardly remarked, "I was compelled by her to act as her guide, leading her around Longyang County." Li Yun was speechless, indeed. Hu Xiameng's innocent and adorable facade was merely an act, likely concealing a mischievous and clever nature, thus otherwise, why would she be out wandering at such an hour? "All right. Let us conclude for the night," Li Yun declared, rising to his feet. "Li Gu," Hu Gu hastily interjected, "do you think our brothers are of any use?" He added eagerly, "Just say the word, and we will risk our lives to assist you." Li Yun merely shook his head nonchalantly, stating, "I shall not entangle myself with a group of petty ruffians, but the future will unfold in its own time." With that, Li Yun departed without a moment's pause. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and one, dissatisfied, remarked to Hu Gu, "You have lowered yourself to plead with him, yet he still regards us with disdain." "What do you know?" Hu Gu smacked the back of his head, gazing enviously at Li Yan's retreating figure. "Li Gu is truly an extraordinary individual. Someone like Xue will forever be confined to running a small casino, wallowing in the muck. Yet Li Gu can soar to great heights. Longyang County is certainly not his stage, and in the future, he will undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in Shanghai City. Do you comprehend, you fools?" But Li Gu said he wouldn't associate with petty ruffians. Another retorted, "Who the hell are you calling a petty ruffian?" Hu Gu smacked him on the head again, exclaiming in exasperation, "Can't you harbor some ambitions? Will you merely settle for being a petty ruffian your entire life? Tomorrow, I expect you to find a job." "I'm back. Oh, brother, you've finally returned. Come see this, something significant has happened." Shortly after 10 o'clock that evening, upon entering his home, Li Yun was urgently pulled by Li Feng, who thrust a phone into his hands. The twin sisters nearby were equally anxious expressions. And the typically timid Kai Wei was on the verge of tears. "Do not fret, speak slowly, there is nothing that cannot be resolved," Li Yun reassured, playfully brushing his fingers against Sai Wei's small nose before taking the phone from Li Feng. On the screen was the trending list on Weibo. With the topic Zonghang Jianghu still trending, when a new hot search had emerged, "This is the author of Zonghang Jianghu asking for $1 million." Li Yun furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled by the absurdity of the trending topic. Is someone trying to tarnish my reputation? A blogger named Entertainment Circle Fresh News claimed her brother wants to sell for $1 million. Wait, Kaisia hurriedly clarified, "It's my brother who wrote Zonghang Jianghu and wants to sell it for $1 million. Kai Wei timidly corrected. "When did I ever express a desire to sell a song for $1 million? Li Yun was equally perplexed, however. Upon observing the worried expressions on the faces of the two sisters, he gently ruffled their hair and reassured them, "Do not fret, I shall handle this. You both should return to your slumber, for there are classes to attend tomorrow." Indeed, the sisters reluctantly acquiesced, yet they felt considerably more at ease, trusting that their brother could resolve the matter. After their departure, Li Yun made his way to his room, powered on his computer, and prepared to investigate the situation at hand. Naturally, Li Feng followed him closely and quietly closed the door behind them. A fresh tidbit from the entertainment circle caught his attention. "Let me share a joke with everyone. A certain song that topped the trending list is priced at $1 million. Li Yan's lips twitched in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words to critique this absurdity, as the points of contention were simply too numerous. He clicked on the comments, which were equally entertaining. Trending number 1? Is that referring to conquering the Jianghu? What audacity to demand $1 million. Not even a lion would have such a large appetite. Goodness. Without even a composition, they dare to ask for $1 million. The sword stars the demons and gods in astonishment. Not only have the deities been startled, but the vast community of netizens is also taken aback. For authors of such ill-conceived songs, all I can say is, the farther away, the better." This year's most shameless news had him both amused and exasperated. Turning to Li Feng, he remarked, "I never intended to price the song at $1 million. I have no idea where this individual obtained such baseless information." Soon after, the blogger behind this entertainment news posted another Weibo update to clarify, "Allow me to enlighten everyone. Within the industry, to purchase a song, including lyrics and composition, typically costs around $30,000 for a single track, with more renowned musicians charging up to $100,000. To illustrate, the love story of Eastern Guangdong had its performer pay merely $5,000 in copyright fees yet earned $1 billion from the song. Now, here comes the crux. Everything I mentioned pertains to the price for lyrics and composition. Yet, a certain song allegedly selling for $1 million has neither a composition nor an author beyond a high school student. At this, I can only scoff. The comments below echoed a chorus of laughter, glaringly conspicuous. Brother, Li Feng whispered closely to Li Yun, her beautiful face etched with concern. What shall we do? This blogger is clearly slandering you. Ding. An option event was triggered. The host must choose. Option 1, identify the puppet master and report them to the authorities. Reward, 10 justice points, 200 wisdom, and a random green gift bag of 5. Option 2, report them directly to the police. Reward, 1 justice point. Option 3, uncover the puppet master, take righteous action, punish them thoroughly, and then report them. Upon selection, receive a perfect arrangement of conquering the Jianghu, along with several justice points, various attribute points, and a random blue gift bag of 3. Another choice event. Li Yan's gaze ignited with fervor as he considered option 3, without a doubt. The option featuring all attribute rewards was the most favorable. System, I choose the third option. Ding. The host has made a choice. The initial reward, the perfect arrangement of conquering the Jianghu, has been dispensed. The arrangement was directly placed on Li Yan's desktop, bringing him immense satisfaction. With this, the task ahead became significantly more manageable. You mischievous rogue. At that moment, Li Feng playfully pinched his waist, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she remarked. What time is it, and you are still thinking of asking me for help with that matter? Li Yun was taken aback. He had no such intentions. It then dawned on him that he had been gazing intently at the third option, and Li Feng was right before him, leading to her misunderstanding. Umph. A shy blush adorned Li Feng's beautiful face as her hand slowly descended, her voice soft and melodious. However, I am willing to assist you. You have accumulated so much stress these days, you must be quite exhausted, right? Gasp. As she grasped him, Li Yun inhaled sharply, hastily seizing her hand. His expression awkward as he said, wait, let me resolve this matter of slander against me first. I already have an idea of how to proceed. Oh. Really? Li Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother, how do you plan to explain? Have you discovered who is maligning you from behind? While speaking, her delicate, fair hand lingered in a certain sensitive area, nearly provoking Li Yun to lose control entirely. He glanced back as the door had been locked, likely to prevent Kai Wei and Xia from inadvertently witnessing the scene. Cough, cough. Li Yun forcibly suppressed his impure thoughts, simultaneously operating the computer while explaining. I have only discussed copyright matters with someone named Zhu Qiang. It is highly probable that he is the one undermining me. What? So, brother, do you intend to screenshot the conversation and post it on Weibo? Li Feng's excitement was palpable as her grip tightened unconsciously, her demeanor earnest. Due to her actions, Li Yun straightened his posture, feigning indifference as he replied, yes, but that is still insufficient. I currently lack evidence to prove that he is responsible for this. However, rest assured, I possess some computer skills, and finding the evidence will be a breeze. Just watch me. Eh? When did you learn computer skills? I learned it online. Your brother is a genius, after all. While operating the computer, Li Yun endeavored to maintain his composure. Cough, cough, could you please slow down your movements? Though Li Feng's assistance brought him comfort, it rendered him incapable of effectively using the computer. Li Feng giggled behind her hand, you naughty boy. Did you intend to take a cold shower this afternoon to seek my help? Now that I am being proactive, you refuse me? I won't relent. I must personally assess whether your computer skills can function amid distractions. Li Yun was caught in a whirlwind of pleasure and pain. He needed to resolve this swiftly and then give a proper lesson to the little demoness Li Feng before him. I will first post a Weibo update explaining the previous song pricing issue to prove that I did not demand exorbitant fees. I will try to speak as much as possible to divert my thoughts from Li Feng's current assistance. Next, I will investigate who this new entertainment industry blogger is. As the trending topic arose because of him, this individual is a prime suspect. Let me see, Li Feng, could you please slow down? With a slight pause in her movements, Li Feng smiled with her charming eyes, casting a playful glance at him as she coyly remarked. I simply find my brother incredibly handsome at the moment, exuding confidence and brilliance, which makes me admire him immensely. Ahem, but admiration should not be expressed too hastily, otherwise I might become distracted while gathering evidence and leave behind a telltale sign. What? Li Feng exclaimed in surprise, her actions involuntarily halting, her delicate fingers as white as jade. Relaxing. Then perhaps I should refrain from assisting you for now. Let us wait until you've sorted things out. Please continue to help me. Li Yun protested, thoroughly enjoying his current state and unwilling to halt. Thus, he resolved to utilize a skill potion to elevate his mastery of computer knowledge. Din. Skill potion used successfully. Mastery of computer knowledge has ascended to the divine level. Feeling the overwhelming power of his newfound divine expertise, Li Yun felt a surge of confidence. He estimated that very few individuals worldwide could possibly trace any missteps he might leave online within the vast expanse of the internet. He was indeed the sole deity. All right. Finally done. None of these individuals can escape now. Li Yun's fingers flew across the keyboard, gathering evidence from the web with remarkable speed. Meticulously preparing everything for the moment it would be revealed. What have you been up to online, brother? Li Feng was about to inquire further when, in the next instant, Li Yun had her pinned against the computer desk. The fervor in his heart had been ignited by her actions for so long, and the moment had finally arrived. There was no way he could contain himself. Fang Xue, a slightly plump middle-aged man, was the owner of Xue Network Technology Company, Limited. Under the moniker Fresh News from the entertainment circle on Weibo, he boasted over 7 million followers. Ostensibly the proprietor of a tech company, in reality, he was the mastermind behind a legion of online influencers. He commanded a team of several individuals dedicated to orchestrating online narratives, either by reposting his Weibo updates or by employing numerous fake accounts to incite a frenzy over particular events. For instance, the current uproar concerning the author of Across the Jianghu and the controversy surrounding the lion's outrageous demands. Heck, just a single Weibo post has netted me 100,000. This is too easy. Fang Xue chuckled as he observed his tweet climbing the trending charts. Not only fulfilling his employer's demands but also garnering him tens of thousands of new followers, filling him with delight. With more money in his pocket and a significant increase in followers, he foresaw these new fans creating further opportunities for profit in the future, truly a trifecta of success that left him elated. Initially reluctant to accept a mere 100,000 reward for the job, he had recently taken on a new attractive subordinate and found himself in need of funds. Thus, he begrudgingly agreed to the excessively priced request from the author of Across the Jianghu. However, even Fang Xue had not anticipated that his tweet would rapidly gain traction, eventually reaching the pinnacle of trending topics. It appeared he had successfully capitalized on the existing buzz surrounding Across the Jianghu. With a satisfied smile, he inadvertently noticed a female employee working late outside his office. Qian, come here for a moment, I need to speak with you, he called out. A slender female subordinate entered, ready to inquire about the matter, but Fang Xue merely gestured toward the door. The subordinate immediately understood, huffing in annoyance and rolling her eyes. My boyfriend is still on a business trip. Once, I held him in high regard, assigning him significant responsibilities. How dare you underestimate my awareness of your intentions? You lecherous fiend. Despite my vocal grievances, my female subordinate resolutely shut the door and knelt before Fang Xue, diligently attending to her tasks. Fang Xue felt increasingly at ease. Oblivious to the fact that behind him, her laptop was quietly recording the scene, its camera inadvertently activated. The following day, a damning Weibo post erupted across the internet, captivating countless netizens and sending shockwaves through the entertainment industry, causing a virtual frenzy. I wore a green hat today, my girlfriend entered the boss's office and locked the door. The post's explosive opening line, coupled with the blogger's sentiments, moved numerous male users to tears, prompting a flood of sympathetic comments. Bro, stay strong. Don't cry, rise up. Don't overthink it, perhaps your girlfriend is merely presenting a report to the boss. Indeed, it is entirely normal for subordinates to report to their superiors. One must not read too much into it. With the metaphorical green hat securely placed upon your head, you shall be crowned king. You must remain resolute. Such a provocative beginning heightened the anticipation for what was to follow. Yet, even with a prepared mindset, the viewers were left dumbfounded, while fans of various celebrities seethed with rage, flooding the entertainment news Weibo with vitriol. Entertainment news, prepare for backlash. Is you and a network technology company limited your creation? Quite impressive, I must say. How many scandals in the entertainment industry have you fabricated? The incident with Brother Cheng's illegitimate daughter, the rumors of the king's infidelity. The popular star spending the night at a male friend's residence, these are all your concoctions, aren't they? You, the leader of the trolls, are truly despicable. Not only do you fabricate news, but you also steal your subordinate's girlfriend, placing a green hat upon him. You are the epitome of malice. Gather, my fellow fans. Initially, a celebrity accused our beloved Xian Baozi of having a boyfriend, claiming she changed partners 3 times in a year. This was orchestrated by this wild blogger. Let us condemn this blogger and protect our cherished fairy sister. At 6 in the morning, Fang Xue was jolted awake by a call from a subordinate. Only to find his Weibo comments spiraling out of control, his face turning pale as a ghost. What is happening? How did they find out? Did I inadvertently expose my green hat? Furious, he lashed out, striking Qianqian, who lay beside him, waking her with a stinging slap. Confused and bewildered, Qianqian clutched her face as Fang Xue, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Why haven't you called your boyfriend to delete that Weibo post? Fortresses are often breached from within." Qianqian's boyfriend had been with Fang Xue since the inception of the company and was acutely aware of all his affairs. Now, having been wronged, this resolute man chose to expose Fang Xue's misdeeds, risking everything in the process. Should things escalate, Fang Xue could very well find himself arrested by the authorities, facing several years in prison. "Call him, I can't get through," Qianqian exclaimed in panic. Fang Xue composed himself, realizing that his adversary was resolutely intent on his destruction. "Stay calm, I shall first retract the trending topic." Thus, Fang Xue expended 5 million to remove the trending search, nearly exhausting his annual earnings in the process. Subsequently, he posted a Weibo message asserting that he was being maliciously slandered and that he would reserve the right to pursue legal action to restore his reputation. Quickly, to the company. Upon arriving at the office to obliterate evidence, Fang Xue felt a tinge of triumph. Without evidence, who could challenge him? Humph. However, when he turned to look at Qianqian, he was taken aback by her pallor and the tremors in her hands, struggling to keep her phone steady. "What are you watching? What the hell is going on?" A foreboding sensation gripped Fang Xue's heart. "My boyfriend, he. Qianqian stammered, panic-stricken and nearly speechless. Fang Xue snatched her phone to glance at the screen, and upon seeing it, he collapsed to the floor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, an unmistakable odor soon permeating the office. The video displayed Qianqian entering the office, locking the door, and revealing a suggestive smile towards Fang Xue, alongside footage of her kneeling before him. "I have been cuckolded. This pair of adulterers took advantage of my business trip. Were it not for a concerned netizen who shared this with me, I would have remained oblivious." "Very well, Fang Xue, since you have adorned me with a metaphorical crown, I shall ensure you wear handcuffs. If I must perish, let us all perish together." The blog post concluded with an attached document detailing the financial records of Xue Technology since its inception, including connections to individuals and companies involved in orchestrating online manipulation, complete with clear screenshots of the negotiation process. The comments from netizens were equally captivating. 666. "This is mutually assured destruction. Brother, your maneuver has truly astonished me. Thus, one must never betray another. Ha ha ha, come forth and get to work in the peaceful Shanghai city." On Monday morning, Li Yun awoke to find Li Feng absent. He remained a virgin, having not truly engaged with Li Feng. They merely supported each other in venting their inner frustrations. Li Yun grappled with how to navigate his relationships with 2 stunning women, one being his legitimate girlfriend and the other, a deeply bonded elder sister figure. He was reluctant to relinquish either. However, to possess both exquisite beauties, Li Yun realized he must wield formidable power. A popular adage rings true: a beauty is only meant for the strong. "Brother, rise and have breakfast." "Coming, the sister." As daylight broke, in front of the sisters Kaixia and Kaiwei, Li Yun and Li Feng resumed their brother-sister dynamic, devoid of any semblance of romantic interaction. Their relationship was inherently more akin to that of siblings than lovers. Upon seeing Li Yun dressed sharply and looking increasingly handsome, Li Feng felt a flash of warmth on her cheeks, her thoughts drifting back to the events of the previous night, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Li Yun smiled subtly, well aware of the reason behind her demeanor. Let us eat. Li Feng deftly changed the subject, brother. This Thursday we must participate in the citywide mock exam. Are you confident of achieving high scores in your other two subjects? I lack confidence for high scores. Li Yun chuckled. What? Brother. The twin sisters gazed at him in astonishment. Li Feng expressed her concern. What about passing? Brother, your scores in science and English are commendable. You shouldn't let your grades in Chinese and mathematics fall behind so drastically. When you return this evening, I shall assist you with your studies. Li Feng felt a faint blush creep upon her cheeks. She knew that if she were to be alone with Li Yun while tutoring, the atmosphere would surely ignite. Ahem. I haven't finished yet. Li Yun chuckled. While I may not be assured of high scores, achieving full marks is certainly within my reach. How annoying, always joking. Li Feng playfully retorted, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness and laughter, captivating Li Yun momentarily. He, can you score 750 points, brother? Kaixia could not discern much. Yet Kai Wei swiftly glanced at her brother. Her sister was increasingly exuding femininity, and last night, while Kai Wei was up for a midnight visit to the restroom, she had faintly overheard something from her brother's room. After breakfast, Li Yun and Li Feng walked side by side to the school gate. As they approached, Li Yan's gaze fell upon a familiar figure standing there. Li Yun. Fang Xue, elegantly poised, lit up with joy upon seeing him and hurried over, wrapping her arms around his. You finally made it. Seeing her radiant smile, a warmth spread through Li Yan's heart as he affectionately teased her by gently tapping her nose, saying softly, why are you waiting for me here? There's no need to wait, we can meet at school. He could not bear to have his girlfriend standing at the gate alone. It's all right, Fang Xue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Leaning against Li Yun for a moment before greeting Li Feng. Li Feng felt a pang of jealousy. Although she and Li Yun shared a close bond as step-siblings rather than biological ones, their intimate relationship was something they dared not reveal to outsiders. Oh, by the way. Fang Xue suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired, Li Yun, is traversing the jungle truly your creation? Due to the demands of their final year, she had seldom been online. And this news had come from her mother. Upon hearing this revelation, Fang Xue felt both astonished and delighted. This meant that Li Yun would soon earn her parents' approval. Li Yun nodded with a smile, intending to respond when the morning broadcast crackled to life across the campus. Welcome, students, to this morning's campus broadcast. I am your host, Xu Xian. I wonder if anyone has recently heard a song online called Traversing the Jianghu. Upon hearing the crisp voice of the female host, Fang Xue's eyes widened, fixated on Li Yun as if trying to see through him. Perhaps some students are aware, while others may not, that this song, which has twice topped Weibo's trending list, was penned and composed by a boy from our school's class 14 in the senior year. The enthusiastic host extolled Li Yan's talents, describing him as modest yet accomplished, handsome and gentle, with an impressive demeanor. As the broadcast continued to praise Li Yun, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Around him, classmates turned their attention to him. After he submitted the arrangement the previous night, the song had already begun to circulate widely across chat groups, forums, and Weibo among students from several schools in Longyang County. Consequently, the name of Li Yun has spread throughout the junior high, senior high, and even elementary schools of Longyang County. The female host remarked, although this song narrates the chivalrous exploits of men in the martial world, its lyrics are grand and majestic. As a girl, upon hearing this song, Xu Xian would also feel a surge of passion, wishing to compose 10 or 8 sets of exam papers in response. Now, let us appreciate this song, Traversing the Jianghu, written and composed by Li Yun from class 14 of the senior year. Immediately, the powerful and stirring music resonated, echoing throughout the campus. A melody that seems to ignite youth and inspire relentless effort. Some boys were so exhilarated that they howled in excitement, while the surrounding girls gazed at Li Yun with sparkling eyes, some even taking out their notebooks, eager for his autograph. Let us go, let us go. Fang Xue insisted on pulling Li Yun away, her lips puffed up in a way that made it evident she was feeling jealous. Li Feng found it amusing. She had been classmate with Fang Xue for 3 years, and Fang Xue always maintained an aloof demeanor, with few friends and a reserved manner, exuding an air of distance. However, upon falling in love with her brother, she seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming excessively attached to Li Yun. The three arrived at the base of the teaching building. And Fang Xue still pouted with lingering jealousy. However, she quickly recalled something and said, fortunately, the revelation last night about Fang Xue being a hired troll came to light. Otherwise, Li Yun, your song could have been misrepresented, and that would have been troublesome. Ding. An options event has been triggered. Please, host. Make a choice. Option 1, reveal the truth to Fang Xue about last night. Reward of 10 justice points. Skill, sincerity, passive, allows others to feel your genuine intent. Option 2, lie to Fang Xue. Reward skill, deceptive tongue, probability of making others more inclined to believe your words. Evil points 50. Option 3, conceal the truth. No reward. Is there an option at this moment? Upon seeing the system prompt, Li Yun fell into contemplation. Evaluating the two rewards, his attitude towards Fang Xue essentially determined whether his future would lean towards justice or malevolence. Although it was merely a minor choice, as the saying goes, do not commit small evils. A single lie would require 1,000 more to cover it. After careful consideration, Li Yun resolutely shook his head, declaring, it was not an accident, it was I who did it. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards, 10 justice points, skill, sincerity, have been granted. What? Fang Xue was taken aback, quickly recalling that Li Yun was a hacker, and she suddenly understood that everything from last night had been under his control. Xue. Li Yun asked earnestly, would you look down on me for employing such tactics? Using hacking techniques to surveil others always seems a bit unethical. Even if it was provoked by Fang Xue. No. Fang Xue hastily waved her hand, grasping Li Yun's hand tightly, speaking softly and sincerely, that person is a villain. It's only justifiable for you to use underhanded methods against him. He. A satisfied smile crept upon Li Yun's lips. Fang Xue hails from a family engaged in commerce. And as their only child, her parents likely expose her to certain darker aspects of life. Thus, she is able to accept the notion of retaliating through hacking. Just as Fang Xue was about to inquire about the events of the previous night, Li Feng hurriedly pulled her away, her beautiful visage flushed with shyness. Claiming they were late for morning study. Fang Xue wished to ask her about the previous night but was met with this abrupt departure. Upon noticing the blush on her sister's face, Li Yun paused momentarily before recalling that while he was surveilling Fang Xue last night, the latter was engaged in activities with a woman named Chen in the office. Li Yun and Li Feng had been spectators to their office interactions, even reenacting the scene themselves, with Li Feng mirroring Chen's actions in front of Li Yun. It was no wonder she felt embarrassed. Such mischief was indeed a faux pas. Li Yun quickly dismissed any inappropriate thoughts and, upon entering the classroom, found himself the center of attention among his classmates. Brotherly is incredible. Wang Holiong praised, highlighting that Brotherly had trended on social media not once but twice, both times reaching the pinnacle of popularity. Who else could possibly compete? Claimed another boy who had been at the internet CF with Li Yun 2 nights prior. The entire class 14 erupted in cheers, urging, let us all proclaim Brotherly is amazing. Despite their academic shortcomings, this group demonstrated a strong sense of camaraderie, which touched Li Yun's heart. The first class of the day was physics. The teacher who had proctored Li Yun's exam last week entered with a beaming smile, directing his gaze toward Li Yun. Congratulations, Li Yun, on composing such a beautiful song. The class erupted once more, extolling Brotherly's talents. Li Yun felt a wave of embarrassment as he realized the teacher was already aware of his accomplishment. You knew about it? He asked, surprised. The physics teacher chuckled. This morning, I heard it on the school broadcast, and it stirred my blood. I felt compelled to print 10 more test papers for you all. No, please, teacher. The students lamented in unison. The idea of additional test papers was a daunting prospect for the underperformers in class 14. Indeed, following the enthusiastic promotion by the school broadcaster, even those unaware of Li Yun's achievements were now well informed, including students from the senior experimental class. During a break, as music played to ease the atmosphere, someone utilized multimedia to showcase Li Yun's song Hang Jianghu. This Li Yun is truly remarkable, having penned such an impassioned song. Zhou Xianming's expression darkened as he cast a cold glare at the speaker, Yu Xianyuan. If the praise had come from an ordinary student, Zhou Xianming could have dismissed it. But Yu Xianyuan was no ordinary individual. Not only was he among the top 3 academically, but he also came from a family that owned several companies. possessing a wealth that, while not rivaling Fang Xue's, certainly surpassed Zhou Xianming's. Remarkably, Xu Zhenyan had previously pursued Fang Xue only to be thwarted by Zhou Xianming, who compelled him to retreat, dissuading him from further advances towards her. To Yu Xuanyan's astonishment, he found himself appreciating Li Yan's song. Zhou Xianming clenched his fists in rage. But he was unprepared for the chorus of responses from their classmates upon Yu Xuanyan's proclamation. Indeed, I listened for 2 hours last night, and upon waking, I indulged in another 2 hours today, which remains exceptionally captivating. How surprising that Li Yun from class 14, who isn't particularly outstanding academically, possesses such remarkable songwriting prowess. It seems he is destined for fame. I had the principal convened a meeting this morning to commend Li Yun. It's no wonder that even Lu Xianxian has shared it. This marks Lu Xianxian's second time reposting Li Yan's Weibo, quite impressive. As Zhou Xianming absorbed the discussions around him, his teeth ground in frustration, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure of his grip. The greater Li Yan's achievements, the more it signified the likelihood of Fang Xue and him becoming an item. Li Yun is my boyfriend, she declared. What? Zhou Xianming, a tempest of anger and disbelief, approached Fang Xue just as he overheard her tell a friend that Li Yun was her boyfriend. All eyes turned towards them. Fang Xue glanced at Zhou Xianming, a hint of pride gracing her features as she reiterated, I said, Li Yun is my boyfriend. We even went on a date this Sunday. The room fell silent, stunned into disbelief. Fang Xue, hailing from a noble background with exemplary grades and an elegant demeanor, held a certain aloofness that did not detract from her status as the dream girl of the boys in the experimental class. She was undoubtedly the belle of Riche High School, with suitors likely numbering in the dozens. Since transferring back from Zhonghai City in her first year, she had rebuffed all confessions of affection, maintaining only a casual proximity to boys like Zhou Xianming and Yu Zhenyan due to family connections, yet never exhibiting any ambiguous behavior. Yet now, she boldly declared Li Yun as her boyfriend. Umph. Not far away, Li Feng let out a small laugh, her heart filled with envy. How could this be? Zhou Xianming's face drained of color. How long had Li Yun and Fang Xue known each other for them to develop such a relationship so swiftly? No, this must be a result of some underhanded trickery employed by that little scoundrel Li Yun to ensnare Fang Xue. Fang Xue, is that little rascal Li Yun behind this? Zhou Xianming urgently inquired. How could he not be anxious? The Zhou family's wealth, amassed in the billions, was largely due to their association with the Fang family. Without the Fang's influence, no one would entertain business dealings with the Zhou family. No, Zhou Xianming, you are mistaken. Fang Xue replied earnestly. Li Yun is exceptional, I genuinely like him, and he reciprocates my feelings. We are truly in love. Fang Xue, the esteemed campus beauty, boldly declared her sentiments, leaving the experimental class in utter astonishment. They were profoundly familiar with Fang Xue's character, aloof, reserved, resilient, diligent, and graceful, much like a refined lady adhering to decorum. It was precisely their deep understanding of her that rendered them so shocked to witness her express such fervent affection. Sigh. Years ago, he let out a silent sigh. He had pursued Fang Xue for over half a year, captivated not only by her beauty but also by her esteemed lineage. Winning her affection would signify his family's ascension beyond the confines of Longyang County, granting them access to the vast market of Shanghai City. Unfortunately, after 6 months of pursuit, he came to the stark realization that Fang Xue would never harbor feelings for him. Naturally, she would never be inclined towards Zhou Xianming either. Thus, he chose to withdraw voluntarily. What a fool. He cast a glance at Zhou Xianming, reminding himself that it was he who had withdrawn, not the other way around. Xue. Zhou Xianming attempted to grasp Fang Xue's hand, only to be evaded by her. If you have something to say, just say it, Fang Xue replied coolly. While Zhou Xianming had seemed amiable in their childhood, as they matured, she found herself increasingly at odds with him, often sensing an ulterior motive behind his actions. Were it not for their childhood bond, she would never consider maintaining a friendship with someone like him. Xue, do you still regard me as a friend? Zhou Xianming asked, his tone tinged with sorrow as he lowered his head. Although a flicker of resentment danced in his eyes, deep within, he wished to eliminate Li Yun. Fang Xue furrowed her brows. She despised being threatened and replied, a displeasure evident in her voice. What exactly do you wish to convey? What I want to say is... Zhou Xianming suddenly lifted his head, articulating each word with determination. Li Yun is utterly unworthy of you. I have loved you, Xue. Ever since we first met in elementary school, I have cherished feelings for you. His public declaration left the members of the experimental class in astonishment. They were aware of Zhou Xianming's affection for Fang Xue, but such an overt confession was unprecedented. I'm sorry, but I do not return your feelings. Fang Xue's heart stirred not an ounce at his confession. Instead, her anger intensified as she stated, Zhou Xianming, I have already told you, my boyfriend is Li Yun. Please refrain from confessing to me again, it is quite impolite. The beautiful form was visibly irked, silencing the crowd, many of whom had also been rejected by her before. Yet, when she had declined them, she had done so with grace, unlike her current demeanor. Zhou Xianming feigned sorrow, bowing his head. His mind racing with curses directed at Li Yun, even derogatorily labeling Fang Xue in his thoughts. I'm sorry, I must study now. Please excuse me. Fang Xue coldly dismissed Zhou Xianming, expecting him to respect her wishes. However, in the next moment, he executed an act that left the entire school in shock. Xue. I will not give up. I love you, and I must have you in this lifetime. With that declaration, Zhou Xianming burst out of the classroom, startling everyone, who feared he might take a drastic step and leap from a height, prompting them to rush after him. Fang Xue and Li Feng hurriedly followed suit, concern etched on their youthful faces. Fortunately, Zhou Xianming was not headed for a leap. Instead, he ran straight to the school broadcasting room. Soon, his furious voice echoed across the campus, Li Yun, if you have the guts, step forward. In an instant, his piercing voice reverberated throughout the school, leaving thousands of teachers and students in stunned silence. What was happening? What commotion was unfolding in the broadcasting room? Li Yun, do you think you are worthy of being Fang Xue's boyfriend? No, you are utterly unqualified. Only I, Zhou Xianming, am worthy of Fang Xue. I love you. Fang Xue. I shall love you for eternity, for 10,000 years. When Zhou Xianming proclaimed these words, Li Yun was in the classroom engaged in conversation with Wang Holiang and others, when suddenly the loudspeaker blared, startling everyone present. Typically, the campus broadcast is only activated in the morning, evening, during English listening exercises, and for emergency announcements. Undoubtedly, Zhou Xianming's unauthorized use of the campus broadcasting system was a serious violation of school rules. Get him out of here immediately, the principal shouted in exasperation, prompting the leaders and teachers still in the meeting to hastily rise and rush toward the broadcast room. Li Gu, what is going on? There's nothing to worry about. Li Yun rose calmly and made his way toward the broadcast room. Observing this, Wang Holiang rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, daring to compete with our Li Gu for a girlfriend. Brothers, follow me to take him down. With a resounding chorus, everyone abandoned their classes and followed Li Yun toward the broadcast room. Moreover, over half of the students in the school flocked to the broadcast room, eager to witness the spectacle. Li Yun's reputation had reached unparalleled heights. His rivalry with another boy for the affections of the school's belle, Fang Xue, had become explosive news, shocking all faculty and students at Xiche High School. As a result, the broadcast room became encircled by onlookers, with Li Yun receiving a clear path as he approached. Is this the Li Yun who wrote Conquering the Jianghu? How handsome! Wow, even his walk exudes confidence, without a hint of panic. I heard Fang Xue publicly declared in class that she is his girlfriend, leaving Zhou Xianming furious. Haha, this will be entertaining. Zhou Xianming's family is quite formidable. Formidable. Compared to Fang Xue's family, the Zhou family is insignificant. No wonder he is the author of Conquering the Jianghu, remaining unfazed in such a situation. Impressive. Amidst the chatter, Li Yun stood at the entrance of the broadcast room, casting a reassuring glance at Fang Xue and Li Feng, signaling them to remain composed. Zhou Xianming, what do you think you are doing? Before Li Yun could speak, Principal Wang pushed through the crowd and shouted angrily, sending shivers down the spines of nearby students. Zhou Xianming emerged, his expression haughty as he waved his hand dismissively. Principal, please allow me to finish speaking before you decide on any punishment. With his family's wealth, he could effortlessly resolve any disciplinary action. Even a probation would not faze him. You. Principal Wang was infuriated, gritting his teeth as he replied, very well. I shall wait for you to conclude. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yun smiled and said, speak your mind. But let me emphasize one thing, Fang Xue is my girlfriend. If you declare your feelings for her again, it will be deemed harassment. And you shall not blame me for my response. His assertive words drew the attention of many. Among the crowd, a graceful girl from the first year, Fang Xue, with model-like features, gazed at Li Yun with admiration in her beautiful eyes. She was the host of the campus broadcast station who had promoted Li Yun earlier that morning. Having long admired him, she found her admiration intensifying upon witnessing his remarkable demeanor. Some individuals who were initially indifferent towards Li Yun found themselves quietly applauding him after hearing his words. The public confession made by Zhou Xianming was undeniably a romantic gesture, easily winning the favor of the girls present. Moreover, Zhou's choice of words effectively coerced Fang Xue into making a decision between him and Li Yun. However, with Li Yun's response, he not only dismantled Zhou Xianming's underhanded confession but also defended Fang Xue, asserting her status as his legitimate girlfriend, a fact that could not be altered by mere words. Indeed, Zhou Xianming's face flashed with anger after Li Yun's declaration. Any further confession to Fang Xue would render him shameless. Li Yun wore a serene smile as he took a few steps forward. Grasping Fang Xue's hand with a profound and resolute declaration, I initially wished to keep our relationship private, considering we are facing the impending college entrance examinations this semester. However, in light of your actions, I shall speak plainly. Fang Xue is my girlfriend. Casting a glance around, Li Yun boldly proclaimed Fang Xue is the girlfriend of Li Yun. Fang Xue's cheeks flushed crimson, and without uttering a word, she rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Li Yun's cheek, affirming his statement. Naturally, after the kiss, Fang Xue's face grew even redder, her delicate ears turning a lovely shade of pink. How romantic! The girls gazed enviously at Fang Xue, who was openly adored by two boys, particularly by Li Yun, her gentle yet assertive boyfriend, truly a stroke of luck for her. Meanwhile, the boys looked at Li Yun with envy, wishing for his privilege of receiving a kiss from the campus belle in such a public setting. How enviable! How sour it is. I too desire the campus belle's kiss. Yet, alas, they lacked both his charm and talent. Zhou Xianming's face darkened, fists clenched. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Li Yun and Fang Xue, exuding an aura of barely contained rage. Fang Xue, I have already stated that Li Yun is my boyfriend. Please refrain from such actions in the future, she said. Her brows furrowed slightly as she noticed Zhou Xianming's increasingly volatile demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous genteel nature. Shao Xue. Zhou Xianming struggled to suppress his inner fury. Pointing a finger at Li Yun with a cold sneer, do you truly believe this insignificant fellow can bring you happiness? I have done my research, he is an orphan, burdened with two younger siblings, living in dire poverty. He can only work at night in a food stall, resulting in abysmal academic performance. Pausing, Zhou Xianming's expression was filled with arrogance as he continued, tell me, how can such a person offer you happiness? Implicit in his words was the belief that only he, Zhou Xianming, was worthy of Fang Xue. Li Yun smiled faintly, initially reluctant to respond, but unexpectedly, it was Li Feng who stepped forward. Zhou Xianming, do not belittle others. Li Feng retorted, her face radiating defiance. So what if my brother and I have no parents? We are blessed with a loving grandfather and two adorable younger sisters. We too experience the warmth of family, unlike you, who, despite having parents, seem to lack their presence and dare to slander others. The crowd was left in stunned silence. And Fang Xue widened her eyes as she gazed at her sister-in-law, astonished by her audacity. Am I slandering anyone? Zhou Xianming responded sarcastically. I merely stated that your family is impoverished to the core and that Li Yun even resorts to working night shifts. Is that a mistake? Indeed, it is a mistake. Wang Holiang interjected with a mocking grin, are you not aware? Li Gu's riding the rivers and traversing the lakes has garnered interest, with someone offering 3 million to acquire the copyright. The mention of 3 million drew sharp intakes of breath from the crowd, stunned by the enormity of the figure. Although Jiche High School is a private institution, it is unlikely that even 1 in 10 families could produce a sum of 1 million at once. Zhou Xianming's expression darkened once more, then he stubbornly retorted. You think it can actually be sold for 3 million? What a joke. Do you blindly believe everything you hear? Are you truly that foolish? I believe the fool is you. Wang Holiang scoffed, pulling out his phone and tapping a few times. Presenting it before Zhou Xianming, the one claiming to buy the copyright for 3 million is none other than the renowned martial arts film director Zhang Ku. Moreover, Wang Holiong boasted, he announced on Weibo that he intends to use this song as the theme for his next martial arts film, based on the recommendation of Lu Xianxian. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances. Zhong Ku is a celebrated director in the realm of martial arts cinema, whose films have once won the Best Foreign Language Film Award at the Golden Statue Awards, making him exceptionally well known both domestically and internationally. As for Lu Xianxian, she is a dual-threat star in film and music, a Grammy winner, and an Oscar recipient, unparalleled in fame within the country, and ranking among the elite internationally, with countless fans across the globe. The intention of these two heavyweight figures to purchase Li Yan's song copyright unequivocally indicates that the price will certainly exceed 3 million. 3 million. Fang Xue's eyes sparkled, though 3 million was merely her annual allowance, it held a different significance for Li Yun. If Li Yun were to acquire 3 million, would that not serve as proof of his capabilities, enabling him to meet her parents? What is 3 million, anyway? Zhou Xianming continued to stubbornly assert. To me and Fang Xue, 3 million is still a pittance. No, it is not. Fang Xue shook her head, addressing Zhou Xianming earnestly, although my family is affluent, I would never belittle this 3 million, for it is earned through Li Yan's own efforts, far surpassing my own. Li Feng added, my brother can earn 3 million once, and he can certainly earn it countless times again, while you, Zhou Xianming, rely solely on your family. You have never earned a penny, have you? I. Zhou Xianming's handsome face darkened like a soot-stained pan at the sight, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. They regarded him with mockery, without a doubt. If the girls were to make a choice, they would undoubtedly select Li Yun over Zhou Xianming. It was glaringly obvious that Li Yan's future held boundless potential. His compositional talent was sufficient to earn him countless sums of 3 million. Conversely, Zhou Xianming, should he falter in business, would plummet to the depths. True talent is the most vital factor that can substantiate a man's ability to support a family. All right, have we had enough of this commotion? The principal stepped forward, addressing Li Yun and Fang Xue with a grave demeanor. Strictly speaking, the school does not approve of romantic relationships in high school. However, considering you are in your final year, forcibly separating you now would only lead to unpredictable consequences. Nonetheless, I hope you both understand that this is not the time for romance. Your studies must take precedence. Do you understand? We understand. Li Yun and Fang Xue replied in unison, exchanging smiles thereafter. Very well. Fang Xue had completely succumbed to becoming Li Yan's girlfriend. Zhou Xianming, frustrated and unable to contain himself, shouted, Li Yun, do you dare to make a bet with me? A bet on what? Li Yun replied with a nonchalant smile. A bet for Fang Xue's affections. Zhou Xianming glared at Li Yun and gritted his teeth, declaring, whoever achieves the highest score in Thursday's citywide mock exam will have the right to be by Fang Xue's side. How about it? Do you dare to wager? Li Yan's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to respond, but the system's prompt chimed in. Ding. Event option triggered. Please choose option 1, accept the bet and win. Rewarded with 10 charm points, 8,000 experience, 5 random blue gift bags, and a random master-level scientific skill. Option 2, decline, rewarded with 5 justice points, 1,000 experience, and 1 random skill. Option 3, decline, yet still achieve first place, rewarded with experience points, 10 justice points, and 1 random purple gift bag. Li Yun frowned slightly. The choices presented by the system were quite perplexing. Accepting the bet offered substantial rewards, but he undoubtedly could not choose that option. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards, 110 justice points, 280 total attributes, 3 random blue gift bags, have been distributed. Li Yun was taken aback, he had not even made a selection. Yet the system had already issued rewards. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this reward was from the previous night. Dispatched after the police apprehended the leader of the water army, Fang Xue. No wonder it was delayed for so long. What is the matter, afraid to wager? Zhou Xianming taunted, noticing Li Yan's silence. The crowd turned their gazes toward Li Yun, and those familiar with his academic performance whispered among themselves, speculating that his poor grades in certain subjects had led to his lack of confidence in challenging Zhou Xianming. Enough, if there is nothing worth betting on. The principal attempted to mediate. Li Yun smirked, revealing a hint of sarcasm. I will not wager with you, not out of fear. but because the person I cherish is an invaluable treasure deserving of lifelong reverence. She is not something you can gamble with. The crowd was left speechless. And Fang Xue felt her heartstrings tugged and tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. Had the moment been more appropriate, she would have eagerly embraced Li Yun and bestowed upon him a tender kiss. Li Feng harbored no jealousy, as Li Yun's words encompassed her as well. Though Fang Xue was oblivious to this. After hearing Li Yan's response, Zhou Xianming clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly as he enunciated, "Enough of your nonsense. Do you dare to wager? Let us see who scores first in the mock exam." "Nonsense." Li Yun regarded him with indifference. "First in the grade? No. That is far from my ambition. I aspire to be first in the entire city." First in the entire city. The students gathered around were utterly astonished. Could this boast be any more outrageous? The mock examination, which commenced on Thursday, is a grand event involving hundreds of high schools across the entire Shanghai city. Not to mention the multitude of prodigies residing in Shanghai City, just in Longyang County and other subordinate counties, there are nearly 50,000 candidates, among whom countless could rival the talents of JK High School. Securing the top position in this mock exam significantly increases the likelihood of attaining the title of the city's top scorer in the upcoming college entrance examination. Historically, no high school student from Longyang County has ever achieved this honor. If Li Yun were to clinch first place in the mock exam, it would undoubtedly be a historic milestone. The principal chuckled heartily, patting Li Yun on the shoulder, and declared, "If you secure the top spot in the citywide mock exam, I shall personally organize a commendation ceremony in your honor, with a reward of 100,000. Principal, is that truly your promise?" Li Yun smiled in response. "Absolutely. Principal Wang assured, provided you genuinely achieve first place. Now, everyone disperse and return to class." Afterward, he turned to Zhou Xianming, sternly instructing, "You are to write a 5,000-word reflection. If it is well written, I shall spare you from punishment. If not, or if your attitude is insincere, I will have no choice but to summon your parents to the school." Zhou Xianming departed without a word, scoffing as he left, shooting Li Yun a glare filled with resentment. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Fang Xue murmured, "Zhou Xianming has never ranked first in our grade. From where does he draw his confidence?" "Because the director of education is his relative," Li Feng interjected, leaving Fang Xue in disbelief. Did she imply that Zhou Xianming would have the director manipulate the exam papers? Li Yun chuckled, dismissing the notion, though Wang Haoliang appeared quite anxious, scratching his head as he exclaimed, "Brother Li, that Zhou Xianming is definitely up to no good, and you are aiming for the top spot in front of everyone. He may very well scheme against you." "Scheme?" Li Yun inquired. "Yes, he might hire internet trolls to tarnish your reputation online." Wang Haoliang gestured animatedly, spitting as he spoke. "I heard that Zhou Xianming once got involved with a girl, and after some trouble arose, he hired people on a forum to label her as a promiscuous individual, claiming she was trying to climb the social ladder through him, which led many to scorn her and ultimately forced her to transfer schools." "Wait a moment." Feng Xue looked at Wang Haoliang in astonishment. "Is the girl you mentioned named Zhou Qingqing?" "Indeed, that is her." Wang Haoliang affirmed, "Zhou Qingqing is not a bad person. While she dresses fashionably, she is genuinely kind-hearted, just enjoys having fun." However, Zhou Xianming. Upon hearing Wang Haoliang's words, Feng Xue's expression turned grave. This contradicted everything she had heard Zhou Xianming say. Did this imply that Zhou Xianming was, in fact, a hypocrite full of deceit? "Never fear," Li Yun reassured Feng Xue, patting her shoulder. "Rest assured, and no matter what underhanded tactics Zhou Xianming employs, I will effortlessly counter them, with my exceptional hacking skills and attributes nearing 2,000. My cultivation level is comparable to the mid-stage of body refinement. I need not fear anyone." Feng Xue's furrowed brows relaxed, and after bestowing a radiant smile upon Li Yun, she ascended the stairs with Li Feng to return to their experimental class. Li Yun returned to class 14 alongside Wang Haoliang. On their way, Wang Haoliang inquired again, "Li Gu, are you truly unconcerned about Zhou Xianming's underhanded tactics?" "There's nothing to worry about," Li Yun replied with a calm smile. "If he wishes to propagate my words online, I cannot prevent him. Let it be a means of enhancing my notoriety." "Wow, Li Gu, that statement is simply remarkable. It seems you are quite confident in securing the top position in the city." Wang Holiang exuberantly praised, which Li Yun readily interpreted. With a helpless sigh, he playfully thumped Wang's shoulder. What exactly are you trying to convey? If you have something to say, just spit it out. No need for the theatrics. He. I can't hide anything from you, Li Gu. Wang Holiang chuckled sheepishly before rubbing his hands together like a bashful girl. Li Gu, could you possibly? Absolutely not. I have a girlfriend and I'm not interested in that. Li Yun retorted, shivering at the thought. That's not what I meant. Wang Holiang quickly clarified. What I meant was, could you let my friend use that anti-cheat software you created? Anti-cheat? You mean the Vanguard Strike? Yes. Li Yun recalled the software he had developed at the Internet CF, which he had shared with Wang Holiang after dealing with Huang Mao. He had also included additional features, such as an account protection mechanism. Li Gu, your software is incredibly effective. Wang Holiang exclaimed excitedly. Just the other day, I went to the Internet CF with a bunch of classmates to play Dungeon, and the computers there were rife with account stealing software. It was infuriating. And then? Li Yun chuckled. Everyone else had their accounts stolen, yet you remained unscathed. Exactly. Wang Holiang was ecstatic. Fortunately, I was cautious and activated the software you provided before launching the game. In the end, I was the only one who faced no issues, while everyone else got hacked. Ha ha ha. Li Yun smiled knowingly. I presume you wish to share this with them for some benefit of your own. Indeed. Wang nodded vigorously, admiringly stating, nothing escapes your notice. Li Gu. Come now, you wouldn't go to such lengths merely for a friend, Li Yun asserted confidently. Moreover, judging by your earlier demeanor, it seems you have ulterior motives. He. Wang Holiang scratched his head, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering. I recently met a beautiful and wealthy girl online who also enjoys playing Dungeon. However, she was hacked once, so I thought, well, you know what I'm implying. Very well. Li Yun responded generously. I'll enhance Vanguard Strike tonight and send it to you. Thank you, Li Gu. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Wang Holiang beamed with delight at the prospect of using the anti-cheat software, seemingly envisioning a romantic escapade with a lovely girl. Li Yun shook his head with a wry smile. He planned to add a few more features to the software that evening. After all, his current computer skills were extraordinary. Enough to make Vanguard Strike immensely powerful. Little did Li Yun anticipate that the formidable nature of his advanced computer technology would unleash a tremendous storm across the internet upon the software's release. In the Royal Garden Villa community, Zhou Xianming returned home with a sullen expression. In the hall, he encountered his father, Zhou Kongwei. What is the matter with your countenance? Zhou Kongwei inquired sternly. Did I not instruct you to keep your emotions in check? Regardless of how furious you may be, do not let it show on your face. What is this? How can I remain calm? Zhou Xianming retorted angrily. Fang Xue has been taken away. What? Zhou Kongwei was taken aback, the cup in his hand slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. Ironically, just moments ago, he had advised Zhou Xianming to maintain his composure. Yet now his face was a mask of utter shock. It was no wonder Zhou Kongwei was astonished, for Zhou Xianming and Fang Xue had known each other since childhood. Over the years, the Zhou family had ascended from an ordinary middle-class background to the elite class with a fortune of billions. Without Fang Xue, such a monumental leap would have required the efforts of at least 3 generations, with success far from guaranteed. This underscores Fang Xue's significance to the Zhou family. What transpired? Zhou Xianming ceded, blaming that little wretch for the recent events. Upon hearing that Fang Xue had publicly declared her boyfriend to be Li Yun, Zhou Kongwei's face turned ashen, then he forcefully slammed the teacup onto the table, creating a thunderous noise. The Fang family had only one child, Fang Xue, whom Fang Hui was grooming as his heir. If Zhou Xianming could win over Fang Xue, the future wealth of the Fang family, amounting to hundreds of billions, would inevitably belong to the Zhou family. Zhou Xianming had even devised a plan to convince Fang Xue to transfer her shares in the company to him. Once deprived of her family fortune, she would be at his mercy. With billions at his disposal, he could indulge in any whim, taking as many lovers as he pleased. Yet now, Li Yun had intruded, turning the Zhou family's aspirations to ashes. That scoundrel, Zhou Kongwei, still seething with rage, swept everything off the table in a fit of anger. After venting his frustrations, he glared at Zhou Xianming and exclaimed, "You useless wretch. After raising you for so long, you can't even manage a single girl. You are the real failure. Look who's talking. If you were so capable, you wouldn't rely on the Fang family. You would start your own business." Zhou Xianming shot back without hesitation, embodying the spirit of his father's teachings. The argument escalated, leading to a physical altercation that left the living room in disarray before they finally ceased. "Be quiet," Zhou Kongwei panted, casting a fierce glare at his son. "What is crucial now is how to rid ourselves of that Li Yun, or perhaps eliminate him entirely, lest you, this useless child, find yourself unable to compete." "Humph. Eliminate him. There is no need for such drastic measures." Zhou Xianming, regaining his composure, scoffed. "He is merely an arrogant little fool, believing that acing 2 subjects qualifies him for the top position in the city. He flaunts it publicly, ignorant of the fact that I could easily orchestrate a smear campaign to render him a laughingstock." Zhou Kongwei felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, Fang Xue was an exceedingly arrogant individual. If Li Yun were merely a purveyor of nonsense, he would undoubtedly disapprove of Fang Xue's association with him. This plan is feasible. Humph. A smirk graced Zhou Xianming's lips. His song was currently trending online. With a bit of manipulation, it was likely that the audience would relish witnessing a genius being put in their place. Ha ha ha. The father and son shared a hearty laugh, as if the wealth of the Fang family were already within their grasp. Upon returning home that evening, Li Yun modified the anti-cheat software, enhancing it with virus scanning and removal functions, subsequently sending it to Wang Holiong. With some free time on his hands, he noticed he had 3 random blue gift bags remaining, and a smile crept across his face as he opted to open them all. Ding. Acquired a small experience elixir. Ding. Acquired 50 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have opened a purple gift bag granting you an advanced skill in music. You have also gained extensive knowledge related to music such as the 7-stringed zither, piano, harmonization, etc. Li Yun felt quite satisfied. If anyone were to inquire how he composed Traversing the Rivers and Lakes, he would not falter. He promptly utilized the attribute points and experience elixir, bringing his agility attribute close to 2000, while his lowest attributes, wisdom and spirit, were at 900. He planned to seize the next opportunity to break through the 1000-point threshold with experience points. After chatting online with Fang Xue for a while and exchanging good nights, Li Yun finally retired for the evening. The following day, after breakfast, Li Yun set off to school with Li Feng. Just as they stepped outside, he encountered an individual approaching him. "Excuse me, are you the author of the song Traversing the Rivers and Lakes?" Li Yun paused. The person before him was a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing glasses and holding a briefcase, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication. "Indeed, that would be me." Li Yun nodded. "Do you have business with me?" "It is like this," the middle-aged man began, retrieving a business card from his briefcase and respectfully offering it to Li Yun with both hands. "My name is Gu Xiu, and I am here on behalf of my company to discuss the copyright of the song Traversing the Rivers and Lakes. I wonder if you are considering selling it. Our company is prepared to offer a very reasonable price." Li Yun examined the card. Gu Xiu, age 32, market department manager at Silver Moon Entertainment Company. Li Feng leaned in to take a glance, her eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect that her brother's music could indeed be monetized. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yun thought it unwise to outright refuse, so he inquired, "May I ask how much your company is willing to offer?" The middle-aged man raised a finger. 1 million. He looked down at Li Yun, his tone shifting to one of condescension, tinged with a hint of envy, as if he resented the notion that Li Yan's song could fetch such a price while he toiled away for a mere 20,000 each month. Li Feng frowned, disliking the man's overly subservient yet dismissive demeanor. "Thank you, but I shall not sell." Li Yun shook his head and took Li Feng's hand to leave. In truth, $1 million was not an unacceptable offer. However, the distasteful manner in which Gu Xiu presented it was profoundly irksome. Even if a system event were triggered with substantial rewards, Li Yun remained resolute in his decision to not sell. It is not merely a matter of money, rather. It is the pride inherent in Li Yan's character that prevents him from humbling himself to beseech others. Gushio was taken aback, unable to fathom how someone could reject a sum of 1 million. Did he truly believe that this song could fetch 3 million? What a fool. Gushio seethed internally, yet managed to suppress his anger on the surface as he quickened his pace to catch up with Li Yun, urging once more, Li Yun. 1 million is already a considerable amount. You must realize that many chart-topping songs have sold for merely a few thousand, sometimes even bundled for free. A hit song can earn a fortune. Li Yun replied coolly, is your song even a hit? It has only gained traction on Weibo and a few forums. In the real world, in shops and on the streets, have you heard anyone singing it? That is utterly impossible. One lives freely in this world. A hero does not bow for beauty, and ambition soars higher than the heavens. As he spoke, Li Yun reached the school gate, coincidentally hearing the campus broadcast still playing across the rivers and lakes. Li Feng couldn't help but smile while Gushio's face turned a deep shade of anger. The campus broadcast was truly uncooperative. Li Yun shrugged, ignoring Gushio, and took Li Feng's hand to leave. Gushio's expression darkened. He had anticipated a smooth transaction, believing that a mere high school student would be tempted by 1 million. Why on earth would he refuse such an offer? Confounded, he dialed his superior's number, only to be met with a torrent of scolding and a firm directive to acquire the song at any cost. Upon entering the campus, Li Feng, with a hint of concern, asked, brother, do you think this might offend someone? How could it? Li Yun shrugged. Business is based on mutual consent. If I choose not to sell, can they force me to? Rest assured, everything is fine. All right then. Li Feng gazed at him, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks as she said, I confessed our relationship to Fang Xue, and she agreed. With that, Li Feng hurriedly trotted away, her steps betraying a flustered demeanor. Our relationship? Li Yun was taken aback. Could it be those intimate matters? Surely not. Li Feng actually spoke of such things to Xiao Xue, and Xiao Xue accepted. At noon, Fang Xue, Li Yun, and Li Feng ascended to the third floor of the cafeteria to dine together. Ever since Li Yan's newfound wealth from the system, Kai Wei and Kaixia no longer needed to return for lunch every day. They could eat nearby, allowing Li Yun the opportunity to finally savor the cafeteria's offerings. The third floor housed a relatively upscale dining area, where a single meal typically cost 200 to 300, rendering it a rarity for ordinary students to dine there. However, with over 500,000 in his possession and a song yet to be sold, Li Yun felt entirely unencumbered. Today, I shall treat, Li Yun declared generously. Among the trio, he was the only male, besides, one was his sister, and the other his girlfriend, both compelling reasons to treat. With a playful glance at Li Yun, Fang Xue stifled a giggle behind her hand. She cared little for the hundreds of yuan. It warmed her heart to know that Li Yun was willing to spend on her. Shall we sit at that table over there? Li Feng suggested, pointing to a nearby spot. No. We shall go to that one. Fang Xue, in a haughty manner, declined Li Feng's suggestion, firmly grasping Li Yan's hand as she made her way to a seat by the window, casting a triumphant smile at Li Feng. Li Yun was somewhat taken aback. Had not Fang Xue previously desired to cultivate a good relationship with Li Feng? How had it come to pass that after merely a day apart, Fang Xue appeared to be at odds with Li Feng? Li Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, took her seat, perceiving little merit in contention. After all, I am my brother's sister, and you are my brother's girlfriend. The two roles are distinct. Ah! Fang Xue was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Li Feng was genuinely willing to take a back seat and not vie for attention? With her keen female intuition, Fang Xue discerned the subtle connection between Li Yun and Li Feng. Seizing a moment of respite, she inquired about the nature of their relationship. Upon learning the truth, Fang Xue was first shocked, then consumed by jealousy, and ultimately resigned to accept the reality. Fortunately, she did not harbor animosity toward Li Feng. If only a modicum of Li Yan's affection could be shared, she could begrudgingly accommodate her. The caveat, however, was that Li Feng must be willing to play a subordinate role to Fang Xue was determined to be the principal partner. Thus, Li Feng, with a playful smile that bent her eyes, remarked, by virtue of our familial hierarchy, Fang Xue, you ought to address me as sister. A devastating blow, a fatal strike. Fang Xue was utterly disconcerted. Absolutely not. I shall not call you sister. Do you not harbor feelings for my brother? Who says I do not? Oh, no. Li Feng, you deceitful wretch, how could you trick me again? The two enchanting young women engaged in a lively bickering that captivated the attention of every man in the restaurant, who were astonished to witness such a playful exchange between the two campus beauties. So, Li Feng and Fang Xue share such a close bond. Indeed, indeed. They had never before been seen together. My goodness, Li Yun is surrounded by two stunning ladies, how extravagant. But then again, who could blame him for his talents? If you possess the skill, why not compose a chart-topping song yourself? While dining, Li Yun received a phone call. Upon identifying the caller, a radiant smile spread across his face. Miss Lu, it has been a while, however, your timing in reaching out to me is rather delayed. Ah. Li Yun. Have you recognized me? After arranging a time to meet, Li Yun hung up and smiled at the two ladies. After school this afternoon, would you like to accompany me to meet someone? Who? Li Feng and Fang Xue chorused, glaring at one another and each letting out a huff. Li Yun laughed heartily. It is someone you both know. I assure you, you will be quite astonished upon meeting them. After school, Li Yun led the two women to a high-end restaurant near the school, where the average expenditure was around 500 to 600. Brother, Li Feng inquired with a playful flick of her disheveled hair, who exactly are you bringing us to meet? Is it not easy to guess? Fang Xue shot her a glance. Surely, it must be a well-known figure from the entertainment industry seeking to purchase a song from my boyfriend. I wonder if it is me? A male voice interjected, prompting Fang Xue to turn around, only to find an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Guxiu. Li Yun frowned slightly at him. Did I not make it clear? I have no interest in selling songs to you. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Guxiu, unabashed, took a seat before Li Yun. The opulent restaurant is exquisitely adorned, with ample space between the seats, ensuring that conversations remain discreet. However, loud voices can still be overheard by neighboring tables. Guxiu once again produced a document, solemnly sliding it across the table to Li Yun, and sincerely remarked, "Here are some materials I have gathered. You may peruse them at your leisure." Li Yun shook her head apologetically, declaring, "Even if you offer me 10 million now, I will not sell this song to you." A flicker of resentment crossed Guxiu's eyes, but it quickly vanished as he calmly responded, "Since you are unwilling to look, I shall convey the information directly. After rigorous data analysis and comparison with other songs, your piece, Li, is valued at 112,000. With a fluctuation of around 10,000. Guxiu then raised 3 fingers, stating, "However, our company is quite financially motivated. If you sign with us now, we can offer you a generous sum of 130,000. Please consider it." Li Yun smiled lightly, eliciting a moment of joy in Guxiu, only to hear her reply, "Not for sale." Not for sale. Guxiu's expression soured immensely. Fang Xue, intrigued, interjected, "But didn't Director Zhong Ku say it could sell for 300,000? At that moment, a few individuals entered the restaurant, led by a man and a woman. The man, around 50 years of age, sported a grey beard, while the woman, tall and model-like in stature, wore a mask and dark sunglasses, obscuring her features. Upon hearing Fang Xue's words, Guxiu's countenance grew slightly uneasy. He was well aware that this was the figure Director Zhong had mentioned. Yet he also understood that the company was hastily engaging with Li Yun to secure the copyright first, intending to subsequently sell it to Zhong Ku for a profit. Such matters, of course, Guxiu would not disclose. Do you think just because Director Zhong said he would pay 300,000 for the copyright, it is truly worth that? Guxiu's voice rose, drawing the attention of the patrons within the restaurant, including the grey-bearded man who had just entered. Fang Xue was momentarily taken aback. She had participated in business negotiations before, yet no one had ever dared to raise their voice in her presence. How rude. What of it? Li Yun replied coolly, gently squeezing Fang Xue's hand beneath the table in a gesture of reassurance. Naive. Guxiu no longer concealed his disdain, sneering. Considering you are merely high school students, let me enlighten you. Most of what is said on Weibo is fabricated. For instance, when certain streamers claim to have signed with a platform for fees in the millions, do you truly believe the contract reflects that amount? The actual sum received is likely less than 10 million. Do you understand? Fang Xue and Li Feng exchanged glances, while Guxiu crossed his arms. exuding an air of condescension. Drawn by Gushio's loud remarks, the patrons began to whisper among themselves. "$1 million for a song? Oh. I recall that a student from Jiahui High School recently composed a song that gained considerable traction on Weibo. Not selling for $1 million. It seems the rumors about Fang Xue were indeed true. Quite audacious. Youthful exuberance may have led to such arrogance, but it is somewhat understandable, haha." Feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, both Li Feng and Fang Xue began to feel uneasy. Upon witnessing this, Gushio felt a surge of joy and continued to fan the flames of his argument furthermore. "Do you truly believe that Zhongku's demeanor is as sincere as it appears? I can assert with certainty that Zhongku's statements on Weibo are nothing but nonsense." "Nonsense?" The crowd gasped, astonished by his audacity to denigrate director Zhongku in such a manner. Gushio, with a dismissive scoff, remarked, "Zhongku is a director of martial arts films. Upon seeing the success of Across the Rivers and Lakes, he naturally wishes to bask in its glory. Do you really think he intends to purchase this song? Do not be so naive. Has he contacted you?" "He has," Liu nodded. "No. He has not contacted you, has he?" "What? He has." Gushio was taken aback, as this was not how he had envisioned it. "May I interject?" A man with a grey beard stepped forward, interrupting Gushio's lengthy discourse. The crowd turned to him, momentarily stunned. This grey-bearded man bore a striking resemblance to someone. Could it be Director Zhongku? Fang Xue hesitantly exclaimed, uncertain, for the reality differed greatly from the images on the screen. Even though he spotted his signature grey beard and characteristic silver-grey hair, she remained unsure. "No, it cannot be." Cold sweat poured from Gushio's forehead as he stared in disbelief at the grey-bearded man, exclaiming, "How could Director Zhongku possibly be here? Why can't Zhongku appear here?" Zhongku smiled knowingly and added, "Fortunately, they arrived just in time, otherwise I would not have heard how others were discussing me behind my back." Gushio's face turned pale, nearly collapsing under the weight of his fear. "However, I must correct you on 2 points." Zhongku raised 2 fingers. "First, I am not seeking to ride on anyone's coattails, nor do I need to. Second, when I commented on Fang Xue's Weibo, I stated that the worth of this song is not merely 1 million, but indeed 3 million. I was not lying. I genuinely wish to acquire this song for 3 million. Thank you, Director Zhongku, for speaking on my behalf." Liyun stood up, smiling as she welcomed Zhongku and a model-like young woman. She felt a profound gratitude toward Zhongku. At that moment, the entire internet was stirred by Fang Xue's influence, asserting that Across the Rivers and Lakes was unworthy of $1 million, yet amidst the cacophony, both Lu Xianxian and Zhongku defended it, swiftly altering the online discourse. Coupled with the information Li Yun had acquired through her hacking skills, Fang Xue's online army was ultimately vanquished. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence. The crowd stared wide-eyed at Zhongku, unable to fathom that this frequently seen celebrity in the news was truly standing before them. "Why do you thank only Director Zhongku and not me?" pouted the model-like young woman playfully. Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark song, reverberating throughout the restaurant. In that moment, the crowd was entranced. Liyun chuckled. "I feared that Miss Lu would prefer to remain out of the spotlight, hence my reluctance to address you." The young woman removed her mask and sunglasses, shaking her hair, which cascaded in waves, captivating all who beheld her. "Just call me Xianxian," Lu Xianxian said with a playful smile. "After all, we had once performed together, and well, we are good friends, hehe." It seemed she remembered that she couldn't reveal her current situation of being on a break from school. So Lu Xianxian promptly stopped speaking and adorably stuck out her tongue. "Xianxian?" The crowd was utterly dumbfounded, while Zhongku's appearance was somewhat within the realm of their acceptance. Lu Xianxian's presence completely astonished everyone. Who is Lu Xianxian? In the domestic arena, she is undoubtedly a top-tier celebrity, and even after years of fame, she stands shoulder to shoulder with the most illustrious stars. On the international stage, her recognition is on par with the elite of the entertainment world. In over 100 countries, including Europe, America, Asia, and Africa, she enjoys immense popularity. Particularly, her Grammy-winning song, Our Beautiful Earth, is widely celebrated, with conservative estimates suggesting that half of the global population has heard it. This illustrates just how renowned Lu Xianxian truly is. Even more astonishing is that Lu Xianxian is merely 18 years old this year and has yet to attend university, yet she has already produced an impressive body of work. Consequently, the world eagerly awaits this superstar's future endeavors, anticipating even greater songs and films. Xianxian? Is that really Xian Botzi? Goddy's sister. Goddy's sister, I adore you. Please, Xianxian. Can I have your autograph? Upon confirming Lu Xianxian's identity, the patrons in the restaurant excitedly rushed over for signatures, while Li Feng and Fang Xue were already in shock. Li Feng suddenly recalled something and, in astonishment, gazed at Lu Xianxian, scrutinizing her several times before finally affirming that the street performer she had encountered at the market was indeed her. Observing the frenzy of the crowd, even the chefs and staff from the kitchen rushed out, leaving Li Feng dumbfounded. No wonder Lu Xianxian had donned heavy makeup last time, the transformation was simply extraordinary. Could everyone please quiet down? Xianxian is here, I kindly ask you all. Lu Xianxian, seasoned in handling such scenes, effortlessly calmed the crowd with her charismatic presence. My dear fans, Lu Xianxian winked, gesturing with her pristine hand to introduce Li Yun, smiling as she said, today, I am in Longyang County. Firstly, to assist director Zhongku as an intermediary, and then secondly, to enjoy a meal and catch up with my friend Li Yun. Therefore, please wait until I finish my meal before I sign for you, alright? Alright? The crowd unanimously agreed, appearing exceedingly obedient, leaving Li Yun speechless. Lu Xianxian's fan base ranged from 5-year-old children to 80-year-old elders, encompassing every profession imaginable. It was simply overwhelming. As the commotion subsided, everyone turned their attention to Guxiu, whose face had turned crimson, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Zhongku glanced at him and smiled. May I ask which company you represent? Would you like to discuss further with Li Yun? Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please choose option 1, sell the song to Zhongku. Gaining Lu Xianxian's favor 10, justice points 1, charm points 1, experience points 3000, and a random gift bag x3. Choosing option 2, selling the song to Guxiu. Rewards include 10 points of evil value and 10 points of affection from Lu Xianxian. Li Yun was left speechless, pondering the nature of this system. Was such an option truly necessary? Was he to offer rewards without any gain? Did this imply that both righteous and wicked choices would trigger events? Engaging in transactions with someone like Guxiu appeared to increase his evil value, and Li Yun seemed to grasp the underlying implications. I shall select the first option. Ding. Rewards, 10 affection points from Lu Xianxian, 1 point of righteousness, 1 point of charm, 3000 experience points, and 3 random gift bags have been granted. Li Yun felt immense satisfaction. Setting aside the experience points, the affection from Lu Xianxian had reached 78, which was of utmost importance. An affection level of 50 indicated a general friendship, while 70 signified a trustworthy close friend. Surpassing 80 meant they were more than friends, yet not quite lovers. With a little effort, Li Yun could soon be termed Lu Xianxian's boyfriend. Of course, as this was contingent on the presence of Fang Xue, his official girlfriend. With Fang Xue in the picture, Li Yun estimated he would need an affection level of 90 before Lu Xianxian would display any romantic inclination. However, affection was not an instantaneous effect, it was merely a numerical representation within the system, incapable of abruptly altering Lu Xianxian's will. Guxiu, after much stammering, shamefully apologized to Zhongku and Li Yun before awkwardly exiting the restaurant, not daring to look back. Lu Xianxian blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled at Li Yun, exclaiming, I think this song is absolutely fantastic, it must be worth more than $1 million. Thankfully, you didn't sell it. Her voice was melodious and clear, each utterance enchanting Li Yun with a refreshing charm. Once seated, after ordering, the group engaged in lively conversation. Zhongku officially revealed the purpose of his visit, to purchase Li Yan's song. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, with Zhongku offering $3 million for the complete rights to the song, retaining only the credit for Li Yun. Li Yun, not one to be greedy, readily agreed. The contract was signed, and in a few days, Li Yun would receive $3 million. Li Feng and Fang Xue gazed at Li Yun with admiration and affection. Selling a song for such a sum was nothing short of miraculous for them. Yet, Li Yun had accomplished it. Li Feng felt a swell of pride for her brother, while Fang Xue beamed with pride over her remarkable boyfriend, certain that when she shared this news with her father, he would undoubtedly recognize Li Yan's talent. That's impressive. Li Yun, Lu Xianxian remarked candidly, expressing her thoughts without reservation. I doubt many remember my first song now, ahihi. When did you write your first song? Li Yun inquired in return. In the third grade, hihi, Lu Xianxian playfully replied, unable to stifle a giggle, her sparkling eyes squinting into crescent shapes, radiating an enchanting innocence that left Li Yun and the others in the restaurant momentarily spellbound. Lu Xianxian's appearance and demeanor were renowned for their pure beauty and ethereal presence, perfectly complemented by her delightful personality. Kind-hearted and innocent, she often engages in charitable endeavors, offering heartfelt compassion to those in need. Her character embodies the noble qualities of truth, goodness, and beauty, eliciting great admiration. Li Yun, with a serious demeanor, expressed, I have another matter to request your assistance with. Please, do tell. I shall help in any way I can. He replied eagerly. I would like to invite you to star in my next martial arts film. Wait, a film? Li Yun exclaimed, gazing at him in surprise. Zhongku nodded affirmatively, yes, my forthcoming martial arts film. After a brief pause, Zhongku added with a smile. I witnessed your debut at the market where you sang traversing the rivers and lakes while practicing your martial arts. At that moment, I thought you were perfectly suited for a role in a martial arts movie, possessing the noble spirit of a chivalrous hero. Fang Xue subtly nodded. She particularly admired Li Yan's sunny and handsome demeanor. Is that so? Li Yun pondered for a moment, then looked towards Lu Xianxian, only to find her gazing at him with eager anticipation. His heart stirred as he inquired, Xianxian, you wish to participate as well, correct? Well, how should I put it? Lu Xianxian replied, resting her delicately shaped chin on her hand, lightly tapping her smooth, fair face as if deep in thought. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Li Yun, their faces nearly touching, allowing him to catch a whiff of her fragrant breath. If you agree, I will gladly accept the role, she whispered sweetly. Her voice melodic and playful, akin to a charming girl teasing her boyfriend, leaving onlookers utterly enchanted. The restaurant fell silent once more, as they beheld Lu Xianxian's unprecedented closeness to a boy. Coming back to her senses, Lu Xianxian's pure and beautiful face flashed crimson, and she hurriedly retreated, lowering her head shyly, unable to meet Li Yan's gaze. Despite having only met him twice, she felt a profound affection for this boy, prompting her to act in such an ambiguously intimate manner. This is problematic. It was as if a girl's instinct kicked in. Fang Xue and Li Feng immediately recognized that Lu Xianxian harbored special feelings for Li Yun. Clearing his throat, Li Yun joked, Xianxian, are you repaying me for helping you last time? Thank you. MHM, Lu Xianxian replied, her face still flushed, feeling immense gratitude towards Li Yun. He had deliberately crafted an excuse to protect her reputation, and she understood his intentions all too well. What is your decision, Li Yun? Zhongku honestly invited again. If you join, I can offer you one of the leading roles. Oh, by the way, our film features multiple male leads and is told from the female protagonist's perspective. Zhongku added. Li Yun nodded, poised to respond when the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Option event triggered. Please choose option 1, accept Zhongku's invitation to star in the martial arts film, rewarding 10,000 experience points, master level acting skills, and full attributes. The system will present more entertainment-related choices to aid the host in becoming a superstar. Option 3, decline, rewarding a random master level scientific skill, a random gift bag of 5. And 20,000 experience points. The host will follow a steady path, enter university, and equally achieve the pinnacle of life. Upon witnessing such a bountiful reward, Li Yun was utterly astonished. This presented yet another crossroads in his life. System, if I participate in a film, does that mean I will not have the opportunity to pursue a normal university education? Not at all. By engaging in film, you are merely embarking on a side career. You can still pursue your studies and, in the future, achieve great heights, marrying into wealth and success. The notion of a side career thrilled Li Yun immensely. The more ventures, the better. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards 10,000 experience points, master level acting skills, and all attributes at 100 have been bestowed. With a resounding boom, as his wisdom and spirit attributes surpassed 1,000, Li Yan's mind experienced a profound transformation. His senses sharpened, his spirit invigorated, and his eyes glinted with a newfound brilliance, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of vitality. Notably, his memory had become extraordinarily acute. He could vividly recall even the events of his early childhood in the orphanage. It dawned on him that wisdom and spirit were indeed the most crucial attributes. Realizing this, Li Yun resolved to prioritize these two aspects moving forward. Alright, I agree to participate in the film. With Li Yan's affirmation, Zhongku was immensely pleased. Quickly arranging to commence filming after Li Yan's college entrance examinations concluded. Upon hearing Li Yan's agreement, Lu Xianxian's beautiful and innocent face lit up with joy. Seemingly thrilled and eager to act alongside him. This reaction from Lu Xianxian raised alarm bells in the hearts of both Li Yan's official girlfriend and his sister. After discussing serious matters, the group engaged in casual conversation. Li Yun. Lu Xianxian suddenly recalled something, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering. Did you already know it was me back then? Know what? Li Yun chuckled. You're such a tease. Lu Xianxian playfully retorted, you must have figured it out. Flustered by being recognized by Li Yun, she felt as though he had uncovered her secret. Was that really you, Xianxian? Li Feng asked, astonished. Yes. Lu Xianxian shyly explained her decision to take a break from school for travel. Li Feng and Fang Xue listened in admiration. Her commitment to aiding the impoverished through action was far more commendable than many celebrities who merely engage in performative acts. I will be attending university this September. Lu Xianxian said, blinking at Li Yun. Which university will you be attending? Perhaps I could join you. After uttering this, her cheeks flushed crimson. She had candidly expressed her innermost thoughts, only to feel that her words were laden with unspoken implications. As if she had already developed feelings for Li Yun and desired to pursue him. Feng Xue sighed inwardly, having such an outstanding boyfriend was not without its drawbacks. As even the renowned star Lu Xianxian found herself captivated. Li Yun felt a peculiar sensation arise within him as he responded, I will likely be attending Shanghai Jiaotong University. Majoring in computer science and technology. Jiaotong University. Lu Xianxian secretly made a decision, she too would apply to Jiaotong University and pursue a degree in computer science. After all, her acting and singing skills had already reached their zenith, and there was little that university professors could teach her. Yes, that's settled. She resolved. As a few individuals finished their meal and stood to bid farewell, Zhongku glanced at Li Feng and hesitated before inquiring, Miss Li Feng. Have you ever noticed that your appearance bears a striking resemblance to a certain celebrity? The group turned their attention to Li Feng, and Lu Xianxian, suddenly enlightened, remarked, indeed. I also think you resemble a senior figure in the entertainment industry, and you particularly resemble that senior's daughter. I know them, and when we have the opportunity, I will introduce you. The resemblance is truly astonishing, but I assure you, you will be quite taken aback upon meeting them. Li Feng momentarily froze, then pursed her lips. Her voice cold and firm as she replied, perhaps there is some resemblance. After that, she fell silent on the matter, her expression markedly indifferent. Feng Xue found it peculiar. As far as she knew, Li Feng had a rather amiable disposition, enjoying far better rapport among their peers than she did. And she had never witnessed Li Feng displaying displeasure before. What could be the reason this time? Was it merely a distaste for Lu Xianxian? Li Yan's heart stirred. And he vaguely recalled something. Xianxian is the person you mentioned named Zhuang Mengdai. Yes. Lu Xianxian looked at Li Feng, increasingly convinced that she resembled a younger Zhuang Mengdai. Do you have her photographs? Brother, you don't look. Li Feng interrupted Li Yan's actions, her eyes seemingly welling with tears, her tone tinged with profound sadness. There is nothing worth seeing. I am fine now, even if I were indeed her, what difference would it make? After all, I am the one who has been abandoned. I have you, my brother, and Kaixia and Kaiwei, that is sufficient. I need no one else. The group, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. Zhongku, a seasoned figure in the entertainment realm, possessed more insider knowledge. The individual known as Zhuang Mengdai, once a top-tier star, may have retired from acting. But her company remained one of the foremost in the industry, wielding significant influence. Zhongku had heard of a certain incident. Zhuang Mengdai had two daughters, one of whom had gone missing under tragic circumstances and had yet to be found. Could it be that Li Feng was the missing daughter? If he were to inform Zhuang Mengdai, perhaps he could gain a favor from her, however, such a matter required utmost caution. Zhongku chuckled softly to himself and decided to set the thought aside for the moment. As Lu Xianxian rose, a throng of eagerly awaiting fans surged forward, clamoring for autographs and photographs. Fortunately, Lu Xianxian's security detail was ample. They were well versed in handling such situations, skillfully managing the crowd and ensuring an orderly queue. Autographs are fine, photographs are out of the question, it would be too time-consuming. Lu Xianxian busily signed autographs, not lifting her head as she addressed Li Yun, Director Zhong. Li Yun, you all should head off fast. I will finish signing shortly and then depart. We will meet again. Li Yun furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual tone in Lu Xianxian's voice. Ding. A choice event has been triggered. Please make a selection. Option 1, depart without hesitation, reward skill, ironclad masculinity. Option 2, exhibit gentlemanly grace, stay to accompany Lu Xianxian until she completes her signing session, ensuring her safety, reward, increased favor from Lu Xianxian, 5 justice points, 3,000 experience points, and a random skill. Is there an additional reward for favor? Wouldn't that require surpassing an 80-point threshold to potentially establish a romantic relationship? Li Yun cast a glance at Fang Xue, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to stay. An 80 is an 80, it's reasonable to assume that Lu Xianxian, aware of his existing relationship, would not confess her feelings so soon. She would require a favorability rating of at least 90 for that to be plausible. Oh. Upon hearing that Li Yun chose to remain, Lu Xianxian, who had been busy signing autographs, lifted her gaze to him, her eyes sparkling with palpable delight. She had refrained from looking at Li Yun earlier, as she wished to conceal her desire to spend more time with him, to have him stay by her side. Could it be that Li Yun discerned her intentions? Or perhaps their hearts were in sync? Contemplating this, a wave of sweet emotion surged within Lu Xianxian, prompting her to flash a radiant smile at him, nodding vigorously. All right, Li Yun, stay with me, hehe. The genuine joy radiating from this international superstar was evident even to the most oblivious onlooker. It was clear that Lu Xianxian harbored feelings for Li Yun. Humph. I will settle this with you later. Fang Xue pinched Li Yan's waist in irritation before tugging on Li Feng's hand and departing. Though vexed, she graciously allowed some time for Li Yun and Lu Xianxian to converse. As Zhongku prepared to leave, he cast a peculiar glance at Li Yun, never having anticipated that this handsome, sun-kissed young man would capture Lu Xianxian's affection, leading them to the brink of a romantic relationship. However, should this news spread online, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Lu Xianxian's fans, regardless of gender, would likely descend upon Li Yun with fury for daring to steal their goddess away. Li Yun smiled. Xianxian, please continue signing, and I shall stand right behind you. Lu Xianxian felt a delightful mix of shyness and sweetness, believing that this signing event was the safest she had ever experienced. With Li Yun standing resolutely behind her, she felt a warm sense of security enveloping her. Her fans were often overly enthusiastic, making it quite a challenge to maintain order, but with the presence of this gallant figure behind her, Lu Xianxian felt utterly at ease. Oh might, this fellow is so close to the goddess. I'm envious. He wrote a song and can be so intimate with Xian Baozi, why can't I? Xianxian, please do not fall for this man, he already has a girlfriend. Strangely, I feel that Li Yun and Xianxian are rather well matched. Fans gazed at Li Yun with immense envy, wishing fervently that they could be the ones standing guard behind Lu Xianxian. The bodyguards were on the verge of tears. Having served as Lu Xianxian's protectors for so long, they had never been able to stand so close to her. It could be said that Li Yun now occupied the very position they longed for most. Standing so near, Li Yun felt as though he could detect the delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Xianxian, and a mere glance downward revealed her exquisitely graceful neck, reminiscent of a swan. As Lu Xianxian diligently signed autographs for her eager fans with her slender fingers gripping the pen, Li Yun found the scene breathtakingly beautiful, struggling to avert his gaze. This innocent and kind-hearted superstar possesses an enchanting figure, with graceful curves and a captivating demeanor that effortlessly draws Li Yan's attention. Suddenly, a fervent shout erupted from the crowd. Xianxian, I love you. Lu Xianxian lifted her head in astonishment to witness a rotund man, weighing at least 300 pounds, forcefully pushing aside 2 bodyguards. His chubby face flashed with excitement as he lunged toward her, exclaiming, Goddess, I adore you. Truly, I adore you. Marry me, and I shall treat you well. In that moment, Lu Xianxian was genuinely terrified. With her delicate frame, she feared that if this frenzied giant were to fall upon her, Her slender waist might shatter under the weight. The onlookers were equally stunned, and even the skilled bodyguards seemed momentarily paralyzed, allowing the hefty man to surge toward Lu Xianxian. As the imposing figure filled her vision, a flash of Lian's image pierced through her panic. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of a hefty piece of meat striking a chopping board, followed by a cry of dismay. The portly figure vanished from Lu Xianxian's sight, replaced by the handsome silhouette of the man she had envisioned. Li Yun. Grateful for her narrow escape, Lu Xianxian sprang to her feet and, disregarding everything, embraced Li Yun from behind, her voice trembling with heartfelt emotion. Li Yun, I thank you. She intended to confess her feelings directly but was disheartened by the reminder that Li Yun already had a girlfriend. It's all right now, Li Yun said gently, ruffling Lu Xianxian's hair, recognizing that her frightened demeanor and impulsive reaction were entirely understandable. Realizing that it was inappropriate to continue holding Li Yun in such a public setting, Lu Xianxian blushed and released him. Li Yun had sent the hefty man flying with a knee strike, crashing into two bodyguards. Fortunately, the bodyguards were sufficiently robust, preventing any serious consequences. Thankfully, the man's ample girth cushioned the blow, sparing him from any significant injury. The bodyguards swiftly apprehended the assailant, and Lu Xianxian let out a soft sigh, saying, "Let us not be too hard on him, allow the police to handle this. I also advise everyone to refrain from irrational actions, or else I may truly fear for the continuation of my signing event." Instantly, the crowd glared at the hefty man with fury. Should he cause Lu Xianxian to cancel the signing, they would surely seek retribution. Subsequently, the signing event proceeded without further incident and concluded smoothly, with the system rewards following suit. Ding. Host has made a choice. Rewards: Lu Xianxian's affection 15, justice points 5, experience points 3000. Skill acquired is sweet talk have been granted. Sweet talk: your words will bring happiness to the girls who admire you. The more they like you, the more easily they will be moved by your words. Leon found this skill amusing. Did he truly require such a charming playboy ability to woo women? Absolutely not. Wasn't Lu Xianxian's affection for him already soaring beyond 781,580? Li Yun was taken aback. Lu Xianxian's affection for him had astonishingly reached a staggering 93 points. A favorability score of 93 signifies that Li Yun could engage in more intimate actions typically reserved for couples, such as tender embraces and kisses. If the timing were right, he could even enjoy a sweet night with Lu Xianxian. As long as he refrained from any reckless behavior, that score would only continue to rise, ultimately reaching a perfect 100, a threshold beyond which it could never diminish. Li Yun, let us depart. Upon signing, Lu Xianxian took the initiative to grasp Li Yan's hand, her face radiating joy as she led him to the restaurant entrance, where they entered the same vehicle. Behind them, countless envious gazes lingered. But Lu Xianxian was too elated to ponder their opinions. Let them watch, even if it meant being shared online. Once inside Lu Xianxian's car, Li Yun was greeted by a delightful fragrance, undoubtedly emanating from her enchanting presence, an aroma both captivating and exquisite. Xianxian, where are we headed? In the confined backseat, they sat closely together, with Lu Xianxian affectionately clutching his arm, igniting a flurry of romantic thoughts within Li Yun. Are you still attending classes this afternoon? Lu Xianxian asked in a harsh tone, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I've taken the afternoon off. Observing her shy demeanor, Li Yun could no longer contain himself and gently took her hand, softly suggesting, shall we wander around Longyang County together? Feeling the warmth of his hand, Lu Xianxian emitted a soft sigh. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly agreed. Upon returning home at 10 p.m., Li Yun wearily announced, I'm back. Welcome home, brother. Kai Wei rushed out to greet him, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, did sister say you went out to play with the fairy sister? Is it true? Indeed. It is true. Li Yun replied, slightly embarrassed, as he produced a few small trinkets. These are gifts from Xianxian for you and Saisha, one for each of you. Wow. Brother, did the fairy sister really prepare this for us? How impressive. The sisters were overjoyed, while Li Feng, crossing her arms, interjected with a knowing smile, how remarkable. It seems Xianxian is aware that our family has a pair of twin sisters. You must have had quite the conversation, Li Yun. Cough, cough. More than just a conversation. Li Yun thought, recalling how Lu Xianxian nearly uncovered embarrassing childhood secrets. The two had roamed from 2 p.m. until now, and although Li Yun felt utterly exhausted, Lu Xianxian remained full of energy, leaving him in awe of her shopping prowess. During their outing, their favorability score had risen to 95. Partly due to Li Yun gifting her a random selection of items, including a skincare product and a small foundational elixir, which deeply touched Lu Xianxian. Additionally, he had treated her to an ice cream, the seemingly simple gesture that inexplicably boosted their connection by another point, so effortless it left Li Yun astounded. Li Feng leaned in closer to Li Yun, squinting her eyes mischievously. So, does this mean my dear brother has acquired yet another girlfriend? Girlfriend? The twin sisters' eyes widened in surprise. Stop with the nonsense. Li Yun solemnly declared, my relationship with Xianxian is purely platonic, there is absolutely nothing more. Really? Of course. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, Li Feng finally expressed her satisfaction by planting a kiss on Li Yan's cheek, exclaiming, you've passed this time, hehe. Li Yun let out a wry smile, acknowledging that having multiple girlfriends often leads to such misunderstandings. However, he and Lu Xianxian had indeed not engaged in any overtly intimate activities, their interactions were limited to innocent hand-holding during leisurely strolls, embodying a remarkably pure connection. Although the act of holding hands inevitably fostered a tender sentiment between them, both relished the moment, reluctant to clarify the nature of their relationship. Later that evening, after a refreshing shower, Li Yun picked up his phone and chatted with Fang Xue for a while, inadvertently revealing his outing with Lu Xianxian. Upon hearing Li Yun affirm that nothing untoward had occurred, Fang Xue contentedly logged off to retire for the night. Brother Li Feng entered the room, presenting his phone for him to see. Look. Your news with Lu Xianxian has indeed made it to the trending topics. Moreover, your bold claim about securing the top score in the citywide mock exam has been fervently discussed. Shocking. Lu Xianxian spotted in Longyang County, Zhonghai City. In close proximity to a male companion, Lu Xianxian and a mysterious gentleman share an intimate connection, holding hands. Reports suggest Lu Xianxian's boyfriend is the composer of the song Zonghang Jianghu. Lu Xianxian initiates an embrace with Li Yun, the truth of the matter unfolds. The trending topics on Weibo and the headlines of various news outlets were saturated with news about Li Yun and Lu Xianxian. Particularly sensational was the incident where Lu Xianxian, startled by an enthusiastic fan, clung to Li Yun for comfort, alongside images capturing Lu Xianxian leading Li Yun to a vehicle, which were widely circulated by those with ulterior motives, creating quite a stir. As Li Feng glanced at these reports, a hint of concern crossed her face. But Li Yun remained unfazed. He shrugged and remarked, let them chatter online, the fervor will subside in a few days. In the outskirts of the capital, nestled within a highly secured valley, lay an expansive complex of architecture marrying Eastern and Western styles. Within this enclave, one could find a swimming pool, artificial hills, gardens, a golf course, a racetrack, and climbing facilities, an array of activities favored by the elite. However, this place was not open for leisure, but rather served as an educational institution. This establishment was a world-class high school, attended exclusively by the progeny of business magnates, the heirs of affluent families, and offspring of esteemed martial arts clans. Every student was either wealthy or of noble lineage. Inside a stately wooden room, a group of 13 and 14-year-olds, elegantly dressed and exuding an air of sophistication, engaged in lively conversation after class. Hey, Xiaomeng, come look. A charming girl beckoned Hu Xiaomeng over, grinning as she said, check out this boy. I sent he the one you mentioned, the one who cooks delicious meals, Li Yun. Hu Xiaomeng leaned in closer and, upon glimpsing the photograph on her friend's phone from the news article, realized it was indeed Li Yun, alleged first boyfriend of Lu Xianxian. The composer of Zonghang Jianghu proclaims his intent to achieve full marks across all subjects. As Hu Xiaomeng read aloud the headline, it captured the attention of several classmates. Lu Xianxian's boyfriend. Full marks. Haha, truly impressive. To speak candidly, the world of martial arts is rather enjoyable, and my family also takes pleasure in it. Unfortunately, the author seems rather conceited, claiming they aim for a perfect score across all subjects. Many of Hu Xiaomeng's classmates began to voice their opinions on this matter, as it constituted one of their extracurricular activities, discussing hot news topics and later assessing who provided the most accurate analysis. A perfect score across all subjects. Hu Xiaomeng murmured to herself, unable to believe that Li Yun could achieve such a feat if it were the difficulty level of junior high school subjects. One might argue that a perfect score is feasible, however, in high school, not even at an elite institution would one dare to assert they could secure full marks. High school subjects are exceedingly challenging. Especially the Chinese language, where attaining a perfect score is nearly impossible. This chef's words are truly amusing. A dashing youth named Yuan Huayu chuckled, "Xiaomeng, don't you agree?" From his tone, it was evident that he held Li Yun in utter disdain. "Hu Xiaomeng?" With her charming eyes twinkling, replied playfully, "That may not be the case. Big brother is quite impressive, and his culinary skills are exceptional. And I believe he might just earn a perfect score." "Silly boy." Yuan Huayu attempted to pat Hu Xiaomeng's head, but she playfully dodged him. A flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes, yet he maintained a smile, saying, "Xiaomeng, no matter how good his cooking is, he is merely a chef. What does that have to do with achieving perfect scores in academics? I advise you not to be deceived. Fear not." Hu Xiaomeng confidently patted her chest. Exuding an air of self-assurance, "How could I, Xiaomeng, be easily fooled? You mustn't underestimate me, brother Huayu." "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy," he replied with a chuckle. Hu Xiaomeng giggled, tapping away on her phone, sending a message to Li Yun, "Big brother. Will you really be able to achieve a perfect score? If not, I shall be quite disappointed." Propping her chin on her hand, she felt an inexplicable anticipation to witness Li Yun's remarkable achievements once more. Just imagine, her boy washing dishes by the roadside, yet possessing divine culinary skills and the potential to earn perfect scores. Wouldn't that be most fascinating? On Thursday, the first mock examination for the college entrance examination commenced. Li Yun boldly proclaimed his intent to secure the top perfect score in the Shanghai City mock exam, a statement that, fueled by the rumors surrounding the international superstar Lu Xianxian, swept through the internet like a tempest. Everyone eagerly awaited his results. Yet apart from a few with a gambler's mentality, no one held high hopes for Lu Xianxian's rumored boyfriend. Li Yun, good luck on the exam. In the morning, Lu Xianxian specifically tweeted a message of encouragement for Li Yun, further igniting discussions about him online. How infuriating. This scoundrel is so intimately connected with Xianxian. He. Come Monday when the results are released, he shall have his moment of despair. Who can't boast? I could too. I could claim I would score 1000 on my mock exam. You think this fellow might bribe the graders to alter his paper to a perfect score? The mock exams in Shanghai City are graded individually by each school. That's possible. We must firmly oppose any private alterations of the papers. Li Yun's exam must be made public. The discussions among netizens gradually veered off course, ultimately leading to the topic of publicly revealing Li Yun's exam papers trending on social media. Class 14. I implore everyone not to be swayed by certain online opinions and to strive for excellence in the examination. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, emphasizing the importance of focus, particularly on Li Yun, especially you, Li Yun. You performed admirably in your last exams in comprehensive science and English. Although the final question in this mock exam may be challenging, I hope you can achieve a score exceeding 290145, thereby addressing the doubts cast upon you by netizens. A score of 290,145, coupled with at least 200 in the other two subjects, would yield nearly 650 points, sufficient to meet the admission threshold of the nation's top universities. While the netizens might still mock him, their derision would likely be tempered. Li Yun smiled faintly and nodded, saying nothing. Wang Holiong wore an odd expression. Could Li really be aiming for a perfect score? Was that even feasible? At 8:30 a.m., a half an hour before the examination commenced, Li Yun ascended the teaching building to find Fang Xue while also checking on his sister. Along the way, he was met with numerous guesses from classmates, some filled with admiration, others with disdain, and many simply driven by curiosity. Upon reaching the experimental class, Li Yun was further subjected to the collective scrutiny of these academically gifted and affluent peers. Hey, Li Yun. Yu Xiannian, who consistently ranked among the top 3 students, inquired with an expression of amusement, do you really have confidence in achieving a perfect score? Before Li Yun could respond, another boy interjected sarcastically, a perfect score. Are you joking, Yu Xiannian? If he could truly attain full marks, he wouldn't be in the lower tier. The expressions of the others varied. In their last school mock exam, although 3 students achieved full marks in English, none obtained a perfect score in comprehensive science. The fact that a mere student from the lower tier, Li Yun, had accomplished what they could not left them feeling quite embarrassed. Li Yun cast a disdainful glance at him, choosing not to engage further. He exchanged a brief look with Li Feng in the classroom before stepping aside with Fang Xue to converse. That wretch. Zhou Xianming, completely ignored, clenched his fists, a glint of malice and determination flashing in his eyes. First place with a perfect score. I wonder who will claim that title this time. Stealthily, he felt the specially designed phone hidden within his coat, secretly reveling in the thought that while everyone was focused on Li Yun, he would instead secure the top spot with a perfect score. Such dramatic irony. Feng Xue regarded him with newfound respect. Perhaps Lu Xianxian would also be drawn to him and initiate a conversation. At 9 a.m., the Chinese examination began. Li Yun reviewed his knowledge base and felt reassured upon realizing he possessed knowledge across all subjects at the undergraduate level. He was not merely a genius. He was a superlative polymath. Not only did he excel in the sciences, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English, but if he were to switch to the humanities, he would still achieve full marks. As the examination commenced, the invigilator announced, "Candidates, please begin answering the questions." A gentle reminder, do not whisper to one another during the exam. Li Yun calmly picked up his pen and, at a measured pace, began inscribing his answers on the paper. Even without deliberately hastening his pace, Li Yun's extensive knowledge allowed him to tackle the questions with remarkable ease, his speed hardly lagging. Particularly with the reading comprehension questions, while an average student might still be grappling with the first paragraph, Li Yun was already confidently penning his answers. Soon, he found himself before the final essay prompt. With the advancement of science and technology, various forms of entertainment have proliferated: disco halls, arcades, internet cafes, and even musical instruments like pianos, electronic keyboards, and guitars. Human entertainment has become more diverse than ever. Write an essay on the topic of entertainment, no less than 800 words. Any style you wish, except poetry, the prompt read. Li Yun twirled his pen, pondering how to approach this essay. With his current writing prowess, he could easily secure a score above 55 out of 60, but to achieve a perfect score, he needed to delve deeply into the theme. Entertainment. A spark ignited in Li Yun's mind as a confident smile graced his lips. He meticulously inscribed the title of his essay on the exam paper, "Graceful Melodies and Dance." Since the establishment of ritual music, from the Daya and Shaoya of the Book of Songs to the folk music of the national style, a beautifully articulated piece flowed from Li Yun's pen onto the paper. Satisfied with a glance at his work, the characters were clear, accurate, and aesthetically pleasing. He should not be penalized for his handwriting. With that, he decided to submit his paper. As Li Yun stood, the sound of his desk moving startled his classmates. What? Li Yun is submitting his paper already? It has only been an hour and a half. This citywide mock examination was far stricter than the previous one held at school. Not only had the invigilators changed to those from the first and second year classes, but the candidates had also been shuffled. In this examination room, 2 students from the experimental class found themselves bewildered. They had just begun the classical Chinese translation when Li Yun had finished. How could that be? Was he really that exceptional? Had he completed it so swiftly out of sheer inability to write? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Surely, he would finish the essay. Whispers filled the once quiet examination hall, and the expressions of the 2 students from the experimental class were peculiar. They were nearly convinced that Li Yun could not possibly score highly in Chinese. The subject was particularly unique. Unlike mathematics, comprehensive science, or English, which could be completed in just over an hour if one knew the material, Chinese required handwritten essays of 800 words, along with translation and comprehension questions. How could one possibly expedite such a process? It was utterly inconceivable. After the examination concluded, news of Li Yun submitting his paper an hour early swiftly spread throughout the campus. Soon, reporters eager to unearth the identity of Lu Xianxian's rumored boyfriend caught wind of this story and promptly posted it online, igniting considerable discussion. Lu Xianxian, currently on a leisurely trip to a remote impoverished mountain village, couldn't help but reveal a bemused expression upon reading the news. Li Yun, I truly do not understand what you are attempting to achieve. Can he really score full marks? Although Lu Xianxian wished to believe in Li Yun, such feats seemed more fitting for a fable than reality. Shanghai Foreign Language School, the special talent class. As a prestigious private institution in Shanghai, the students of the foreign language school, despite the majority being exempt from the National College entrance examination, still utilize mock exams to assess their academic performance. Among them, only those who struggle the most are compelled to take the entrance exam. The others have already secured placements at elite foreign universities, rendering the examination merely a formality. After the challenging mathematics exam concluded, the students gathered to engage in conversation. This math was exceedingly difficult, Fang Xue. What score do you anticipate for yourself? A curious boy inquired. Fang Xue, a gold medalist in the National Mathematics Olympiad, had secured admission to the mathematics department at Princeton University due to his exceptional mathematical talent by the time he was in his second year of high school. This department has produced numerous world-renowned mathematicians, including a remarkable 12 living Fields Medal laureates. To gain entrance to the mathematics department at Princeton is akin to stepping into the hallowed halls of the world's foremost mathematicians, with a future brimming with promise. Additionally, Fang Xue's refined appearance, complete with gold-rimmed glasses and fashionable attire, rendered him a formidable contender for the title of most attractive student at the foreign language school. Just average. Around 146 points, though I'm uncertain about the final problem, Fang Xue replied modestly with a smile. Average? A score of 146 is considered average. Fang Xue, you are truly remarkable. Someone exclaimed. I heard that this year's final problem was personally crafted by Gu Jun, and its difficulty is off the charts. Another added. Indeed. I estimate that the average score for this mock exam will barely exceed 110. That final question is impossible. Yes, it's absurdly difficult. I spent less than an hour on the earlier questions, yet I could only manage to answer a portion of the final problem. What a shame. Honestly. Only Fang Xue could possibly score above 8 points. Listening to the flattery directed at him, the hint of pride graced Fang Xue's scholarly visage. However, the conversation soon shifted to Li Yun. A subtle change crossed Fang Xue's face as he feigned indifference, smiling at his peers. You can't truly believe that someone who finishes in less than an hour could achieve a perfect score, can you? They had learned online that Li Yun not only completed the Chinese exam in an hour and a half but also exited the mathematics exam in under an hour. Exuding confidence. Impossible. Ha ha ha. If Li Yun from Longyang County can achieve a perfect score, I'll chop off my head and use it as a football. Another laughed. Our talented Fang Xue can't guarantee a perfect score, so how could someone from a rural place like Longyang County? Laughter erupted among the group. Just then, someone remarked. It seems Gong Qingyu took about an hour and a half for the exam. The laughter subsided as they turned to gaze at a serene and beautiful girl, Gong Qingyu, who was diligently drawing in the classroom. If Fang Xue represented a super genius, then this quiet girl was a true prodigy, a once-in-a-generation talent. Although she had transferred to the special talent class 2 years prior and had consistently ranked at the bottom in various examinations, the entire foreign language school was aware that Gong Qingyu was, in fact, the true top student of the institution. Due to her habit of merely writing answers without detailing her thought process, neglecting essays and English listening, she consistently submits her exams in under 10 minutes, resulting in a significant loss of potential points. When the teacher inquired why she did not elaborate more, her response was simply that she did not wish to waste time. It can be said that Gong Qingyu's talent has transcended the realm of genius, reaching a level that inspires awe. She dedicates all the time she saves to painting, despite her artistic talent being rather mediocre. However, this time, Gong Qingyu appeared markedly different from before. She spent over an hour on her Chinese exam and seemingly filled her essay completely. Filled it. Goodness, was Gong Qingyu aiming for the top spot? Could it be the impending college entrance examination that spurred her on? Nonsense. Gong Qingyu's background is shrouded in mystery if she is chauffeured to school in luxury cars daily. Clearly not lacking in wealth. Amidst the murmurs of curiosity, the girl, who shared a relatively amicable relationship with her, approached and asked Qingyu, "How many points do you expect to score in this exam for mathematics?" Full, Gong Qingyu replied in a cool, casual tone without lifting her gaze, continuing to draw on her blank paper. Full marks. The students in the special class exchanged glances. It seemed that Gong Qingyu was poised to claim the top score in the entire city. None could rival this prodigious talent. Not Feng Hao, nor Li Yun. On Friday, amidst the cacophony of chatter online, the first mock examination in Shanghai City finally concluded successfully. Li Yun had long finished her English exam and was waiting for Fang Xue and Li Feng beneath the teaching building, but she was also joined by Zhou Xianming. Humph. A confident smile graced Zhou Xianming's face as he remarked, Li Yun, will you achieve a perfect score this time? Shall we raise the stakes? The one with the lower score must voluntarily withdraw from school. How about that? Li Yun paused for a moment, confirming that no options had been triggered by the system, and responded languidly with a smile, what benefit is there in that? Why would I gamble with you? Moreover, if I can achieve a perfect score, can you? Of course. Nonsense. Just as Zhou Xianming burst in his self-satisfaction, a thunderous voice from the director of education echoed behind him, drawing the attention of those nearby. Zhou Xianming. The director's gaze was somber as he coldly stated, did I not tell you? Do not aim for a perfect score this time. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhou Xianming promptly fell silent. Fang Xue, intrigued, turned to the director and asked, not aiming for a perfect score this time. Does that mean we can aim for one next time? She recalled Li Feng's earlier words. Zhou Xianming was so confident, could it truly be that the director had been privy to advance copies of the exam? That was not my intention. The director's expression grew uneasy as he shot a fierce glare at Zhou Xianming before hastily departing, clutching a large briefcase that seemed to bulge with unknown contents. Zhou Xianming scoffed, Xie Xue, I was merely concealing my capabilities in previous exams. Just wait, this time, I will achieve a perfect score. Fang Xue offered a polite smile. I look forward to your performance. Zhou Xianming shot a provocative glance at Li Yun, murmuring, enjoy your fleeting triumph, come Monday, it will be your demise. Humph. Is that so? I am curious to see who meets their end. Humph. As he departed, Li Feng furrowed her brow slightly, dismissing Zhou Xianming's presence. Fang Xue, affectionately entwined with Li Yan's arm, cheerfully suggested, Li Yun, since it's a rare weekend off, shall we go shopping? Sure. Li Yun replied after casting a glance at Li Feng. Fang Xue pouted, somewhat reluctant, and asked, Li Feng, would you like to join us? To Li Yan's surprise, Fang Xue had extended an invitation to Li Feng for the three of them to shop together. Sure, Li Feng agreed with a smile, choosing to accept the overture rather than retreat, ready to compete openly with Fang Xue. Li Yun swallowed hard, sensing that the exchanged glances between the two women seemed to spark an electric tension. On Monday, Li Yun attended school as usual. After 2 days of shopping, coupled with intimate late-night conversations with Li Feng on Friday and Saturday, he felt as though his formidable constitution was nearing its limits. Was shopping with girls truly that exhausting? Did they possess boundless stamina? Good morning, brother Li. Wang Holiong greeted him. Noticing the fatigue etched on Li Yan's face, he teasingly remarked, brother Li, do take care not to overexert yourself, you are the prodigy of our Jiche High School, nearly a perfect score. Nearly perfect. Li Yun was taken aback, and his classmates turned their attention toward him. I have exclusive news regarding the weekend's grading by the teachers, Wang Holiong declared with a smug grin. A nearby boy, impatient, urged him, quickly tell us, brother Li, what score did you achieve? Nearly perfect. Does that mean over 740 points? Wow, brother Li, you are incredible. Monkey. Hurry and reveal the answer, I can't wait. The crowd clamored. Wang Holiong, severing the suspense, raised a finger and wiggled it playfully. What does that mean? Just as the crowd pressed for answers, the assembly bell rang, signaling the commencement of the Monday flag-raising ceremony. Although they wished to prod Wang Holiong further, he merely smiled mysteriously, assuring them they would understand soon enough. Li Yun chuckled and followed the crowd to the playground. After the flag-raising ceremony, the routine speeches under the national flag commenced, with each class sending a representative to speak. After the speeches concluded, the principal typically addressed the students, although it was usually the vice principal and the head of education who emphasized the week's important matters. However, this week was markedly different. The principal strode confidently onto the stage, his steps brisk and energetic, radiating enthusiasm as he grasped the microphone and announced to the assembly, Dear students, today I bring you a truly extraordinary piece of news. An electrifying star rippled through the 2,000 students below as some, like Wang Holiong, who were in the know, began excitedly sharing their guesses, amplifying the commotion. Nearly perfect. How could that be? What? 2 students achieved nearly perfect scores. Who besides brotherly could it be? In the experimental class, Zhou Xianming's expression darkened. Upon learning that Li Yun had also attained a nearly perfect score, he was astounded. But what infuriated him most was the guidance director's refusal to disclose information to him, as if harboring some fear. With a half, one might wonder who would emerge with the highest score, as everyone was close to perfection. A gleam of pride flickered in Zhou Xianming's eyes. The hired writers he sought were all students from prestigious universities, whose compositions were nothing short of exquisite, surely capable of achieving full marks in the language examination. Indeed, Principal Wang's next statement revealed the gratifying results of the recent mock examination, particularly highlighting the emergence of 2 extraordinary talents, much to the principal's delight. He solemnly announced that there would be a commendation ceremony for the top 10 students in the afternoon, and the scholarship awarded to the student securing first place would be. He paused, allowing the anticipation to build among the crowd before exclaiming, 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Wang Holiong exclaimed dramatically, while the surrounding students were equally astonished, casting envious gazes toward Li Yun. To earn such a sum from a single mock examination seemed almost too effortless. Zhou Xianming let out a cold chuckle. That 100,000 could only belong to him. The vibrant chatter of the 2,000 students transformed the playground into a lively arena. The principal did not intervene, instead wearing a satisfied smile. Once the noise subsided, he continued, and now, I will announce the names and scores of the top 10 students from the Shanghai City mock examination. 10th place, Ipan Qiaojin, from the senior experimental class, with a score of 654. 5th place, Fang Xue, from the senior experimental class, with a score of 687. Fang Xue pouted as she glanced at the smiling Li Feng standing ahead of her, feeling a pang of dismay. Once again, his score surpassed hers. Was she truly unable to compete with Li Feng? As expected, the principal continued. 3rd place, Li Feng, from the senior experimental class, with a score of 701. All from the experimental class. Li Yun had Wang Holiong matter, a smile creeping onto his face. The experimental class was the elite program at Zhiche High School, and typically, the top 10 were exclusively from this class. However, this time, the students from class 14 were poised to shatter their monopoly. Casting a distant glance toward class 14, Zhou Xianming's lips curled into a cold smirk. 2nd place, from the experimental class. What? Before the principal could finish his sentence, Zhou Xianming's expression morphed into one of profound shock. 2nd place was from the experimental class. Could it be another student from that class? Was Liu not among the top 10? Zhou Xianming. Hearing his name from the principal's lips left Zhou Xianming utterly dumbfounded. How could he, having relied on cheating, fail to secure first place? Who had claimed the top honor? Was it possible that the academic director had sabotaged him out of fear of exposing the test paper? In that instant, Zhou Xianming's mind was consumed with a desire to eliminate the detestable academic director. The principal lamented, what a pity, oh what a pity. Although Zhou Xianming's score was exceedingly close to full marks, a minor error in the language composition and mathematics prevented him from achieving perfection. Therefore, dear students, you must exercise utmost caution during your examinations. Zhou Xianming's head buzzed. He had indeed failed to double-check his essay, submitting it immediately upon completion. The reason for the lack of verification was that the head of the teaching department intended to pass the examination papers to the accomplices waiting outside the examination hall. They will complete the papers and send the answers back, leaving no time for review. Ultimately, Zhou Xianming's scores were Chinese 148, Mathematics 149, full marks in comprehensive science, full marks in English, with a total of 747. The principal's announcement caused an uproar among the 2,000 students once again. Goodness, 747. Is that even possible? Incredible, my brother. My word, 747 for 2nd place. What did the 1st place score? Li Gu must be the top scorer. Right? Principal. Hurry up and announce Li Gu as first. Amidst the cheers from class 14, Zhou Xianming's expression darkened. He glanced at Fang Xue and noticed her eyes sparkling with pride as she gazed intently towards class 14, which only deepened Zhou Xianming's frustration, nearly provoking him to explode. No, it can't be. Zhou Xianming clenched his fist, muttering in anger, how could that little brat possibly come in first? The top scorer, with a perfect score, is from class 14. The principal's voice was filled with enthusiasm, devoid of any previous sympathy when mentioning Zhou Xianming's rank, as he smiled and asked, "Can you guess which class?" Class 14. Nearly 1,000 students chorused in unison. Indeed. The student who secured the first position in this citywide mock examination is Li Yun from class 14 of the third year. The principal's passionate words ignited the fervor of the 2,000 students, who erupted in cheers for Li Yun. The students from class 14 were particularly ecstatic. And had it not been for the occasion, Li Yun would have suspected they might lift him in celebration. Li Yun? Fang Xue's face flashed with excitement. Taking several deep breaths as her well-developed figure heaved with emotion, struggling to contain her joy. Li Yan's achievement of first place thrilled her even more than her own surpassing of Li Feng. Impossible. Amidst the cheers, a discordant voice disrupted the celebration, causing the crowd to turn their attention towards the experimental class. The principal's expression darkened. Zhou Xianming, I understand you are discontent with your second place. But you should not question Li Yan's score. Surrounding students regarded him with pitying glances. In any other school, Zhou Xianming's score would have sufficed for first place, perhaps even by a considerable margin. Yet, at Yikai High School, there was the prodigious talent of Li Yun, who not only earned 3 million from a single musical piece but also outperformed Zhou Xianming's impressive score of 747. Zhou Xianming's handsome face flashed as he stammered, I can't believe it. I refuse to accept that Li Yan's score is higher than mine. He must have cheated to achieve 747. How could Li Yun score even higher? Humph, it's stubborn fool. The principal replied coldly, Li Yun's score is actually 749, but... Gazing intently at Zhou Xianming, the principal articulated each word with precision. Li Yan's actual score is a perfect 750. However, for certain considerations, we, as a collective leadership, have unanimously decided to deduct a point from his essay. Li Yun was taken aback. What was the reasoning behind this? Why was his essay penalized? Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates were once again astonished. Indeed, it was a perfect score. Brother Li had previously claimed he would achieve full marks, and he had delivered on that promise. As for the deduction, according to Wang Holiang, it seemed the principal wished to temper Li's burgeoning prominence. Zhou Xianming's expression shifted unpredictably, though ultimately, he cast a cold glance at Li Yun and, without uttering a word, made his way towards the school gate. Remarkably, he disregarded the ongoing flag-raising ceremony and departed the school premises. Now, it was the principal's turn to wear a sullen visage, as he announced with a grim countenance that the flag-raising ceremony was concluded. Fang Xue hurriedly approached Li Yun, giving him an exuberant embrace and exclaiming, Li Yun, you're incredible. Your sister cannot compare to you, oh haha. Behind her, Li Feng shot her a disdainful look, questioning why her brother's achievements were being dragged into the conversation. Nevertheless, Li Yan's first-place victory pleased her far more than her own. Wang Holiang looked on with envy, muttering that Brother Li was a winner in life, boasting not only excellent grades but also the affections of the school beauty. It struck him as somewhat peculiar that Zhou Xianming had claimed first place. His flamboyant nature did not seem to align with the more reserved demeanor of his brother. Whatever, Li Feng thought, life secured the top spot anyway. Li Yun shrugged, dismissing the matter. At Zhonghai Foreign Language High School, many harbored similar questions as Li Feng. However, their skepticism extended not only to Zhou Xianming but also to Li Yun. Regrettably, they had failed to secure the top score in the mock examination, and it was not a student from the first or third schools who claimed first place. Instead, it was Li Yun from Longyang County Jitse High School. His total score was 749, surpassing that of his classmate Gong Qinyu by a single point. When the homeroom teacher officially announced this news, the students in the special class were left in stunned silence. Gong Qinyu halted her painting, lifting her head to gaze at the teacher, her pair of icy eyes seemingly questioning the authenticity of this revelation. She had exerted all her efforts in this examination, yet had incurred a 2-point deduction in her essay, resulting in a score of 748. Was the Li Yun from Longyang County truly more formidable than her? For the first time, Gong Qinyu felt a flicker of curiosity towards a boy, eager to uncover the identity of this remarkable individual. Impossible. Feng Hao exclaimed. his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the teacher at the podium. I refuse to believe this is true. How could anyone from a rural area like Longyang achieve a perfect score in mathematics? Moreover, as you mentioned, not just one individual, but both the first and second place students from their Jitsai High School achieved full marks. This is unfathomable. The other students wholeheartedly concurred. Even Fang Xue, a prodigy recognized with a gold medal in mathematical Olympiads and pre-admitted to Princeton University's mathematics department, had not attained a perfect score. What merit could a rural school possibly possess? A student spoke with disdain. According to what I have seen on the forum, these two individuals from the rural school usually score below 700 points. And Liyun is particularly poor, only capable of achieving a mere 300 points. How could he possibly attain a score of 749? 300 points. The crowd scoffed. For they could easily secure 300 points in just one of their comprehensive subjects. It must be cheating. Indeed, the rural school in Longyang County has evidently engaged in collective cheating. In an instant, a wave of indignation surged through the special class. I mostly concur with your perspective. The homeroom teacher did not intervene. Instead, he adjusted his glasses, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Our exceptionally talented student, Gong Qingyu, could only manage a score of 748. How could Jitsai High School possibly surpass us? As the homeroom teacher, he would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept being outperformed by a rural institution. Not only he, but also the entirety of the foreign language high school and the 100,000 examinees in Shanghai City were equally discontented. On the Shanghai No. 1 High School Forum, upon learning that the top score in the first mock examination was unexpectedly claimed by Liyun from a rural school, the forum erupted in fervor. I refuse to accept this. How can No. 1 High School, No. 3 High School, and the foreign language high school be outperformed by a mere rural institution? Outrageous. I vehemently protest the collective cheating of the rural school. Is Jitsai High School devoid of shame? With mathematics being so challenging this time, they somehow have two perfect scores. It's utterly implausible. Is it true that our senior students in the third year are the weakest cohort? There were strong denunciations of Jitsai High School's alleged cheating, and suggestions for the principal to lodge a complaint with the Education Bureau. No. 1 High School, No. 3 High School, No. 16 High School, and the 100,000 examinees from Shanghai City expressed profound skepticism regarding the exam results. Posts of protest flooded various forums, including the forum, Weibo, and other social media platforms. In no time, the entirety of the internet was ablaze with discussions regarding the results of this mock examination in Shanghai City, as well as the suspicions surrounding Liyun and Zhou Xianming. Congratulations to Liyun for achieving a score of 749. A playful smile adorned the message, yet she slipped up, failing to secure a perfect score. Lu Xianxian reposted the news from Jitsai High School regarding Lian's triumph in the mock examination, filled with cheeky remarks that incited her followers ire once more. Xianxian, do not be deceived by him. Indeed, Liyun is undoubtedly cheating, otherwise, how could he possibly score 749 points? I strongly condemn such despicable and shameless behavior. Liyun truly disgusts me. While it would be forgivable if he merely boasted about achieving a perfect score, even if he managed above 700 points, I would not criticize him. But his audacity to cheat is utterly shameless. Thanks to Lu Xianxian's immense fanbase, discussions surrounding Liyun and the cheating allegations dominated the Weibo trending topics, occupying no less than 9 spots. Were it not for a celebrity's official announcement, the trending topics would likely be entirely about Liyun. Within the elite school of the capital, one could hear the outrage, this chef is utterly shameless. Yuan Huayu, visibly indignant, exclaimed to Hu Xiaomeng, you must have been deceived by him. This person brazenly claimed he could achieve a perfect score, and he actually did. Huh? Hu Xiaomeng, with her innocent wide eyes, questioned, why can't brother Liyun score 749 points? A flicker of mockery passed through Yuan Huayu's eyes as he regarded the foolish Hu Xiaomeng before him. With just a slight exertion of effort, he could easily ensnare her in a web of infatuation. However, at that moment, the immense power of the Hu family would be at his disposal. A score of 749 was utterly implausible. Yuan Huayu feigned patience as he elaborated, setting aside the fact that achieving full marks in a language composition is exceedingly difficult. The final problem on the mathematics paper for this mock examination in Shanghai City is truly formidable. The chef could not possibly attain full marks. Oh, is that so? Hu Xiaoming blinked, the hint of skepticism creeping into her heart. Had Li Yun truly accomplished something astonishing once again? This only served to heighten her curiosity about him. Xiaoming, come quickly, a female student exclaimed, her eyes wide as she clutched her phone. It appears that someone cheated at Zhiche High School. What? Is that true? Hu Xiaoming was so taken aback that she momentarily forgot to maintain her facade of innocence. Yet no one seemed to notice her, they all crowded around to investigate. Had Zhou Xianming's paper been revealed? It was soon discovered by astute netizens that his answers bore a striking resemblance to the official answers. How strange. Why was there an official answer key available so promptly? I recall that it was only released after the examination concluded. After all, this was merely a mock test and not particularly stringent. Thus, it follows that Zhou Xianming, and even Li Yun, along with students from Zhiche High School, could potentially have cheated. Indeed, the chef remained just that, a chef, forever unable to rise to prominence. Yuanhua let out a cold laugh. Confident that Hu Xiaoming could no longer harbor any peculiar feelings towards Li Yun. Once Hu Xiaoming confirmed the news, she bit her rosy lip in silence. Li Yun? Did he truly cheat? Meanwhile, Principal Wang was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had intended to release Zhou Xianming's paper to quell the rampant speculation among netizens, followed by a decisive unveiling of Li Yan's paper. However, to his dismay, Zhou Xianming's paper had been swiftly compared by sharp-eyed internet users, revealing that his answers were nearly identical to the official ones. For instance, the solutions to the mathematics and physics questions, as well as the interpretations in the language comprehension section and the biology responses, were alarmingly similar. Aside from minor alterations in key phrases, Zhou Xianming's paper was virtually a direct translation of the standard answers, devoid of any substantial changes. For example, where the official answer described the poet as sentimental, Zhou Xianming merely altered it to state that the poet possessed rich emotions, or he simply substituted synonyms. This was outright plagiarism. Where is the director of education? In the conference room, Principal Wang bellowed at the school's leadership. Get him here to see me at once. How is he supervising the examination papers? The vice principals and other officials turned pale, visibly shaken. Initially, they had believed that this was a tremendous opportunity for Zhiche High School, a chance to gain recognition for their private institution. Yet, unexpectedly, while the number of people aware of Zhiche High School had indeed increased, it was not a fortuitous turn of events, but rather a calamitous one. Should this incident be mishandled, it seemed likely that the entire school administration would face dismissal, even as a private institution. They would be subject to oversight from the Education Bureau. Principal. The director of the logistics department, phone in hand, was drenched in cold sweat. I cannot reach the director of education, it seems he has turned off his phone. Turned off? A sense of foreboding gripped everyone present. Ideally, the school administration should be accountable for the students, even during evenings and holidays. Yet, the head of the teaching department has turned off his phone. Contact his family. The principal calmed himself. Indeed, after the director of the logistics department made the call, his mouth gaped wider with each passing moment, and soon after, his phone clattered to the ground. The principal, the wife of the teaching director, said that he has packed his belongings and vanished without a trace. He has fled, evading justice. The crowd was taken aback, and the principal slumped in his chair, finally uttering after a long pause, "Go, report it to the police." With a sharp crack, Zhou Kongwei struck his son fiercely, sending Zhou Xianming spinning 3 times before a handprint appeared on his face, collapsing to the ground with a ringing in his ears. Useless wretch. Zhou Kongwei, still unsatisfied, delivered another kick to Zhou Xianming, cursing, "You worthless creature, after raising you all this time, I wish I could end your life myself." Zhou Xianming, dazed from the blows, dared not retaliate. He understood the consequences of being caught cheating. A reprimand or expulsion were merely trivialities, the real concern was Fang Xue. With Fang Xue's inflated sense of self-worth, he would never allow his daughter to associate with someone who had resorted to dishonesty in examinations, potentially severing all ties with the Zhou family. The Zhou family losing the Fang family was akin to a fox losing its tiger. How could they continue to thrive on borrowed authority? We simply want to admit it, Zhou Xianming stammered. After all, they didn't catch me cheating on the spot. They have no evidence. Zhou Kongwei, grinding his teeth in contemplation, spat resentfully. It seems that is the only option, you useless boy, always causing trouble for me. However, what this father and son duo failed to anticipate was the revelation that would plunge them into utter despair. Liyun, do you have anything to say at this moment? Liyun, please share your opinion. Liyun, did you achieve a score of 749 through cheating? On that Monday afternoon, classes dismissed. A throng of reporters who had been waiting eagerly surged towards Liyun. There were journalists from Lonfeng News Network, as well as those from Penguin Entertainment, alongside professional reporters from renowned newspapers, all clamoring to obtain first-hand information. Li Feng and Fang Xue were somewhat taken aback, with Fang Xue instinctively retreating behind Liyun, clutching his shirt tightly. Silence. Liyun's voice thundered, commanding the raucous reporters to quiet down. Regarding the cheating incident, I know little. Liyun stated calmly, surveying the crowd. But I can assert with absolute certainty that I did not partake in any dishonesty. All answers were penned by my own hand. With that, he grasped the hands of the two girls and departed, leaving the reporters in stunned silence. These seasoned reporters, accustomed to encounters with celebrities, found themselves bested by a mere high school student, a rather embarrassing situation. Humph. One reporter scoffed disdainfully, declaring that he didn't teach it. Only a fool would believe that. Very well, I shall post your words online verbatim, allowing the vast audience to weigh in. Numerous journalists nodded in unison, their intention to capture public attention having been fulfilled. Thus, there was no reason for them to linger any longer. Consequently, they departed en masse. Shortly thereafter, after finishing his dinner, Liyun learned from Kaisia that public opinion regarding him had once again declined on the internet. Critics accused him of being unrepentant, asserting that Zhou Xianming's cheating had been conclusively exposed, yet he continued to defend himself. Liyun merely chuckled at this, but to his astonishment, a startling piece of news soon emerged online, the entire saga of the academic misconduct involving the headmaster of Zekeo High School. This news, which seemed to have originated from an unknown source, included chat records between the headmaster, Zhou Xianming, and several classmates from affluent families. The records revealed that Zhou Xianming had paid a staggering 50,000 yuan to the headmaster to facilitate the distribution of exam papers to a hired cheater. Additionally, other classmates had each contributed 10,000 yuan as an initial investment, all orchestrated to ensure a seamless execution of cheating during the college entrance examination. Furthermore, conversations between Zhou Xianming and the hired cheater, along with exchanges involving other classmates, also surfaced. In an instant, the entire online community was ablaze with outrage. What a revelation! Tracing the roots of such extensive cheating. How remarkable Zekeo High School was, it was no wonder that two students had nearly perfect scores. The most absurd aspect was that Liyun still refused to acknowledge the allegations. How infuriating it was to be deceived by such a person. In a lavish apartment, a girl clad in pink pajamas burst into laughter, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction at her accomplishments. See how you handled this, you scoundrel. She giggled, her delicate fingers dancing over the keyboard as she erased all traces of her intrusion into the headmaster's phone and computer. This girl, named Su Muxin, a 19-year-old, was the hacker behind the revelation of the headmaster's misconduct. Her connection to Liyun was marked by a rather dramatic backstory. During a visit to a classmate's house to play a dungeon game, Su Muxin inadvertently fell victim to an account theft, which infuriated her. Being the daughter of the chairman of a leading technology company, she had been immersed in computer knowledge from a young age. She had created her first game at 6, become a hacker by 10, and was revered among hackers as a prodigy, nicknamed Red Chili. However, it was intolerable for her to have been outsmarted by account thieves. Thus, she embarked on a quest to uncover the identity of the gang behind the theft. After extensive investigation, Su Muxin was shocked to discover that this gang had already been neutralized. The one responsible for their demise was none other than Liyun. More precisely, the gang had fallen victim to an anti-cheating software called Vanguard Strike, which Liyun had developed. Su Muxin found it difficult to articulate her astonishment upon encountering Vanguard Strike. Even now, she continued to hold a deep admiration for the software, questioning whether it truly was the handiwork of Liyun. However, Su Muxin had already conversed with Wang Holiang, a classmate of the initial disseminator of the software, Li Yun. This widely circulated anti-theft software was indeed crafted by Li Yun himself. Astonished by Li Yan's hacking prowess, Su Muxin found herself enveloped in a profound curiosity. Compelled to delve into his background and uncover numerous facets of his life. For instance, the creation of the song Zonghang Jianghu in the marketplace. Or his audacious wagers claiming he would achieve a perfect score on his mock examinations. These remarkable achievements, coupled with Li Yan's exceptional hacking skills, ensnared Su Muxin's affections ever deeper, prompting her daily to gather intelligence about him, akin to a love-struck maiden gazing adoringly at her beloved. Yet, just as Su Muxin's intrigue was poised to blossom into deep affection, news of Li Yan's alleged examination misconduct surfaced, igniting her fury and transforming her previously warm feelings into burning indignation. How could he, with such extraordinary talent, resort to cheating? With a frustrated poke at her phone screen, where Li Yan's image served as her lock screen, she muttered in exasperation. The wounds to her youthful heart left her feeling profoundly aggrieved, even toying with the idea of deleting his photo. However, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from doing so. I shall grant you one chance if you sincerely repent. I might still regard you as my idol, she thought, her cheeks flushed in her pink silk pajamas, hesitant to utter the phrase boyfriend. Xian. Hearing Lu Xianxian's somewhat hesitant inquiry, Li Yun swiftly deduced the purpose of her call. Are you questioning whether I achieved a score of 749 through cheating? No, absolutely not. Lu Xianxian quickly interjected from the other end, biting her rosy lips. I believe you would never resort to such dishonorable actions. After all, you are willing to step forward to assist me and can compose songs that embody chivalry. You could never engage in such behavior. After a brief pause, she continued. I merely wish to inquire about your current state. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Li Yun felt a surge of gratitude and offered her some comforting words. He learned that Lu Xianxian was currently in the mountains, endeavoring to visit several isolated villages nestled deep within, seeking ways to extend aid to impoverished residents. Xianxian, your endeavors are far more meaningful than anything I am currently undertaking. Li Yun sincerely praised, feeling honored to receive affection from such a kind-hearted and pure-hearted star. He. Li Yun, you are impressive too. Achieving high scores on your exams and aspiring to contribute positively to society, how is that not remarkable? Lu Xianxian playfully remarked. After which they engaged in a leisurely conversation for half an hour before ending the call. No sooner had he hung up than Li Yun received a call from Hu Xiameng. Big brother, did you cheat? No, Li Yun replied nonchalantly. Is that true? No. It's false. Huh? Big brother, you are so annoying. Alright, I shall await your good news. Sitting in the school's golf course, Hu Xiameng ended the call with an adorable smile, growing increasingly eager for the moment when the truth would be revealed. A mere laborer, toiling in the streets, unexpectedly transformed into a culinary virtuoso upon meeting her, subsequently composing a widely acclaimed song. Following this, he achieved an astonishing near-perfect score on his examination. All of this ignited an unprecedented curiosity within Hu Xiameng regarding Li Yun. Xiameng, come quickly. Li Yun's exam paper has been posted online. Hu Xiameng could hardly fathom how swiftly the truth had surfaced. Li Yun's test paper was soon shared by the official Weibo account of Yitze High School, instantly provoking a torrent of malicious comments from countless netizens. What a worthless piece. Hurry up and investigate the evidence of Li Yun colluding with the dean. Is this even useful now? Trying to clear his name after such an act. Assembled members of the Immortal Child Army, let us denounce this cheater Li Yun. As Hu Xiameng's classmates perused the comments, their exclamations drew a crowd of aristocratic youths practicing golf nearby. Yuan Huayu scoffed. These papers must have been altered by Yitze High School at the last minute, right? Hu Xiameng glanced at him, her eyes blinking knowingly. Although she did not voice her thoughts, she clearly understood what Yuan Huayu was contemplating. I must see what Li Yun's paper contains that warranted a score of 749. One classmate exclaimed. Yet, upon viewing Li Yun's paper, they fell into a profound silence. After a moment, someone finally spoke up. The handwriting is quite remarkable. It is neatly written and differs from the standard answers. The clarity and elegance of the classical Chinese translations seem even more refined than the standard responses. Where did Li Yun find such a skilled ghostwriter? Surely, they must be from a top-tier university's literature department. The mathematics paper also garnered praise, noted for its succinctness. The crowd lauded Li Yun's examination performance, while Hu Xiaomeng murmured, could it be that Li Yun truly scored 749? Oh my! Someone gasped, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, incredible. You must see Li Yun's Chinese essay, it's remarkable. The others cast him disdainful glances. Etiquette was paramount in aristocratic schools, and openly swearing could lead to dire consequences if caught by a teacher. What? Writing an essay in classical Chinese? What extraordinary composition is this? Lightly singing and dancing. Hiss. The title of this essay carries weight. Since the establishment of ritual and music, the Book of Songs from the Greater Elegance, he has even commenced his writing from the ancient era through an entertainment lens. This essay is formidable. Hu Xiaomeng, undeterred by the astonished murmurs of her classmates, diligently read the piece in its entirety. With her solid grounding in classical Chinese, she comprehended the text and its underlying meanings with clarity. Yet, this very understanding deepened her astonishment. The essay transcended the mere realm of composition, evolving into a discourse on the origins, the evolution, and development of musical theory, alongside an exploration of the essence of refined versus popular music. Its intellectual depth, Hu Xiaomeng believed, rivaled that of some exemplary classical texts found within academic curricula, and its literary quality was undeniably exceptional. As the crowd finished reading Li Yun's piece, Light Song and Dance, silence enveloped them. No one dared to question whether Li Yun had resorted to cheating. It was a jest to suggest that a master capable of crafting such an exquisite article would deign to act as a ghostwriter. Yuan Huayu's countenance turned ashen, for this article was a stinging slap to his face, rendering his cheeks crimson and his spirit in agony. Big brother is truly remarkable. Hu Xiaomeng clapped her hands innocently, her face aglow with delight as if genuinely celebrating Li Yun's performance. This chef. Yuan Huayu squinted, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. He would remember this debt. The tone of comments beneath the Weibo post from Jitsai High School shifted dramatically. I'm utterly dizzy. Can someone proficient in classical literature assist with a translation? Beyond recognizing that he had quoted from the Book of Songs, both the greater and lesser elegies, the rest was incomprehensible. Calling the language teacher for a live translation. Why is it said that the author of this article, Li Yun, could not possibly have cheated? Think carefully. A person capable of composing such an outstanding classical text would never settle for being a mere ghostwriter. Perhaps a literature professor would be required. Impressive, impressive. I take my leave. This gossip is no longer of interest to me. Principal Wang of Jitsai High School observed the complete turnaround in the Weibo comments with elation, thumping his thigh and exclaiming, indeed, a true talent cannot be concealed. Esteemed leaders, I have decided to double the scholarship awarded to Li Yun at the commendation ceremony. What say you? The leaders nodded in agreement, eager to leverage Li Yun's success for their own benefit. As long as we cultivate a top scholar, the rest will follow. After Li Yun retweeted Jitsai High School's Weibo, a multitude of commenters arrived specifically to extend their apologies. Brother, I was wrong, you are indeed impressive. 6666. Writing in classical literature. Blogger, are you aiming for the heavens? I can't comprehend, but my brother is formidable. Alright, Li Aotian, acknowledge you as a worthy rival. Being a major in ancient Chinese literature, I meticulously examined the blogger's article thrice and found no faults. I don't understand why the teacher only awarded 59 points. Kaixia. While reading the Weibo comments, he joyfully bounced around, ultimately planting a kiss on Li Yun's face, exclaiming, brother, you are incredible. Kai Wei, her face flushed, mirrored Kaixiao's actions. And soon after, Li Feng bestowed a sweet kiss upon Li Yun as well. Ahem. Li Yun felt a tingling sensation within and feigned reprimanding his sisters, saying, how old are you both, still kissing your brother? Li Feng rolled her eyes at him, noting that her kiss was not limited to the cheek. Kaixia shyly lowered her head, but with a grin, she leaned in and planted another kiss, claiming it was merely a gesture of admiration and affection for her brother. The playful banter among the four continued for a while before they ceased, with Li Feng slightly out of breath, comfortably leaning against Li Yun and languidly stating, brother. Many people have shared your article, including numerous celebrities. For instance, a verified Weibo user, a professor in the Department of Literature at Beijing University, commented, "This morning, upon perusing the news, I was astounded to encounter the piece titled Light Song and Dance. Initially, I found it hard to believe that a high school student could produce such an article. However, after a thorough reading, I could not help but admire the literary prowess of this young author. Li Yun ingeniously transformed the melodies from the Book of Songs, encapsulating them in under 200 words. He then proceeded to elaborate on Tang Dynasty poetry, emphasizing the essence of camaraderie and song through poignant imagery. In summation, Li Yan's work exhibits the caliber of an undergraduate thesis, and his intellectual depth surpasses that of many ordinary doctoral candidates. Numerous netizens were left in awe. Even a distinguished professor from a top-tier university lauded Li Yun, leaving no room for doubt regarding allegations of ghostwriting. With such eloquence, he would have undoubtedly achieved fame long ago. Why resort to being a ghostwriter? Furthermore, critics from various literary figures held Light Song and Dance in high esteem. It is hard to believe I only encountered this article today. While style can be imitated, the author's insights on poetry, musical instruments, and entertainment are beyond my reach. The breadth of knowledge exhibited by this young writer is impressive, with a staggering 25 allusions spanning from the Han Dynasty to the Republic of China, showcasing an admirable scope. The only lament is the piece's brevity, consisting of just over 1,000 words. Discussions on Weibo, Wenhu, and major news outlets have proliferated, affirming the excellence of this composition and silencing those who doubted Li Yan's authorship. In several middle school forums in Shanghai City, moderators and administrators took action to erase all previous posts questioning Li Yun, even pinning a post of apology, solemnly addressing Li Yun and declaring their inability to accept defeat. The first and third high schools, along with the experimental school, have been thoroughly outperformed by Li Yun in terms of results. Any further disgraceful behavior would be unforgivable to themselves. In the foreign language high school special class, a student named Gong Qingyu cautiously approached a quiet and graceful girl, remarking, "It seems that Li Yun truly scored 749 points. This indicates that the extraordinary talent of the special class, Gong Qingyu, has indeed been eclipsed by Li Yun, who secured the top position." Gong Qingyu gently shook her head, clutching a hefty tome titled An Overview of Literature, and remarked, "It is not 749. It is a perfect score of 750. Her classmates were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged dry smiles. After reviewing Li Yan's examination paper, no one doubted his capability to achieve full marks. Jizai High School merely added chaos under the pretense of protecting students, ultimately stifling the emergence of Shanghai City's first genius to achieve a perfect score. If the next mock examination does not yield another perfect score, one wonders when another such instance might arise. Oh wait. Everyone turned their gaze towards Gong Qingyu, who also possessed the potential for a perfect score, a true prodigy. Additionally, she embodied the grace of a classic beauty. Qingyu, as you delve into literature, are you preparing for a direct confrontation with Li Yun in the next examination? Gong Qingyu slowly nodded. She firmly believed that her talent was on par with anyone else's and felt a strong sense of rivalry towards Li Yun. Next time, she vowed to achieve a perfect score as well. As the crowd gasped for breath, Gong Qingyu relinquished her passion for painting and devoted herself entirely to enhancing her literary prowess, aspiring to compose a flawless essay. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if two extraordinary geniuses were engaged in a celestial duel, their techniques grand and sweeping, their momentum soaring to the heavens. Such prodigious talent was indeed unparalleled throughout history. The upcoming mock examination would undoubtedly serve as the grand stage for these two gifted individuals. Subsequently, Li Yan's statement on Weibo confirmed the opinions of his peers in the special class. While some may still harbor doubts, it matters not, the truth cannot be fabricated. Nor can falsehoods be disguised as reality. In the next examination, I shall once again achieve a perfect score. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards 35,000 experience points, 10 justice points, and a random purple gift bag have been dispatched, along with additional affection points. Lu Xianxian 1, Hu Xiaomeng 15, Gong Qingyu 60, Fan Qinsheng 65, and Su Muxin 90. Upon seeing the purple gift, Li Yun could hardly contain his delight, but when he beheld the subsequent affection rewards, he was utterly astounded. Leaving aside the surging affection for Lu Xianxian and Hu Xiaomeng, and without delving into the identities of Gong Qingyu, Fan Qinsheng, and Su Muxin, Li Yun was perplexed. Why did the system only grant him the affection points of young ladies? Ding. These charming, beautiful, exceptional, and well-bred young women are critical allies in the host's journey towards success, marrying into wealth, and reaching the pinnacle of life. They have already developed a fondness for the host. Should he encounter them, he must seize the opportunity. Reading the system's explanation, Li Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. So, the system surmised that he could only ascend to greatness by becoming a mere playboy. Surely, he was not that deficient. How could the system be so short-sighted? Gong Qingyu, Fan Qingxiong, Su Mushin, Li Yun stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. The names of these young ladies sounded delightful. They were likely stunning beauties. To possess such a diverse array of captivating women and relish the experience of affection from all sides, cough. He already had two. He must not indulge in such frivolous thoughts. Quickly suppressing his inappropriate musings, he reminded himself that Hu Xiameng was merely in middle school. He was no beast, incapable of harboring such intentions toward her. Yet, who was this Su Mushin? To have a fondness level of 90, while Hu Xiameng only reached 85. Li Yun was quite astonished. Could she be a lovesick admirer? At that moment, the lovesick hacker, known as the fiery red pepper Su Mushin, was excitedly rolling around in her blanket. Her idol had vindicated himself, intensifying the admiration she already held for Li Yun. Oh dear, what to do? How she longed to converse with her idol, to meet him in person, perhaps even embrace him, asking him to teach her some hacking skills or other secrets. Oh, how embarrassing. Su Mushin's head was almost steaming, her twin ponytails bouncing energetically, embodying the vitality of youth. Thus they arrived, heralding the awards ceremony. Due to the leak of examination papers, the originally scheduled event for Monday was postponed until now. A special commendation was bestowed upon Li Yun, who secured first place in the mock examination, receiving a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. As the principal's words resonated through the auditorium, a fervent applause erupted. The attendees gazed enviously at Li Yun as he accepted the red display plaque symbolizing a reward of 200,000 yuan, their mouths watering in anticipation. What was initially a scholarship of 100,000 yuan had transformed into 200,000 yuan due to the controversy surrounding Zhou Xianming. Brotherly had truly struck gold this time. Are you foolish? During the college entrance examination, Brotherly must have reaped a fortune, at least a reward of 500,000 yuan. After all, he is the top scholar. Indeed, Brotherly is remarkable. Our Longang County has never produced a top scholar before. He is undoubtedly on the brink of creating history. On stage, the principal kindly posed for a photo with Li Yun, shaking his hand and apologizing. I hope you can forgive the school for its mistakes. This was an error on our part. Pausing for a moment, the principal continued. Originally, your performance in light dance deserved full marks, but for various considerations, the school intentionally assigned it a score of 59. On behalf of the school, I apologize to you. Li Yun gently shook his head, indicating it was of little consequence, for he had secured first place and received both the system's rewards and the school's accolades. However, I assure you that during the next mock examination, the teachers will adhere strictly to the regulations, ensuring fairness and no unjust scoring. Li Yun smiled. Then I promise to achieve full marks again through genuine talent and hard work. Excellent. Principal One exclaimed enthusiastically, giving Li Yun a thumbs up, praising. This is the pride of a genius, untroubled by fleeting clouds that obscure the vision, as he naturally resides at the pinnacle. He eloquently quoted a verse in high praise of Li Yun, concluding, as long as you secure full marks again, the scholarship will remain the same. The leaders seated on the stage widened their eyes in disbelief. Was the principal perhaps confused? Awarding a total of 400,000 yuan in scholarships for 2 mock examinations, and not even for the college entrance examination? Principal Wang chuckled, knowing that while others might not comprehend it, he clearly understood Li Yun's immense significance to Xiche High School. Should Li Yun achieve full marks again in the next mock examination, his genius would be firmly established, and his online renown would further expand. Spending 200,000 yuan on promotion would yield little, but rewarding Li Yun was undoubtedly a highly cost-effective decision. Li Yun chuckled, feeling little excitement. With nearly 4 million yuan to his name, he no longer regarded tens of thousands as significant, for the avenues to earn in the future were plentiful. As the award ceremony concluded, the tumult surrounding the recent mock examination came to a brief respite. Zhou Xianming now hid at home, too afraid to show his face. While Lu Shun remained elusive. Without these two, Li Yun found tranquility and chose not to dwell on it too much. After the second class in the afternoon, Wang Holiong approached Li Yun, holding his phone with a peculiar expression. "What is going on?" Li Yun inquired with a smile. "Have you been constipated?" "Damn," Wang Holiong cursed. Looking vexed, "I merely admire you, brotherly. Even without showing up, you've enchanted a girl in the game to the point of delirium." Li Yun looked at him in confusion. "A girl in the game? The one you flirted with using my Vanguard strike last time?" "Yes." Wang Holiong nodded, his eyes brimming with tears as he lamented, "I met her in the game and added her on QQ. Her photos in her daily updates are stunningly beautiful. I was hoping to develop a romantic relationship with her, but unexpectedly, she insisted on meeting you." Li Yun was utterly speechless. A petite beauty wanted to meet her. Was it because she found the software Vanguard Strike appealing and wished to become acquainted with its creator? "No, thank you." Li Yun shrugged. There was no necessity for such a meeting. They could continue using the software without meeting her, as she was currently too occupied to indulge in gaming. Wang Holiong paused. "Li Gu, she is quite beautiful, and I believe she rivals Fang Xue." With a cheeky grin, he added, I see. Li Gu is also wary of his wife. Shall I reply to her?" "Go ahead." Li Yun could not be bothered with this hormone-driven monkey, who spent his days either skipping classes to surf the internet or dreaming of outings. Fortunately, his family was well off, otherwise, his parents would have scolded him mercilessly. 10 billion. During the third period, the physics teacher was lecturing at the front while the underperforming students in class 14 were dozing off. Suddenly, a loud exclamation jolted them awake, their expressions shifting to one of amusement. "One monkey." The teacher's face darkened as he struck the podium with a ruler, demanding, "What on earth are you shouting about in class? 10 billion. Have you been playing games all night and still haven't come to your senses?" The students erupted in laughter, but Wang Holiong remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. "No. I meant someone is willing to spend 10 billion to buy Li Ji's software." In an instant, the classroom fell silent. 10 billion. To purchase a software created by Li Yun. Was this for real? The shock rendered the class speechless for 10 seconds, as everyone grappled with the astonishing news. Was it that anti-theft software, Vanguard Strike, created by Li Gu? Students who frequently played games suddenly connected the dots. They had obtained that very software from Wang Holiong and found it incredibly useful and convenient. But now, Wang Holiong claimed it could be sold for 10 billion. The physics teacher adjusted his glasses, recovering from his astonishment. "Who are you chatting with, and what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Holiong had been using his phone throughout class. The teacher was well aware but chose to ignore it. Most of the students in class 14, apart from Li Yun, were unlikely to take the college entrance examination. However, the figure of 10 billion was simply mind-boggling. After 20 years of hard work teaching, the teacher had earned a mere 2 million. While Li Yun sold a song for 3 million and now had a software potentially worth 10 billion. It had to be a hoax, right? A boy gulped nervously. 3 million is one thing, but 10 billion is far beyond anyone's imagination, bordering on the realm of fantasy. It's true. Wang Holiong, filled with excitement, rose to his feet, phone in hand, and addressed Li Yun. "The beautiful girl I met in the game said she wants to invest 1 billion, no, wait. She means to contribute 1 billion to co-found a company with you, brotherly, to promote this software together." The classroom fell into silence once more. Then, everyone simultaneously gave Wang Holiong the middle finger, exclaiming, "Cut it out. I thought it was the news saying 1 billion, it turns out it's about a game. Damn it. I was so excited for brotherly. Seriously, Holiong, have you lost your mind playing games? That girl must be talking about spending 1 billion in game currency. Which translates to about 2,500 yuan. Do you understand? Well, 2,500 seems reasonable, only someone like brotherly could sell a small software for that price." Wang Holiong retorted, growing agitated. "I'm telling you, this is the truth. That girl in the game is incredibly beautiful. Judging by her photos, she has a swimming pool, a garden, and a rockery at her home. She frequently travels abroad during her vacations, clearly indicating her family is quite wealthy. Even if she is wealthy, it is impossible for her to spend 1 billion to buy a software. The physics teacher, visibly exasperated, shouted, Wang Holiang, go stand at the back of the classroom. And you are forbidden from using your phone. The classmates erupted in laughter while Li Yun remained silent throughout, but could not help but chuckle at Wang Holiang's unwillingly aggrieved expression. After school, Wang Holiang, in a frenzy, sought out Li Yun, excitedly recounting the results of his conversation with the girl he met in the game. In summary, the girl comes from a wealthy family and is interested in Li Yun's pioneering venture, hence her desire to invest 1 billion. She will provide the funds, while Li Yun would contribute the technical expertise, and they would establish a company together. The onlooking classmates expressed their skepticism, asserting, wealthy people's money doesn't just fall from the sky, 1 billion can't just be thrown around. I know, but that girl is genuinely rich. Wang Holiang insisted again, showing everyone the photos on his phone. Gasp. The surrounding students inhaled sharply. The photo depicted a beautiful girl, around 15 or 16, with rosy lips and fair skin, sporting twin ponytails, sitting in the cockpit of a helicopter, making a peace sign and flashing a lively, charming smile. The caption read, finally learned to fly a helicopter, hehe. Next year when I turn 18, I can get my pilot's license and fly my dad's plane. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. This was beyond wealthy. Learning to fly a helicopter before reaching adulthood, and her family owning a private jet. Her father must be a true magnate. Buzzing with astonishment. Just as the crowd fell silent, another message pinged on Wang Holiang's phone, drawing everyone closer to see. Spicy red pepper. So, what is the word? Has the big shot agreed? If 1 billion isn't enough, I can rally my sisters for additional investment. The classmate's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 billion isn't enough? Additional investment. Her sisters are all wealthy too. Was this girl named Spicy Red Pepper serious? Surely those images weren't just something she found online. Ding. The selection event has been triggered. Please choose option 1, add the contact of the fiery red chili pepper and engage in a detailed conversation, rewarding 1000 experience points. A random gift bag of 3, a random scientific skill level, and a significant chance of obtaining substantial returns. Option 2, ignore, with no rewards. Li Yun was taken aback. Adding the contact of the fiery red chili pepper was also a selection event. It seemed that the background of this fiery red chili was indeed extraordinary. Especially since she could actually summon 10 billion. Monkey, Li Yun spoke, do not concern yourself with this matter. Just give my contact to her and let her add me. I will personally have a chat with her. Ding. The host has made a selection. Rewards, 1000 experience points, a random gift bag of 3. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an additional skill. Master level writing techniques have been dispatched. A smirk appeared on Li Yun's lips. This master level writing technique was truly a delightful surprise. With this skill, he could effortlessly achieve full marks on his compositions. He could even casually publish a novel. And with such exceptional writing prowess, his book would surely be a bestseller. However, he had no immediate plans for that. All right, brotherly. Wang Holiang had eagerly awaited this affirmation and promptly sent Li Yun's contact to the fiery red chili pepper. In less than 3 seconds, Li Yun's contact notification chimed. Upon checking the details, he realized it was indeed the fiery red chili pepper, and he accepted the request without hesitation. Is this the great deity? The fiery red chili pepper inquired tentatively. I am not a deity, my name is Li Yun. Ignoring his response, the fiery red chili pepper pressed on. Did the great deity write Pioneer strike? Yes. Wow. After confirming his identity, the fiery red chili pepper sent a cute story-eyed emoji. And Li Yun could sense her excitement even through the screen. You are the deity. It can't be wrong, deity, I am your little fan. I absolutely adore Pioneer strike, let me tell you. The fiery red chili pepper rambled on, but Li Yun grew impatient and replied, let us discuss this tonight. I need to go grocery shopping now. Grocery shopping? Yes, to prepare dinner. Li Yun logged off, instructing Wang Holiang to refrain from further involvement in this matter and to keep additional information confidential, as one could not be too trusting of people online. Naturally, Wang Holiang dared not defy Brother Li's instructions, patting his chest in assurance. Once Li Yun departed, Wang Holiang's expression fell. realizing that luck with the fiery red chili pepper had eluded him. With brotherly in the picture, the charming little chili pepper was utterly captivated by his allure. Everyone nodded in agreement. The little beauty admired brotherly so much that it seemed if he merely beckoned with a finger. This affluent young lady would eagerly rush to him, happily sharing intimate moments. In a luxurious apartment, the fiery red chili pepper, also known as Sumushin, happily rolled around with a pillow in her arms. She had finally added her idol's contact. Moreover, was he really a deity? He had even gone grocery shopping himself. This must be what they call returning to simplicity, unaffected by fame and fortune, a true deity. Sumushin's admiration for Liyun deepened. Oh, I can't wait for tonight to arrive. Sumushin, clad in a delicate pink silk nightgown, curled her adorable feet, which peeked out from the soft blanket. As she played with her phone, she was secretly observing Liyun's QQ space, committing every word he had written to memory. Moreover, Sumushin felt compelled to respond to each of Liyun's posts, tracing back from 2019 to the very first post in 2011. Surely he can sense my sincerity now. Sumushin buried her face in the blanket, rubbing it softly, her heart brimming with joy as she imagined Liyun's expression transforming from shock to deep emotion upon seeing her multitude of replies. The thought sent a delightful shiver through her youthful heart, filling her with a sweet sense of happiness. How wonderful it would be to see him in person, to embrace him and act coyly. That evening, Li Feng went shopping with Fang Xue, while Liyun chose to stay behind. Firstly, the two women claimed they were off to purchase intimate apparel, and secondly, Liyun was concerned about his twin sisters at home. The relationship between Li Feng and Fang Xue was truly perplexing to Liyun. At times, they would spar sharply, mercilessly mocking one another, yet at other moments, they appeared more like the closest of friends. Liyun found it utterly baffling. Nonetheless, he secretly felt fortunate that neither had become overly jealous, allowing him to indulge in the company of both. Liyun mused to himself, perhaps he was being a tad wicked. Oh well, let me open a gift bag. Liyun accessed his personal panel, noting that he had 50,000 experience points, with all his attribute points exceeding 1,000, and agility nearing 2,000. He possessed 6 random gift bags, one of which was purple. He hoped to receive something splendid. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Liyun's eyes as he intoned, "System. Open 3 random gifts." 3 beams of white light illuminated the space. Ding. Acquired a pair of scissors. Ding. Acquired a pack of restaurant napkins. Ding. Acquired a bag of cookies. Liyun's expression darkened. What were these trinkets? He pressed on. Gritting his teeth, he continued, only to witness one white, one green, and a particularly thrilling purple light. Ding. Acquired a small experience pill. Ding. Acquired 6 bullets. Ding. Congratulations, the host. You have opened a purple gift and received a ghostly red umbrella. A question mark slowly formed in Liyun's mind. A ghostly red umbrella. What could that possibly be? After examining the item description, he pondered deeply. Ghostly red umbrella, purple, once a stunning beauty in life, she was attacked by a villain on a rainy night. Unwilling to endure humiliation, she chose to take her own life by biting her tongue, vowing before her death to eradicate all evildoers. Description: the ghostly woman's overwhelming resentment has endowed this umbrella with extraordinary powers. Opening it may yield unknown consequences. Note: should any evildoers be nearby, the ghost will emerge to claim their life. The ambience of this world shifted dramatically. Liyun speculated that there must truly be unearthly powers in existence, such as cultivators and ghost hunters. The justice points he had previously acquired from the system indicated that he had to choose between the path of righteousness and that of darkness. Undoubtedly, opening this umbrella would not result in an attack from the ghost, for his justice points were high. He was no villain. For now, he would set this umbrella aside. Liyun still had a considerable distance to traverse before attaining the realm of immortality, and it was likely that this umbrella would remain ineffective for a long time. Finally, he commanded, "Open," as he activated the purple gift bag. Upon acquiring this extraordinary umbrella, Liyun's anticipation for the purple gift intensified. The bag trembled slightly, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light illuminated the surroundings, causing Liyun to feel as though his heart had momentarily ceased. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unearthing a golden gift and receiving a special ring. What? Li Yun was utterly stunned. It was indeed a special ring. He held his breath and sought a secluded corner to experiment with placing his phone inside the ring. In a swift motion, the phone vanished. With a mere thought, it returned to his hand. Goodness, what a delight. Li Yun finally confirmed that this artifact truly functioned like the legendary special rings, allowing for the effortless storage and retrieval of items. No, this was beyond mere delight. It was an exquisite euphoria that soared. Li Yun felt as if every pore in his body had opened simultaneously, akin to consuming a miraculous elixir, and he reveled in an indescribable bliss. With the special ring in his possession, the myriad possibilities for clever maneuvers were limitless. For instance, he could discreetly store contraband items, firearms, ammunition, or even weapons within the ring, ensuring that no one would ever discover them. He could even fit a motorcycle inside, ready to be retrieved at a moment's notice for a hasty escape. With a capacity of 10 cubic meters, the ring could accommodate an abundance of items. Even in a cataclysmic scenario, Li Yun was confident he could enjoy several years of comfortable living thanks to the special ring. In summary, he felt utterly at ease. Li Yun gently caressed the golden ring adorning his left hand, recognizing it as the most formidable item he had ever acquired, surpassing even the multicolored gift's divine skill elixir. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that he had yet to discover the opportune moment to utilize the divine skill elixir. Beaming with joy, Li Yun strolled toward the market, reveling in his newfound special ring and the unparalleled satisfaction it brought. Just then, he heard a voice calling, "Boss Li." Upon hearing this address, Li Yun's smile faded as he turned to find it was indeed Brother Hu, also known as Chen Hu, the subordinate of the notorious Xue Lauda. "What brings you here?" Li Yun inquired nonchalantly, sensing that Chen Hu had come with a request, his face adorned with a fawning expression. "Boss Li, I am." Chen Hu stammered, hesitating for a while before finally mastering the courage to say, "I've come to seek your help." "Seek my help?" Li Yun replied, intrigued. "Not for your own life, but for the life of your subordinate, Shaosan." Observing Chen Hu, Li Yun raised an eyebrow. "What have you been up to these past few days? Have you stirred up trouble?" No. Chen Hu quickly waved his hands, a mournful expression on his face. "We are all doing this for you, brotherly." "For me?" "Fine, follow me." Li Yun located a nearby milk tea shop, ordered 2 drinks, and sent a message to Kai Wei, informing her that he would be returning later than usual. "Now, tell me what happened," he asked, taking a sip of his drink. "This story begins 3 days ago. Upon being expelled by Xue, Chen Hu found himself without refuge, as Li Yun refused to take him in. This group of individuals, having never engaged in legitimate work, resorted to unscrupulous schemes. They surmised that Xue would not let the matter rest and would seek further trouble with Li Yun. Thus, Chen Hu, accompanied by a few subordinates, resolved to follow Xue and monitor his gambling den, intending to inform Li Yun once Xue made a move. However, Chen Hu was soon discovered by Xue, and one of his men was apprehended, with threats issued for Chen Hu to retrieve his comrade personally from Li Yun. Li Yun, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Do you truly believe that a group of amateurs can effectively surveil someone?" Chen Hu, feeling quite embarrassed, defended himself, stating, "I learned a few tricks from someone once, and thought I could manage. It was not Xue who caught me, but rather someone from the Feihu men who uncovered my folly." "Feihu men?" Li Yun mused, taking a slow sip of his drink. If memory served him correctly, he had once encountered an individual named Wang Kai, who was affiliated with the Feihu men in Shanghai City. "Pray, elaborate on the situation." "Yes, Boss Li." Chen Hu, exhilarated by Li Yun's formidable reputation, was convinced that Li Yun would undoubtedly rescue his subordinate. The Feihu men were reputed to be a second-rate faction in the martial world, yet they wielded considerable strength. The individual who had come to Longyang County was an elderly man named Zhou Tianyong, in his 50s or 60s. Yet possessing tremendous strength, he had left a bruise on Chen Hu's shoulder that still lingered. Upon displaying the bruise, Li Yun observed it but could not ascertain the extent of Zhou's might. "Continue," he urged. "Indeed." Chen Hu seethed. "Zhou Tianyong must have been summoned by Xue to contend with you, Boss Li. I vaguely overheard mention of 1 million. It seems Xue has spent that sum to enlist your services, which is why I sought you out." Chen Hu paused, his gaze filled with anticipation directed at Li Yun. Ding. A choice event has been triggered. Please select option 1, report the matter to the authorities, reward justice points 10, experience 3000, random gift bag 1. Option 2, ignore it, reward a skill, danger perception. Option 3, resolve the matter personally, delivering a thorough beating to Xue and his associates, reward justice points 100. General experience 15,000, charm 1, random master level martial skill, bonus, the loyalty of Chen Hu and others, who may serve as your subordinates in the future, ensuring unwavering loyalty. Liu nodded sadly, recognizing the arrival of another choice event. The options presented were rather straightforward, while reporting the matter was the simplest route, it offered the least reward. Thus, Liu decided, very well. I am now apprised of the situation, let us proceed. Proceed? Lead the way. Lian's eyes sparkled with determination. We are going to confront Xue. Chen, who trembled with excitement, Boss Li is truly formidable. He dares to confront Xue directly. He realized he had not chosen poorly. Once this affair concluded, he would cling tightly to Lian's coattails, ensuring a prosperous future ahead. Ding. The host must make a choice. Rewards received include 100 points of justice, 15,000 universal experience, 1 point of charisma, and the master level martial arts skill, ethereal steps. Lian's spirit soared. He initially thought the reward was somewhat meager, but upon acquiring the ethereal steps, he couldn't help but praise the system for its generosity. The master level ethereal steps, the harmonious blend of reality and illusion, is as graceful and fleeting as a wild goose passing without a trace. Not only can it exhibit its agile characteristics within the body refinement realm, but once Liyun advances to the postnatal realm and cultivates true energy, the true power of this technique will be fully unveiled. Now possessing 67,000 experience points, it was time to enhance his attributes. As the saying goes, disdain the enemy strategically, but regard them with respect tactically. In this attribute enhancement, Liyun prioritized agility, for the might of the ethereal steps is indeed formidable. Ultimately, his personal status panel appeared as follows: Host, Liyun Physique, 2000 points Strength, 2000 points Spirit, 2000 points Wisdom, 2000 points Agility, 2645 points Charisma, 34 Justice points, 496 Universal Experience points, 6431 Skills, God-level Culinary Arts, God-level Computer Knowledge, Advanced Singing, Conquest, Advanced Steel Body, Advanced Diamond Fingers, Master-level Writing Skills, Master-level Ethereal Steps. Items owned: God-level Skill Pill, Women's Panties, Special Ring. Red Umbrella of the Female Ghost, 6 bullets. Upon noticing the 6 bullets, Liyun pondered for a moment and inquired of Chen Hu. Do you have any means to procure firearms? Chen Hu was startled, his expression revealing a hint of panic, seemingly taken aback by Lian's words. Boss. Chen Hu chuckled awkwardly, I was just a small-time thug before, and I still am. How would I have come into contact with such things? However, I do know someone who has a handgun. Liyun merely nodded, remaining silent. Chen Hu hesitated, then quickly added, Boss Li, rest assured, Xueji doesn't have firearms either. Acquiring such items is exceedingly difficult. With a gun, I will not be afraid, let us proceed. Chen Hu, a solemn expression, clearly impressed by Lian's confidence. As long as the opponent did not possess multiple handguns or submachine guns, Liyun was confident in his ability to evade them effortlessly. After surpassing the 2000-point threshold in both Wisdom and Spirit, Lian's neural response speed and visual acuity experienced a significant enhancement. In a certain secluded, dilapidated courtyard within the urban village, passers-by occasionally heard shouts, curses of defeat, and exclamations of excitement emanating from within. This was the gambling establishment run by Xueji. Though termed a card room, it was essentially a venue for gambling. Is this the place? Liyun observed the courtyard before him. Realizing it was likely the ancestral hall of the urban village, unexpectedly taken over by Xueji. This indicated a close relationship between Xueji and the village chief. Perhaps the residents of the urban village were Xueji's informants, shutting down the gambling house during raids and reopening it once the commotion subsided. Indeed, Chen Hu gritted his teeth, his gaze complex as he stared at the dilapidated wooden door of the courtyard. Having spent 2 years here, he was thoroughly familiar with the place. Typically, Xueji could be found here at this hour, while he would indulge in nocturnal escapades later on. However, with the arrival of the Fehu sect, he had no choice but to entertain them. Liyun nodded. Just as Chen Hu was about to inquire how to enter, he was astonished to see Leader Gu walk straight ahead. Leader Gu, Chen Hu's jaw nearly dropped in shock, and he hurriedly grabbed him. No. Inside there are at least 20 enforcers in the gambling den, and Xue has strong ties with the local villagers. With a single call, he could summon hundreds. Mere rabble. Li Yun gently brushed off Chen Hu's hand and strode forward with confidence. Halt. As soon as he entered, Li Yun was stopped by two agile young men, who scrutinized him from head to toe. One of them disdainfully remarked, "What do you want, kid? Do you even know where this is?" Typically, newcomers to gambling establishments are accompanied by regular patrons, even if alone, their demeanor would not be as composed as Li Yun's. "Me? I'm here to start trouble," Li Yun replied with a smile. Start trouble? The two enforcers were clearly taken aback by such audacity, momentarily rendered speechless. "We are here for an appointment." Chen Hu, too, was startled by Li Yun's words, his speech becoming somewhat disjointed as he exclaimed, "Inform Xue that Li Dagu has arrived." "Who go? No, Chen Hu." The two enforcers recognized Chen Hu, initially stunned before erupting in rage. One of them reached for a steel pipe leaning against the wall, aiming to strike Chen Hu's head. Well, Chen Hu, you dare to return. The boss treated you well, yet you have the audacity to spy on him. You wretched ingrate deserve a beating." Chen Hu was taken aback, quickly dodging and shouting, "Don't slander me. I've been expelled by Xue, and now I'm with Li Dagu. Enough of this nonsense. If you want to enter, you'll have to take a beating first." One enforcer swung the steel pipe down with force. From the sound of the air slicing, it was clear that a blow like that would leave one severely injured. Bang! Suddenly, a fist appeared, intercepting the steel pipe. The tremendous force not only sent the pipe flying but also caused the enforcer to stumble back 3 steps, astonished by the young man before him. "You are seeking death." The other enforcer shifted his focus, viciously attacking Li Yun. Li Yun retaliated with a powerful kick, striking him in the stomach, rendering him incapable of a scream as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into a row of shelves with a loud crash. Who the hell is impatient enough to cause a ruckus here? Where's the Zhou? Tell him to come out and see what is going on. Li Yun's kick had undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. Within the courtyard, a flurry of activity erupted from the various rooms, and a group of enforcers wielding clubs charged out, looking fierce and menacing. Chen Hu was utterly terrified. He knew Li Yun was formidable, but this was a different level from their previous encounter at the barbecue stand. In this urban village, it was Xueji's territory. "Chen Hu, it's you. You little brat." At the forefront of a group of thugs stood a towering figure, a robust man measuring nearly 2 meters in height, wielding a 1-meter-long iron rod. He strode forward with an intimidating presence, causing those around him to recoil in fear. To be struck by that iron rod was no mere matter of a concussion. It raised the dire question of survival itself. Chen Hu trembled in fright at the fierce shout, his legs quaking as he forced an awkward smile onto his face. Zhogu," he stammered. "How dare you still call me Zhogu? Die." Zhogu erupted in fury, swinging the iron rod down toward Chen Hu with such ferocity that it seemed capable of splattering his brains. However, Li Yun stepped in to intercept the blow. His action left everyone in stunned silence. With an air of calmness, he extended his thumb towards the iron rod, employing the advanced technique known as the high-level diamond finger. Zhogu sneered, refusing to relent, and intensified his strike, intending to shatter Li Yun's wrist with a single blow. The impact of thumb meeting iron resonated with a dull thud, akin to striking a sturdy wall. Zhoji's expression shifted as the recoil nearly caused him to relinquish his grip on the rod. "What? How is this possible?" he gasped in disbelief. The spectators were equally astonished, their faces paling at the sight of Li Yun's remarkable defense against an attack that could have caused fatal injury. "You." Zhoji's face darkened as a single term flashed through his mind, the body refinement realm. Only a master of this realm could render their body as resilient as steel, with some reputedly impervious to even bullets. In that moment of distraction, Li Yun launched a swift kick, propelling Zhogu several meters away. The formidable figure crashed into a throng of people before finally coming to a halt, unconscious from the force of the blow. The onlookers gasped in horror, witnessing Zhogu, the strongest among them, fell by a single strike from Li Yun. They scattered in panic. If Zhogu could not withstand Li Yun's power, the rest would surely perish at a single hit. Chen Hu swallowed hard, having long recognized Li Yun's prowess. Yet he was astounded to realize that Li Yun was exponentially more formidable than he had ever imagined. "Call Xue out," Li Yun commanded nonchalantly. The thugs, frightened, scrambled into the establishment to relay the message. In the courtyard's reception room, Xue cautiously addressed an imposing elder seated in the main position. "Are you saying that if I place this rod in my casino, you will assist me in eliminating that scoundrel Li Yun for free?" He glanced at the 1-meter-long rod wrapped in bright yellow cloth on the table, a mysterious and eerie presence emanating from it. Initially, Xue had planned to spend 500,000 to hire an assassin to rid him of Li Yun, seeking to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Unexpectedly, the informant he contacted led him to a steward from the Flying Tiger sect, a top-tier master at the late stage of the body refinement realm, Zhou Tianyong. What kind of power is the Flying Tiger sect? Its reputation is so formidable that even in Longyang County, Xue is well aware of it. The Flying Tiger sect is reputed to be the underground emperor of Shanghai City. Anyone aspiring to navigate the underworld there must first obtain its consent and pay homage before embarking on any great industries, such as nightclubs and casinos, as well as darker yet more lucrative enterprises. Reluctantly, Xue found himself compelled to double the price, offering Zhou Tianyong 1 million to eliminate Li Yun. However, to his astonishment, Zhou Tianyong required no payment. He only asked that Xue securely place a stick wrapped in bright yellow cloth within the casino, ensuring its protection against loss. Such a simple task, equating to a reward of 1 million. Indeed, Zhou Tianyong leisurely sipped his tea, instructing, "You must follow my orders without question, thought, or rumor. Keep everything sealed within your mind. Should you execute this task for the Flying Tiger sect well, opportunities for future profit will abound. Do you understand?" A chill coursed through Xue. His hands trembled around the teacup, nearly causing him to drop it, forcing him to set it down on the table. He deeply regretted seeking trouble with Li Yun. The origins of this stick were shrouded in mystery, and entanglement with it could lead to ruin or worse. This was beyond his grasp. "Humph." Zhou Tianyong scoffed, slamming his cup down on the table. "What is the matter? Are you hesitant to comply?" "No, it's not that." Xue was on the verge of tears, questioning how he had found himself in such a predicament. "Boss." Just then, a panicked shout came from outside. "Boss Chen Hu has returned, and he brought Li Yun with him. He has taken down our men." "Li Yun?" Xue froze momentarily, then inexplicably felt a wave of relief. He would much rather confront Li Yun than the enigmatic Zhou Tianyong. "Very well." Zhou Tianyong stood, casting a cold glance at Xue. "I shall let you witness my power. After I dispose of Li Yun, you may take your time to reconsider." With that, he strode purposefully toward the door. Xue was left in despair, realizing that no matter who triumphed, he would be left with unfavorable consequences. Who could he turn to for reason? This was the result of his own reckless actions. Li Yun walked in directly, followed closely by Chen Hu, who quickly rescued several of his subordinates after a brief inquiry. More than 30 thugs dared not utter a sound. Meanwhile, some villagers who had come to the casino out of self-interest, initially eager to confront Li Yun, fell silent and quietly retreated upon witnessing the state of Zhou. In the clash of titans, the innocent suffer. They dared not linger here. Thank you, Boss Li." Several of the rescued subordinates of Chen Hu expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Li Yun. Li Yun waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw, and turned his gaze towards an elderly man in a long blue robe approaching him. "Are you Li Yun?" The old man squinted his hawk-like eyes, filled with a murderous intent directed at him. "Indeed, I am," Li Yun responded with calm assurance, nodding slightly. Just 2 weeks prior, he was an ordinary high school student. But after acquiring a system, the immense power he possessed instilled him with unwavering confidence, transforming his demeanor entirely. He exuded a steady composure, bold in his actions. When he moved, it was as if thunder had struck. "Head, then prepare to meet your demise." In the next moment, the elderly figure, known as Zhou Tianyong of the Flying Tiger sect, swiftly appeared before Li Yun. His dark, bluish hands seemed to emanate a noxious stench as they struck forcefully towards Li Yun's abdomen. "Are you Zhou Tianyong of the Flying Tiger sect? What kind of technique is this?" Li Yun furrowed his brow, deftly evading the attack with his ethereal footwork, and inquired with curiosity. The surprises this martial artist presented were indeed extraordinary. Although I hail from the Flying Tiger sect, I have mastered the mystical Aja poison palm. Zhou Tianyong boasted. His pride evident as he continued to assault Li Yun with his dark hands. You should be ready to close your eyes and accept your fate under my poison palm. With a resounding crash, Zhou Tianyong unleashed a powerful strike at the force of his palm sweeping across the area, causing the flora in the courtyard to wither rapidly, and leaving the onlookers dizzy and terrified, fleeing in panic until they stumbled to a halt at a safe distance. Your poison palm is nothing extraordinary. Li Yun smirked, realizing the truth. It was merely Zhou Tianyong's habit of mixing powdered toxins with his strikes, releasing them at opportune moments. It was no surprise that his hands, long tainted by poison, appeared bluish. Zhou Tianyong was secretly astonished. Under normal circumstances, anyone encountering his poison palm would be paralyzed with fear, hesitant to confront him directly. Even if they were to uncover the trick behind his technique, it would take a considerable exchange of blows. Yet, Li Yun discerned the intricacies of the mystical Aja poison palm within 3 exchanges. How could Zhou Tianyong not be taken aback? Do you possess any other techniques? Li Yun chuckled. I'll grant you another chance to showcase your skills, lest you accuse me of bullying an elder. You seek your own death. Zhou Tianyong, infuriated by Li Yan's condescending demeanor, roared. So what if he saw through his techniques? He still had to die. He reached into his pocket once more, retrieving another pouch of powdered toxins, and declared, let me demonstrate the ultimate technique of the Flying Tiger sect, the Tiger Prison Execution Fist. As he spoke, he transformed his palm into a fist, his bluish knuckles driving towards Li Yan's face, conjuring a swirling tempest of Aja wind. Break. Li Yun stood his ground, extending his right index finger, channeling his strength into it, and met Zhou Tianyong's fist head-on. With a piercing sound, akin to a burlap sack bursting with air, Zhou Tianyong's overwhelming force was nullified by Li Yan's singular touch. The excruciating pain rendered him speechless as he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, his right hand hanging limply at his side. Shueji stood in stunned disbelief as Li Yun effortlessly incapacitated the hand of the Flying Tiger Gate steward with a mere gesture. The onlookers in the distance fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock, while the flowers and plants in the courtyard had withered away, yet Li Yun remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in place. Well done, Big Brother Li. Qian Hu and his subordinates exclaimed loudly, hastily distancing themselves from the scene, fearful of becoming targets of Li Yan's wrath. Is that the legendary diamond finger technique? Zhou Tianyong gazed at Li Yun in sheer astonishment. The diamond finger, unlike any other martial art, possessed an unparalleled potency in its offensive capabilities, far surpassing any conventional strikes. Capable of penetrating deeply and inflicting internal injuries upon its victims. However, mastering this technique was no small feat, as it required one to fortify the fragile fingers into an indestructible state, a task significantly more challenging than honing one's fists. Li Yan's formidable physique, with its balanced attributes and the passive ability of advanced steel-like bones, rendered his diamond fingers' destructive power far beyond the realm of body refinement, almost rivaling the might of postnatal experts. You're quite discerning, Li Yun remarked nonchalantly, flicking his fingers as he looked down upon Zhou Tianyong. Are you the expert from the Flying Tiger Gate summoned by Shueji to confront me? You seem rather unimpressive. Shueji, caught between a desire to flee and the fear of repercussions, found himself paralyzed by indecision. Longyang County fell under the jurisdiction of Shanghai City. Fleeing would mean abandoning the city entirely, and if the Flying Tiger Gate pursued him, remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. Humph. Zhou Tianyong scoffed disdainfully. Even in the face of defeat, he showed no fear of Li Yan's threats. To be frank, he sneered, I am the assassin sent by Shueji to eliminate you. A steward of the Flying Tiger Gate. If you have the guts, kill me today, otherwise, the consequences will be dire for you. Before he could finish, Li Yun raised his foot and pressed it down upon Zhou Tianyong's right hand. With a slight exertion of force, Zhou Tianyong let out a blood-curdling scream, his complexion paling as he dared not utter another threatening word. The atmosphere fell silent, even Zhou Tianyong was taken aback by the ruthless resolve of this seemingly youthful adversary. I will ask you just once, do you wish to live or die? After shattering Zhou Tianyong's arm, Li Yun maintained an expression of tranquility, as if he had merely performed a trivial act, leaving the spectators awestruck by his cold demeanor. Zhou Tianyong remained silent, his face betraying a flicker of resentment. Li Yun turned to Xue and commanded, "Come here." Terrified by Li Yan's display of power, Xue obediently approached, kneeling before him without hesitation, confessing his wrongdoing and offering 5 million as compensation. Zhou Tianyong shot a cold glance at Li Yun, curious to see what this young man would do next. Just as Li Yun was about to inquire about the Flying Tiger Gate, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Event option triggered. Please choose option 1, end this matter here. Reward, skill, danger perception, 5,000 experience points, 50 to all attributes. Option 2, to eliminate Zhou Tianyong. Seize the items he brought to Longyang County, then escape. Reward, skill, advanced flight for survival, 10,000 experience points, 200 to all attributes, 500 justice points. Choose 3, investigate the true purpose of Zhou Tianyong's visit to Longyang County. Reward, 1,000 justice points, 20,000 experience points, 300 to all attributes, skill reward, advanced danger perception. Additional skill reward, master level stealth techniques. Note, once the host becomes embroiled in the affairs of the Flying Tiger Gate, should the mastermind become aware, there is a significant probability that the host will be regarded as an enemy. Please exercise caution. Li Yun was greatly astonished. The matter concerning the Flying Tiger Gate entailed far more than he had anticipated. Based on option 2, should Li Yun choose to eliminate Zhou Tianyong, the system would deem him incapable of resisting the retribution from the Flying Tiger Gate, forcing him to flee for his life. I choose to investigate the true purpose of Zhou Tianyong. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Yan's eyes as he resolved without much hesitation. This decision was not solely due to the substantial rewards of option 3, but also because option 2 was exceedingly foolish. He was not one to resort to murder in plain sight. Ding. The host has made a choice, rewards, 1,000 justice points, 20,000 experience points, 300 to all attributes. Skill reward, advanced danger perception, master level stealth techniques have been granted. The increase of 300 to all attributes made Li Yun feel significantly more powerful. Yet he did not let pride overtake him. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Flying Tiger Gate, and now was not the time for exposure. The impressive justice points of 1,000 indicated that the Flying Tiger Gate, along with the formidable forces behind it, was undoubtedly orchestrating some nefarious scheme. The crowd gazed upon Li Yun with trepidation, awaiting the decision of this young man. Never mind, Li Yun feigned magnanimity, waving his hand dismissively, remember this day. Do not dare to trouble me again, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Zhou Tianyong sighed in relief from the fluctuating expressions on Li Yan's face. He knew the young man would not act recklessly. Indeed, this young man dared not pursue the matter further. However, had he truly offended the Flying Tiger Gate, would escaping that consequence be so simple? Zhou Tianyong silently vowed that once he regained his strength, he would enlist the aid of formidable experts from his faction to eliminate Li Yun. Do you understand? Li Yun admonished sternly, causing Zhou Tianyong to tremble involuntarily. Yes. I understand. Xue hurriedly replied, and Zhou Tianyong reluctantly nodded. Li Yun smiled lightly, turning to leave, indifferent to what Zhou Tianyong had brought to Longyang County. The system had rewarded him with master-level stealth techniques and danger perception, a clear indication that the system was subtly urging him to investigate discreetly and avoid rash actions. Leaving behind a crowd of onlookers with varied expressions, Li Yun departed the courtyard with Chen Hu. Although this place was a gambling den, Li Yun was not inclined to call the authorities just yet. As long as Xue mingled with Zhou Tianyong, his downfall was merely a matter of time. And there was no need to act hastily. Bossly, Chen Hu hesitated, hoping that after this incident, he might build a rapport with Li Yun. However, he did not anticipate that Bossly would act with such swiftness, and before he could react, the matter was resolved. Li Yun surveyed Chen Hu and his subordinates, who regarded him with respectful and somewhat admiring gazes. Are you not afraid of death? Li Yun inquired with a smile. Chen Hu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of Master Li's words. Fear not. Chen Hu straightened his chest and patted himself vigorously, proclaiming that he had been navigating the tumultuous world since the age of 15, encountering all manner of trials and tribulations. With but a word from Master Li, he would brave any peril, be it climbing mountains or traversing fiery pits. The others hastily echoed their assurances. Li Yun, with an air of tranquility, smiled softly, saying, I am well aware of your true character. You are but a small-time thug, and when faced with real challenges, your legs tremble with fear, rendering you utterly ineffectual. Chen Hu and his companions felt their faces flush with embarrassment, yet they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. However, Li Yun, still smiling, placed a reassuring hand on Chen Hu's shoulder. Your subordinate has been kidnapped by Xue Ji, yet instead of considering flight, you sought my assistance to resolve this matter. That demonstrates loyalty. Chen Hu and his companions looked at him with astonishment. I shall offer you an opportunity, Li Yun stated leisurely. I intend to establish a company and will provide you with 200,000 yuan. Whether you hire someone or devise a plan yourself. I need you to handle the necessary formalities and secure a small office to initiate the company. Chen Hu was momentarily stunned, then filled with admiration for Li Yun. The audacity and generosity of Master Li were unmatched, proposing to start a company and readily offering such a sum. The sheer boldness and magnanimity left Chen Hu trembling with excitement, almost compelled to prostrate himself in gratitude. Li Yun chuckled lightly, proceeding to transfer the 200,000 yuan to Chen Hu without a hint of concern that he might abscond with the money. This was rooted in his trust in Chen Hu's character, bolstered by the system's prior assurance of Chen Hu's unwavering loyalty. Moreover, even if Chen Hu did abscond, Li Yun would not feel at a loss. For Chen Hu had provided him with crucial intelligence regarding Xue Ji, information worth far more than the 200,000 yuan. Thus, Li Yun confidently entrusted the sum to him, gesturing for Chen Hu to commence the establishment of the company. Master Li is truly generous. One of Chen Hu's subordinates gazed enviously at Li Yan's retreating figure. Brother Hu, Master Li is indeed far superior to Xue Ji. Xue Ji has never offered us such a substantial sum. Get lost. Chen Hu laughed, kicking him playfully. Master Li is a prodigy, how can he be compared to a mere thug like Xue Ji? Anyone who dares to equate the two shall find themselves on the receiving end of my wrath. The few who had yet to extricate themselves from their petty thug mentality promptly echoed their agreement. Boss, shall we seek someone out tomorrow? Tomorrow? What the hell is tomorrow to me? Come, let us indulge in a midnight snack. Tonight, we shall work overtime to understand what starting a company entails. Emulating Li Yun, Chen Hu waved his hand with authority, declaring, "Our ascent to greatness begins this very night." Ooh! The group erupted in exuberant cries, their hearts ablaze with fervor, eager to embark on the venture of establishing a company and ambitiously aiming for a modest target of 100 million. After Li Yan's departure, Xue Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, casting a glance at Zhou Tianyong, who appeared to be deep in thought. "Zhou, my esteemed steward." Xue Ji smiled obsequiously. "What do you say? Should I procure a doctor for you?" In the underworld, individuals typically avoided hospitals, as they were crowded and rife with gossip. Dealing with doctors could be cumbersome, making it far more convenient to consult a wandering healer. Zhou Tianyong cast a cold glance at him and slowly nodded. He had suffered a tremendous embarrassment this time. Moreover, after being brutally beaten by Li Yun, he could not seek help from his sect otherwise. Any mishap during this crucial mission would not only deprive him of any merit but could also lead to punishment from the elders. Zhou Tianyong had never considered that Li Yan's intentions were directed towards that spirit-absorbing rod. If that had been the case, Li Yun would not have brazenly stormed in and, after defeating him, failed to even inquire about the rod. He could only lament his misfortune in this wretched county town. "Deacon Zhou, they have summoned a well-known doctor." Xue Ji continued, bowing and scraping. Seeing Zhou Tianyong nod in satisfaction, he cautiously added, "Deacon Zhou, you see, this, that, what the hell are you stammering about?" Zhou Tianyong retorted angrily. Xue Ji gritted his teeth, mastering the courage to produce a card, saying, "Deacon Zhou, this is 1 million. With your generosity, please let me off." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Tianyong had already grasped his intent. He struck Xue Ji hard with his unbroken left hand, leaving him dizzy and gasping for breath. "Let me tell you," Zhou Tianyong sneered, "since you became aware of this matter, there is no escaping." Xue Ji felt a chill rising from his feet to the crown of his head, his entire being shivering. "From now on, your only choice is to obediently fulfill the tasks assigned to you by my Feihu sect. If you succeed, wealth and glory await you. If you fail, death is your only fate." Upon returning home, Li Yun found his sisters had already finished dinner. A few dishes lay cold on the table while they cozily snuggled on the sofa, absorbed in their phones. Brother. Upon hearing the door open, Kai Wei turned in surprise and spotted the familiar figure that brought them comfort entering the house. Kai Wei, Saishia, have you eaten? Yes, we have. What about you, brother? I haven't eaten yet. Kai Wei immediately sprang up, dutifully grabbing 2 dishes, while signaling Saishia to follow with the remaining ones, saying to brother, let us heat this up for you, please have a seat. All right. Li Yun responded with a smile. The twin sisters had contrasting personalities, one exuberant and vivacious, the other introverted and shy, but both were exceptionally well behaved. Li Yun cherished them greatly and wished to provide them with the best conditions for growth. After reheating the food, Li Yun chatted with them while eating, with the sisters seated on either side, allowing him to enjoy a sensation akin to being embraced from both sides. Brother. You've earned a lot of money recently, Kai Wei suddenly remarked. Is that a problem? No, not at all. Sai Wei's voice was soft and delicate, expressing her admiration for her brother's prowess. I feel that Saishia and I won't be able to keep up with you in the future. Li Yun paused, playfully pinching her little nose. Silly girl, and no matter how much I change, I will always be your brother. Kai Wei leaned closer to him, deeply touched. Kai Wei, Saishia. Would you like to live in a new house? Haha, I'm planning to buy a new house. What do you think? Do you like it? The current dwelling consists merely of 2 bedrooms and a living room, lacking even a kitchen. The 3 sisters share a single room, which is detrimental to their personal privacy. Consequently, Li Yun intends to purchase an upscale residence featuring 4 bedrooms and a kitchen. The sisters displayed expressions of delight, with Kaisia eagerly inquiring, brother, when we move into the new house, will it be the 4 of us living together, me, sister, the eldest sister, and you? Of course. Aren't we a family? Yes, a family. Kai Wei nodded vigorously, her heart brimming with joy, nearly overflowing with excitement, as she instinctively leaned closer. Her face flushed with shyness, rendering her irresistibly cute. Inspired by her sister's example, Kaisia did not shy away, mirroring the gesture, and the 2 sisters giggled together, their cherubic faces radiant with happiness. Li Yun savored the moment, relishing the affection from his 2 identical younger sisters. After dinner, he sent them off to complete their homework before retreating to his room. Upon opening his computer and logging onto QQ, he was greeted by an astonishing hundreds of messages in his space, all from a user named Fiery Red Pepper. Li Yun was taken aback. It appeared this young lady was indeed quite a fervent admirer of his. Intrigued, he explored her space and, true to the monkey's words, Fiery Red Pepper was exceptionally beautiful. With large, sparkling eyes, long, vivacious legs, and a delicate waist, she possessed an alluring figure complemented by playful pigtails. His first impression of Fiery Red Pepper was that of a charming, spirited, and fiery little pepper. Her latest post read, "Wow, I finally added the great one. Little dot. Little flower, come out and get ready with the money, let's invest in the great one software together." Hee. The comments section resembled a chaotic frenzy, with boys clamoring for a glance from their goddess and a few girls showering compliments on Fiery Red Pepper, eager to befriend her. Li Yun finally grasped the nature of a social circle for an unmarried heiress, which was truly eye-opening. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to leave a comment, "Great one. Who?" To his surprise, within 3 seconds, he received a reply. "Fiery Red Pepper, wow, the great one came to see my space. That's amazing. Fiery Red Pepper, I'm talking about you, great one. I'm super in awe of you, you are incredible." Flustered by her effusive praise, Li Yun felt a wave of embarrassment. The warmth of Fiery Red Pepper's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Almost immediately, his QQ chimed again, "Fiery Red Pepper, great one, love you." Love you? She sent a long string of affectionate emojis, leaving Li Yun utterly speechless. He quickly responded, "Please don't call me great one, just call me Li Yun. I'll call you Little Pepper instead. Now, is there anything you wish to say? Little Pepper. Sumu XN, also known as Fiery Red Pepper, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. It was the first time someone had addressed her so intimately, and it was none other than her idol, whom she admired immensely. Fiery Red Pepper, how shy. Alright, since you call me Little Pepper, I shall call you Brother Li Yun. Li Yun chuckled inwardly. This little firecracker was actually a year older than him. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it since they were merely acquaintances online. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. "Well, I wish to seek your wisdom." "Oh no, I mean, I want to invest in your pioneering software, dear Li-Yun," she replied. "Investment, you say? What thoughts or strategies do you have in mind? Or do you intend to rely solely on youthful enthusiasm and your parents' funds for this venture?" Li-Yun asked bluntly, aiming to temper the fervor of the spirited girl and dissuade her from fanciful notions of investing billions. "Of course, I have a plan." To his surprise, she spoke with measured confidence. "I've considered the immense potential of this software, particularly because it is your creation, Li-Yun," she giggled. With a smirk, Su Mushin continued earnestly. "There are 8 million players in the dungeon game, and your software has gained considerable traction. At least a third of the players have downloaded and continue to use it, which translates to 2 million users. That is remarkable data. But that is not all. I estimate that over 10 million players nationwide are utilizing your pioneering software. The number of online gaming account thefts has plummeted, leaving many hacker gangs in a frenzy as they seek experts to crack your software on hacker forums." As a top-tier hacker herself, Su Mushin was well aware of these developments. Li-Yun was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this young lady was not merely a naive heiress but possessed a keen business intuition. "Don't you think $1 billion is a tad excessive?" he probed. "Not at all. How can it be too much?" she replied earnestly. "The domestic security companies are valued at $300 billion, yet they fail to completely prevent account theft." With immense admiration, she continued, "But your pioneering software is different. It can virtually eliminate all online gaming theft software and possesses formidable defenses against most viruses, phishing websites, and Trojans. Thus, $1 billion is hardly excessive." She then added with a hint of embarrassment, "If I weren't worried about my father's disapproval, I would consider investing $50 billion. Li-Yun inquired several times, and each time Su Mushin affirmed her commitment to invest $1 billion. "I am quite curious. Who exactly is your father?" Li-Yun asked. He had seen a few prominent families with the surname Su in the news. But these wealthy individuals were notoriously secretive about their families, leaving the public unaware of their children's identities. With a playful glint in her eyes, Su Mushin cheekily covered her mouth and laughed, "Dear Li-Yun, why don't you hack into my computer to uncover my personal information? If you can breach my system before midnight tonight, I will add another $10 billion to my investment and offer you a special reward. What do you say?" Li-Yun was taken aback. What was this little firecracker suggesting? He had never encountered someone so willing to throw open the doors to their own privacy. Ding. The option event has been triggered. Please choose host. Option 1, agree to infiltrate Su Mushin's computer, awarding 5,000 experience points, 3 random gift bags, 50 free attribute points, and 50 wisdom points. Option 2, decline, granting 30 justice points, 1 random skill, and 100 mental points. Option 3, agree, and strive to breach Su Mushin's defenses in the shortest time possible, awarding a variable amount of experience, 3 random green gift bags, and 200 wisdom points. Li-Yun's spirit soared. He never expected that a mere chat with a charming girl could trigger such an event. However, this particular event seemed somewhat different. By refusing to invade Su Mushin's computer, he would gain justice points, indicating that this option was indeed the righteous one. Fortunately, the other options did not incur any evil points, as if the system were cautioning Li-Yun against using his godlike computing knowledge for nefarious deeds. "Tonight, little pepper, you might be underestimating me," Li-Yun chuckled. "Well, let's do this. For every half hour less spent, I will add an additional $1 billion in funding." Su Mushin's cheeks flashed as she added, "I will also provide you, Brother Li-Yun, with more enticing photos, for instance. If you request me to wear certain outfits for photos, I shall comply." Li-Yun felt a stirring in his heart. Though was this little pepper not openly enticing him? If any attire were acceptable, did that imply nudity was also an option? The thought of her alluring figure and porcelain skin, which she had shared in her photo album, ignited a flame within him. Cough, let us not be frivolous. Li-Yun reined in his impure thoughts and stated earnestly, "Girls should not casually share private photos with others." "Yes, I understand. I will only share them with you, Brother Li-Yun." Su Mushin's adorable face turned crimson. her heart racing uncontrollably. Under normal circumstances, she would never utter such alluring words. In truth, even with exceptionally wealthy and distinguished young men, Su Muxin remained aloof, exuding an air of superiority befitting a highborn lady. In her elite social circle, she was renowned for her disinterest in men. Yet, in the presence of her idol, particularly after conversing with Li Yun, her admiration for him deepened. She found his character and talent profoundly captivating, leaving her utterly enchanted. Far from maintaining her lofty demeanor, Su Muxin wished to transform into a devoted follower, clinging to Li Yun's side. "Are you ready? I shall commence the infiltration," Li Yun declared with a grin. "I have been ready. Let us go." Su Muxin's expression turned serious. She was prepared for a fierce battle, determined to defend against Li Yan's cyber onslaught. She refused to be underestimated by her idol. 5 minutes later. Why hasn't brother Li Yun begun to disturb me yet? Su Muxin wondered, perplexed. The disturbance she referred to involved probing for exposed ports, scanning for vulnerabilities, then attempting to establish connections, common tactics employed by hackers. These steps, typically executed silently, would allow hackers to assess the condition of their opponent's computer and the extent of its firewall defenses before launching a formal attack. Generally, these maneuvers would occur without any alerts on an ordinary person's computer. However, as a top-tier hacker, Su Muxin's computer was naturally equipped with an array of surveillance devices, ensuring that any form of probing would trigger an alert. In the next moment, a line of text appeared on the screen of her high-end computer, a little chilly. "Are you Su Muxin? The daughter of Su Tengyun?" Su Tengyun, the founder and chairman of Nantian Technology Group, presided over a conglomerate valued at 5 trillion, investing in and controlling hundreds of listed companies across various industries. The games played by Li Yun and Wang Holiong, as well as the chat software they were using, were all products of Nantian Technology Group, the very foundation of their wealth. It could be said that Su Tengyun was one of the most prominent magnates in the country, maintaining a low profile while being the subject of countless legends in the underworld. When Li Yun stumbled upon a photograph of Su Muxin alongside Su Tengyun on her computer, he was taken aback, astonished to discover that this charming young lady was indeed the daughter of the esteemed Su. No wonder she was so affluent. But what astonished Li Yun even more was the realization that Su Muxin was the same affluent young woman whom the system had indicated he had already developed a favorability rating of 90 with. Contemplating the inadvertent capture of a top-tier heiress, Li Yun found himself at a loss for how to proceed, caught between amusement and bewilderment. The Fang family was quite wealthy, owning 2 commercial streets in Longyang County, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions. Yet, when compared to the Su family, they appeared as mere dust in the wind. As for Li Yun, he was utterly insignificant, akin to a grain of sand, making it impossible to compare his background with that of Su Muxin. How could this be? Li Yun was astonished, while Su Muxin was left utterly dumbfounded, her large, doe-like eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the text on the screen, frozen in place for quite some time. It was not merely because Li Yun had unveiled her identity, but rather due to the shocking realization that he had silently breached her computer's defenses. True to her online moniker, Su Muxin was equally renowned in the hacker community, known as Red Chili. Individuals who managed to make a name for themselves in the hacker realm included notable figures such as Lone Swordsman, Rice, Strange Dog, and Piglet, each a distinguished entity capable of commanding respect within the circles of hackers, red hackers, and white hackers. As for Red Chili, her reputation was earned after a decisive victory in a hacker offensive and defensive battle where she triumphed over seasoned veterans. Yet now, Li Yun had effortlessly infiltrated her computer in a mere 5 minutes. Su Muxin's computer was fortified with dozens of firewalls, with minimal open ports and virtually no security vulnerabilities. One could say that her $1 million high-end computer possessed defensive capabilities rivaling that of a server, making it as challenging to breach as the White House website. Great God. No, brother Li Yun. You are truly remarkable. Su Muxin transitioned from disbelief to exhilaration, her emotions in a tumultuous state. Deeply impressed by Li Yan's formidable hacking skills, wishing she could rush to him at that very moment to express her admiration. Li Yun smiled gently, leisurely exploring the contents of Su Muxin's computer, from her private photos to her casual notes, though he refrained from delving into them, likely containing nothing more than the musings of a young girl. However, Su Muxin's computer harbored numerous hacking-related software, which took Li Yun by surprise. No wonder she exuded such confidence. She was, in fact, a hacker. A secret of growth. Li Yun unexpectedly stumbled upon a folder and, almost instinctively, clicked inside. After glancing once, twice, thrice, overcome by curiosity, he couldn't resist stealing a few more looks before closing the folder. "Little Pepper," he remarked, sending her a screenshot. "You ought to encrypt this folder. It would be quite unfortunate if someone were to see it." The secret of growth. Su Muxin froze for a moment. Her face turning crimson, nearly succumbing to embarrassment, a cloud of steam rising from her head. "Oh dear, how shameful. I completely forgot that such things existed on my computer." Flustered, she clutched a pillow to shield her blushing face. "What should I do? What should I do? Brother Li Yun has seen everything." The folder contained photographs taken secretly in her bedroom, locked away. Capturing her from the ages of 8 to 18, an intimate chronicle of her transformation from a little girl to a young woman. Though devoid of nudity, the images revealed tantalizing glimpses of her abdomen, thighs, collarbone, back, and more. It was a comprehensive documentation of her adolescent journey. One could say that viewing this collection was akin to witnessing her entire essence. "Oh no, Brother Li Yun, you must have looked right. You've definitely seen my photos." Su Muxin lamented softly, "After you've seen those intimate pictures, I have no choice but to marry you." Ding. The host has made a choice. Successfully infiltrating Su Muxin's computer within 5 minutes has yielded rewards: 18,000 experience points, 3 random green gift bags, 200 wisdom points, and an additional increase of 10 in Su Muxin's affection. Li Yun was taken aback. With her original affection at 90, an additional 10 points would mean an unwavering affection of 100, an eternal bond. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully attaining full affection from a second girl. With an additional reward of 10,000 experience points and a red envelope. The red envelope contained 18,888 in currency, and upon opening it, he acquired the skill, Masculine Aura, emanating a unique fragrance that makes girls feel immensely comfortable, thereby fostering affection towards the host. Li Yun was left in disbelief. The system's rewards seemed to gravitate towards these peculiar themes. The first reward was about conquest, symbolizing relentless night battles and unwavering strength. The second was still in that vein. Could the third be the divine hand, enabling him to enchant women effortlessly? He felt utterly unfit for such frivolities. Did the system underestimate his charm? Upon reaching an affection level of 100, Su Muxin's demeanor subtly shifted. "Brother Li Yun, do you have a girlfriend?" "Huh? You already have one? However, it matters not. For she is merely waiting for you to part ways with her, hehe. Brother Li Yun, when shall I come to find you? I am already prepared to devote myself to you, oh dear. Well, not devotion, but rather to discuss matters of investment with you. Honestly, Brother Li Yun, you are utterly oblivious to a girl's sentiments. Brother Li Yun, here is my photograph, hehe. It is a picture of me alone in my bedroom, clad in my pajamas, and I assure you, no other man has laid eyes upon it." Soon enough, Li Yun indeed received a selfie from Su Muxin. In the photograph, she donned a pink, off-shoulder silk nightgown, her hair styled in twin ponytails, playfully flashing a peace sign at the camera while adorably winking her right eye, exuding an expression aimed at captivating Li Yun. Alas, Su Muxin lacked experience in this regard, appearing quite innocent. Although her alluring figure lent the photo an enticing quality, the wink failed to convey any semblance of seduction. Nevertheless, one can only believe that with Su Muxin's physique and beauty, and with the right experiences alongside Li Yun, her inherent feminine allure shall eventually be fully revealed. Brother Li Yun, do send me your photograph. It must be a current one. Li Yun, amused yet bemused, pondered this request. To honor her evident affection, he ultimately opted to share a selfie of his own. Wow, so handsome. Brother Li Yun is the most dashing young man I have ever encountered. Little Chili adores you, hehe. I am so eager to meet you in person. Truly longing for the moment I can see you. Little Chili would undoubtedly embrace Brother Li Yun and affectionately nuzzle against his face, surely a delightful experience. A wave of overly sweet nothings arrived, leaving Li Yun with a peculiar impression that it was not he who was flirting with Su Muxin, but rather It was she who was ardently pursuing him, leaving him with no escape. To be adored by the daughter of a business magnate, a true elite, surely brought great satisfaction to Lian's heart. Yet, little Chili proved to be rather clingy, compelling Li Yun to feign exhaustion and excuse himself offline. Agreeing to meet her in a few days to extricate himself from her persistent advances. Brother Li Yun, little Chili sent him a voice message, her bashfulness apparent. I will take a photo for you to use tonight or perhaps tomorrow morning. Just remember to delete it after you are done. I can send you another one tomorrow. Li Yun found this quite perplexing. What sort of photo could one possibly need to use? He had no intention of employing Su Mushin's image for any business venture, so what purpose could it serve? Then, upon receiving an encrypted compressed file from Su Mushin and extracting its contents, Li Yun nearly spat his tea in surprise. So, this was what she meant by a photo to use. It was no wonder she was nicknamed Little Chili, her fiery personality was bold indeed. As she had sent Li Yun an exceedingly intimate photograph. In it, Su Mushin appeared shy and bashful, clearly a novice at this sort of endeavor. Her delicate fingers gently touching her flushed cheeks, embodying an irresistibly coy demeanor. Li Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and decisively deleted the photograph. Retaining only the encrypted compressed file, aptly named The Embarrassment of Little Chili 1. Where there is one, there will be another. Li Yun eagerly anticipated gathering a complete collection of Su Mushin's various attire photographs. He firmly believed that with Su Mushin's unwavering affection for him, marked by a perfect score of 100 in fondness, any request he made would be graciously fulfilled. Coughing slightly, Li Yun chided himself for his wicked thoughts, urging himself to focus on work and dismiss any fanciful musings. Although the initial strike had been perfected, to officially launch it as the foundation for his new venture, further refinement was necessary to enhance user accessibility. In the meantime, Li Yun devised a software to infiltrate and gather information related to Zhou Tianyong, intent on uncovering his true purpose for arriving in Longyang County. Despite having received the system's rewards, he was not naive enough to believe that Zhou Tianyong would simply relent. Monitoring him seemed the wisest course of action. Employing a series of tactics, Li Yun managed to tap into the online surveillance of Xueji's casino, fortuitously discovering a surveillance camera that offered a view of the casino's interior. This camera was connected to a computer that operated around the clock, storing recordings from recent days. Without hesitation, Li Yun copied all the footage. A full 36 hours of surveillance video would require considerable time to review. Should this be a moment dictated by the system, his justice points would undoubtedly plummet to 0, while his evil points soared beyond 10,000, erasing all traces of his intrusion from the network. Li Yun chuckled at his own audacity. To ascertain the computer's address at Xueji's casino, he had obtained the internet registration data for the entirety of Dongcheng village, painstakingly deducing the precise location of the casino's computer. This was no trivial feat, however, there was no time to review the footage that night. He would have to wait until the following day. His younger brother, Li Fang, then Fang Xue, returned from shopping, laden with numerous garments. Turning to the entrance, Li Yun was taken aback to see her glide in wearing a nightgown, her delicate blush adorning her beautiful face. Kai Wei and Kai Xia were already asleep. Upon entering, Li Feng cast a playful glance in his direction. After multiple evening discussions with Li Yun, Li Feng, though still a girl, had beautifully melded youthful exuberance with mature charm, exuding a unique allure. As he beheld her graceful form, Li Yun was transported back to their childhood days in the orphanage, where Li Feng had already captivated many hearts. Countless individuals eager to adopt her, only to be turned down by her insistence on remaining with her brother. The bloom of spring may have fallen, yet the fruit still hung upon the branches, signifying that while nothing had transpired, everything had nonetheless changed. Li Yun remained a boy, and likewise, Li Feng was still a girl. However, their bond and interactions had grown undeniably closer, especially since Li Feng had gained Feng Xue's approval, providing her with an excuse to remain by Li Yan's side. An hour later, Li Yun smiled at Li Feng and inquired, "Sister, did you and Feng Xue go out today specifically to purchase all those clothes?" As the saying goes, her person is adorned by their attire, just as a Buddha is adorned in gold. After donning a luxurious nightgown, Li Feng's beauty ascended to even greater heights. Moreover, the vibrant and alluring high school girls possess a beauty that is simply irresistible. Li Yun found himself on the brink of losing control. Li Feng shot him a disdainful glance and weakly huffed, "Are you really asking that? I dress beautifully to impress you, my insufferable little brother." Touched, Li Yun pulled her into his embrace. "No more mischief," Li Feng quickly interjected, exhausted. If she continued, she would be too fatigued to attend school the next day, which would be disastrous. "Dear sister," Li Yun settled down, his curiosity piqued. "What did you and Xiao Xue discuss while shopping?" Theoretically, they were rivals in love. Yet the fact that they could coexist amicably filled Li Yun with unexpected joy. What else could we talk about?" "Naturally, we reminisced about your childhood blunders." Li Feng laughed. "Xiao Xue truly cares for you. She kept pestering me with questions about you. Of course, she also learned a great deal about me and Kai Wei." Pausing, Li Feng playfully tapped Li Yan's forehead. "You must not let her down. Xiao Xue is genuinely interested in being your legitimate partner. She will undoubtedly make an excellent wife in the future." Li Yu nodded silently, feeling grateful. As the first girl to reach a perfect affinity with him, he could never betray her. Furthermore, Li Feng stifled a giggle, recalling how Xiao Xue, after learning of their closeness, shyly inquired about the sensations of being with a boy. "I fear that if her parents approve, she might just offer herself to you right away." Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Yun clenched his fist and declared resolutely, "However, I will soon start my own company, and then I shall certainly earn her parents' approval." "You plan to start a company? How soon?" Li Feng looked at him in astonishment. "Fang Xue mentioned that she would help you establish a company in her third year of university. I never imagined you would contemplate this now." "Oh, by the way." Li Feng playfully pinched Li Yun at the waist, teasing, "You lecherous boy, you must be eager to have Xiao Xue in your life, am I right?" As she said this, she lightly brushed her hand against him, slightly apprehensive as she remarked, "Brother, how have you suddenly become so formidable?" Li Feng's face flashed again, recalling how she had to plead with Li Yun moments ago. "After 10 years of honing my skills, I am ready to battle once more," Li Yun said boldly, leaving Li Feng with no room for refusal. The next morning at breakfast, Li Feng yawned wearily. Kai Xiao curiously asked, "Eldest sister, you didn't return until after 1 last night. Were you perhaps asleep at brother's place?" Li Feng's face turned crimson, and she stammered without answering. Kai Wei discreetly glanced at Li Yun, understanding the situation. "Cough, hurry, and finish your breakfast so we can head to school." Li Yun thought to himself that it was all his fault. He increasingly felt that the system's red envelope skills were extraordinarily effective, truly a coveted ability for any man. After breakfast, they made their way to school, and upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Fang Xue, who regarded Li Yun and Li Feng with a peculiar expression before haughtily lifting her chin and letting out a dismissive huff. Li Yun understood perfectly that the illustrious Fang Xue was indeed feeling jealous. However, once Li Yun took her small hand in his own, the jealousy of the illustrious school beauty, Feng, swiftly dissipated, transforming into a delightful grip as a radiant smile illuminated her previously aloof visage. The trio strolled along, engaging in lively conversation, while male classmates cast envious glances at Li Yun. To be able to embrace two beauties, with Li Feng and Fang Xue being the most resplendent flowers at Shiche High School, indeed rendered Li Yun the object of envy for many. "Eh? Li Yun? Are you planning to start a company?" Fang Xue exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Li Feng mention last night's events. Li Yun nodded, explaining that the company was still in its preparatory phase, and that someone might come to him for investment in a few days, at which point he would elaborate further. Fang Xue bit her luscious lips, her cheeks gradually flushing as she lowered her gaze, shyly murmuring, "Do you really wish to share a room with me?" Li Yun was taken aback. How could Fang Xue leap to such conclusions? With a huff, Fang Xue released his hand and scampered ahead. After a few paces, she turned back and quickly declared, "Call me when you start the company, I'll help you." With that, she hastily departed, her steps somewhat disordered, as if she were grappling with immense embarrassment. "Humph." Li Feng pinched his waist playfully, chiding, "You're starting a company to win over Fang Xue's parents, aren't you? Once they accept you, with your lecherous ways, will surely whisk her away in no time. I told you this last night. It seems your mind was clouded with mischief, and you didn't heed my words." Li Yun had not considered that perspective. His sole intention was to elevate his standing to match Fang Xue's family background. Moreover, with Su Mushine's affection towards him at full capacity, he needed to fortify himself further to gain her parents' approval. However, the thought of obtaining Fang Xue's first experience did seem rather appealing. Clearing his throat, Li Yun bid farewell to Li Feng and proceeded to the classroom, greeting Wang Holiong and others before settling down to peruse video recordings on his phone. Last night, he had infiltrated the computer system of the Xueji casino, acquiring surveillance footage from the casino hall, uncertain whether it contained any information regarding Zhou Tianyong. It appeared to be the first encounter between Zhou Tianyong and Xueji. Li Yun located the footage of their initial meeting, where both individuals fell within the camera's purview. In the video, Xueji appeared somewhat reserved, while Zhou Tianyong exuded arrogance. The subsequent footage revealed the two late at night, with all casino patrons having departed, leaving only Xueji, Zhou Tianyong, and two capable henchmen. Zhou Tianyong's right hand was bandaged, his expression grim, yet he clutched a button wrapped in high-grade yellow fabric in his left hand. Li Yan's attention immediately fixated on the button. Who, in the dead of night, would wander around with a stick in hand, especially when there were no adversaries around? What was Zhou Tianyong up to? He observed as Zhou Tianyong directed the two henchmen to move a statue of Guangong located at the front of the hall. Subsequently, he unwrapped the button, placing it behind the statue, covering it with an inconspicuous black cloth before repositioning the statue. The statue of Guanyu was originally intended for gamblers to worship, serving merely as a source of psychological comfort. Now, the stick placed behind it, what purpose could it serve? After watching the footage several times, Li Yun pondered that perhaps this was indeed the true intention of Zhou Tianyong regarding Longyang County. Ding. A choice event has been triggered. Please select Option 1, investigate the anomalies surrounding the stick, rewarding 300 points of justice, 50,000 experience, 500 in all attributes, and a random master level skill. Option 2, ignore it with no rewards. Option 3, seize the stick directly, rewarding 500 points of justice, 10,000 experience, 1,000 in all attributes, and a random master level escape skill. Contemplating the options presented by the system, Li Yun hesitated momentarily. The stick was enigmatic. Yet even a fool would understand that seizing it rashly would provoke the wrath of powerful forces behind it. Resolutely, Li Yun chose option 1, albeit regrettably. The system would not grant immediate rewards, he needed to draw certain conclusions to complete the task. In the afternoon, Li Yun took a half-day leave. A mere formality given his current standing, and as teachers were accommodating. His reasons for taking leave were twofold, to prepare for the evening and to meet with Chen Hu. Hello, Boss Li. Upon meeting Chen Hu and his companions, they had donned black suits, appearing somewhat like office workers, yet their demeanor still resembled that of petty delinquents. Li Yun waved dismissively, saying, "The boss is too foolish, from now on you shall call me boss." "Yes, boss." Chen Hu immediately complied. His face adorned with a sycophantic grin, which left Li Yun somewhat speechless. "All right, what brings you here today? Have you sorted out the company's affairs?" "Not yet." Chen Hu replied, a bit embarrassed, then quickly added, "But I found a lead, and today I wish to introduce someone to you, boss. If you could win him over, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance." "Win over? That sounds rather harsh, like dealing with a petty thug." "Who is he?" "He's the expert I mentioned last time. The one who taught me a few tricks. His background is quite mysterious, and his skills are exceptionally formidable, truly a hidden dragon." Chen Hu praised fervently, and moreover, "His current situation is dire. With your intervention, boss, you could surely win him over to serve you." Intrigued, Li Yun had not anticipated such a figure existed in Longyang County. "Lead the way." "Yes, boss." "Please get on the bike." Chen Hu's get on the bike referred to a motorcycle. There were 6 of them, riding on 3 old motorcycles, sputtering towards the southern part of the city. They arrived at an old district, twisting through numerous alleys before finally stopping in front of a dilapidated 2-story building. This place was on the outskirts, nearly indistinguishable from the countryside, with a yard in front housing a flock of chickens and ducks that squawked loudly at the sight of strangers. Li Yun frowned. Was there truly a hidden dragon here? This seemed absurd. "Who is it?" Upon hearing someone approach, a woman's voice rang out from within the house, yet it was a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, who emerged. With 2 small braids adorning her head and a cherubic face, she was undeniably charming. "Mommy, there are some uncles I don't know. The girl's words sparked a flurry of activity inside, suggesting that her mother was quite apprehensive about unexpected visitors. "I'm Qian Hu. Here to see Brother Guo," Qian Hu shouted. After a brief wait, Li Yun finally saw a middle-aged woman step out. She was not unattractive, exuding a gentle demeanor. With a certain grace and a reasonably slim figure, though she could not be compared to Fang Xue and the others. What caught Li Yun's attention was the expression on her face, one of lingering fear. Her smile appeared forced. "Shaolong, let them come up." A slightly weary male voice called from the second floor, which seemed to soothe the woman's expression somewhat as she led Li Yun and his companions upstairs. The upper floor featured a living room, and as Li Yun surveyed the surroundings, he noted the rather antiquated furniture and poor decor. The man seated on the sofa did not rise to greet them, he merely cast a glance at Qian Hu and gestured for them to sit. Qian Hu refrained from taking a seat, standing respectfully beside Li Yun while making introductions. "Boss, this is Guosun. Brother Guo, this is my boss, Li Yun." Li Yun nodded slightly and extended his hand towards the middle-aged man, saying, "Hello." However, Guosun did not reciprocate the gesture, regarding him coldly and stating, "I have no desire to know who you are, nor do I care about your intentions with Qian Hu. I do not wish to make your acquaintance. So please feel free to leave." With that, Guosun closed his eyes, slumping back against the sofa in silence. Rather than resting, he appeared to be languishing against the cushions. Li Yun assessed him. Guosun seemed to be in poor spirits, dressed in casual short sleeves and shorts. Not resembling someone preparing for work, as his wife appeared to handle all domestic duties. "You are quite arrogant, daring to speak to our boss in such a manner. I see you are tired of living." Several of Qian Hu's subordinates were immediately incensed, but Li Yun raised his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Qian Hu hastily attempted to smooth over the situation, lavishing praise upon Li Yun, subtly implying that his wealth might persuade Guosun to assist Yun. Guosun remained silent, opening his eyes to glance at Li Yun, contemplating for a long while before slowly shaking his head. "No, you should leave." Qian Hu and his companions were taken aback. Could they really not persuade him? "Damn it, Tiger brother, this guy seems rather incapable. Why endure this humiliation? Let us go." "I agree, he looks like someone who spends his days indulging, leaving his body utterly depleted." Listening to their comments, Li Yun furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to respond. He turned to glance at the doorway, where the little girl was curiously observing them. Upon meeting Li Yun's gaze, she shyly retreated. Guosun's wife, Shaolong, entered, expressing her apologies to Li Yun and explaining that her husband was unwilling to serve anyone, preferring a tranquil life. A tranquil life? Li Yun silently nodded. It seemed Guosun indeed harbored some past experiences. However, since he was unwilling to assist, Li Yun would not press the matter further. Just as he was about to rise, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding, an option event is triggered. Please choose." Host, Option 1, abandon the recruitment of Guosun as a subordinate, reward experience 5000, random gift back 3, wisdom 50. Option 2, spare no effort to recruit Guosun as a subordinate, reward experience 10,000, random blue gift back 3, wisdom 100, spirit 100, reward skill, advanced talent management. Additional reward of a minor recovery pill, which, when consumed by Guosun, will earn him a measure of loyalty. After healing his hidden injuries, complete loyalty will be attained. Note, after recruiting Guosun, there is a chance the host may incur the wrath of his enemies. Li Yun frowned slightly. The system had presented him with a formidable dilemma. It was certain that Guosun possessed remarkable abilities, yet he was simultaneously a ticking time bomb. For his enemies could strike at any moment. Moreover, Guosun's prowess was evident, albeit diminished due to his injuries, leaving him currently devoid of combat capability. The minor recovery pill offered as an additional reward would only restore a portion of Guosun's strength. And Li Yun surmised that he would need to attain a purple gift to procure a genuine recovery pill to fully heal Guosun. Should he endeavor to recruit Guosun? Brother, a big brother. While Li Yun pondered, Guosun's young daughter, a timid girl of about 5 or 6, shyly presented him with an orange, softly saying, "Brother, please don't make it hard for my father, okay?" Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. The bashful child before him evoked memories of his own childhood companion, Kai Wei, stirring a deep tenderness within his heart. He sighed. Hesitance was not his style. After all, it was merely a matter of recruiting a subordinate. Resolute, he gently ruffled the girl's hair before turning to Guosun and saying, Do you intend to remain in this state indefinitely? Guosun remained silent. I am aware of your extraordinary background and your capabilities. Li Yun remarked with a calm expression and a hint of sarcasm, but look at your home. Now reflect upon your daughter. The little girl, feeling frightened, retreated behind her mother. Li Yun shook his head in resignation. No matter how formidable you once were, that is now a distant memory. You are likely penniless. Your daughter is soon to enter primary school, and she will need support through middle and high school. How do you intend to provide for her? Guosun clenched his fists, his gaze revealing profound despair. A phoenix, stripped of its feathers, is no different from a common fowl. Consider it, Li Yun said softly. I will offer you a monthly salary of 20,000. In return, you will protect my family and assist Chen Hu in various tasks, mainly teaching them. Your direct involvement is unnecessary. Moreover, I assure you that my actions will be entirely upright, devoid of any wrongdoing or illegality. Although Chen Hu was fervently eager to achieve something significant with Li Yun, the reality of his status as a petty thug remained unchanged if Li Yun relied on him. Success would be elusive. 20,000. The little girl counted on her fingers to ascertain the amount, while her mother, visibly alarmed, rushed forward to grasp her husband's hand. Darling. Please. Let us live our lives peacefully, shall we? She recognized her husband's nature. His silence already suggested he was contemplating returning to the fray. Li Yun remained silent, awaiting Guosun's decision, and did not mention the possibility of healing him. Ultimately, Guosun consented, offering a comforting squeeze of his wife's hand before rising to give a slight bow to Li Yun, exclaiming, "Boss, I shall follow you from now on." Li Yun smiled and nodded, confident that in the future, Guosun would be grateful for his choice. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards, 10,000 experience points. 3 random blue gift bags, 100 wisdom, 100 spirit, reward skill, advanced talent management, additional reward, 1 small recovery pill have been distributed. Li Yun felt quite satisfied. His experience had now reached 65,000 points, along with 3 green gift bags and 3 blue gift bags. Guosun sighed in resignation, perceiving that Li Yan's ability to recruit Chen Hu hinted at considerable ambition. Rest assured, my capability to be a boss is not without merit. Li Yun feigned rummaging in his pocket when in truth he was retrieving the small recovery pill from his inventory. Guosun. Do you believe in the existence of miraculous healers? Miraculous healer. Guosun gazed curiously at the pill in Li Yan's hand. Indeed, Li Yun replied nonchalantly, handing the small recovery pill to him. This is a divine elixir capable of healing your hidden injuries. If you trust me, consume it. Guosun accepted the pill, scrutinizing it in his hand for quite a while but finding nothing unusual. At this point, I possess little worth deceiving. He chuckled bitterly and placed the pill in his mouth. Instantly, a gentle force coursed through his body, gradually repairing his severely damaged veins and restoring some of his former strength. When the effect of the pill subsided, apart from his core still unrecovered astonishingly, all other aspects had been restored, and he had regained at least 30% of his previous prowess. What is this? Guosun clenched his fists, feeling the resurgence of power within him, his emotions surging, unable to contain himself as he shouted and struck the table with a mighty punch. Bang! The glass table shattered into a myriad of pieces, akin to the explosion of a grenade at close range, debris flying everywhere. Yet Guosun had directed his force to avoid harming anyone. Daddy. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise, unsure whether to feel fear or joy. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Guosun felt revitalized, excitedly lifting his daughter and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Daddy has recovered. I will ensure that Xiaoxi never suffers again. I promise. His declaration was unwavering, evoking complex emotions in his wife. At that moment, her husband radiated vitality, the best state she had witnessed in years. It dawned on her that her husband's heart had never known peace, resembling a lion that, even while licking its wounds, remained ever poised to strike. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "Darling, we no longer have a table." Ha, no matter. Li Yun called out to Chen Hu to advance Guosun 20,000 yuan. I trust one haven't exhausted the funds I gave you. No, of course not. Chen Hu replied with an awkward smile, his feelings somewhat complicated. He was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and reluctantly introduced Guosun, feeling that it would not be long before his standing in Lian's eyes would fall below that of Guosun. "Thank you, boss." Guosun approached Li Yun, bowing deeply and respectfully, declaring, "Your immense kindness and virtue, I, Guosun, shall never forget. In the future, as long as your commands do not involve any illegal activities, I shall strive with all my might to fulfill them." Li Yun smiled lightly, responding, "Do not speak such words, you have a wife and children. Just look at how worried they are for you. Rest assured, these matters are merely straightforward." Guosun nodded, instructing his wife to brew a fine pot of tea, while Li Yun also sent a few of Chen Hu's men to keep watch, leaving only the three of them in the living room. Chen Hu was quite exhilarated. Being retained here signified that Li Yun had placed his trust in him. "Have you heard of the Flying Tiger sect?" Li Yun inquired tentatively. "The Flying Tiger sect of Shanghai City." Guosun slightly furrowed his brow, having a limited understanding of it. It was a second-rate faction in the underworld, boasting 8 innate masters, with the leader being the Nine-Tiger Truman, a formidable figure at the late innate stage. Li Yun was astonished that Guosun possessed such extensive insider knowledge. It seemed the monthly payment of 20,000 was indeed well spent. "Does the boss have any conflicts with them?" Guosun asked. "I suppose there is a conflict. I once had to teach a lesson to one of their stewards." Li Yun succinctly recounted the incident involving Zhou Tianyong. Upon learning that Li Yun had reprimanded Zhou Tianyong in a gambling den, Guosun silently breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that his new boss was not embroiled in any common vendettas of the underworld, which would have posed a significant problem. Chen Hu felt increasingly stifled, unable to interject in the conversation between Li Yun and Guosun, feeling like a fool sitting there. Ultimately, he excused himself to handle the company registration, realizing that lingering would only make him appear ineffectual. Once Chen Hu departed, Li Yun curiously asked Guosun, "How did you come to know Chen Hu?" "My wife and I were out selling goods at night when we were harassed by some thugs. It was Chen Hu who intervened to help us. Afterwards, I casually taught him a few moves," Guosun replied with a hint of resignation, reflecting on how a once formidable man could find himself threatened by ruffians. Li Yun nodded, casually inquiring, "I wonder, Guosun, what skills do you possess? Combat abilities, or perhaps intelligence gathering?" This question subtly probed into Guosun's past, as Li Yun was cautious about fully trusting someone whose background he did not know. Guosun understood Li Yan's intent, hesitating briefly before candidly stating, "There is not much to hide. I used to work as a mercenary abroad and earned a bit of a reputation. I am quite adept with firearms, and of course, I have dabbled in various other activities." A mercenary. It seems Brother Guo was quite formidable in his past. Li Yun exclaimed in admiration, though inwardly he remained skeptical. Mercenaries often led reckless lives, yet Guosun was reluctant to engage in illegal activities, indicating that while his mercenary status was genuine, there likely lay some deeper complexities beneath the surface. Li Yun did not press further, engaging in casual conversation that indirectly revealed much about the realms of postnatal and innate martial arts. Guosun was somewhat taken aback. His new boss appeared quite capable yet seemed unaware of matters concerning practitioners of the underworld martial arts. How then did he acquire such formidable skills? Furthermore, Li Yun possessed a medicinal pill capable of healing his hidden wounds. Though it did not completely cure him, it was nonetheless astonishing. In the evening, after dining at Guosun's residence, Li Yun departed to the market to procure some items. He intended to venture alone into the casino, for while Guosun was trustworthy, Li Yun chose not to disclose his plans to him. Indeed, his masterful infiltration skills proved to be formidable. Satisfied, Li Yun gazed into the mirror, having skillfully concealed his true appearance with the cosmetics he had purchased. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable, leaving no trace of artifice. Master-level infiltration techniques encompassed skills such as disguise, stealth, tracking, and concealment. With these abilities, Li Yan's capacity for subterfuge was significantly enhanced. Even more impressively, these techniques included elements of camouflage. For instance, at this moment. "Halt!" Li Yun arrived at the entrance of the Shuoji casino, where 2 bouncers halted him with inquiries. "Who are you, kid?" "I'm Big Brother." Li Yun feigned a semblance of fear while expressing a desire to enter and gamble. "I was sent by Lao Huang, who mentioned there were games to be played here." "Lao Huang?" The two bouncers exchanged glances, uncertain of who Lao Huang was, however. The name was common enough that they deemed Li Yan's demeanor acceptable. With an impatient wave of their hands, they permitted him entry, a warning. Just play your cards and don't cause any trouble, or I'll throw you out. Yes, big brother. Li Yun turned away, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gaining entry was simpler than anticipated. As he traversed the front courtyard and entered the rear yard, his surroundings opened up considerably. A large canopy shielded the courtyard from the sun, and the interior was filled with tables where 40 to 50 individuals were energetically engaged in gambling, primarily playing cards and mahjong, with games such as high-low, baccarat, stud poker, and blackjack on offer. Several slot machines lined the corridor walls, where a number of youthful ruffians gathered, shouting excitedly. Everything appeared entirely normal. Although it was Li Yan's first visit to a casino, he discerned no signs of irregularity and resolved to explore the main hall. Bring me 30 chips, he instructed. Not wishing to appear too conspicuous, Li Yun took his time, exchanging 300 yuan for chips before settling at a table to play Texas Hold'em with 3 others. To his surprise, fortune favored him. His initial 30 chips swelled to 300, and swiftly to 600, netting him a profit of 6,000 yuan. I win again. Li Yun chuckled, sliding over a substantial stack of chips worth over 1,000,000 yuan, casting a somewhat proud glance at his fellow players. Damn, my luck is terrible today. Bring me another 300. Get me 100 too, I'm going to take you on tonight. The three grumbled as they resumed play. Yet, Li Yun suddenly noticed the dealer to his left nodding at the card dealer, then his heart sank, the excitement dissipating in an instant. Consequently, Li Yun began to lose hand after hand, watching as hundreds of chips returned to their possession. In that moment, the realization struck him that he had fallen into a trap. This table was clearly a setup, conspiring to swindle newcomers. First, Li Yun was given a taste of sweetness, only to subsequently experience the bitterness of failure. After a few cycles of this, an ordinary gambler would typically find themselves in a state of restless agitation, consumed by thoughts of gambling. At that point, the stakes would rise from 1 or 2,000 to 10 or 20,000, leading ultimately to total ruin and familial discord. Thus, the saying one will invariably lose when gambling encapsulates this very truth. With a smile playing on his lips after winning 3,000, Li Yun decisively withdrew, exchanging his chips for larger denominations before departing from the table. How foolish this lad is. No matter, he has savored the taste of victory. And he shall return tomorrow night. After leaving the table, Li Yun, with his exceptional hearing, indeed overheard the three individuals discussing him behind his back. Li Yun felt quite displeased and resolved to report this establishment to the authorities for thorough dismantling once his investigation was complete. Engaging in a few more rounds, he eventually lost all his chips and made his way into the main hall. Inside, several high-stakes tables were occupied by affluent patrons. Directly opposite was the table adorned with a statue of Guan Yu. Curse it, I've lost everything again. Pretending to be busy, Li Yun stepped inside and approached the statue of Guan Yu, bowing 3 times. Guan Yu is revered as both a guardian deity and the god of wealth, worshipped in numerous establishments. Seizing the moment of reverence, Li Yun discreetly scanned his surroundings, vaguely spotting a stick wrapped in black cloth, yet beyond that, there appeared to be no further anomalies. Hey, you! An imposing enforcer approached, forcefully shoving Li Yun and barking, finish your prayers and scram, don't linger here. Yes, of course. Big brother, I shall take my leave. Li Yun feigned deference, recognizing this enforcer as the very one who accompanied Xue during the nighttime operations. This only deepened Li Yan's intrigue regarding the nature of the stick that Xue Tian had brought hidden away in this location. Follow my lead, I'm betting 3 million. Just as Li Yun contemplated his departure, a voice erupted from a nearby table, filled with frenzied desperation. Turning in surprise, he discerned that it was a middle-aged, rotund man, garbed like a businessman, who, despite the late February chill, had unbuttoned his coat, drenched in perspiration, with a contorted visage and bloodshot eyes glaring at Xue. Boss Wu, Xue remarked, casually lighting a cigarette, I believe we should call it a night, you've already lost 300,000. It seems luck is not on your side tonight, continuing would be futile, and you won't recoup your losses. Stop with the nonsense. Boss Wu slammed his palm on the table, shouting maniacally, I want to bet 3 million, this time I will win, do you dare to match it? 3 million. Boss Xue, do you truly possess such wealth? I have several shops on East Street, I'll wager them all, will that suffice? Boss Xue's plump face glistened with oily sweat as he fixed his intense gaze on Xueji. Very well, that is your word. A fierce glint flashed in Xueji's eyes as he extinguished his cigarette, declaring, are you certain you wish to exchange your shops for 3 million in chips? Of course. Just make it happen. Let us hope you do not live to regret this. Reveal your cards. The confrontation between the two individuals attracted a considerable audience. All eyes fixated on the cards being revealed. My card is an ace, boasted Boss Xue, triumphantly flipping his card and slamming it onto the table, exuding an air of assured victory. Is that so? Li Yun furrowed his brow, glancing at Xueji's hand, which revealed no pairs, only spades. This indicated a 1 in 4 chance of a flush, potentially securing a win against Boss Xue. Would it indeed be a flush? The crowd pondered this question, while Xueji, with a determined smile, slowly unveiled his card. A spade 4, he announced, displaying it for all to see. Apologies, but I am the victor. A flush. The flush triumphs over pairs, and thus, Boss Xue lost 3 million. Astonishing. I had presumed that Xueji was merely feigning composure. Yet it turned out to be a genuine flush. Li Yun observed as Boss Xue's complexion shifted dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably, until he finally exclaimed, this is impossible. Before collapsing unconscious. Feigning unconsciousness. Xueji scoffed, signaling for his henchmen to awaken Boss Xue, regardless of the circumstances, that 3 million was as good as his. Li Yun shook his head and exited, reflecting on how gambling drives individuals to madness, leading to ruin in mere moments. He had never heard of anyone amassing wealth through gambling. Even when one occasionally wins, it is swiftly lost, the only true beneficiaries are the house. Dead? Dead. Just as Li Yun stepped over the threshold, one of the henchmen called out in a panicked tone, Boss, it seems Boss Xue has passed away. The commotion in the hall abruptly ceased, a chill creeping up from the floor, sending shivers down spines. Dead? Just like that? Impossible. Surely, a person cannot die so easily. Li Yun frowned deeply, observing from the doorway as Xueji and others vigorously shook Boss Xue, yet received no response. Boss Xue's lips turned pale, his pupils dilated. His breath ceased. Xueji checked for a heartbeat, feeling none. Good heavens, he truly is dead. The crowd dispersed in a frenzy, fearing they might be cast by association. Before leaving, Li Yun cast a glance at the stick hidden behind the statue of Guangong. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper reason? Following the incident of death, Li Yun noted from the surveillance footage that the casino only closed for one night, reopening by the following afternoon, an audacious move indeed. It was understandable, however, a gambler's demise at the table was likely due to heart failure from the excitement, and Boss Xue's family, fearing retaliation from Xueji, dared not investigate further. Yet, in death, all is reduced to ashes, and the 3 million worth of business premises would remain beyond Xueji's grasp. Thus, on the second night, Li Yun, having disguised himself, returned to the courtyard. The atmosphere in the courtyard remained as boisterous as ever. As if the previous day's tragedy had never occurred. Xueji was still in the hall, engaged in a game of poker, while the others indulged in their own pastimes. Li Yun sighed inwardly, the coldness of human nature was starkly evident here. This gambling den must be eradicated. Our little brother, back again tonight. One of the players from the previous evening called out loudly as Li Yun wandered through the casino. He smiled politely but chose to ignore the group. Having exchanged 100 yuan for a handful of chips, Li Yun approached the slot machine and engaged in play for a full hour, departing with 100 chips in hand. Indeed, his exceptional fortune was largely attributed to his covert manipulation of the machine. This contraption, akin to the lottery machine he had encountered in the arcade, was governed by a computer. Should a wager exceed 100,000 yuan, a win was virtually impossible. Moreover, if one were to win over 50,000 yuan, the subsequent loss was inevitable. Even more insidiously, Li Yun had observed the back-end control program, which adjusted the probabilities of winning, suggesting that Xueji occasionally orchestrated certain players to win substantial amounts, enticing other gamblers to follow suit. It could be said that the entire casino was rife with traps. Once an ordinary person entered, escaping without significant losses was nearly unachievable. An outburst of curses echoed through the hall, causing Li Yun to frown. In the hour he had been present, 3 individuals had already lost everything. The first 2, who resorted to deceitful antics, were forcibly removed by enforcers, while the last left with vacant eyes, resembling a mere shell of a man. Li Yun discreetly entered the hall. Casting a glance at the statue of Guangong, the stout figure remained unchanged, yet he sensed an intangible, eerie aura enveloping the atmosphere. I refuse to believe I cannot win a single hand today, he thought defiantly. The man who had lost everything bore a stark contrast to the stout Wu boss from the previous day. Though under 30, he was gaunt and emaciated. His sunken eyes reminiscent of an elderly crone nearing her end. His gaunt face, however, was alight with fervor as he produced a set of car keys. Slamming them onto the table with fervor, exclaiming, "A BMW 7 Series, twin-turbocharged with 530 horsepower, valued at 1.8 million. I wager 1 million, let us gamble once more." Xueji smirked with satisfaction. Inexplicably, 4 individuals were willing to wager their entire fortunes that night. Within 2 hours, he had amassed 4 million, their staggering profit. If each night were to yield such bountiful returns, his casino would swiftly flourish, potentially establishing him as a formidable force within the underworld of Shanghai City. Lost in this ambition, Xueji's gaze grew feverish as he commanded, "Let us continue the game, deal the cards." The 2 were engaged in a simple high-low bet. And this time, the emaciated man emerged victorious. Laughing triumphantly, the man reveled in his success, while Xueji's expression shifted tumultuously, a wave of suppressed fury swelling within him, culminating in a violent eruption as he spat blood across the table, staining it crimson. "Boss Xue, are you all right? Hang in there." The crowd erupted into chaos. And Li Yun felt a pang of uncertainty. Was another life about to be extinguished? Fortunately, Xueji regained his composure, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Let us go again. Don't think you can win and walk away so easily." The gaunt man glanced warily at the enforcers surrounding him and reluctantly resumed his seat, prepared to continue his match with Xueji. Yet, a realization dawned upon Li Yun. Xueji had won millions that night, and as the casino owner, his composure should not have faltered so drastically. Why, then, did he bleed after merely losing 1 million? If he was so fragile, Xueji would have been dead by now, simply from spitting blood. Could it be that stick? Li Yun cast a serious gaze towards the mysterious object. Should another death occur, that enigmatic stick must not remain. Ha ha ha, splendid. This time, the victory is mine. The 2 continued their gambling, nearly losing their sanity in the process. Damn it, lost again. Once more. How absurd, are you cheating? Li Yun observed for less than 5 minutes as Xueji and the gaunt man exchanged victories, their emotions escalating rapidly. Both were flushed, drenched in sweat, their eyes bulging with bloodshot intensity, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. The final outcome was shocking. The victor among them fainted from excitement, while the loser screamed and felt blood spilling from his mouth. At this juncture, anyone could sense something was amiss, yet Li Yun was astonished to find that the crowd in the hall remained unaffected, continuing their frenzied card games, their bodies trembling with excitement, resembling a battalion of reckless soldiers engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, after 5 more individuals fainted, the fervor of the crowd gradually subsided, each leaving with a look of alarm. Li Yun departed with a heavy heart. On the 3rd night, he returned once more, disguised anew. Observing the casino bustling with even more patrons than the previous day, his unease intensified. Last night, 7 or 8 individuals had fainted. It was astonishing that they returned tonight, seemingly unafraid of death. Have they lost their minds? I wager 2,000. I call 20,000. Bring me 5,000 in chips. Today, fortune smiles upon me. Who dares to challenge me in this gamble? Ha ha ha. Li Yun furrowed his brow deeply. The frenzy had spread beyond the hall, infecting even those in the courtyard. The entire compound was enveloped in an atmosphere of frenzy, heat, and madness. Moreover, Zhou Tianyu had arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man whom Li Yun overheard being referred to as Elder Shan. In the hall, yet another individual collapsed from excitement, blood spewing forth. Zhou Tianyu's expression changed, and Elder Shan displayed a look of uncertainty. Li Yun was taken aback. Could they truly be unaware of the stick's influence? Was it indeed this stick causing the chaos? Xueji, focus your mind, do not be swayed. With his keen hearing, Li Yun caught snippets of their conversation today. Xueji had not participated in the games, his face pale, resembling one just recovering from a serious illness. Leon took a deep breath. Tonight, he must find a way to dispose of that stick. If allowed to persist, the grave incident could unfold. I won. I won. Ha ha ha, I finally triumphed. Accompanied by ecstatic shouts, the man, overwhelmed by his winnings, went mad, only to be dragged away by enforcers and unceremoniously thrown outside. What are you doing? As two thugs hauled the deranged man out the door, Leon heard a crisp, melodious voice tinged with a hint of sternness. What are you doing? Where is this place? Why are you treating this person like this? Are you villains? Speak. If you confess, this heroine may spare your lives. Upon hearing her declare herself a heroine, Zhou Tian and Elder Shen's expressions darkened as if they recognized the newcomer. Do you even know where you are, little girl? One of the thugs sneered. Hey bro, don't be so quick to chase her away. Look at her, she's quite developed, the lovely figure indeed. Must be quite ample, right? Indeed, at least. Replied the other with a lewd grin. The two thugs at the door leered and teased, but soon a sharp rebuke rang out, followed by the sounds of scuffles and cries of pain as the buxom heroine swiftly dealt with them. There's a disturbance. Quick, go check it out. Over 20 thugs surged out, yet none could match the prowess of the well-endowed heroine. In mere moments, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Humph. My grandmother was right, the outside world is filled with scoundrels and lecherous fiends. So, this is a gambling den? No wonder it reeks of vice. Today, I shall uphold justice and eradicate you all. The righteous and clear voice of the girl drew nearer, and soon, Leon beheld a stunning heroine entering. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, wielding a sword, standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, dressed in a form-fitting, apricot-colored ancient dress, adorned with a jade pendant at her waist, and wearing delicate embroidered shoes. Her smooth, glossy ponytail swayed rhythmically with her swift stride, making her exceptionally captivating. As she approached, Leon discerned her features, a delicate oval face with a youthful innocence, flawless fair skin, and most strikingly, her remarkable figure. Even under the heavy fabric of her ancient dress, it was evident that the heroine possessed an impressive physique that boasted ample assets. Impressive. The gamblers around gaped in astonishment, their eyes glued to the heroine's front, their expressions betraying their lewd admiration. A figure like hers, coupled with a youthful visage, stirred the most primal instincts within men. Humph. The voluptuous heroine huffed in irritation, casting a furious glare at those around her. What are you staring at? Be careful, or I shall pluck out your eyeballs. You bunch of ruffians. Leon felt a tinge of embarrassment, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her alluring form, tightly encased in her attire. The crowd quickly averted their eyes, recognizing the danger posed by the sword in her hand. From the Flying Tiger sect, come out or face my wrath, the heroine commanded. Drawing her sword with a resounding clang, its tip aimed directly at the hall. I know you're inside. Show yourselves immediately, or I shall not be merciful. Amidst the throngs of people, Leon discreetly nodded. It became apparent that she had come for the Flying Tiger Gate, perhaps in pursuit of that particular stick. Zhou Tianyong emerged with a gloomy expression alongside two others, causing Xueji's complexion to pale further. In less than a week, his territory had been thrown into chaos by two factions. Who could withstand such turmoil? Young lady. It was not Zhou Tianyong who spoke, but the elder Shen. His face clouded with displeasure, he scrutinized the young heroine, his gaze lingering on her chest for a fleeting moment before he coldly declared, Do you truly wish to oppose the Flying Tiger Gate? The heroine, acutely aware of his leering gaze, immediately brandished her sword, pointing it at his eyes, and indignantly retorted. The Flying Tiger Gate? What is it to me? Before my Qinglei Valley, you are but a troop of buffoons. Qinglei Valley. Leon recognized this sect. He had gleaned some knowledge of the martial world from Guasun. In this realm of ancient warriors, a saying prevailed, 2 gates, 4 families, 8 sects and 8 evils. Who dares to claim kingship beyond the palace? This phrase encapsulated the 22 premier sects in the martial world. Although not all possessed top-tier strength, the legacy of their ancestors endowed them with the potential for resurgence. Qinglei Valley was indeed one of the 8 sects, ranking among the elite. Upon the mention of its name, Zhou Tianyong and Eldashon's expressions darkened significantly. Let me enlighten you. The heroine's sword edged ever closer to Eldashon. I witnessed your dealings with the members of the Liamo Gate. My senior brother has already apprehended them, and you cannot escape. Confess the truth of your discussions with them. The Liamo Gate, one of the 8 evil sects, was notorious for its ruthless actions, often resorting to murder and arson. They were notorious for their alliances with mercenaries, engaging in perilous enterprises. Zhou Tianyong exchanged glances with Eldashon after a few more threats from the heroine. They resolved to yield. "Oh, fair heroine, we were unaware of your affiliation with Qingle Valley." Eldashon's demeanor shifted to one of deference as he ingratiatingly implored, "Thus, we beseech your magnanimity, grant us mercy this once." With a flurry of flattery, the inexperienced yet well-bred heroine beamed, realizing the might of Qingle Valley. "Umph. Now promptly recount the events as they transpired and disband this gambling den. I shall not trouble you lolliponds further." Of course. Zhou Tianyong, with his right hand bandaged, gestured with his left in a polite invitation, smiling ingratiatingly. "A heroine, please, step inside. Let us converse further." "Humph, you lead the way." The heroine, flaunting her ample assets, strode into the parlor, evidently proud of her sect's ability to intimidate them. Lian's eyelids twitched. Was this heroine truly so foolish? A quintessential example of brawn over brains. In summary, beyond her physique, she possessed little of notable merit. "Shueji." After the female hero and Eldashon entered, Zhou Tianyong whispered to him, "Seal off this area. No one is to enter or exit, remember. Not a single soul is allowed to leave until we have dealt with her." Shueji displayed a look of fear and unease, yet under Zhou Tianyong's threat, he could only acquiesce. Li Yun, possessing extraordinary hearing, caught the conversation between the two and frowned involuntarily. Could it be that Zhou Tianyong intended to silence the hundreds present here to prevent the Qingle Valley from discovering this matter? Once Zhou Tianyong entered, the door to the living room was closed, and the gamblers exchanged glances, unable to leave. Li Yun attempted to approach the living room but was met with a fierce glare from 2 henchmen, forcing him to retreat. Li Yun gazed at the roof. The courtyard was made of tile, and if he could reach the top, he might be able to see inside. However, with henchmen surrounding the area, it would be impossible to sneak up to the roof unnoticed. It seemed that creating a bit of chaos was unavoidable. An idea suddenly struck Li Yun. In front of the slot machine, a tall, lanky individual, Bod, placed his last chip, hoping to try his luck for a small price to recoup his losses and continue playing. "Ding dong. Congratulations, you have won the super jackpot, return rate 1 million times." Hearing the sound from the slot machine, the lanky individual was rendered speechless. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Had they misheard? 1 million times. A $10 chip multiplied by 1 million was still at 10 million. Good heavens, I've won 10 million. The lanky man trembled with excitement, nearly fainting from exhilaration. The crowd erupted in commotion, abandoning their ongoing games to crowd around and witness the freshly minted 10 million jackpot. Even some henchmen couldn't help but steal glances at the spectacle. Li Yun secretly chuckled to himself. No, this was not enough, there was something even more thrilling. Perhaps fortune would smile upon me as well, and I might win 1 million or so. Vendor, give me $100, I want to play too. Li Yun shouted deliberately, then some astute individuals quickly reacted, tossing their chips into the slot machine. The machine sprang to life, flashing images of prizes as a throng of gamblers watched with excitement, shouting, "Win! Win! Win! I don't want 10 million, just give me 1 million. I only need 300,000. The crowd clamored, then held their breath, watching as the slots gradually came to a stop. "Ding dong. Congratulations, you have won the super jackpot. Return rate 1 million times. My goodness, I've also won 10 million. 10 million. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have won the super jackpot. Goodness gracious, I've won too. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have won the super jackpot. Ha ha ha, oh, this is exhilarating. Let me have a turn too. Step aside, it's my turn now." Li Yun found it hard to describe the chaotic scene before him. Over 100 gamblers were frantically crowding around a few slot machines, the 10 million reward driving them to madness. The henchmen could no longer contain themselves, rushing over to claim a piece of the pie. Li Yun grinned mischievously, quietly leaping onto the roof to await the situation to calm down. These individuals likely never contemplated the futility of their windfall. The rights to redeem their winnings lay firmly in the hands of the casino, which would never permit a seamless exchange. Indeed, when Zhou Tianyu emerged, his countenance darkened, and he swiftly dealt a brutal blow to the crowd, commanding their silence. The slot machine is malfunctioning, tonight's rewards are nullified, yet your chips will be compensated. His words naturally incited dissent among the assembly, particularly from a tall, lanky individual who insisted that his 10 million was won during the machine's prime. With a sharp slap, Zhou Tianyu retorted with a cold smirk, 10 million. I dare to offer it, do you dare to claim it? The tall man, clutching his face marked by 5 fingers, was rendered speechless. What a nuisance, be gone. Zhou Tianyu regained control of the situation and ordered someone to guard the entrance, seizing the opportunity to prohibit anyone from leaving. Citing potential cheating, everything would be addressed once the truth was uncovered. At that moment, Li Yun found himself atop a darkened rooftop, enveloped in shadows, invisible to passers-by. Peering down, he spotted the well-endowed female hero, who curiously stepped out from the living room, inquiring about the commotion involving Zhou Tianyu. It's nothing. Just some cheating in the casino. Miss Ya, let us continue our conversation inside. Your gambling den must be shut down, otherwise, I will not spare you. Absolutely. I shall have Shueji close down this nefarious establishment post-haste. Elder Shen's obsequious remarks elicited a cold smirk from Li Yun. Only an AV newcomer like Miss Ya could fall prey to his deceitful words. Severing one's means of income is akin to murdering one's parents. How could Shueji easily shatter the casino? Li Yun stealthily ascended to the living room's rooftop, employing masterful infiltration skills, moving as silently as a cat. He gently shifted a tile, unnoticed by those within. Inside, 3 individuals sat face to face on the sofa, with an electric kettle on the side table boiling water. Having witnessed the commotion, Miss Ya demanded, hurry and tell me what you discussed with the members of the Lai Emo sect. Li Yun observed her right hand firmly gripping her sword, likely a directive from her elders, yet regrettably, a mere possession of a weapon holds little utility. Elder Shen skillfully evaded the question, but after being led in circles, Miss Ya finally grasped the situation, drawing her sword with a clang. Do not attempt to change the subject, beware, I might just pierce your eyes with my blade. Her figure was strikingly developed. Even the slightest movement sent ripples through the air, captivating the 3 men present. Li Yun struggled to shut his eyes, acknowledging the undeniable allure of Miss Ya's physique. She needed no extravagant display to captivate, her mere presence was enchanting. Zhou Tianyu and the others were similarly affected, inciting yet another wave of futile ire from Miss Ya. Yes, please do not act rashly, Miss Ya. I shall explain. Elder Shen donned an ingratiating smile, subtly signaling Zhou Tianyu before addressing her, in truth. During that day, our conversation with the Lai Emo sect was rather mundane, primarily concerning various matters. What matters? The well-endowed heroine, Xia, inquired eagerly. Having embarked on a training expedition with her senior disciples, only to unexpectedly learn of the activities of the fierce demon sect. Thus, they split into 2 groups to trace their movements. Along the way, Xia became separated from her senior and fortuitously encountered Elder Shen, prompting her to hasten her steps in hopes of claiming the glory for herself, thereby impressing her seniors. Elder Shen, however, hastily defended himself. The Scorpion Elder of the fierce demon sect attempted to recruit me into the Flying Tiger sect, yet as a reputable sect, how could we acquiesce? His assertion, however, was met with Xia's disdainful glance, having conversed with the fierce demon sect for some time. She deemed both Elder Shen and the Flying Tiger sect to be unsavory characters. Indeed, we are merely a minor sect, far inferior to the Azure Thunder Valley. Elder Shen's flattery pleased Xia, causing her eyes to narrow into delightful slits, her expression radiating an endearing charm. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Shen signaled the cold and ruthless Zhou Tianyu with a sinister gaze, instructing, why not prepare some tea for Miss Xia? Li Yun observed keenly as Zhou, with his back turned to Xia, poured a packet of white powder into the teacup. Once this was accomplished, the 2 exchanged a knowing smirk, while Xia remained blissfully unaware, basking in the flattery of others. Zhou Tianyu presented the teacup with both hands, respectfully stating, Miss Xia, please enjoy this tea. Instantly, Xia's vigilance was piqued. You aren't poisoning this tea, are you? My grandfather warned me that scoundrels in the martial world often resort to such treachery. The two men were momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. Li Yun nearly burst into laughter, pondering how Xue could be so nervy. She ventured out alone, yet he surmised that even without encountering the Flying Tiger sect, she would likely fall victim to other ruffians, perhaps even being sold. All while she blissfully counted her ill-gotten gains. Certainly not. Elder Xue feigned a hearty laugh. Who would poison tea? If one were to poison, it would be done in a more discreet manner, not so overtly. Xue, reassured by his words, set the teacup aside. Zhou Tianyu, taken aback, asked with growing urgency. Miss Xue, if you're not going to drink? It's too hot, she blinked innocently. How could I drink something so scalding? Her reasoning was so sound that it left the three men momentarily speechless. Li Yun sighed for the third time, exasperated by Xia's sheer foolishness. While Zhou Tianyu's expression revealed his discomfort with the unfolding situation, Elder Xue quickly sought to change the subject. And after a prolonged wait filled with anticipation from the two men, Xie finally lifted the teacup. Ding. An event option has been triggered. Please choose option 1, burst through the roof and warn Xie Feiao not to drink the tea. Reward 30 justice points, a certain degree of Xie Feiao's favor, 10. 000 experience points, 100 strength, and a random gift bag. Note, Xie Feiao is highly likely to disbelieve the warning and may directly attack you with a weapon. Choice 2, after Xie Feiao drank the tea, the next step would be to reward her with 10 points of justice, a certain degree of favorability, 10, 000 experience, 100 strength, 2 random gift bags, and an additional reward of an antidote that could neutralize any poison in the world. Choice 3, to ignore, with no rewards. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. The system recognized Xie Feiao's foolishness, thus presenting two options. Due to her simplicity and naivety, she might recklessly draw her sword against Li Yun, leaving him with no choice but to opt for the second option. Forgive me, and I will save you later. Li Yun remained perched on the rooftop, observing as Xie Feiao consumed the cup of tea laced with an unknown poison. Xie Feiao clutched her stomach, frowning slightly. Seemingly uncomfortable, yet she quickly rose to her feet and declared to Elder Xue, since you haven't colluded with the Inferno sect, I shall take my leave. Elder Xue was taken aback. The hallucinogenic drug he had purchased at a high price could even incapacitate those at the peak of the acquired realm. Yet it seemed ineffective against Xie Feiao. No, that can't be right. Xie Feiao swayed as she stood, her youthful face flushed with color, her heart fluttering. And her light breaths evoked a sense of wicked desire within any onlooker. It is not because my Tian Kui has arrived, but rather, you have poisoned the tea. Xie Feiao exclaimed in shock, leaving Li Yun speechless once more. Did she actually believe her discomfort was due to her menstrual cycle? Ha ha ha. Elder Xue burst into hearty laughter. You insolent girl, let us see how you act so arrogantly now. Zhou Tianyu also sneered, you shameless woman, consistently using Qinglei Valley to intimidate others. I see you are simply asking for a beating. Just wait, the Inferno sect will eventually eradicate you hypocrites. Xie Feiao gripped her treasured sword tightly and shouted. You have indeed allied with the Inferno sect. You previously claimed there was no poison in the tea, all a deception. Ha ha ha, such a naive little girl. You seek death. Behold my sword. Xie Feiao forcefully channeled her internal energy, thrusting her sword forward as a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from it. Li Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing a battle above the acquired realm, and it was indeed a realm entirely different from the body refining stage. Boom. The white sword light swept across, creating a terrifying crack in the wall of the room. Elder Xue had been exceedingly cautious, yet still, the sword light struck his hand, causing blood to spurt forth, prompting him to roll on the ground to evade further attacks. You insolent woman, still struggling even as death approaches. Zhou Tianyu, in a fit of rage, kicked a sofa towards Xie Feiao. The weakened Xie Feiao could only cleave through the sofa with her sword light, before collapsing onto the sofa behind her, gasping for breath and glaring furiously at the two. After unleashing 2 strikes, the poison had already spread throughout her body, leaving her unable to continue fighting. Are you still so arrogant now? Elder Xue, clutching his bloodied arm, twisted his face with greed as he fixed his gaze upon Xie Feiao's form. The poison you are afflicted with is a potent hallucinogen I acquired from the Inferno sect. It not only dismantles the internal energy within your body but also awakens your primal desires, plunging you into a fiery torment. What fire? Xue Fei bit her lip fiercely. The unfamiliar sensations coursing through her body making her unbearably uncomfortable. It was as if a mischievous kitten were incessantly clawing at her, sending tremors through her delicate frame, leaving her torn between pleasure and torment. Yet the words of Eldershon remained incomprehensible to her innocent mind. To put it simply, he leered. If you don't couple with a man, your body will rupture and perish. His gaze lingered on her with undisguised lust, while Zhou Tianyong swallowed hard. He had encountered countless beauties and toyed with women of exquisite figures, but Xue Fei, her allure was unparalleled. Her delicate features, noble lineage, and those tantalizing curves ignited an irresistible urge to conquer within any man. See couple. Xue Fei stammered, her cheeks burning with shame. She understood the implication. But in her moral code, such intimacy was reserved only for her husband. These men were the dregs of the martial world, how could she surrender her virtue to them? No. I'd rather die. Don't worry, Zhou Tianyong sneered, his voice dripping with malice. The door is locked. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will dare interrupt us. They'll only listen outside, envying the fortune bestowed upon Eldershon and me. As the two closed in, their expressions twisted with vulgar intent, Xue Fei burst into desperate sobs, her voice breaking into a childlike plea. Someone save me. I'll repay you with all my gratitude. Give up. Zhou sneered. No one will come to your rescue, even if you scream yourself hoarse. Overwhelmed by despair, Xue Fei found herself powerless, her body limp, feverish, and aching with an unfamiliar craving. Grandfather, please save me. Through tear-blood vision, she saw Eldershon discard his outer robe, lunging toward her like a starved beast. Let me see just how ripe you are, a little girl. Crash. A shadow descended from above, shattering the roof tiles in a deafening cascade. Before Eldershon could react, the rigid staff struck his raised forearm with brutal force, snapping his wrist instantly. Had it not been for the thin veil of his inner energy shielding him, the blow would have severed his arm entirely. You. He roared in shock and fury. His assailant was even at the Hotion realm, just a mere body-tempering runt. Yet this waste had wounded him. Before he could retaliate, another devastating strike hammered his skull with a sickening thud. His vision exploded into white noise, his mind reeling from the concussion. Crack. The third blow landed on his neck. Despite his formidable Hotion cultivation, Eldershon, renowned elder of the Flying Tiger sect, couldn't muster a single counterattack. His body crumpled, lifeless. Li Yun exhaled in relief. As expected of a Flying Tiger elder, an ordinary man would have died from the first strike, yet he endured 3. Fortunately, prior to the ambush, he had allocated all his remaining experience points to agility and strength, otherwise he would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with Eldershon. Zhou Tianyong was utterly astonished. He had initially intended to wait for Eldershon to finish his indulgence before he too reveled in the moment, especially since he had long coveted the voluptuous Xue Fei. Even if she had been with Eldershon first, he would not have minded. However, to his astonishment, the figure suddenly leaped down from the rooftop, delivering 3 strikes with unparalleled speed, instantly dispatching Eldershon. The elder's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, he was undoubtedly dead. Great hero. Zhou Tianyong trembled like a leaf, his face pale as he pleaded for mercy. Please, spare me. Spare you? Very well. Li Yun replied with a slight smile, striking Zhou Tianyong with a single blow, causing him to promptly lose consciousness. This steel pipe was rather effective. Li Yun whistled. Having casually taken it from the group of thugs earlier, it was quite comfortable to wield, especially after having just slain a formidable opponent. Strangely enough, despite this being his first act of killing, Li Yun felt no particular emotional turmoil, as if he were inherently suited to the role of an assassin. Am I naturally cold-hearted? Li Yun shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, at least his feelings for his family and Fang Xue were genuine. With his back turned to Xue Fei, he stored the steel pipe in his special ring, increasingly appreciating the practicality of such an item. Hold me, please. Just as he was about to turn, he felt a soft, warm female body embrace him from behind, accompanied by gentle gusts and a fragrant aura. I feel quite strange. Xia Feiyao's consciousness began to blur. She vaguely sensed someone had come to her rescue, and it was a man, her savior. Perhaps, if she were to lose her virtue, she would prefer to offer herself to this hero rather than to Zhou Tianyu, who was utterly despicable. Is this truly a vile drug? Li Yun was taken aback. He hadn't expected such lowly tactics to exist, but thankfully, he had the system. Ding. Rewards, justice points, 10. Xia Feiyao favorability, 80, experience, 10, 000, strength, 100, random gift bag, 2, additional reward, 1 detox pill, have been issued. Li Yun did not take advantage of her vulnerable state. He retrieved the detox pill, intending to administer it to her. Just then, Xia Feiyao bit her tongue sharply, momentarily regaining awareness. What is your name? A blush spread across her cheeks as she hesitated to surrender her body without knowing his name. She stole a glance at Li Yun, who stood about 6 feet tall, although his features were not conventionally handsome. He exuded an aura of righteousness and warmth that made her feel at ease. Particularly captivating was the pleasant scent emanating from him, which intensified the peculiar feeling stirring within her. I am Li Yun, Imuzili, and Yun from the word for cloud. Li Yun smiled, placing the detox pill in her mouth. Muzili, Yun. I am Xia Feiyao, she replied softly. Xia Feiyao spoke in a vague manner, yet obediently consumed the detoxification pill that Li Yun offered her, her face growing increasingly bashful. She found this action rather peculiar, however. A refreshing sensation emanated from the substance Li Yun had given her, gradually restoring her consciousness. Yet, she remained in a dazed state, mistakenly believing that she was about to engage intimately with Li Yun. Li Yun. Xia Feiyao gazed at him with her watery eyes, tightly embracing him from behind, her gaze lingering on him as if she wished to etch the visage of the man who was to become her husband deeply into her memory. Alas, she was unaware that Li Yun was currently in a guise. What was happening? The sensation on his back left Li Yun somewhat distracted. Yet more perplexing was the notion that the detoxification pill might not be effective. It felt as if Xia Feiyao's infatuation had not waned, but she still clung to him tightly, shifting restlessly. What transpired? Was something crashing onto the roof? Steward Zhou, Eldershon, are you inside? The tremendous noise from Li Yun breaking through the roof drew everyone's attention. Steward Zhou firmly ordered everyone to refrain from approaching, and they dared not break down the door. Xia Feiyao grew increasingly flustered. If she did not seize the moment, it would truly be too late. Would you be my husband? After uttering these words, Xia Feiyao reached the pinnacle of shyness. Her face flashed as if it could boil an egg. Yet she understood that she was on the verge of losing control over herself and needed to express her feelings while she still had consciousness. For soon, she would be with Li Yun, and she did not wish to share such moments with a stranger. Rather, she longed to share them with her husband. Although this revelation of having a husband came rather abruptly, having known him for less than 3 minutes, Xia Feiyao bore no resentment towards him. The outcome was a result of her own foolishness, which led to being poisoned by the scoundrel Eldershon. Li Yun was taken aback. Husband. Was this all happening too swiftly? Unbeknownst to him, Xia Feiyao hailed from a conservative martial arts family, holding steadfast beliefs that once one chose a partner, they were bound to them for eternity. Ding. An option event has been triggered. Please choose host. Option 1, agree to Xia Feiyao's request and consider her as one of his future wives, rewarding 20 affection points with Xia Feiyao. Option 2, coldly refuse, rewarding the skill, ironclad masculinity. Option 3, politely decline, saying something like, we have just met. Let us not rush. I wish to know you better, rewarding 30 justice points, 60 affection points with Xia Feiyao, and a total attribute boost of 100. Along with 3 random blue gifts. Note, if Xia Feiyao is rejected, the likelihood of her feeling ashamed will lead her to avoid the host henceforth, choosing to accompany only the solitary light of ancient scriptures for the rest of her life, never to marry again. Li Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. What kind of options were these? Option 1 would propel Xia Feiyao's affection to a perfect score of 100, ensuring she would never waver in her feelings, making Li Yun her true husband. Option 2, ironclad masculinity. Li Yun considered himself gentle, certainly not that type of person. Option 3, where he did not take advantage of her vulnerability, earned him justice points. How very logical. However, has the straightforward and somewhat nervy girl, who hails from the Jianghu and possesses conservative beliefs, truly decided to never see him again after rejecting Xiaofei. Lian's emotions were exceedingly complex. Regardless of whether he accepted or declined, Xiaofei had already regarded him as her husband. After all, Liyun had witnessed her at her most shameful. And Xiaofei felt that she had lost her virtue, making it impossible for her to marry anyone else. "Jo Steward. Jo Steward. What is the matter with you?" The voice of Shuji echoed from outside. Liyun, no longer hesitating, turned directly to Xiaofei and declared, "Very well, Xiaofei, from this day forth, I, Liyun, shall be your husband." Husband, husband. A wave of warm happiness surged within Xiaofei as she softly called out a few times. Her long-held anticipation had finally borne fruit. In that instant, it felt as if all her strength had been sapped, and she could only wrap her arms around him. Resting her cheek against Lian's back, her voice sweet and tender as she murmured, "Yes, Yao Yao will be your wife from now on. Husband, please cherish Yao Yao." She believed that the effects of the medicine within her had yet to dissipate. Ding. The host has made a choice. Reward, Xiaofei's favorability 20 has been granted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the maximum favorability of the third girl, with an additional reward of 20,000 experience points and a red envelope. The red envelope contained a sum of 188,888 currency. Upon opening it, the skill Sweet Nothings would ascend to a divine level. Sweet Nothings, your words will bring happiness to the girls who favor you. The more they adore you, the more susceptible they will be to your words. Liyun felt a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Was this truly his third divine skill? Was it not ridiculous? Though dissatisfied, he decided against discarding the red envelope, reasoning that having more skills could prove beneficial in the future. "All right, Yao Yao." Liyun pulled her from behind, kissed her cheek, and smiled. "It's all right, I have rescued you. That medicine is ineffective now." The intimate address of husband brought a sweet warmth to Xiaofei's heart, filling her with shyness yet immense joy at hearing him call her that. The name Yao Yao had never been uttered by her seniors, only her family had ever called her that. Furthermore, Lian's magnetic voice resonated with her, captivating her and warming her heart. "My dear wife is truly a fool." Liyun chuckled as he playfully flicked Xiaofei's forehead, wrapping one arm around her waist while gripping Zhou Tianyu with the other, leaping powerfully onto the rooftop. Outside, the henchman burst through the door, only to behold the fallen Elder Shun, his neck grotesquely twisted. "Elder Shun is dead. What about Zhou Steward? There is someone on the roof. Don't let him escape." Amidst the clamor, none dared to step forward to hinder Lian's departure. After all, he had vanquished the formidable Elder Shun and abducted Zhou Steward. Who would dare obstruct him? Thus, Liyun leapt onto the hall's rooftop, crashing down once more, leaving the gamblers below utterly astonished as they beheld him, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, embracing a youthful beauty with ample calves. Seizing a stick from behind the statue of Guangong. What is happening? The gamblers were utterly bewildered. Was all that effort merely to seize a stick? What was her husband doing? Not only the gamblers, but even Xiaofei was perplexed. Why did he specifically seek out a stick? "Let us not linger, we must go," Liyun exclaimed as he embraced Xiaofei and leaped out of the courtyard. They swiftly navigated through the intricate alleys of the village, soon emerging onto a desolate hillside where they unceremoniously deposited the unconscious Zhou Tianyong onto the ground. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine, really." Xiaofei blushed as she stepped out of Liyun's embrace. In truth, she had already regained her composure, but she lingered in his arms out of a fondness for his warmth. Liyun smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair, and he felt quite satisfied with his newly acquainted wife, whom he had known for less than half an hour. After all, who could resist the allure of a youthful beauty with ample curves? "Yao Yao, take a look at this." Liyun retracted his whimsical thoughts, unwrapping the mysterious stick shrouded in black cloth and revealing it to Xiaofei. The origins of this stick were shrouded in mystery. It had been specifically brought by Zhou Tianyong from the Flying Tiger Gate and placed prominently in the casino's hall. Xiaofei tilted her head in curiosity, realizing she had been mistaken all along. Zhou Tianyong was not only connected to the fierce demon sect, but his presence in Longyang County also held a significant purpose. "What is this stick?" She scrutinized it closely and noticed that the dark surface was adorned with numerous enigmatic patterns reminiscent of ancient sacrificial relics. Upon closer inspection, she could even sense an unusual aura emanating from it. What is this? Xiaofei shook her head vigorously, feeling slightly dizzy. Yao, focus and remain calm. Do not let it affect you, Li Yun urged earnestly. Xiaofei complied immediately, drawing upon her previous training that encompassed similar matters, then soon regained her composure. This stick is exceedingly sinister, Li Yun continued gravely. I have been monitoring this area for 3 days, during which 2 individuals have perished, and over 10 have collapsed. Spitting blood. Who is spying? Xiaofei was initially taken aback but quickly sensed the presence of watchers around them. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her sword and darted towards a shadowy corner with incredible speed. With a flick of her sword, the surrounding weeds were blown away. Wait. Don't strike. Boss, it's me. A figure hiding behind stumbled awkwardly, narrowly avoiding her strike, and shouted in desperation. Guasun? Li Yun exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing hiding here? Cough, it's a misunderstanding. Guasun chuckled bitterly. I intended to investigate the authenticity of Xueji. But I didn't expect to run into you, boss. He glanced at Xiaofei, noting that despite her youthful appearance, she appeared no older than 17 yet possessed a remarkable mastery of true qi, placing her among the elite even in a realm teeming with prodigies. And here was his boss Li Yun, having fled with this talented beauty, who even referred to him as husband. Well, I shan't press the matter further, Guasun thought. Li Yun smiled, reassured by the system's guarantee of loyalty, confident in Guasun's fidelity. Xiaofei cast a sidelong glance at him before returning to Li Yun's side. Though she did not sheath her precious sword, harboring lingering doubts about Guasun, she was determined to protect her husband at all costs. Xiaofei had already discerned that Li Yun's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the body refinement realm, which seemed rather inadequate. Nonetheless, a husband is a husband. And this fact would remain unchanged regardless of his level of cultivation. The conversation returned to the enigmatic stick, and as they listened to Li Yun's explanation, an eerie sensation enveloped them. Xiaofei, the strongest among them, was nonetheless fearful of such sinister objects, prompting her to draw closer to Li Yun. She wrapped her left arm around his waist, her trembling body pressed against him, and with a quivering voice, she inquired, Husband, is it true that someone has died because of this stick? Uncertain yet inclined to believe so, Guasun cautiously took the stick into his hands, scrutinizing the intricate patterns upon it. He remarked, logically, those who frequent gambling dens can anticipate winning or losing. It is impossible for deaths and fainting spells to occur consecutively. I concur with your assessment, boss. This stick is undoubtedly suspect. Indeed, we shall find out, Li Yun replied nonchalantly, delivering a kick to Zhou Tianyong on the ground. Stop feigning death and get up. Is he awake? Xiaofei queried, puzzled by how her husband knew of Zhou's awakening. Yet, Zhou remained motionless. If you do not rise, I shall break your left hand as well. Li Yun chuckled lightly, placing his foot upon Zhou's left hand. In an instant, Zhou sprang up, his face a ghastly shade. You. Humph, Li Yun scoffed. I offer you 2 choices, disclose everything related to this stick, or, given your actions, I would have no qualms about ending your life. Guasun nodded in agreement. Boss, allow me to handle this, I have a knack for such matters. By the way, you must be Zhou Tianyong. Have you ever heard of the bone dislocation technique? Care to give it a try? The others gazed at him in horror. Xiaofei grew increasingly curious about Guasun's identity. While many knew the bone dislocation technique, it was typically employed by those with a ruthless disposition, making it an all too appropriate method for extracting secrets. Zhou's face turned a shade resembling that of a pig's liver, though he had never experienced the bone dislocation technique. He was aware of its notorious severity. Those subjected to it invariably writhed in agony, ultimately succumbing to the pressure. I will speak. Zhou stammered. Excellent. Guasun nodded with satisfaction and turned to Li Yun. Boss, you may proceed with your inquiries. Li Yun chuckled inwardly, pleased that Guasun understood the hierarchy. First question, what is the name of this stick? Does it originate from the fiery demon sect? It is called the soul-sucking stick. And I suspect it comes from the fiery demon sect, though I am not entirely certain, Xue replied. The soul-sucking stick. Second question, what is its true purpose? After a thorough interrogation, Liyun found himself no closer to the answers he sought. Zhou Tianyong was merely a pawn carrying out the directives of his sect. Even Elder Shen, who was unaware of the stick's purpose, was just an outer sect elder with cultivation at the postnatal realm. Liyun vaguely deduced that this spirit-absorbing rod was designed to draw in the resentments, spirits, malevolent energies, and even the essence of death from those nearby. An object of nefarious nature. The casino, the hub of human greed, anger, and ignorance, became the perfect setting for the elders of the Flying Tiger sect to place this rod. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards, Justice Points 300, Experience 50, 000. All attributes 500, and a random master level skill, Mastery of Driving. With the addition of 500 to all attributes, Liyun's strength and agility officially transcended 4,000 points. While the mastery of driving encompassed nearly all forms of vehicles, vessels, and aircraft. Except for combat aircraft, rockets, and submarines. Liyun had mastered the operation of any vehicle in existence. It seemed that further inquiries would yield no fruit. Guosun glanced at Liyun with disappointment and asked, "Boss, how shall we dispose of him?" Zhou Tianyong, startled, quickly knelt and pleaded for mercy, claiming that he had been compelled by the Flying Tiger sect to act as he did. Humph. Xiaofei pouted, "Were you also forced to poison me? You villain. You are thoroughly wicked from the inside out." Liyun hesitated. Ding. An option event has been triggered. The host must choose option 1, kill Zhou Tianyong. Rewards, Justice Points 100, Experience 5,000, and 3 random gift bags. Option 2, let him go. Rewards, Justice Points 1, Experience 1,000. And the skill, Heart of a Saint. Option 3, leave it to my subordinates to handle. Rewards, Justice Points 30, Experience 2,000, 3 random green gift bags. 1 random skill, and a slight increase in Guosun's loyalty. There is an option event here as well. The system considers the act of killing Zhou Tianyong as a means to increase justice points, to which surprised Liyun. However, upon reflection, vanquishing evil and upholding justice naturally warrants an increase in justice points. Guosun, Liyun declared, handle it as you see fit. Whether to kill or spare him is your decision. He was particularly interested in the random skill, a rare reward indeed. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards, Justice Points 30, Experience 2,000, 3 random green gift bags, and the random skill, Cross-Dressing Technique has been granted. Liyun thought to himself, what the hell is this cross-dressing technique? Indeed, randomness does not yield good fortune. Very well, Guosun nodded, lifting Zhou Tianyong effortlessly, who offered no resistance whatsoever. I will detain him for a while and, once I confirm the information, we shall decide whether to release him. Guosun was concerned that the boss's girlfriend might not accept the notion of murder, particularly given her youthful appearance, despite her decidedly ample bosom. Where do you intend to keep him? Anywhere will suffice, rest assured, boss, I will make the necessary arrangements. Guosun replied confidently. All right, I will transfer an additional 100,000 to you, to ensure your operational funds are sufficient. Guosun gratefully accepted the gesture, then added, boss, I plan to investigate matters related to the spirit-absorbing rod. As for the safety of your family, I wish to invite a few acquaintances from my past, what do you think? Acquaintances from the past, mercenaries, perhaps. Liyun contemplated briefly before agreeing, noticing that Guosun seemed quite invested in the matter. Please be cautious while you investigate, he urged. Rest assured, boss. My friends and I are professionals in this field. Didn't I manage to follow you before without being detected? Guosun winked at him, chuckling as he departed, carrying Zhou Tianyong with him. He was indeed quite interested in the spirit-absorbing stick and intended to enlist a few friends to assist in the investigation. Confident they would be intrigued. After Liyun treated part of his meridians with a minor recovery pill, Guosun felt a surge of anticipation for the future. Believing wholeheartedly that Liyun could restore him entirely. Once he regained his health, the individuals from the Flying Tiger Gate would merely be clowns. And even the fierce Demon Gate would not pose a threat in his eyes. Once he left, Xia Feiao curiously inquired, "Husband, who is he? He seems rather formidable." "No one compares to you, my valiant heroine," Li Yun replied with a smile, playfully brushing his fingers against Xia Feiao's nose, finding her youthful appearance utterly charming. He observed that when in the presence of others, Xia Feiao spoke in a typical girl's voice, but when alone with him, her tone transformed into a soft, adorable lilt. This sweet voice was her true essence, likely concealed from others as she preferred to present a more mature facade. Xia Feiao felt her cheeks flush. Embracing Li Yan's closeness without resistance, and shyly lowered her head, asking, "Husband, who are you? I wish to know more about you." Li Yan's heart sank as he realized he had to confront this matter. "Yao Yao, listen to me." "Yes, I am listening, husband. Actually, I already have a girlfriend." Xia Feiao's gentle smile instantly froze, her eyes dimming as she spoke bitterly, "Husband, why?" "Of course." Li Yun interlaced his fingers with hers, lowering his gaze to meet hers with warmth. "Yao Yao, as long as you regard me as your husband, I shall forever be yours. Your place in my heart will never be lesser than that of any other girl. I promise to treat all of you equally, with the same affection. I hope you can understand, all right?" Feeling Li Yan's grasp on her hand, inhaling the masculine scent that enveloped him, coupled with the sincerity in his words, Xia Feiao felt a rush of warmth surging through her chest. Tears welled up in her large eyes, and unable to contain her emotions, she threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "Boo, husband, I understand. Even if you have other wives, I will not leave you, I wish to be with you for a lifetime." Li Yun was astonished at how smoothly things had unfolded. Was it his sweet words that had made the difference? Or perhaps after reaching a 100-point favorability, Xia Feiao had already developed deep feelings for him. Regardless of the reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Xia Feiao, Fang Xue, and Li Feng. He vowed to treat them well from now on. "Husband," Xia Feiao blushed as she stepped away from his embrace, gazing at him with longing. "I wish to discuss more things with you. Shall we spend the night together?" "Together for the night?" Li Yun was amused by these words. Had he not known Xia Feiao's innocent and pure nature, he might have thought his lovely wife was playfully enticing him. He inquired, "And what about your senior brothers and sisters?" Xia Feiao produced a mobile phone and whispered, "I texted my senior sister informing her that I am safe, and we will reunite tomorrow morning." Li Yun chuckled softly. Clad in a pale yellow dress and wielding a sword, Xia Feiao evoked an image of a reclusive martial family. Yet here she was, using a mobile phone. After receiving her senior sister's approval, Xia Feiao joyfully linked her arm with Li Yan's and exclaimed, "Husband, let us find a hotel room." Li Yun responded, "Oh, my dear wife, do you realize that finding a room has other connotations?" He made no objection, for he harbored no intentions. After all, it was only the first day they had met, it would be unfair to take advantage of her so soon. However, the warmth of Xia Feiao's embrace around his arm filled him with both pain and joy. The reason was simple, as previously noted, Xia Feiao had developed a remarkable physique. And even through layers of clothing, Li Yun could perceive the astonishing contours of her form. "Husband, who is your master?" she inquired. "My master is Zile Zhenren, the esteemed elder of Qingle Valley, possessing formidable innate perfection in his cultivation." "Ah, husband, you have no master. Then, would you like to join Qingle Valley? I can recommend you." As they walked, Xia Feiao chattered incessantly. After the events of the night, she had completely relaxed in front of Li Yun, speaking without pretense and using her adorable, childlike voice, revealing everything without reservation. In the course of conversation, she broached the subject of Li Yan's experiences at the casino. Upon learning that he had actually been on the rooftop all along, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Husband, really?" Xia Feiao playfully bit his palm, exclaiming, "You naughty one. Why didn't you warn me sooner when you saw me drink that potion?" Her face flushed with embarrassment as she recalled her ungraceful moment before Li Yun. Had she lost her dignity? Li Yun felt a faint mark left by her bite on his arm, thankfully without bloodshed. And he now confirmed that Xia Feiao had two adorable little canine teeth, which made her smile utterly charming. As for the so-called tiger tooth bite, Li Yun found himself somewhat concerned about the future. Clearing his throat, he said, "Would you believe me if I had come out then?" He gently tapped Xia Feiao's head, adding, "You were too naive, easily misled by others, believing everything they said. If your husband hadn't been watching over you, you would have unwittingly become a woman tonight. With that, Liyun playfully poked Xiaofei's forehead, eliciting a cute ouch from her as she held her head, eyes glistening with tears. Become a woman? But husband, am I not a woman already? Why must I become one? To speak such words to a pure and innocent girl was indeed perilous. Upon arriving at an inn, when Liyun requested a double room, the proprietor immediately cast a wary glance in his direction. He promptly inquired about the identification of both Liyun and Xiaofei, asserting that it was illegal for minors to book a room, particularly a double. Young lady, are you 18? The owner's eyes widened as he scrutinized Xiaofei, who appeared to be merely 14 or 15. To his surprise, she was indeed of age. While her youthful visage belied her maturity, her figure had developed remarkably, even to the point of being quite alluring. Notably, her form was among the most impressive the proprietor had ever encountered. Thus, it was evident that they had come to book a room in every conceivable sense. Young man, you are indeed a fortunate soul. As he returned the identification, the owner, filled with envy, patted Liyun's shoulder and whispered, just be cautious tonight, do not leave my room in disarray. If there is any mess, use a clean towel, understood. It was clear that the proprietor recognized Xiaofei's lack of experience and noted the strong bond she shared with Liyun as she clung to his arm. Liyun could only smile wryly, assuring the owner, rest assured, we are merely here to sleep. I understand perfectly. Who would come to an inn for any other purpose? The owner's gaze was laced with innuendo. It was not difficult to surmise that a couple in such close quarters might engage in more than just slumber. Furthermore, the proprietor could hardly believe that any man could resist the allure of a youthful beauty like Xiaofei, whose charms were undeniably captivating. Liyun shook his head with a rueful smile. Tonight, he would have to play the role of the chaste gentleman. After all, although Xiaofei harbored deep feelings for him, they had only just met, and given her innocent disposition, it would be a grievous disrespect to take advantage of her so soon. Dear husband, what did the owner mean by that? Xiaofei asked, her eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and shyness. Ahem, good children need not concern themselves with such matters. I shall teach you in due time. Teach me. Tonight? Listening to Xiaofei's subtly enticing words, Liyun sensed that he would face a formidable challenge this evening. While there are outsiders present, I shall go by Liyun. If that is agreeable. Xiaofei suggested bashfully, it's not that I don't wish to call you husband, it's just that we are not yet engaged. Of course, Liyun replied, unable to resist pinching her smooth cheek, which felt delightful to the touch. Her youthful features still bore traces of baby fat, rendering her skin soft and supple. Coupled with her delicate voice, it only heightened the urge to playfully tease her. Dear husband, please do not bully me, Xiaofei protested, shyly retreating and pouting in annoyance. Liyun's affectionate gestures made her feel as though he regarded her as a child, despite her burgeoning maturity. All right, my dear Xiaoyao. You are simply adorable, he could, his tender tone instantly dispelling her irritation, when she happily followed him into the room. Afterward, Xiaofei stealthily locked the door, determined to share a private evening with her beloved husband. The following morning, Liyun awoke to find himself ensconced in the embrace of a four-legged octopus. However, this creature exuded a sensation far from repulsive. Instead, it was a comforting warmth, accompanied by the rich, sweet aroma of cream. Yao Yao? Are you awake? The young man, naturally brimming with vitality in the morning, felt his resolve, which he had maintained throughout the night, to begin to falter under the affectionate hold of Xiaofei. Ugh, mama. I don't want to practice swordsmanship this morning. Liyun chuckled, pinching the drowsy face of Xiaofei. All right, my dear wife, it's time to rise. After playfully pinching her little nose for a while, he finally roused her from slumber. To his surprise, Xiaofei unabashedly changed her clothes before him, nearly overwhelming Liyun with desire. It's fine since it's in front of my husband, that's what mama told me. With a mischievous grin, she wrapped her arms around his, recalling her mother's words that her husband would be her closest and most trustworthy confidant, to whom she could share any secret. Liyun, touched, gently caressed her little head. Xiaofei, resembling a delicate bird, embodied the obedient wives of ancient times, evoking a sense of endearment that bordered on the naive. He felt fortunate that she had encountered him. Had she crossed paths with a scoundrel, he suspected she would endure mistreatment without retaliation. Yao Yao. I promise to treat you well from now on, Li Yun declared, cradling her face in his hands, and softly kissed her tender lips. Xia Feiyao, already blushing, closed her eyes and offered her first kiss, softly accepting her husband's affection. After a brief moment of playful intimacy, she turned to leave, glancing back several times. Husband, I will return to find you quickly, so wait for me. Indeed, I shall, Li Yun replied with a smile, waving goodbye. Even if you don't come back, I will venture to your sect and reclaim you. Hihi, you are quite domineering, husband, Xia Feiyao said with satisfaction as she hastened away. That was rather sweet. Li Yun mused, touching his lips, which still seemed to retain the flavor of her kiss. Regrettably, he had endured the previous night, waiting until now to finally kiss her. Next time I see Yao Yao, I shall indulge in my charming wife's sweetness. Li Yun felt a surge of anticipation for their next encounter. However, Qinglei Valley was a prestigious sect in the martial world, home to numerous innate masters. To gain their recognition, he must at least reach the innate realm. For my beloved wife, I must strive harder, he resolved. After locating her senior brothers and sisters, Xia Feiyao's voice reverted to that of an ordinary girl. As she feared being ridiculed for her petite stature, even among her peers. Little junior sister, thank goodness you're unharmed. One senior sister circled her several times, confirming her safety before exhaling in relief. Yet, another senior sister detected something amiss and suddenly inquired, little junior sister, who were you with last night? I was at the inn with my husband. The words that slipped from Xia Feiyao's lips left everyone astonished, and a senior brother, who had long harbored affections for the junior sister, was immediately consumed by rage. Drawing his sword, he sought to confront the husband she mentioned. Good heavens! The junior sister actually. How infuriating it must be that man who deceived her. Alas, I should have sought her out last night. The junior sister, so innocent, has now fallen victim to someone else's vile manipulations, undoubtedly ensnared by his despicable sweet talk, mistaking it for genuine affection. Damn it, I must slay that scoundrel. Xia Feiyao blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend why her senior brothers and sisters were so incensed. Was it not normal to engage in such matters with one's husband? Although she had yet to be betrothed to Li Yun, it was merely a matter of time. You all misunderstand him, Xia Feiyao murmured in defense. Li Yun is truly a good person, he saved me last night, or I would have fallen prey to those wretched individuals. But did you not suffer insult at the hands of that despicable brute last night? Liao Gaoyuan, the senior brother smitten with Xia Feiyao, retorted. Brother, you must not speak of my husband in such a manner. Xia Feiyao protested, her irritation rising. How could they condemn Li Yun without ever having met him? She had clearly stated that he had rescued her. Am I not speaking the truth? Liao Gaoyuan sneered, suddenly perceiving that the Xia Feiyao before him was no longer the pure maiden he once admired. Having lost her virginity, she could no longer be the innocent junior sister he cherished. I do not understand what you are saying. Xia Feiyao's expression darkened. I merely shared a bed with my husband, how does that equate to insult? Brother, your words infuriate me, I no longer wish to converse with you. Shared a bed? Did that imply nothing had transpired? Under the probing of her seniors, the truth emerged, Xia Feiyao had indeed not been violated by Li Yun and remained pure. Forgive me. Junior sister, I was mistaken. Liao Gaoyuan backpedaled, now seeing Xia Feiyao as the innocent girl he had long desired. Xia Feiyao huffed, unwilling to acknowledge him. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. As long as she had not lost her purity, all could be resolved. If necessary, they would simply prevent her from seeing him, allowing her feelings to gradually fade. Junior sister, what truly transpired last night? Well, it was like this. I followed Elder Shun from the Flying Tiger sect to a gambling house. As Xia Feiyao recounted her tale, the expressions of those present shifted to one of incredulity. Once they confirmed that she had not uttered a single falsehood, the leading senior sister spoke with gravity. This matter is of great importance. We must return to the base in Zhonghai City to report this to the sect leader and await his judgment. Meanwhile, in another scene, it was yet another Sunday. Li Yun, accompanied by Fang Xue and armed with a newly purchased laptop, arrived at an upscale CF The establishment boasted minimalist decor and catered primarily to business clientele, akin to individuals like Li Yun and the fiery Fang Xue. Brother Li Yun. As soon as he stepped inside, he was enveloped by Fang Xue, who had been waiting eagerly at the service counter, her cheeks rubbing against him with fervor. With a playful tone, the girl with twin ponytails exclaimed, "Lo! Brother Li Yun is so handsome. He smells so good. I like you so much, he." Hearing her innocent words, Fang Xue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her. Wasn't this behavior beyond the bounds of mere friendship? After a moment of stunned silence, Fang Xue quickly approached and seized the twin ponytails of the girl, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you hugging my boyfriend? Let go of him, now. Ouch, ouch. That hurts. You let go of me." The girl retorted. "Humph. Hugging someone else's boyfriend without any sense of decorum. Do you even know basic manners?" "Who says I don't? Even if you are Brother Li Yan's girlfriend, I am his sister. What's wrong with a sister hugging her brother? You're meddling too much." They glared at each other, both puffed up with indignation. After a prolonged stare down, they simultaneously huffed and each latched onto one of Li Yan's arms. Li Yun, enveloped by the two beauties, mused, "Indeed. Managing a harem is not as simple as one might think. All right, you two, stop the fuss. Things are not as you imagine." "What do you mean?" "Not as we imagine." The fiery red pepper, Su Muxin, and Li Yan's legitimate girlfriend both turned to him, their eyes narrowing in mutual anger. Their reactions, in some ways, reflected their shared status as daughters of affluent families. At that moment, Li Yun finally took in Su Muxin's appearance. She stood slightly shorter than the nearly 1.7-meter-tall Fang Xue, yet her figure was equally striking, with a slender waist and twin ponytails adorned with a stylish black hat. She exuded a fashionable flair. Her features were delicate, her demeanor regal, with a hint of mischief and charm reminiscent of a lively, candid princess. Her nickname, a fiery red pepper, suggested her passionate nature, someone who would go to great lengths for love. "Hello," her man stepped out from the CF amidst the girls' quarrel, extending his hand to Li Yun with an elegant smile. "I am Zhong Mufang, pleased to meet you." As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Xue, a faint, resigned smile gracing his lips, realizing that Li Yun was already taken, thus foiling his plans with Su Muxin. "Hello, I am Li Yun," he replied, shaking Zhong Mufang's hand. Zhong Mufang gestured for them to enter, displaying impeccable etiquette. Li Yun assessed him, he stood at 1.85 meters, a handsome, exuding an air of affluence. Clearly in the prime of his youth, poised to soar to great heights. In simpler terms, he was a wealthy heir, a successful one, at that, with remarkable qualities. Could it be that he harbored feelings for Su Muxin? Observing their dynamic, Li Yun noted that Su Muxin seemed to disdain him, often ignoring him, while Zhong Mufang gazed at her with an affectionate look, unperturbed by her indifference. The trio entered a small booth within the CF, where a middle-aged man in his 40s was already seated. Upon seeing them, he stood up and exchanged greetings with Li Yun and Fang Xue. "I am Wuku. Pleased to meet you, a young hacker." As Wuku's eyes glimmered with a flash of brilliance, she shook hands with Li Yun, her gaze twinkling with a smile that seemed to convey, "Young man, I have great expectations for you." He. Su Muxin, with her vividly painted lips, stifled a giggle and, upon noticing Li Yan's gaze, sweetly declared, "Brother Li Yun, allow me to formally introduce you to the director of the network security department at my family's Nantian Technology Group." Her emphasis on my family was a clear provocation directed at Fang Xue. Fang Xue, fully aware of Su Muxin's intent, understood she was flaunting her lineage. However, she felt no trepidation, her own family boasted assets worth hundreds of billions, why should she fear Su Muxin? "I see, it is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed senior," Li Yun replied with a smile. The inherent rivalry between network security and hackers explained Wuku's intense gaze towards him. "Miss, you omitted a word, senior," Wuku said with a playful shake of her head. "I have resigned and now wish to pursue endeavors that I truly enjoy." "Resigning is no issue. After all, Uncle Wu, you hold shares and thus remain part of our Nantian group," Su Muxin chimed, earning a glance of respect from Fang Xue for her tactful remark, truly the daughter of the chairman of Nantian Group. Fang Xue remained puzzled as to how Li Yun could possibly know Su Muxin, they appeared to inhabit entirely different realms. Once seated, each ordered a cup of coffee. And they began to discuss business matters. Liyun, would you mind if I call you by your first name? Zhong Mufeng inquired with a friendly smile. Of course. Liyun replied, somewhat bemused by Zhong Mufeng's apparent attempt to bridge the gap between them, considering he was supposed to be a rival. Especially with Su Muxin and Fang Xue flanking him, with Su Muxin even cozily resting her arm against his. Let me be straightforward then. I believe your cutting-edge software lacks the prowess to justify an investment of 10 million. Zhong Mufeng's demeanor was amicable, yet his words were decidedly confrontational. Firstly, it is excessively compact, with a size of less than 5, indicating limited functionality. Secondly, although this software currently enjoys a substantial market share, it has not cultivated sufficient user loyalty, making it susceptible to being overshadowed by competitors. Thirdly, it lacks a comprehensive user interface, resulting in a rather awkward user experience. One by one, Zhong Mufeng dismantled the software's merits, concluding lightly, of course, it does possess one advantage, its anti-theft capabilities are commendable. Su Muxin shot him a furious glare, her expression radiating a desire to snap back at him. As Liyun prepared to speak, a system notification chimed in. Ding. A choice event has been triggered. Please select Option 1, Unleash a torrent of invective and storm out, reward skill, Desperate measures. Option 2, Refute Zhong Mufeng with reasoned arguments, reward 10,000 experience points. 100 wisdom, and a random blue gift bag. Option 3, sway both Zhong Mufeng and Wuku, reward 50,000 experience points, 300 wisdom, 300 spirit. A random purple gift bag, and a special item of the Shenyuan Shield. Special item, the Shenyuan Shield, a revolutionary programming architecture designed to withstand all forms of viruses, vulnerabilities, attacks, and trojans found on the internet. Su Mufeng. But Liyun should have realized it sooner, he is not a rival in love but rather an elder brother-in-law. Nonetheless, the system's reward this time is rather impressive. A smile crept across Liyun's lips, the system genuinely intends for him to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Just as he contemplated starting a company, it bestowed upon him such a generous reward. Since Feiyao's departure a few days ago, Liyun's attributes have approached 4,000. With a little more effort, he will soon break through to the postnatal realm. Moreover, he has amassed 30 white gift bags, 7 green gift bags, and 3 blue gift bags, eagerly awaiting a stroke of luck to open them. What? Do you think I am mistaken? Zhong Mufeng, whose real name is Su Mufeng and is the brother of Su Muxin, inquired with a smile. His series of actions were aimed at provoking Liyun, eager to discern the character of the man his sister was determined to meet at all costs. Upon first seeing Liyun, Su Mufeng was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that Liyun was a year younger than his sister and was still in his third year of high school. You are somewhat mistaken, Liyun replied in a calm tone. Oh, I would love to hear more, Su Mufeng remarked nonchalantly, somewhat surprised by Liyun's demeanor. You have overlooked a detail, Liyun asserted, extending a finger. This software is quite complex, with numerous functions. It not only protects against account theft but also defends against virus invasions and tracks and reports those who develop cheats. Such disarray is a fatal flaw for a small software. Am I correct? The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Liyun would downplay his own software. Su Mufeng chuckled once more, saying, Liyun, you seem to possess some insights. Insights, you say? I merely speak the truth, Liyun replied coolly. My earlier comments addressed the convoluted nature of the pioneering strike function, but I did not claim it was chaotic. In fact, in the face of the software's formidable capabilities, nothing is insurmountable. His meaning was clear. The pioneering strike boasts powerful functions that will captivate users, resulting in exceptionally high user retention. What? You suggest the user interface is unfriendly? Have you not noticed that operating systems often have even less user-friendly interfaces? Yet countless individuals continue to use them. For when faced with powerful functions, the users can overcome any challenges. As long as the pioneering strike can safeguard their gaming accounts, millions of gamers across the country will remain loyal to it. Oh. Observing Liyun's confidence, Wuku expressed interest. Shall I test the defensive capabilities of your pioneering strike? Uncle Wu. Su Muxin pouted discontentedly. She was aware of her brother's prowess, yet Uncle Wu was a leading security expert in the country. For well-known reasons. Top security experts often surpass elite hackers in skill. It could be said that Wuku facing off against Li Yun was akin to a giant overpowering a small opponent. Very well. Li Yun's objective was to impress the two individuals before him. Upon hearing Wuku's proposal, he readily acquiesced. Wuku's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. How could this young man exude such confidence? Does he believe that a modicum of hacking skills permits him to underestimate the world? Very well, let him. A former expert from Nantian Technology Group impart a lesson on the true essence of computer offense and defense. Without further ado, the battle of hacking techniques commenced anew. Wuku had brought his laptop, the task entrusted to him by Su Mushin's father prior to his arrival, aimed specifically at undermining Li Yun, while simultaneously disabusing Su Mushin of any idealization she harbored for him. I have initiated the preliminary strike, you may commence your attack. Li Yun swiftly set up his defenses, removing his hands from the keyboard to signal Wuku to begin his assault. Very well. Wuku smiled, confident that he could breach Li Yun's computer in under a minute. For a top-tier security expert, infiltrating a standard computer was a trivial endeavor. The first step was to ascertain the true address of Li Yun's laptop. This task proved easy, as Li Yun was currently connected to the same coffee shop network as Wuku, and with a slight adjustment, he could pinpoint the exact address. The second step involved scanning for vulnerabilities, executed seamlessly and without hesitation. This phase was even simpler, as an expert in computer technology. Wuku was well versed in numerous vulnerabilities within the 7 and 10 operating systems, flaws that even antivirus software had overlooked, which he had discovered privately. Hence, once he identified Li Yun's address, Wuku could exploit these vulnerabilities to gain direct access to his laptop. Simple, swift, and efficient. However, 1 minute later, Wuku's smile faded, his expression growing increasingly grave. All the vulnerabilities he knew had been effectively sealed by Li Yun. Su Mufang, the affluent young master, leisurely sipped his coffee before placing it down, mentally counting down 3, 2, or 1, completed. Yet, there was no reaction. He had miscalculated this time. Wuku remained silent. Su Mufang looked at him in astonishment. Had Uncle Wu's skills waned? How could it take him 2 minutes to breach a high school student's computer? Su Mufang was all too familiar with his uncle's prowess at a renowned international technology company's cybersecurity competition. Uncle Wu had led the Nantian Group cybersecurity experts to breach 12 layers of firewall set by the organizers in merely 36 seconds, clinching the championship title and astonishing audiences worldwide, garnering immense respect for Nantian Technology Group's network capabilities. If even the formidable firewalls of top-tier competitions could not withstand Uncle Wu's onslaught, how was it possible for Li Yun's computer to endure for so long? Could it be that Uncle Wu had intentionally held back? Su Mushin and her brother shared the same thoughts. She quickly spoke up, Uncle Wu, are you tired? Would you like me to get you a cup of invigorating coffee? Uncle Wu, let me give you a back rub. Uncle Wu, allow me to assist. Little Pepper. Li Yun could no longer tolerate the situation. He reached out and firmly pressed Su Mushin, who was attempting to rise, back into her seat, exasperatedly tapping her on the head. Sit still and do not disturb anyone. Su Mushin pouted in annoyance, for she believed she was assisting her dear brother Li Yun. If Uncle Wu took a few extra seconds, Li Yun's standing would surely improve, thereby enhancing her parents' favorable impression of him, and ultimately allowing her to be with her beloved brother Li Yun. Little chilly. Su Mufang nearly spat out his coffee. He was well aware of his sister's hacker moniker, Crimson Pepper. Yet, no one had ever dared to address her in such an intimate manner. They were either unaware of her identity or intimidated by her rebellious nature, evident from her choice to neglect security techniques in favor of pursuing obscure and dubious skills. Anyone bold enough to call her such a name would surely earn a frosty glare from her. Yet now, Li Yun referred to her as Little Chili, and Su Mushin displayed no irritation whatsoever. Little Chili, Fang Xue paused momentarily before pinching Li Yun's side, huffing in response. 5 minutes elapsed. Su Mufang grew increasingly astonished. Even if Uncle Wu were to ease his efforts, it should not take this long, unless his existing tools were inadequate to breach Li Yun's defenses, requiring him to craft an entirely new approach. Nevertheless, Uncle Wu had yet to strike the keyboard, still in search of vulnerabilities. Finally, after 15 minutes, Wuku's hands descended upon the keyboard, rapidly typing out lines of attack code. How could this be? The image of the aristocratic young master Su Mufeng was shattered. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Wuku genuinely needed to write code on site to penetrate Li Yun's computer. It was unfathomable, simply astounding. Brother Li Yun is so impressive. Su Mushin internally rejoiced as Li Yun's performance exceeded her expectations. Truly worthy of her admiration. Surely, her parents would now recognize Brother Li Yun. Given that he had withstood Uncle Wu's onslaught for a full 15 minutes. Such an achievement would undoubtedly elevate Li Yun's reputation within the realm of internet technology. Uncertain about the unfolding events, among those present, only Fang Xue remained oblivious to the intricacies of hacking techniques, naively believing that such intrusions could take hours or even days. Contemplating this, Fang Xue took out her phone to search for Wuku's background. Wuku, male, 48 years old, graduated from Qingbei University, studied abroad at Heka University, and earned a doctorate in computer science. He is currently a professor of computer science at Qingbei University, a lifetime honorary professor at Heka University, and an honorary academician of the British Academy of Sciences. Former head of the security department at Goji Group, and former leader of the security task force for a globally renowned search engine, holding the position of senior vice president. Previously with Nantian Group, he has since resigned. Fang Xue was taken aback by this impressive array of titles. Each position alone could be valued at hundreds of billions, with every role pivotal to leading internet companies. Boasting annual salaries reaching billions, not to mention stock dividends. It was evident that Wuku's worth could rival the entirety of the Fang family's assets. This highlights just how wealthy Nantian Technology Group truly is. With such commercial elites, technological prodigies, and globally renowned figures seated before her, Fang Xue felt as if she were ensconced in a dreamlike reverie, all courtesy of her boyfriend, Li Yun. Another 15 minutes slipped by, and the attendees had finished their third cup of coffee, yet Wuku showed no signs of breaching Li Yun's formidable defenses. Furthermore, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, his movements growing increasingly disordered, indicating that he had exerted all his prowess yet still found himself unable to advance to the next step. How could this be possible? Su Mufeng marveled yet again, his mind reeling with astonishment. A mere high school student, Li Yun, with a sister who had encountered an ordinary hacker online, had developed software capable of stumping the world's foremost security experts. Such a tale would be met with disbelief if shared. Uncle Wu? Su Mushin ventured to inquire. Would you like me to assist you? After half an hour, it was evident that Wuku had failed, for any software could be breached given sufficient time. True technical victory lay in overcoming it within a stipulated time frame. Sighing, Wuku pushed his notebook away, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he conceded defeat. I have lost. I underestimated the talents of the world. His gaze towards Li Yun was laden with complexity. The defensive capabilities of this young man's software were the most formidable he had ever encountered. No matter the nature of the assault against this software, it was akin to an unarmed individual facing a towering wall 100 meters high, impossible to penetrate. Wuku sighed again. It appears I have truly aged. The future belongs to you, the youth. Li Yun smiled gently. Mr. Wu, you are far too modest. At your current age, there is no reason you cannot forge a remarkable career. Wuku had resigned from his position at Nantian Group, likely with aspirations to establish his own company and pursue his passions. Are you attempting to recruit me? Wuku misinterpreted Li Yun's intentions. Perhaps overwhelmed by the brilliance of Li Yun's software, yearning to join the upcoming venture. Li Yun, with an innocent expression, replied, I had no such intention, but if Mr. Wu wishes to join, I would consider it a great honor. Laughter erupted from Wuku. Let us do this. You attack my computer, and I will defend. If you can breach my defenses within 5 minutes, I shall join your company, thereby lending my support to Mushin for a few more years. Really? Su Mushin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She understood all too well the value Wuku represented. His mere association would be enough to attract investments amounting to billions. Wuku was well known, and numerous investment institutions would trust his judgment. 100 billion in investments was not an exaggeration. Let us not rush into excitement just yet. Wuku chuckled. My condition stands that Li Yun must breach my computer. Now, without further ado, shall we commence? Agreed, Li Yun affirmed. The onlookers gazed on with anticipation as Wuku positioned his hands over the keyboard, ready to counter Li Yan's impending assault. He could no longer breach Li Yan's computer. And if he were to be countered by Li Yun, it would be a significant embarrassment. Fang Xue bit her crimson lips as she gazed at him. Increasingly bewildered by Li Yun, whose rapid ascent to excellence exceeded her expectations. "Shall we begin?" Li Yun inquired, casting a glance at Wuku. "Let us commence. I have activated all defenses and await your attack," Wuku declared confidently, yet in the next moment his expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. "Can you hear me?" Li Yan's words left everyone speechless. Su Muxin widened her eyes in disbelief at Li Yun, while Su Mufang muttered in a daze, repeatedly questioning how it was possible for things to unfold so swiftly. Wuku managed a wry smile, admitting, "I have lost again." The onlookers heard two distinct sounds, one emanating from his throat and the other from the external speakers of his laptop. This indicated that Wuku's laptop had its microphone activated, allowing Li Yun to relay their conversation back to them. Li Yun had, without hesitation, infiltrated Wuku's laptop, taking control and announcing his victory. Incredible. Su Muxin could scarcely find words, gripping Li Yan's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on him with unwavering admiration. To breach Wuku's defenses in less than 3 seconds was a testament to Li Yan's extraordinary computing prowess, elevating him to a level of skill that commanded respect. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards 50,000 experience points, 300 intelligence, 300 spirit, 1 random purple gift bag, special item, Shenyuan shield, have been distributed. A satisfied smile graced Li Yan's lips. His experience points had surged to a remarkable 110,000. Although 10,000 experience points could only enhance his attributes by a little over 100, it was still commendable. At the very least, Li Yun could allocate his strength to reach 5,000 points, achieving a critical breakthrough. Well, Wuku sighed, then looked at Li Yun with admiration, remarking, "True heroes emerge in youth. Given your age, Li Yun, your accomplishments are extraordinary. I can only imagine the great feats you will achieve in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Yun understood perfectly. He then stood and extended his hand, asking, "Mr. Wu, are you willing to join me in witnessing the dawn of a new era?" The new era symbolized Li Yan's belief in his potential to effect profound change in the world, heralding the inception of his own epoch. Such audacity and fervor filled Fang Xue and Su Muxin with pride. They were exhilarated and proud of the remarkable individual they admired. Fang Xue looked at Li Yun with stars in her eyes. He was her boyfriend, the man destined to accompany and protect her for a lifetime. "I am wholly willing." Wuku rose, smiling as he shook hands with Li Yun, signifying his choice to join Li Yan's company and work for him. "And me. Su Muxin, unwilling to concede, stood up and shook hands with Li Yun. With her delicate, fair hands, she grasped his tightly, playfully rubbing against him. Her lively face beaming with a smile as she exclaimed, "I will invest 10 billion in you, brother Li Yun. Together, we shall forge a new era." Li Yun, both amused and exasperated, gently patted her head, recognizing that Su Muxin was likely a freshman, yet still quite mischievous. "Wait, there's also me." Fang Xue mastered her courage. Her cheeks flushed as she took her boyfriend's hand. "I want to invest in you too, Li Yun. Let us embark on this entrepreneurial journey together, shall we?" Su Muxin immediately shot her an annoyed glance. "Xue, I don't think you need to get involved." "Ah." Fang Xue felt somewhat disheartened. But then Li Yun caressed her smooth, beautiful cheek, affectionately saying, "Well, my money is your money. You'll be the future lady chairman of my company, I want you." Fang Xue blushed deeply, her earlier discouragement transforming into intense affection, moved by Li Yun's words. Unable to resist, she tiptoed and planted a kiss on his face, her embarrassment rendering her stunningly beautiful. This time, Su Muxin was not merely annoyed but rather feeling a pang of jealousy. As if she had consumed at least 3 jars of vinegar. She exclaimed, "Brother Li Yun, I want a kiss too." Su Muxin Feng, startled, quickly intervened to prevent his sister from acting recklessly. Wuku chuckled, shaking her head, "Youth is truly wonderful." The subsequent matters were rapidly settled. Li Yun would provide the technology, holding a 51% stake and serving as the company's chairman. Su Muxin would invest 10 billion, securing a 30% share. Wuku would take on the role of president with no salary, holding 15%. Fang Xue would invest 1 billion for a mere 3 stake, with the remaining shares reserved. The company was named Baiyun Technology Company Limited, headquartered in Shanghai City, not in Longyang County. Fang Xue looked at Li Yun in astonishment. You are letting a little ruffian handle the company registration. How very straightforward and casual. No wonder you triumphed over me at just 18. Wu Ku laughed heartily, echoing Fang Xue's sentiment. Everyone joined in the laughter, as Li Yun, having bested Wu Ku, was now viewed as an unparalleled genius. Geniuses, after all, often possess peculiarities that defy the predictions of ordinary folk. After a meal at a nearby restaurant, they were supposed to return to Shanghai City in the afternoon. However, Su Muxin insisted on shopping with brother Li Yun, leaving Su Maxinfeng no choice but to accompany them. During this time, Fang Xue and Su Muxin engaged in a playful rivalry, vying for Li Yun's attention, which left both Li Yun and Su Maxinfeng quite overwhelmed. Upon bidding farewell to Li Yun and returning to Shanghai City, the siblings found themselves in a Lamborghini worth 50 million. Su Maxinfeng initiated a heart-to-heart conversation. Sister, you're not actually developing feelings for Li Yun, are you? Not at all. That's good. Su Maxinfeng sighed in relief. Though he recognized Li Yun's capabilities and promising future, he was aware that Li Yun already had a girlfriend, and he didn't want any entanglements with his sister. I love brother Li Yun. Su Muxin's declaration stunned her brother. He quickly inquired the sister, you must be joking, right? Who is joking? Su Muxin shot him a withering glance, her arms crossed over her chest, and with an expression of longing said, brother Li Yun is so dashing. With a disposition that's exceptionally radiant. He embodies righteousness, he's gentle with his girlfriend, possesses formidable hacking skills, can compose songs, and will undoubtedly achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination. Moreover, he practices martial arts. Tell me, which girl wouldn't be enamored by such a remarkable brother Li Yun? Su Mufeng fell silent, having already perceived hints of this during their shopping trip. His sister had been utterly glued to Li Yun, unabashedly kissing his cheek, much to Fang Xue's chagrin, leading to a prolonged argument between the two, each unwilling to yield. All over a man. Yet Li Yun was only tender towards his girlfriend. Su Mufeng insisted, attempting to dissuade his sister from coveting another's partner. Exactly. That is precisely why I wish to be brother Li Yun's girlfriend. Su Muxin stated matter-of-factly. Look how kind he is to Fang Xue. She doesn't even get angry with me for teasing her, all because brother Li Yun dotes on her so much that Fang Xue can tolerate it. Fang Xue isn't angry. Su Mufeng expressed his utter confusion over the two girls' antics that afternoon. Do as you wish. But you should return home and inform our parents. Just wait until they don't spank you silly. The daughter of the esteemed chairman of Nantian Group is competing with a woman for a man. Imagine the shockwaves that would send through society. Oomph. Let them say what they will, what's the big deal? That evening, the siblings returned home and recounted the events to their parents. Xiaofeng, Su Mufeng's father, a refined business magnate sporting a pair of elegant glasses, remarked gravely, are you saying that during your visit to Longyang County, not only did you fail to achieve your objective, but you also decided to invest 10 billion in him? Noticing his father's displeasure, Su Mufeng quickly clarified. This was Wu Ku's decision. Are you jesting? Su Tengyun's expression darkened. A high school student defeated Wu Ku. Su Mufeng, how have you descended into such folly like your sister? No, it's true. Dad, I have told you, brother Li Yun is truly remarkable. I don't believe it. No, I must call Wu Ku personally to verify if you two are up to some mischief. Su Tengyun dialed Wu Ku, but as the conversation progressed, his astonishment grew deeper. A high school student truly bested Wu Ku in computer technology. This is unfathomable, too incredible to believe. That is why I admire brother Li Yun. Su Muxin beamed with pride. But brother Li Yun already has a girlfriend, her brother revealed, leaving Su Tengyun and his wife wide-eyed in shock. Su Muxin, what on earth are you doing? Chasing after brother Li Yun? That is unacceptable. Without proper upbringing, it seems you need a lesson. Who says it's unacceptable? Brother Li Yun will undoubtedly become exceptionally formidable, destined to change the world. Look at Uncle Zhong, doesn't he have 4 or 5 wives? What did you just say? Where did you hear such things? Su Tungyun and his wife were left in utter disbelief. Umph. Don't think I'm unaware of these secrets of the affluent. Su Muxin recounted with great familiarity, counting on her fingers, that Uncle Zhong has 5 wives. Uncle Zhou has 7, and there are 9 others outside, with 12 illegitimate children. And Aunt Zheng, she also has several husbands. I've heard she prefers to date young men, changing partners every month. It is often said that wealth corrupts men, but the same can be said of women. In affluent families, marriages are often mere alliances of convenience, symbolically united while indulging in affairs outside. The exact number of lovers remains unknown. Su Tungyun was quite incensed, exclaiming, "That is merely a matter among the rich. Your brother Li Yun hasn't even begun and yet dreams of having multiple partners. He will surely excel with hard work. I doubt that, even with Wu Kue's assistance, how much profit can this software yield? It's unlikely to garner even 5-fold returns." Who said that? Just wait, within half a year, our Bayun technology will be valued at 100 billion. And in less than a decade, it will certainly surpass your dismal Nantian group, Su Muxin challenged, "If you truly believe in your prowess, then I shall not oppose your endeavor. Do you dare to wager with me? What is there to fear? Just wait, Li Yun will eventually surpass you." The father and daughter exchanged playful banter, while Su Mufang sighed in relief. In truth, he cared for his daughter more than anyone else, though he found it difficult to articulate. "Enough, you two," intervened Su Muxin's mother, stepping in to mediate with firm authority. "Until your brother Li Yun has established a successful career, you are forbidden from having a relationship that exceeds that of siblings, understood?" Su Muxin pouted, "Mother, what does establishing a career entail? Within 3 years of graduating university, you should amass a fortune of 100 billion, her mother replied calmly. As if 100 billion were mere pocket change. That is easy enough. Su Muxin stormed up to the second floor of the villa, her demeanor visibly upset. "I'll go tell brother Li Yun, he will surely have a solution." The remaining 3 exchanged helpless smiles, realizing that once a daughter grows up, she is hard to keep in check. Meanwhile, Fang Xue found herself in a similar predicament. "What? You want 100 million? Fang Xue exclaimed, startled, as he looked incredulously at his daughter. 100 million is neither a small nor an insignificant amount. Many publicly traded companies do not achieve a profit of 100 million even after deducting salaries and bonuses. In fact, many are still in the red." "Yes," Fang Xue declared, clenching her small fists. "I want to invest in Li Yun, he will surely make a profit." "Nonsense." Fang Xue's expression darkened, as he launched into a lengthy discourse about the seriousness of business, warning against novelly trusting others, even one's own boyfriend. Insisting that her current task was to focus on her studies rather than get involved in business ventures. After Li Yun scored 749 points, Fang Xue begrudgingly acknowledged him as Fang Xue's boyfriend, on the condition that Li Yun would marry into the Fang family. However, Fang Xue's one statement silenced all of Fang Xue's arguments. Li Yun has secured a 10 billion investment from Su Muxin. 10 billion? Fang Xue stammered. Who is Su Muxin? What did you discuss with Li Yun today? Upon hearing Fang Xue's account, Fang Xue fell into complete silence. He could be considered a person who has weathered many storms, having negotiated several projects worth over 100 billion. However, engaging in conversation with a renowned international expert like Wu Ku, who has held executive positions in leading internet companies, was an experience he had yet to encounter. It was even more astonishing that Li Yun managed to surpass Wu Ku in his area of expertise. Alas, 100 million is just 100 million. Fang Xue handed a card to his daughter with a complex expression, saying, "As for the future, I can no longer intervene. I only hope, Xiao Xue, that you do not suffer because of this and that you can lead a happy and fulfilling life. Your mother and I will be content." "Rest assured, Dad," Fang Xue replied shyly. "Li Yun is a wonderful person and dotes on me. I will be his legitimate wife, while other women will merely be concubines, hehe. Does he really have other girlfriends?" "No way, I object." Hehe, it's settled then. I'll bring him home when I have the chance." Upon returning home that evening, Li Yun sent the source code for the Vanguard Strike software to Wu Ku, requesting him to establish the company and recruit personnel to refine the user interface of the software. In his leisure time, Li Yun finally examined the rewards he had accumulated over the past few days: 30 white gift bags, 7 green gift bags, 3 blue gift bags, and 1 purple gift bag. Feeling an itch of anticipation, he decided to open the white bags first. Opening these treasure bags felt akin to enhancing a weapon. One must first expend bad luck to obtain good fortune. The so-called MAT method entailed exhausting misfortune. After experiencing 7 consecutive failures, the next attempt would likely yield success. Thus, he boldly proceeded. The first bag yielded a white light. Ding. You have received a tube of toothpicks. The second bag also emitted a white light. Ding. You have received a water bottle. The third bag brought another ding, as he obtained a bag of assorted cookies worth 50 yuan. Ding. You have received a box of fruit valued at 100 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, the host. You have obtained a blue gift, a small foundation building pill. Li Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He wished to open more white items before tackling the purple gift bag. After 3 more instances of white light, he opted to open the blue gift bag. Ding. Congratulations, the host. You have obtained a purple item with advanced firearm proficiency. Li Yun's spirit soared. This was indeed a valuable skill. With this proficiency, he would master various common handguns, sniper rifles, and submachine guns. The only concern was where to acquire a handgun for self-defense. He continued to open more white bags. In the next moment, a purple light illuminated the room, bringing him immense joy. Ding. Congratulations, the host. You have obtained a purple item with advanced sea art proficiency. What a letdown. Li Yun's expression darkened instantly. This skill was of little use to him. While he enjoyed tea, he had no interest in the leisurely process of brewing it. It was simply too time-consuming. He pressed on. Among the items he opened were a stool, a chair, 3 pounds of lobster, a complete set of seasonings, a century-old ginseng root, and a barrel of purified water worth 12 yuan. After unwrapping 10 items that emitted white light, Li Yun's adrenaline surged as he slowly focused on the purple gift bag. With all the bad luck expended, the next attempt was bound to be successful. He opened it with determination. A radiant spectrum of colors illuminated the surroundings, causing Li Yun to gasp in astonishment. Could it be true? The gift before him radiated unparalleled strength. Even the special ring appeared only in golden hues, underscoring the extraordinary potency of the colorful items. Ding. Congratulations, the host. You have acquired a colorful item, the fairy bow silver. What is happening? Li Yun couldn't help but utter an expletive. The fairy bow, a legendary artifact from Western folklore, possessed immense power, capable of catastrophic devastation. But how formidable was the one he had obtained? He hastily examined its attributes. Fairy bow, Sylvan skills, attack enhancement, passive. Renders bullets equivalent to sniper rifle ammunition. Annihilation, passive, allows bullets to affect ghostly enemies. Wound deepening, passive, makes enemy wounds harder to heal. Speed enhancement, passive, increases bullet velocity. Special effect, the automatic bullet regeneration, 1 bullet per hour, with a maximum of 16. After pondering the attributes of the fairy bow Sylvan for an extended period, Li Yun realized that despite being termed a bow, it was essentially a beautifully crafted handgun in white and green. This Sylvan was undeniably powerful. The ability to automatically replenish ammunition rendered it nearly divine in a modern society where acquiring such resources proved challenging. Moreover, its efficacy against ghostly entities instilled newfound courage in Li Yun. Armed with this weapon, he felt emboldened to wield the ghostly woman's red umbrella. Ready to retaliate should she attempt to counterattack, he could simply shoot her down. However, it could not be deemed overwhelmingly strong. The handgun's might was comparable to that of a sniper rifle, indicating that its effectiveness was inherently limited. While it proved advantageous against acquired realms, it would falter against innate realms. As long as an opponent wielded true energy, even a sniper's bullet would struggle to breach the defenses of an innate powerhouse. Nevertheless, this was a significant boon. At least he now possessed the means to confront malevolent entities. Ever since encountering the peculiar spirit-absorbing stick, Li Yun had maintained a considerable wariness towards it, keeping it confined within his special ring. Now, with a weapon capable of inflicting harm upon spirits, his confidence surged. The following evening, he planned to return to the casino in Shueji to investigate further. But first, he resolved to enhance his own abilities. A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes as he allocated all 110,000 experience points to his attributes. Boom. As both his strength and physique surpassed the threshold of 5,000, a powerful force surged within him, tumultuously crashing against his dantian. In the next moment, a warm current emanated from his dantian, gradually coursing through his limbs and nourishing his meridians, fortifying every aspect of his being, from bones and veins to skin and blood, enhancing him thoroughly from the inside out. Liyun estimated that his current strength surpassed his previous capabilities by at least fivefold. With a single punch, he could unleash a force of 10,000 pounds. Typically, a practitioner of the acquired realm would possess around 5,000 pounds of strength, but with Liyun's attributes, strength, physique, agility, all significantly elevated, such formidable power was only to be expected. What a thrill! Entering the acquired realm and harnessing true energy made Liyun feel utterly transformed, as if he belonged to an entirely different world compared to the body refinement stage. This extraordinary sensation could only be fully appreciated by those who had experienced it. Host Liyun. Constitution 5,000 points. Strength 5,000 points. Spirit 4,100 points. Wisdom 4,100 points. Agility 4,500 points. Charm 35. Justice points 2036. General experience points 0. Skills: divine culinary arts, supreme computer knowledge, advanced singing, conquest, the advanced steel body, advanced diamond finger, advanced wind slicing swordsmanship, master level ethereal steps, master level stealth techniques. Miscellaneous items: women's underwear, everyday necessities, biscuits, fruits, etc. Possessions: a divine skill elixir, special ring, a ghostly woman's red umbrella, 6 bullets, Shenyuan shield blueprint, fairy bow Silwan. Liyun gazed at his assortment of miscellaneous items, both amused and bewildered. Fortunately, the system's inventory was boundless, otherwise these trinkets would scarcely fit within his 10 cubic meter special ring. In addition to the aforementioned items, Liyun also possessed 7 small foundation establishment pills, 3 skin nourishing pills, and 2 small recovery pills. He intended to administer these elixirs to his beloved confidants when time permitted, enhancing their constitution to withstand his fervent endeavors. After all, the skills of conquest were no trifling matter, particularly potent during the night. With a long exhale, Liyun settled comfortably into slumber. Entering the postnatal realm signified that his strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon, granting him the eligibility to be with Xiafei. As for Fang Xue and Little Spicy Pepper, Liyun was confident that within 3 years, he would undoubtedly earn the approval of their parents. The following evening, Liyun donned a disguise, transforming into a visage entirely different from before. Even his height was diminished by a few centimeters, courtesy of his master-level stealth techniques. Arriving at a village within the city, he sought out Guosun, who, along with several friends, had rented a residence for the purpose of surveilling Xueji. Any developments? Liyun inquired. Guosun had been monitoring the gambling den for several days, gathering intelligence from his associates, the Flying Tiger sect. Incensed by the murder of one of their outer sect elders and the theft of the spirit-absorbing staff, dispatched an inner sect elder along with several inner sect stewards to investigate. However, as the inquiry progressed, all evidence pointed towards the Qinglei Valley. Unable to contend with the Qinglei Valley, the Flying Tiger sect had no choice but to report the situation to the Lai Emo sect, urging them to confront Qinglei Valley. It was certain that the gambling den no longer housed such spirit-absorbing staffs. The speaker was a sharp-featured woman with short hair, Yongjie, whom Liyun referred to as Sister Yong. In her 30s, she was slightly older than Guosun and reportedly unmarried. Upon first encountering her, Liyun witnessed Yongjie excitedly embracing Guosun, professing her unwavering devotion with heartfelt declarations of never leaving him, regardless of his circumstances. It was evident that Yongjie harbored deep feelings for Guosun, yet he was already a family man. It remained uncertain whether he possessed the courage to embrace Liyun's audacious lifestyle. No one has gone mad in recent days, Guosun added. I suspect the Flying Tiger sect fears a retaliatory strike from Qinglei Valley, hence their reluctance to keep the spirit-absorbing staffs here. With a tone that lacked decorum, another youth turned to Liyun and inquired, are you genuinely convinced that the so-called spirit-absorbing rod is associated with any peculiar occurrences? Could it not merely be coincidental that someone died and another went mad a few days ago? Liyun shrugged and replied, Hugu. Do you find it normal for more than 10 individuals to have bled from excitement over gambling for 3 consecutive days? Hu Fanbo chuckled lightly and added, currently. The Flying Tiger clan is as skittish as a startled bird, and they dare not place the spirit-absorbing rod here. Is our surveillance of any use? Li Yun smiled and asserted, I believe it is useful. The elders of the Flying Tiger clan are still present, are they not? The casino is perfectly suited for the spirit-absorbing rod to draw in malevolent thoughts. They would not relinquish this location easily. You are correct. We shall remain here until the members of the Flying Tiger clan depart. Guosun concurred, and naturally, Sister Yong complied while Hu Fanbo had no objections. Thus they continued their watch. The room was equipped with surveillance devices, and the trio had stealthily installed numerous concealed cameras throughout the casino, allowing them to observe every corner from their vantage point. The elder of the Flying Tiger clan, surnamed Zhong, ranked 6th within the sect, was currently seated in the hall, eyes closed and exuding an air of authority, causing surrounding gamblers to tremble with trepidation, too fearful to approach him. I have a question, Li Yun remarked curiously. Why does the Flying Tiger clan not place the spirit-absorbing rod in Shanghai City, but rather in Longyang County? There are numerous underground casinos in Shanghai City. Are there not? Shanghai City is home to the Gong family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the martial world. In addition to several sects having their bases there, the Flying Tiger clan would need to possess extraordinary audacity to start trouble in such a place. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yun inquired further into Hu Fanbo's knowledge regarding the affairs of ancient warriors. Suddenly, while observing the surveillance footage, Li Yun spotted a familiar face, Lu Shun, whom he had previously defeated. At that moment, Lu Shun was accompanied by a middle-aged man, presumably his father. The two appeared somewhat anxious as they approached the casino hall, engaging in conversation with the 6th elder of the Flying Tiger clan. Do you recognize those two? Guosun asked. Li Yun nodded and succinctly recounted Lu Shun's background, emphasizing that his family operated a martial arts school. Do you believe he has any ties to the Flying Tiger clan? Guosun pressed on. Perhaps. The casino was outfitted with listening devices installed by Guosun, but regrettably, the noise rendered it impossible to discern the conversation between Lu Shun and his father with the 6th elder. As their discussion grew more animated, the 6th elder remained impassive, his cold demeanor indicating his dominance in the exchange, compelling Lu Shun and his father to act according to his cues. Before long, Li Yun observed as Lu Shun and his father were dismissed by the 6th elder. Ding. Triggered event options. Please choose option 1, follow Lu Shun and his father to ascertain their true intentions in seeking the 6th elder of the Flying Tiger clan. Reward 500 justice points. 400 all attributes, 100,000 experience, 5 random blue gift bags. Option 2, ignore and allow Lu Shun to live. Reward none. Option 3, strike directly. Teach Lu Shun and his father, as well as the 6th elder, a lesson to uncover the truth. Reward 2000 justice points, 600 all attributes, 150,000 experience. 1 random purple gift. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. From the options presented by the system, it seemed that there was indeed something amiss with Lu Shun. After a moment of contemplation, it was clear that option 3 offered the most substantial rewards, yet given the uncertainty of the situation, it would be reckless to confront the opponent directly. Thus, Li Yun opted for option 1. You all stay here, I will investigate the situation at the Lu family. With that brief declaration, he hurried downstairs, pursued by Lu Shun. Naturally, his infiltration skills included the ability to covertly follow others, without alerting anyone. Li Yun, utilizing his acquired physical prowess, trailed Lu Shun to the Lu family martial arts school. Dad, I still believe that the recent events are not mere coincidences. Silence. Why do you chatter so much? Let us discuss this inside. After alighting from the vehicle, the father and son duo entered the martial arts hall while Li Yun, concealed in the shadows, caught snippets of their brief exchange. Just as he was pondering the implications, Lu Shun and his father had already entered the premises. Recent occurrences. Li Yun was certain that something sinister was unfolding within. Then I shall infiltrate and uncover the truth. A confident smile played upon his lips, displaying his resolve. His masterful infiltration skills had proven invaluable lately. Circling the Lu family martial arts school, he noted its considerable size. It occupied a vast area. Designed in a traditional courtyard style, surrounded by 7 or 8 buildings belonging to the school, including dormitories, a dining hall, and bathhouses. At the front, 2 imposing stone lions stood guard, while a golden plaque adorned the entrance inscribed with beautiful script, Lu Family Martial Arts School. In terms of grandeur, this establishment surpassed many ancient government offices. Shao, where are you headed? Off to play cards? I've run out of cigarettes, I'm going to buy a pack. You all carry on. As Li Yun contemplated how to blend in, a young man emerged from the side door of the martial arts hall. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, with a physique similar to Li Yan's. Perfect timing, Li Yun thought with a grin. Seizing the opportunity, he approached the young man with a casual demeanor. Hey brother. There is a stunningly beautiful girl over there, drunk and unable to move. I can't handle this alone. Could you lend a hand? Seriously? No way. Haha, who would have thought stepping out for a smoke would lead to such fortune? The young man, eager at the prospect, eagerly followed Li Yun. The term picking up a corpse refers to the act of a man escorting a seemingly unconscious woman to a hotel after she has passed out on the street. Thus, upon hearing Li Yan's explanation, the young man, with a lecherous glint in his eyes, promptly joined him. However, Li Yun swiftly struck him down, inquiring about his personal details before knocking him unconscious. Moments later, as he emerged from a narrow alley, Li Yun had assumed the young man's appearance. The convenience of a special ring allowed him to access disguises at will. Internally elated, Li Yun purchased a pack of cigarettes from a nearby convenience store and nonchalantly entered the martial arts hall through the side entrance. Compared to his previous confrontations with Lu Shun, Li Yan's strength had multiplied by more than tenfold. Thus, he entered with confidence, unperturbed, and strolled through the martial arts hall with an air of nonchalance, greeting anyone he encountered without a trace of trepidation. As long as he refrained from addressing anyone by name, he bore no risk of exposure. The martial arts hall was divided into a front courtyard, where disciples practiced and lived, and a back courtyard, which belonged to the Lu family, the distinction between the two being remarkably clear. It was evident that the disciples seldom ventured into the latter. However, the glaring brightness of the large lamps illuminating the practice area was somewhat detrimental to his stealthy endeavors. Standing on the corridor, Li Yun tossed a few stones in his hand, then flicked one with a swift motion, producing a sharp crack as it struck the lamp post. Fortunately, no one around seemed to notice. He decided to try again. Bang! At last, the lamp was extinguished by his stone, and the illumination of the entire martial arts hall diminished by more than 5-fold in an instant. What was happening? What had transpired? Over 20 disciples poked their heads out from the adjacent dormitories, immediately confronted by the ominous darkness. The practice area's light is broken. Damn, that startled me. I thought a ghost had arrived. Don't frighten me. Recently, eerie occurrences have been plaguing the hall. Just keep quiet, we'll have someone fix the light tomorrow. For tonight, it's fine, no thief would dare enter our martial arts hall. With his acute hearing, Li Yun caught snippets of the disciples' discussions. From the young man he had incapacitated, it became evident that the hall had recently been beset by troubling events. Firstly, there had been an increase in brawls, with disciples often igniting genuine fury during practice sessions, resulting in several being hospitalized due to severe injuries. In some instances, individuals had resorted to using knives, severing limbs in the heat of combat. Secondly, there had been a fatality. In a rather dramatic turn of events, a chef and a cook had quarreled, their tempers flaring to such an extent that they engaged in a violent altercation, ultimately leading to their demise. At the time, over 100 disciples were dining, and upon witnessing the 2 lifeless bodies in the cafeteria, they were seized by terror, fleeing in a panic. To address the unsettling atmosphere, the martial arts hall had even summoned monks and Taoists to exorcise malevolent spirits. For the death of individuals in plain view demanded some form of spiritual cleansing to alleviate the collective anxiety. The cafeteria. Li Yun furrowed his brow. Could it be that a spirit-absorbing artifact had indeed been placed within? Each appearance of such an artifact seemed to herald death, suggesting that a formidable conspiracy lay in wait behind these grim events.